Pei Qing didn't expect Qin Jinji to be so efficient. He was appointed as peacekeeper and sent south by the emperor. As long as Pei Jinyan handles this well, after returning to the capital, his entry into the court and appointment as the governor of the capital city will be smooth, and people in the city will have nothing to say. Qin Jinji planned everything very carefully. In nearly 30 years, he never thought of calling someone as clever as Jidwa close to a demon, a term usually reserved for others. But from this moment on, the Pei family truly opposed all the noble families. The Jiangnan flood involved many different forces. If Pei Jinyan handled his tasks well, the Pei family would become even stronger. But the noble families involved wouldn't give up easily. At this moment, he understood what Qin Jinji had said. Pei Jinyan's journey would be very dangerous, risking life and limb. Pei Qing hadn't felt this kind of mental strain in a long time. The emperor ordered people to settle the refugees, and everyone left the horse farm. When Qin Jinji left, she noticed 2 people following behind her. They didn't come close, just kept following. Qin Jinji was speechless and told Yunk, "Go bring those 2 quails to the carriage." When Cui Ying and Pei Jinyan got into the carriage, they looked at each other in surprise. "What are you here for? Why are you here again?" Cui Ying quietly moved closer to Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji sighed. "Why are you 2 not going back to the estate and following me?" Cui Ying glared at her. "Our private matters shouldn't be overheard by outsiders." Pei Jinyan glanced at Cui Ying. "What's wrong with this Miss Cui? She shouldn't listen to what I say." In an instant, both of them looked at each other with disdain. Qin Jinji felt a bit confused. These 2 seemed quite compatible. Why was she trying to break them apart? She told Yunk, "Take Pei Jinyan back to the estate first." Pei Jinyan looked at Cui Ying and then at Qin Jinji. Cui Ying moved closer to Qin Jinji again. Qin Jinji simply closed her eyes. On the way, Pei Jinyan and Cui Ying exchanged glances silently, without speaking. When they arrived at the Pei estate, Pei Jinyan hesitated to speak. Qin Jinji said, "Let's go." Then she got out of the carriage. Pei Jinyan knew Qin Jinji wanted to talk to him alone. He smirked slightly and shot a glance at Cui Ying before following Qin Jinji out of the carriage.
Cui Ying sighed silently.
What kind of disgusted expression was that? After Pei Jinyan got out, he still looked back at the carriage with concern. Qin Jinji said, "Don't worry. She can't hear you." Pei Jinyan felt a bit nervous at once. "Your Majesty has ordered me to set out tomorrow. I know you're paving the way for me. Rest assured, I will do my best to complete this task." Qin Jinji threw a token to him. "I will send people to follow you. If there's danger, they will protect you. But they will only guard you. They won't risk their lives for you. If you face an unavoidable threat, they will leave you." Just as Pei Jinyan was about to feel happy, he was suddenly cooled down. "I know there will be danger on this trip. I will prove that I am worthy of working with the Pei family." Qin Jinji turned to leave. "I only care about the result." Pei Jinyan held the token in his hand and watched the carriage go away. As soon as Qin Jinji got on the carriage, she saw Cui Ying secretly leaning by the window. Seeing her return, Cui Ying looked embarrassed, as if caught in the act. "I didn't eavesdrop. The carriage is specially made. When the curtains are down, you can't hear anything outside." Cui Ying widened her eyes. "That's why it was so quiet." Qin Jinji leaned on the soft bed and rubbed her forehead. "What do you want to see me about?" Cui Ying immediately said, "You said you'd play polo with me, and you told me why you're helping me." Qin Jinji opened her eyes and looked at her. "What do you think about today's events?" Cui Ying was about to speak softly but realized that people outside the carriage couldn't hear her, so she cleared her throat. "Did you release the refugees today?" Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Continue." Cui Ying then said, "Your clothes today and how I saw you, Pei Jinyan, and the 17th prince playing polo. All of it was deliberate. And I saw it. You pulled the 17th prince off his horse." Qin Jinji smiled. "Why did I do that?" "Because you want Pei Jinyan to investigate the disasters in Jiangnan. And what else?" Cui Ying cautiously moved closer to Qin Jinji. "The head of the Shen family is in Jiangnan. Are you planning to target the Shen family?" Qin Jinji looked at her with a smile. Did your second brother write the strategy that made him famous? Chuang didn't expect Qin Jinji to know about this. Your second brother was promoted to Imperial Censor because of that strategy, to oversee discipline, correct wrongdoings. Major cases are handled in court, minor ones are reported. From the highest officials to minor officials, everyone is under the supervision and scrutiny of the Imperial Censor. You want a certain position, and he has arranged it for you, but he hasn't done anything about the things you want to accomplish. Cui Ying awkwardly said, My second brother is quite capable, but because the royal court is tangled with powerful families, he can't do some things. Qin Jinji propped up one leg, speaking in a relaxed yet sharp voice. But there are things he can't do that I can. Cui Ying truly thought Qin Jinji was quite cunning, even to the point of being unashamed. She was also quite ruthless, not caring about people's lives at all. Today, Du Chong was clearly acting on someone's orders to silence a witness. Qin Jinji simply shot an arrow to kill the guard. If not for Minister Du speaking up, she even suspected Qin Jinji would have strangled Du Chong on the spot. But what scared her most was that she actually thought Qin Jinji was right. If she had that kind of power, she would do the same. She might have more shame, not as openly evil as Qin Jinji. But because she was so malicious, arrogant, and cruel, no one in the capital thought there was anything wrong with her. Because she was truly that kind of bad person. If Qin Jinji hadn't deliberately shown her this side, she would never have realized what Qin Jinji was truly planning. Do you want to taste what it's like to have that kind of power? Qin Jinji looked at her casually, but her words sounded like a devil whispering, tempting her tightly. If she had that power, her dreams of helping the common people would no longer be empty talk. Cui Ying's eyes widened. Let the emperor also make me a princess. And if I meet someone like Shen Huan, I'd even kill a few just for fun. Qin Jinji was amused and laughed out loud. That's why she chose Cui Ying. She was smart, had a good background, her own opinions, and was clever. She wasn't naive or overly kind, traits cultivated in big families. Too merciful, and she wouldn't be suitable to stay by her side. Most importantly, she was very fake. Over the years, many women in the capital who were friendly with her never saw her true side. Qin Jinji handed her a memorial. I will request the emperor to establish the 1,000 Birds Guard. We still need a deputy commander. Will you take the position? The customs in Jin country are becoming more open. Women can engage in commerce and politics. However, just because they can do these things doesn't mean society accepts it. Since Jin's founding, very few women have been merchants, let alone officials. Noble women value modesty and propriety. They can achieve something within their households, but are not allowed to appear publicly. Women from common families already struggle to survive. Without money, connections, or background, it's almost impossible. Most women simply hope to marry well, stay at home, and rely on their husbands and sons for a good future. Having a respected wife is considered the greatest honor. But not all women are willing to accept these rules, which seem to come from some obscure corner, and live their lives accordingly. They are intelligent, educated, capable of writing and fighting. They can earn money and support their families or manage household chores. Why should they be forced to spend their lives confined in a small world behind closed doors? Qin Jinji looked at Cui Ying, who was deep in thought, with a faint smile. This is probably what women like Cui Ying are thinking. Cui Ying looked sharply at Qin Jinji. What is this Qian Yaowei you are creating? It's a new military organization I plan to establish, responsible for the emperor's personal safety. It will be the emperor's guard army. Not only that, it will have a prison system, with authority to inspect and arrest, responsible for investigating officials in the capital, capturing and questioning. Cui Ying was stunned, completely shocked. This isn't a simple job. If the Qian Yaowei is formed, it will be involved in some risky activities. Inspecting officials. This means openly checking the faults of various families. If it really happens, it would be like declaring war on the powerful families in the city. Qin Jinji is too bold. Qin Jinji smiled. She liked clever people. No need to say much. Her intentions are clear. Cui Ying's face turned serious. So, You chose me because I have the Chui family behind me. Her father is the chancellor, and the Chui clan is thriving. If she becomes the deputy commander of the Qian Niaowei, her family's influence would protect her, and no one in the capital would dare to oppose her. Since Qin Jinji said she was asking for permission, if His Majesty truly established the so-called Thousand Birds Guard, then she would be a real court official. She would be a colleague of those so-called high officials. Her previous hopes and thoughts could then come true. But would her father agree? Qin Jinji seemed to see her inner thoughts. Tell your father that if he can regain his official position, the price is that he must repair his relationship with me. Chui Ying immediately understood. If she said that, Prime Minister Chui would surely think it was His Majesty's idea. The Chui family had a deep grudge against the Prince of Jinbei, and that was not something His Majesty wanted to see. If possible, His Majesty most wanted the two families to resolve their conflict. But Chui Ying still frowned. My father probably won't agree. He raised me for many years. Even if he doesn't marry me to the Pei family, I will eventually marry into another noble family. Also, my father is only under house arrest. After 3 months, His Majesty will restore his official position. After all, Prime Minister Chui had been in power for many years and was quite shrewd. Qin Jinji smiled faintly. What if his position as Prime Minister is about to be lost? Chui Ying hurriedly asked, What do you mean? Does His Majesty want to dismiss him? Qin Jinji thought about moving the noble families in the capital. Surely, His Majesty was backing her. If His Majesty wanted to dismiss the Prime Minister, her father might really lose his position. Qin Jinji smiled. Don't be nervous. Grandfather has always relied on Prime Minister Chui. How could he dismiss him? But others might not be so loyal. For example, those below might want to take his place.
Cui ingesse brows furrowed.
Her father was the head of all officials, powerful and influential. Who among his subordinates would dare to take his place? Qin Jinji knew Chui Ying was clever, but she had never been in court. After Prime Minister Chui is under house arrest, who will take over his duties? Chui Ying thought for a moment. After her father was confined, the duties were temporarily handled by Minister Du. Minister Du. Du Zhong was the Minister of Personnel, equivalent to the right-hand Prime Minister. If anyone in the court was most qualified to succeed as Prime Minister, it would be Minister Du. In terms of reputation, power, and family background, he was on par with the Chui family. Most importantly, Du Zhong's daughter was one of the 4 consorts, concubine Du. She also had 2 princes, the 7th and the 13th. However, the Du family had always been low-key. Chui Ying's mind suddenly went blank. She sat up straight. It's the flood in Jiangnan. Prime Minister Chui often discusses political matters openly with Chui Ying. If her father had known about the great flood in the south earlier, he would have prepared for it. She would have known sooner too, but she only learned about the flood today. This means someone under her father's command kept the news hidden or intercepted it. They never intended for her father to find out. Today at the racetrack, Du Zhong killing to cover his tracks was definitely Du Zhong's idea. Du Zhong is colluding with officials in the south. Qin Jinji lazily said, Princess Pei will leave for the south tomorrow. If the disaster can't be kept secret, who do you think will be the biggest scapegoat? Princess, the Chui residence has arrived. The coachman's voice sounded. Chui Ying immediately got out of the carriage, ignoring her usual calm and grace. If the disaster couldn't be hidden, her father, as the top official, would be blamed. If Du Zhong shifts the blame to her father, even if he was careless, it would be a serious crime. Though he might not lose his life, the position of Prime Minister would be at risk. At that point, Du Zhong wouldn't suffer any consequences and would profit from the chaos. That old man is quite calculating. Which natural disaster doesn't claim tens of thousands of lives? Even if the emperor doesn't dismiss the Prime Minister, the entire world would drown the Chui family in slander. Every event today, Qin Jinji had prepared for in advance. Not just today, but for everything. Every action Qin Jinji took was deliberate. Even every word she spoke was meaningful. Fear and coldness shot straight to her heart and lungs. How long had she planned for all these events? She had calculated everything perfectly. If her father knew his position was at risk, he would surely follow the emperor's wishes. She didn't need to worry about her father's opposition. Once he was reinstated, he would interfere with the flood matter, inevitably causing a rift with the Du family. Qin Jinji effortlessly caused the two most powerful noble families in the capital to fall into chaos. No matter who wins between the Du and Cui families, both would be severely weakened. Every link in her plan was crucial. Missing even one would ruin everything. No one would have guessed that this was the work of the city's biggest. Would she really be betrayed and still help him count money? But if she followed such a person, wouldn't her ideals be realized to the fullest extent? Cui Ying's eyes became excited. It's time for the capital to change its way of playing. Lark watched Cui Ying's hurried figure and gestured with her hand. Qin Jinji said calmly, "She will come. Ambitious people always have a fire inside. As long as someone adds fuel, the fire will burn wildly. Burn everything that the fire can reach." Lark asked again, "Why must it be Miss Cui? There are many smarter people, and if she joins your side, there might be unnecessary trouble in clearing out the noble families in the future." Qin Jinji confidently said, "There are many smart people, but it must be her." The former dynasty was deeply involved with the palace. But strangely, there were no women from the Cui family in the harem. The noble families whose daughters became consorts usually had princes, and their families were important supporters of these princes. The emperor's maternal family was wiped out, and the crown prince had no one behind him. If His Majesty lives long, the crown prince has little chance of winning. The struggle for the throne will happen eventually, and the family behind the prince who ascends the throne will be the biggest winner. The fight for the throne was about to begin. Without support from the harem, when the next emperor ascends, can the Cui family maintain their current power? Cui Ying and Qin Jinji were seen as mortal enemies by others. When Prime Minister Cui returned to his position and clashed with the Du family, Prime Minister Cui surprisingly allowed his proudest daughter to work under Qin Jinji. What does this mean? It means the Cui family has sided with His Majesty. The Pei family was just the beginning. The Cui family's defection was the start of the collapse of the noble family alliance. Therefore, this person must be Cui Ying. It can only be Cui Ying. Qin Jinji looked at Lark, who was deep in thought, and asked, "How is Louis's medicine working for you?" Lark waved her hand and gestured. "The poison from the Blue Fall is dangerous. It won't be cured so quickly. Don't worry, Princess. Tell Louis to be careful. Say that as long as she cures her throat, I will give her the house with 3 entrances and exits." Lark smiled, and Miss Lu would be very happy. After the carriage dropped Cui Ying off, she didn't return to the Prince of Beihing's residence, but went to the palace. Li Jin saw Qin Jinji get off the carriage and couldn't help but sigh. This young princess's beauty is truly stunning. Who could connect her to that ruthless demon? I heard she almost strangled Du Chong today. Li Jin said to the guard beside him, "Go and summon the carriage." Then he stepped forward with a smile and said, "Greetings, Princess. I have already arranged the carriage. Please wait a moment." Qin Jinji looked at Li Jin, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "I think you're not suited to guard the gate." Li Jin was stunned. What did he do to offend the young princess? He quickly said, "I'm clumsy and don't know what I did to upset you, Princess. Tell me where I should go, and I will rush there immediately." Qin Jinji smiled brightly. "Don't be nervous. I like you. Would you like to work for me?" Li Jin's eyes widened. What does the young princess mean?
She's not blind, right?
Although he's a little handsome, usually smooth-talking, his mind sometimes stalls. Just then, the carriage arrived and Qin Jinji got on. Think about it. After saying that, she left only her back. A guard nearby looked at him in disbelief and said, "Brotherly, does Princess Jinji like you?" Li Jin immediately glared at him. "Do you think the princess is blind? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or she might also give you a hard time." The terrible scene of Du Chong still lingered in the guards' minds. The guard shrank back nervously. The carriage didn't go straight to the Empress's palace, but to Shun Guifei's Weiyang Palace. Although the emperor didn't confine Shin Mingtang, the marquis's estate was gone, and she was demoted from consort to noble lady. Losing such face, She had kept the palace gates tightly closed and refused visitors these days. Qin Jinji arrived at the gate of Weiyang Palace. The accompanying young said, "Princess, I will go and knock on the door now." Qin Jinji's words made the young suspicious. Wasn't she here to see Shen Guifei? Why was she gone? Just as the young looked confused, Qin Jinji supported her chin with one hand, looked down at him, and suddenly smiled mischievously. "Tear down this door." The young's tense heart finally relaxed. He had been in the palace for a while and had met the princess many times. In private, palace maids and eunuchs often joked. Where did the young princess cause trouble today? She caused trouble in Weiyang Palace today. The little took a deep breath and said, "Servant will go call some eunuchs. He is very clever." Although Lady Shen was demoted, she might regain favor that day. But the little princess must never be offended. He went to find someone and then slipped away. Since he arranged things for the princess, Lady Shen wouldn't retaliate against him. Qin Jinji shook her finger and said, "No need. You go call the patrol soldiers to bring the wooden stakes for knocking." The little replied, "Yes, I will go now. It's hilarious. Whoever finds him later will be impressive." The patrol soldiers quickly brought the wooden stakes. One squad leader approached and said, "Princess, I don't know what you want me to do with the stakes." Qin Jinji raised her chin toward the gate of Weiyang Palace. "Knock the door open." The squad leader looked back at the gate and hesitated. "Princess, this is Lady Shen's residence," and when he turned around, he almost bumped into a jade pendant. Qin Jinji held the jade pendant in one hand and supported her chin with the other, smiling happily. The squad leader took a breath and said, "Knock. It's hilarious. Little princess has a phoenix-shaped hairpin." Would he dare disobey? Shen Mingtong's personal maid was serving her bird's nest meal. Before the bird's nest reached her mouth, a loud bang sounded at the door. Startled, Shen Mingtong's bird's nest spilled all over her. She immediately stood up angrily. "I want to see which dog dare to scare me." As she opened the door, she saw the tightly shut gate of Weiyang Palace suddenly fall with a loud crash. Shen Mingtong's eyes widened in shock. Looking up, she saw Qin Jinji sitting on a sedan chair, crossing her legs and waving leisurely. "Empress Shen, ah no, Lady Shen, long time no see." Shen Mingtang was furious. "Qin Jinji, what are you doing? Do you think Weiyang Palace is a place where you can do as you please?" Qin Jinji slowly stood up, tidied her beautiful skirt, and then smiled brightly. "It's been a while since I saw Lady Shen. I was worried, and since I couldn't get in through the gate of Weiyang Palace, I had someone knock it open." Qin Jinji sniffed her nose. "If Shen Guifei finds out it's me, what if she doesn't open the door for me? Why can't anyone just choke this little brat to death?" Qin Jinji clicked her tongue. "This door is a nuisance, blocking my way. Lift it away. Lift it away." The Imperial Guards immediately lifted the door. "If the princess is fine, we will take our leave." The squad leader stood outside the doorframe, his face unseen from inside. "It's hilarious. He's quite clever too." Qin Jinji waved her hand. A team of guards carried the door, running faster than a dog being chased. Qin Jinji strolled into the main hall of Weiyang Palace, as if walking through her own garden. Passing by Shen Mingtang, she said to her maid, "Bring me a cup of tea." Upon entering the room and seeing the bird's nest on the table, she turned back and said, "Bring me a bowl of that bird's nest too." Shen Mingtang gritted her teeth and said, "Aren't you afraid I might poison you?" Qin Jinji shrugged and smiled. "That would be great. If I die here, grandfather will surely punish you. Then there will be no one in the palace who can make grandmother uncomfortable." Shen Mingtang's breathing grew heavier with anger. Qin Jinji looked at the palace maid standing protectively beside Shen Mingtang and said, "What are you just standing there for? If you don't move, I might just die right now." She then drew a dagger from her leg and made a move as if to stab her own neck. Shen Mingtang immediately panicked and said, "Quick, go get her." Qin Jinji is truly a little crazy. If something really happened in Weiyang Palace, the emperor would definitely blame her. Qin Jinji watched the young maid run away and laughed loudly. "Guifei Shen is so easily frightened. I was just joking. Do you think I want to risk my life?" Ha ha ha. Shen Mingtong's face turned pale with anger, trembling. What exactly are you here for? Qin Jinji sat on a soft chair, crossing her legs. Isn't it obvious? I'm here to find trouble with you. Shen Mingtang knew very well that now she was demoted, this little brat wouldn't miss a chance to mock her. But she didn't expect her to be so brazen. She even dared to come to her door and mock her. Qin Jinji, even if I am demoted, I am still the emperor's consort, the mother of the 17th prince. Our Shen family is still here. You have no right to look down on me. In the past, out of respect for the emperor, Shen Mingtang could still maintain a polite appearance when dealing with Qin Jinji. Now that little has come knocking, she's acting polite. She really treats him like a soft persimmon. But Qin Jinji laughed even louder after hearing this. Your son will die soon, but luckily, you still have a foolish daughter. Shen Mingtang suddenly stood up. You dare to curse the prince. Qin Jinji, how bold of you. Even if you are favored by His Majesty, cursing the prince is a serious crime. I am going to see the emperor. Qin Jinji looked indifferent. I didn't curse him. Today, some assassins appeared at the racetrack out of nowhere. Your son is now seriously injured and unconscious. But I think he looks like he's close to death. Shen Mingtang quickly stood up. What did you say?
Chuan was attacked.
Don't talk nonsense. Qin Jinji suddenly moved closer to Shen Mingtang. Shen Luiying is from your Shen family, right? You arranged her into the Eastern Palace, hoping to keep your family's power strong. What Shen Luiying? What Eastern Palace? Shen Mingtang frowned tightly. What is Qin Jinji trying to say? How is Chuaner doing? Qin Jinji didn't answer. Her eyes grew cold. If Shen Luiying dares to do anything in the Eastern Palace, I will kill her directly. Shen Mingtang's face was full of anger. What are you talking about? At this moment, her palace maid came in with Bird's Nest, hurriedly saying, Princess Jinji, what are you going to do to Shen Guipin? She tremblingly stepped forward and protected Shen Mingtang behind her. Qin Jinji raised her hand, took the bowl of Bird's Nest, and smiled. I won't eat the bird's nest. I'm afraid your little maid will spit in it. Then she let go and threw the bowl at Shen Mingtang's feet, splashing Bird's Nest all over her. She raised an eyebrow and said to Shen Mingtang, Shen Guipin, you should know my temper. After saying that, she stepped out of Weiyang Palace. Shen Mingtang was so angry she nearly fainted. After so many years of luxury, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? One day, she would tear Qin Jinji into pieces. That little brat said Chuaner is unconscious. Is that true? The little palace maid anxiously said, Your Majesty, it is true. The news just came, and I haven't had time to tell you. Shen Mingtang immediately felt unsteady. If something happened to her Chuana, what hope did she have left? What exactly is going on? There are reports of an assassin entering the racetrack, heading straight for our prince. Although the assassin was captured, our prince was seriously injured. The target is Chuaner. Who would want to kill Chuaner? Shen Mingtang slid onto a stool. Suddenly, Qin Jinji's words from earlier echoed in her mind. Over the years, Shen Mingtang has been favored in the palace. The Shen family repeatedly tried to send their daughters into the palace to strengthen their influence, but Shen Mingtang refused each time. Only Shen Luiying entered through the palace maid's route, and the Shen family acted first and reported later. Seeing that Shen Luiying was quite beautiful, she was transferred away. If her favor was taken away, her power, Xiao Chuan's political career, and Shen Si's official career would all be affected. She had almost forgotten this person, and now Shen's family had actually sent her to the Eastern Palace. It looked like they were trying to take her down and use her as a. Her closeness to the crown prince was because she saw him as a fool, but the emperor protected him repeatedly. Since that's the case, she would support the crown prince. When he ascended the throne, she would let him abdicate in favor of Chuana, making it all legitimate. But brothers don't have sons who are legitimate heirs. They planned to make the crown prince a puppet, so the Shen family could later control the emperor and command the princes. Their plan was quite clever. Shen Mingtang clenched her teeth. Do you know who sent that assassin? The young palace maid shook her head. Those assassins are all locked up. I only heard they came from the south. Shen Mingtang sneered angrily and slammed the table. The ungrateful Shen family. They see us as a problem, the young maid hurriedly said. Madam, what should we do? Shen Mingtang's eyes turned cold. Close the door and prepare my makeup. I need to see the emperor. The young maid hesitated. Madam, the door has been taken away. Shen Mingtang angrily swept everything off the table onto the ground. Just wait and see. Qin Jinji saw Fian squatting by the door as soon as she left the Weiyang palace. Fian was holding a cloak. As soon as she saw Qin Jinji come out, she immediately stood up. Princess, you finally came out. She quickly wrapped the cloak around Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji pinched her little face. I didn't raise you in vain. Fian chuckled and took out a few sour fruits from her, looking proud. Just picked these. This time, Qin Jinji genuinely laughed out loud and took a bite of the sour fruit. The two of them headed toward the queen's private chamber. Fian, what do you want to do after leaving the palace in the future? Nothing special, just wait for the princess to raise me. How about I start a drama troupe? I think I could sing well. Really? But, princess, I don't know how to sing. You just need to get paid for it. In the imperial study, Consort Shin was kneeling on the ground, sniffling and crying. Even though she was almost 40, her pitiful appearance didn't seem to fade at all. The emperor asked with a stern face, You want to see me, but when you do, you don't say anything. What are you doing? Today, Consort Shin was dressed plainly, not as charming as usual. Instead, she had a different look. She gently wiped away her tears and said, Your Majesty, I am ashamed and angry about what my family did. It's all my fault for not controlling them. Please don't be upset and ruin your health because of them. I've been worried about you day and night these past few days, but I was afraid you wouldn't want to see me. The emperor asked, Then why did you come to see me? Consort Shin immediately looked like she couldn't hide her sadness, acting like a helpless young girl, and tearfully said, I miss you so much, Your Majesty. It's been several days since I last saw you. The emperor sighed helplessly. Oh, you. What am I supposed to do with you? Seeing the emperor's temper soften, Consort Shin stood up, looking aggrieved, and approached him with tears in her eyes, saying, I thought you never wanted to see me again. The emperor reached out and embraced her, saying, It's because I'm angry at your father. He's spoiled Shen Huan so much that he's become lawless, even involved in many crimes. If I don't deal with Shen Huan, how can I explain to the people? Consort Shin seemed to have learned her lesson this time. She said, I understand. I didn't expect my father to let Shen Huan become so lawless. Even if I am his aunt, I cannot tolerate him harming the people. My father is protecting him. It's right for your majesty to punish him. She also sternly scolded him and asked the emperor to calm down and take care of his health. The emperor looked at her and asked, You don't blame me for punishing him so harshly, even stripping you of your noble consort title. Xin Guifei immediately said, This is entirely my fault for not controlling myself properly. I would never blame your majesty. As long as I can stay by your side, I am willing to accept any rank, even if I am demoted to a minor lady. The emperor looked much happier and said, I told you. You are the one in the palace who cares for me the most. Shen Mingting stepped out of the emperor's embrace and, as if she had made a firm decision, said, Your Majesty, I believe that the downfall of the Shen family is their own fault. Over the years, Your Majesty has shown great favor and support to me and my family. But the Shen family has not been grateful and has done things that anger the heavens. I think there should be a small punishment to remind them of Your Majesty's kindness. The emperor looked surprised and asked, Oh? What do you mean, beloved consort? A faint light flashed in Shen Mingtong's eyes. The Shen family's relatives have been holding important positions in the capital because of Your Majesty's favor. This has given Shen Huan the power to act recklessly. It might be better to remove some of the Shen family's officials and send them back to the south. This way, it's a small punishment, but also a way for Your Majesty to show the people that justice is served. I don't want the Shen family to cause Your Majesty's reputation as a wise ruler to be tarnished. The emperor was very moved and said, My beloved consort is willing to worry for me like this. I am truly touched. As long as I can help Your Majesty, I am willing to do anything. Family influence is an important sign of power among palace women. Normally, Shin Mingtang would not interfere with her family's power. But now, the Shin family in the south sees her as losing influence and thinks she and her son are obstacles to their rise. All these years, if it weren't for her, the Shin family wouldn't be so prosperous. Since that's the case, she will make them see clearly who the Shin family truly relies on. Qin Jinji's words made her immediately alert. The Shin family considers her a discarded member. If she truly becomes a discarded member, she and her son will have no way to survive. That night, the emperor stayed overnight in Weiyang Palace. News of Shin Mingtang's regained favor also spread in the court. The next day, many officials from the Shin family were transferred back to the south to assist Pei Jinyan in investigating the flood disaster. This was proposed by the current Shun Guifei, and the Shin family was hit hard with no way to protest. What does this Shin Guifei mean? Each noble family mainly controls their own territory, but only the direct descendants are usually chosen to go to the capital and join the court. This suggestion from noble consort Shin immediately ruined years of investment by the Shin family. When Qin Jinji left the palace, the emperor's orders had already been issued. Shin Mingtang was a tough person. He directly sent many Shin family members back to the south. Yun Kei had been waiting outside the palace gates for a long time. Just as Qin Jinji was about to get into the carriage, a hurried voice called out from behind, "Princess! Princess!" Qin Jinji turned around and saw Li Jin in plain clothes, running toward her with a bundle. Li Jin smiled and said, "Finally caught up." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Are you on duty today?" Li Jin, looking flattering, replied, "You asked me to think about your people working for you, and I have." Qin Jinji chuckled softly. "And what about your position in the royal guard?" Li Jin threw the bundle over his shoulder. "Don't worry, princess. I resigned early this morning. I'm just waiting to follow you." He had no status or background, and his job guarding the palace gates was about to end. But the young princess was known for being generous. Staying with her would earn more money than working as a guard. Plus, her noble status might help him find a better way out. Qin Jinji smiled at Yun Kei and said, "Do you know why I like him? He's quick to judge the situation and knows how to act. People like him are useful." She stepped into the carriage. "Can you drive?" Li Jin immediately sat in the driver's seat and said to Yun Kei, "Miss, you stay inside and relax with the princess." "I, Li Jin, am the best at driving." Yun Kei raised an eyebrow but followed Qin Jinji into the carriage. Qin Jinji's voice came out, "Go to Qing Shui Lane." Li Jin immediately turned the carriage around without asking more questions. After about half an hour, Li Jin said, "Princess, we've arrived at Qing Shui Lane." Qin Jinji got out of the carriage and told Li Jin, "There's a family named Wei living at the very end of Qing Shui Lane. I don't care what method you use, but within half a month, you must get the old man of that family to come back with you to the Prince of Jinbei's residence. After that, I will give you 50 taels of silver each month." Li Jin shook his head vigorously. His monthly salary as a guard was only 2 taels of silver. The princess just promised him so much. Qin Jinji smiled and said, "Don't celebrate too early. I don't keep useless people around. If you can't bring someone back, you won't stay by my side." She didn't say more, and Li Jin understood. If he couldn't complete the task given by the princess, he wouldn't have the right to stay close to her. He would go wherever he was sent. But being near a powerful person wouldn't help him find a bright future. He was determined to finish the task. Qin Jinji threw a token into Li Jin's hand. "This is a pass for the North King's residence. When the old man sees it, he'll know you're with me. I'm waiting for good news from you." Then Qin Jinji returned to her carriage. "Rest assured, princess, I won't let you down." Qin Jinji also lifted the curtain of the carriage and said, "That old man has a son. If you can bring him back too, I'll give you 10 more taels." Li Jin's eyes lit up. He would carry the old man back to the North King's residence. Lark looked at Li Jin's confident back with sympathy. Old Wei's curses were really unpleasant. Qin Jinji and Lark returned to the palace. In the evening, she changed into men's clothes and went to Tianxiang Tower again. Thanks to Lu Yi's medicine, Luo Xiang's wounds had healed quite a bit, though her voice was still a little hoarse. Mother Luo is really strong. With so many injuries, she'll recover in a few days. Luo Xiang shook her silk handkerchief. Of course. I, Luo Xiang, am blessed with good fortune and a strong life. Qin Jinji sat at the table. How is the investigation going? Luo Xiang immediately looked curious and said, last time, you suspected Li Chao's son, Li Mi, was having relationship troubles outside. You guessed right. Li Mi secretly kept a concubine and arranged many servants and guards to serve her. My people said that woman seems to be pregnant. Sure enough, it was a woman. When Qin Jinji examined the body with a few others last time, she found something strange. Li Mi's body showed signs of someone venting their anger, especially since his private parts had been cut off. The first person to dismember him was probably not very strong. She couldn't help but suspect that a woman with emotional issues with Li Mi had killed him. However, it is likely that someone helped her throw the body into the Heavenly Fragrance Tower. But none of this is the strangest part. The strangest thing is still Li Chao. He didn't investigate the cause of Li Mi's death, but kept pressing Luo Xiangfu to reveal who was behind her. It didn't seem like he wanted to find out who the murderer was. Instead, it looked like he was trying to force Luo Xiangfu to reveal what he knew. Moreover, before the case was solved, Li Chao took Li Mi's body home. When Lu Yi examined the body, there were no signs of an autopsy. As the Minister of Justice, Li Chao should have taken the first step to investigate the case. Why was he doing nothing? If he was overwhelmed with grief and couldn't remember, Qin Jinji's visit that day didn't seem like he was out of control. In her conversation with Qin Jinji, besides anger, there was also doubt and worry.
What was he worried about?
Qin Jinji's lips curled into a smile. The situation was becoming very interesting. She looked at Luo Xiangfu and asked, "Does the sixth prince have any contact with you?" Luo Xiangfu smiled happily upon hearing this. Don't mention it. Ever since rumors spread all over the city that the sixth prince is the real owner of the Heavenly Fragrance Tower, that fool hasn't dared to come looking for me. My people told me that when Yang Wenshuan left the sixth prince's residence, he was covered in blood. I guess he went home and cried to his wife. Qin Jinji also smiled, imagining her good uncle's furious expression. Tomorrow, I plan to visit Qingji. Do you have anything to give him? Luo Xiangfu was very straightforward, handing her a bundle. If you don't tell me, I'll send someone else. Qin Jinji took the bundle and asked, what should I tell him? Tell that brat to study hard. When I have time, I'll go see him. Qin Jinji picked up the bundle and left. Outside Heavenly Fragrance Tower, Qin Jinji looked at the address Luo Xiangfu found and decided to see if this woman was the one who killed Li Mi. The carriage stopped at the West Street entrance, and Qin Jinji and Yun Kei leapt into a courtyard. They moved quietly, searching for the woman. The courtyard was quiet and peaceful, clearly well maintained by its owner. They reached the roof of the house, just as a bedroom door was carefully opened. A woman in her nightclothes, with her hair loose, stepped out of the room. Her belly was already swollen, looking about 4 or 5 months pregnant. The woman was barefoot and hurriedly walking somewhere. Qin Jinji and Yunk quietly followed behind her. The woman finally ran into a courtyard. At that moment, someone inside the house suddenly shouted, "Miss is missing. Quickly find her. Miss, you're over there." Hearing the shout, the woman did not look back and directly jumped into a well. Yunk widened her eyes and looked back at Qin Jinji. Should we save her? Qin Jinji looked calm.
She's not my concubine.
But Qin Jinji also heard the shouting from afar. She picked up a stone and threw it at the tiles nearby, smashing them all. What was that sound? It's from the backyard. Go check it out quickly. The backyard has a well. Miss might have jumped into it. Go find her now. Soon, a young maid and a group of guards rushed over. Drowning is very painful, whether it's accidental or intentional. When the guards reached the well, they saw the woman inside.
Quick! Save the lady!
Save her! One guard immediately jumped down. After a while, people above threw down a rope and pulled both of them up. The woman's face was pale, and Qin Jinji noticed she still had bandages on her forehead, soaked with water, with blood stains visible. Her wrists were also wrapped in bandages. Seeing the woman's resolute act of jumping into the well, Qin Jinji wondered if she had been trying to end her life. But everyone in the household was usually afraid something would happen to her.
Quick.
Call the doctor. If anything happens to the lady, the master won't forgive you. The maid called the master. Rumors of Li Mi's death had already spread in the city, but the household had not received any news. Did Li Mi have another woman? The moonlight shone on the woman's thin face. Her eyes were tightly closed. Qin Jinji frowned slightly. Why does this woman look so familiar? After everyone left, Qin Jinji and Yunk climbed out of the house. Yunk, do you think this woman looks familiar? Have we seen her before? Yunk also had that feeling but couldn't remember where she had seen her. Keep an eye on this place and the Li household. The next day, Qin Jinji dressed as a man and went to the Imperial Academy. She changed to a completely black carriage, with no sign of the Prince of North's residence. She arrived at the gate of the Imperial College just in time for the students to leave. A very handsome young boy saw the carriage at the gate and excitedly ran over. He stood by the curtain and happily called out, "Third brother." Qin Jinji heard the voice, lifted the curtain, and saw the boy with some scratches on his face, smiling. The boy happily got into the carriage. "Third brother, when did you come back? I missed you so much." He said this and tried to hug Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji smiled and stopped him. "Third brother is injured." The boy looked worried and asked, "How did third brother get hurt?" Qin Jinji said casually, "Just a small injury. My mother made you new clothes, so I brought them for you." Luo Qingji looked a bit sad. "Third brother, why is mother always busy? I haven't seen her for almost a year. And you too, you've been gone for 3 years. I feel like no one wants me anymore." Qin Jinji smiled. 3 years have passed quickly. You're already 16. Why are you still acting like a little girl? Luo Qingji affectionately asked Qin Jinji, "Third brother, are you leaving again this time?" Qin Jinji handed him a box and smiled. "You won't leave until you pass the imperial exam." Luo Qingji looked surprised and asked, "Is this for me?" He opened the box, which contained a bright green inkstone, elegant and rare, shining like jade. Qin Jinji said, "This is a Zhaoyan inkstone. When tapped, it produces water droplets. It writes ink quickly without damaging the brush. It stores ink for a long time without drying out. Many successful scholars use this type of inkstone, also called the top scholar's inkstone. Third brother gives this to you, wishing you to win first place next year." "Thank you, third brother." Luo Qingji was very happy, not just because the inkstone was valuable, but because his brother had such high hopes for him. Qin Jinji took Luo Qingji back to Luo Xiang's house in Jingnan, where Luo Qingji was to stay. It wasn't very big, but it was clearly well maintained. Inside the house, there was an old butler, a cook, a young servant, and a maid. When Qin Jinji entered the yard, a young maid happily shouted, "Young Master San. You're back in the capital." Qin Jinji smiled. "Xiao Tao has grown up too." Little Peach was very happy. "Third young master, you finally came back. You've been thinking about you all these 3 years. Come, have a meal here today. I'll ask Aunt Chi to cook your favorite Chijo stir-fry." Qin Jinji nodded and replied, "Okay." Luo Qingji took Qin Jinji to the backyard. The backyard was different from the elegant front hall. It had been turned into a small training ground. He told Qin Jinji to sit aside. Then, with a proud look, he picked up a bow from a nearby shelf, aimed at Qin Jinji, and pulled it tight. Luo Qingji said eagerly, "Third brother, I can now draw a one-sha bow." Qin Jinji nodded. "Not bad, you haven't been lazy. A stone is about 120 jin, around 60 kilograms. Being able to draw it easily after practicing daily for at least 3 years shows dedication." She walked to the bow rack, picked up a 2-sha bow. She took an arrow from the quiver, aimed at a distant target. The bow was instantly pulled tight, and she shot the arrow straight into the target with a whoosh. "Starting today, you will draw your bow 500 times every day until you can draw a 2-sha bow." Luo Qingji looked at Qin Jinji with admiration but asked hesitantly, "Third brother, I'm not taking the martial exam, so why do I need to learn martial arts, horseback riding, and archery?" Qin Jinji put the bow back on the rack. "Tell me, are there more good people or bad people in this world?" Luo Qingji smiled. Of course, there are more good people. Qin Jinji turned to look at him. Then, if one day you really enter the court and discover a shocking injustice, but the mastermind is a high-ranking official, would you expose him? Luo Qingji's face turned serious. Of course. If I go to the court, I will serve honestly and fight corruption. If there's real injustice, no matter how powerful the official, I will remove the evil from the court. And what if a high official sends people to kill you? Luo Qingji suddenly understood. I see, third brother. You want me to be able to protect myself when I'm in danger. Qin Jinji tapped his head. Exactly. When you're in danger, you need to escape quickly. If you lose your life, everything else is meaningless. Luo Qingji rubbed his head. Then why shouldn't I learn light skills? Because light skills can't fix stupidity. When you enter the court, you'll see how many fools there are. When you try to reason with them and fail, you can tell them you know little boxing or kicking. I understand, third brother. I will study hard. Luo Qingji really admires Qin Jinji. Although Qin Jinji is only 2 years older than him, it seems like she can do everything. She can guide him in both studies and martial arts. He looks up to her the most in the world. Qin Jinji checked Luo Qingji's other lessons and was mostly satisfied. After they finished eating, Qin Jinji followed Luo Qingji to a small ancestral hall. Inside, there was a spirit tablet, but strangely, it had no words on it. Luo Qingji handed her some incense. Father, third brother is here to pay respects to you. Qin Jinji took the incense and bowed 3 times respectfully. Her eyes darkened with emotion. After lighting the incense, she said, study hard, learn martial arts well. Third brother will come to see you again soon. Luo Qingji looked a little sad, lowering his head as he followed Qin Jinji out of the house. Let's go back. Luo Qingji asked carefully, third brother, when will you come see me again? Can I find you when I miss you? Third brother is good at everything, but he never lets Luo Qingji visit him. Until now, Luo Qingji doesn't even know where his third brother lives. Seeing his sad expression, Qin Jinji thought for a moment and took off a jade pendant from her waist, handing it to him. I am now working at the Prince of Jinbei's residence. If you need anything, take this jade to find Qin San at the prince's house. I will come out to see you. Luo Qingji's face lit up with happiness. I won't bother your third brother unnecessarily. You must come to see me often. Qin Jinji smiled. Go back now. Luo Qingji held the jade pendant happily and returned to the house. Mama Qi looked worried as she said to Luo Qingji, young master, did third young master leave angry? Luo Qingji looked confused. No, why? Mama Qi felt a little ashamed and said, today, I heard third young master came back, so I prepared some small stir-fry from Suzhou. But I was so happy I forgot to add salt. Do you think third young master might think I was deliberately neglecting him? Luo Qingji looked puzzled. Although he was born in Suzhou, he didn't like Suzhou cuisine. Instead, his third brother preferred other dishes. So today's Suzhou stir-fry was served in front of Qin Jinji. He wondered, it can't be. I saw third brother used quite a lot of salt. Mrs. Qi felt even more ashamed and said, it must be that the third young master is worried about my feelings. Next time he comes, I will personally come to apologize. Luo Qingji didn't think much and continued reading. He thought, next time my older brother comes, I can't let him down. Back at the house, Yun Kei brought someone to Qin Jinji. You said that the guard of that house entered through Li's back door, and after disguising himself, followed that guard to the house. Qin Jinji frowned. So, Li Chao knew about Li Mi's extramarital affair. The maid said the old master wasn't Li Mi, but Li Chao. Li Chao was so nervous about this woman. Could it be because of the baby in her belly? Qin Jinji lightly tapped the table with her finger. Did Li Mi get married? The person spying shook his head. Li Mi is the youngest son of Minister Li, and he hasn't married yet. So, Li Chao is worried about his only son? That makes sense, but something felt strange. Suddenly, a scene flashed through Qin Jinji's mind. She said to the spy, keep watching. Report any new developments. Yes, princess. Qin Jinji stood up and said to Yun Kei, come with me to Li's house. Qin Jinji and Yun Kei, familiar with each other, entered the courtyard where Li Chao's coffin was placed. But this time, everything was gone. Even the memorial hall had been dismantled. Qin Jinji looked at Yun Ke, who flew away quickly. Half an hour later, Yun Ke returned to Li Mi's courtyard. He shook his head. There was no coffin anywhere in the Li residence. The Li family showed no sign of mourning. This was interesting. Before the case was closed, Li Chao had hurriedly taken down the funeral arrangements. At this moment, voices came from outside the courtyard. A choked voice said, "The young master was buried before the 7th day. The murderer hasn't been found yet, and my young master died so mysteriously. Old master, you dare to ignore what I say? Such a good young master. How could he encounter evil people? You must catch the murderer. Let me find out who killed my young master. I will make him pay. Bah, bah, bah. Come to the young master's courtyard now." As the saying goes, no talking about ghosts at night. Qin Jinji glanced at the two people and gestured to Yunk. Yunk immediately understood her meaning. She swept her palm forward, and the tree beside the yard began to sway violently, making the quiet little courtyard feel especially eerie. The two young servants were startled. Yunk struck again with her palm, causing the tree to shake even more fiercely. "My chest feels so tight," Qin Jinji whispered in a strange voice.
"Ah,
ghosts," the two servants exclaimed, falling to the ground in fear. But then, a choked voice asked, "Young master, is that you?" "Young master," another frightened voice replied, "there's no blame or debt here. It's not us who hurt you, young master. Don't come to take our lives. My chest feels so tight." The first voice trembled. Surely today, the master buried the young master, and the soil pressed down on him, making him uncomfortable, someone suddenly said. Suddenly, 2 silver coins fell from the sky. "Help the young master loosen the soil. His chest feels so tight." The frightened servant, seeing the silver coins, burst into tears. He believed it was the young master, who was always kind to him, never scolding or hitting him. The young master often took him along for food and fun, and even after death, he wanted to send silver to loosen the soil for him. "Young master, I'll go loosen the soil right now." Without caring about his fear, the servant ran in a certain direction. Qin Jinji and Yunk exchanged glances and followed him. This was a loyal servant, and from his words, he seemed to be Li Mi's personal servant. Their relationship must have been close. Qin Jinji wondered if this person knew more secrets. The servant carried a shovel and ran into the bamboo grove behind Li's residence. There, a small grave mound stood. Someone had simply buried the young master there, without even a stone marker. The servant cried as he dug the soil. After digging for a while, he looked at the grave and sobbed. "Young master, are you feeling better now?" Qin Jinji almost laughed out loud. In this day and age, some people still believe in ghosts and spirits. She looked at Yunk, who threw a stone to knock the servant out. They arrived at the grave, and Yunk took the shovel from the servant and started digging. Before long, the coffin's lid appeared. Lark dug a few more times, and once the coffin was fully exposed, she kicked open the lid. Sure enough, Li Mi's body was inside. Lark frowned. The smell of decay was really unpleasant. Qin Jinji didn't react much. She took out a silk handkerchief and handed it to Lark. "Cover his eyes." Lark covered Li Mi's hollow eye sockets. In that moment, she understood why the woman in the house that day looked so familiar. After covering Li Mi's eyes, her face looked very similar to the woman who wanted to die. Especially the nose. Not just them, but one more person. Qin Jinji carefully recalled the faces of the 3. If their eyes were covered, all 3 looked very much alike. In the house, the maid called that woman the young lady and called Li Chao the master. So, was that woman Li Chao's daughter? Qin Jinji sneered. "I remember Li Chao only had 2 sons, no daughters. So, is this girl an illegitimate child? Did Li Mi, raised outside, turn out to be Li Chao's illegitimate daughter?" Lark scratched her head, feeling a bit confused. Qin Jinji chuckled. "So, what is Li Chao trying to hide? Is it that he has an illegitimate daughter, or that a son's concubine is actually his daughter?" Or maybe his daughter got pregnant before marriage. Whatever it was too exciting. If any of this got out, his reputation would be ruined. And what role did Wei Ziming play in all this? Qin Jinji had a premonition that once she solved this mystery, she would gain something unexpected. The two returned to the palace. Yunjin handed her a letter. "Princess, this is a letter from the Chui residence." Qin Jinji quickly opened the letter and read it. Then she looked at Yunjin and asked, "Has the Chui family's people left?" Yunjin shook his head. "The young servant from Chui's house said their young lady asked him to wait at the door for your reply. Tell him that the imperial decree lifting the ban will be delivered to Chui's house tomorrow." They weren't too slow. If it were someone else, Prime Minister Chui probably wouldn't take them seriously. But if that person was Du Zhong, it would be very dangerous for him. If he was kept under tighter control for another day, his situation would worsen. Prime Minister Chui couldn't sit still anymore. Now everything was ready, just waiting for the east wind from Jiangnan. When Lu Yi walked over, she saw Qin Jinji swallowing twice the usual amount of pills. She walked over and grabbed Qin Jinji's wrist, frowning tightly. "Why are you taking double doses again? Won't this medicine last much longer?" After a moment, Lu Yi looked very worried. "Are your senses starting to go too?" Qin Jinji thought about Li Mi's body and how the lark seemed to smell something. But she didn't smell anything. Lu Yi saw her expression and knew she guessed right. "What should we do? If all your senses disappear, even finding the orchid grass won't help. Why is it happening so fast?" Lu Yi paced back and forth, worried about what to do. Did the people sent out really search carefully? Why haven't they found anything after so long? Qin Jinji remained calm. "What do you want from me?" She could accept her own death calmly. Lu Yi originally wanted to ask about the Imperial Hospital, but now her priority was Qin Jinji's life. According to her prediction, Qin Jinji still had at least a year before her senses gradually disappeared. But now, her 5 senses and 3 perceptions were already starting to fail. And yet, Qin Jinji still went about her day leisurely. She could still act normally and harm others. She was crazy, a pervert. No, she couldn't wait any longer. Saving Qin Jinji's life was the most important thing now. Lu Yi turned and left. Qin Jinji was stunned. "You haven't told me what you want from me." "It doesn't matter." When Zhao Wuji left the Dali Temple, he saw Lu Yi pacing back and forth at the door. As soon as Zhao Wuji appeared, she immediately came over. "Master Zhao." Zhao Wuji didn't see Qin Jinji's figure and asked, "Is the princess asking you to pass on a message?" Lu Yi looked around and pulled Zhao Wuji aside. "It's not the princess who wants to see you, it's me." Zhao Wuji was a bit surprised. He didn't know Lu Yi well. Lu Yi whispered, "I have something I want to ask for your help with. If you help me, I owe you a favor." Lu Yi approached a medical clinic and hesitated outside for a moment. As if encouraging herself, she then stepped inside. "You are finally back." Hearing the voice, a man with a scholarly air quickly stepped out of the inner room. Lu Yi saw that the man's face was not very warm, but she still said, "Senior brother, long time no see." The man stepped forward and tried to shake Lu Yi's hand, but she subtly avoided it. "Master misses you very much." "I do too. Where have you been these 3 years?" "Master was very upset after reading the letters you left." Lu Yi replied calmly, "Senior brother, let's talk about this later. I want to see my father." The man immediately said yes, yes, yes. "Master will be so happy to see you return. He's in the backyard. I'll take you there now." Lu Yi followed the man to the backyard. An old man with a gentle, fairy-like appearance was drying herbs. "Master, I told the young servants to do this. Why are you doing it yourself again?" The old man, with his back to them, said, "These herbs are rare. The young ones are careless. I'd rather do it myself and be sure." The man happily said, "Master, look who's back." The old man paused, still holding a basket of herbs. He slowly turned around and saw Lu Yi standing behind the man.
"Dad."
"It's been 3 years. How is your health?" The old man turned his head away again. "I won't die. I wonder what wind blew the great Dr. Lu Yi to my herb hall. Li Yi, hearing his words, was straightforward and said, "Dad, I know you have a pill called Kalangdan. You got it by chance in the borderlands. No matter what poison someone has, taking this pill can extend their life by 3 years. I want that pill." The old man threw the basket onto the shelf heavily. "You left without a word 3 years ago, and now you come back asking for Kalangdan. Weren't you determined to become the #1 divine doctor in the world? How come? Even the great Dr. Li Yi can't solve some poisons?" Li Yi ignored his sarcasm and said, "How can you give me the Kalangdan?" The man beside them saw the tension rising and quickly stepped forward. "Junior sister, is something troubling you? Why do you need the Kalangdan so badly? Is someone poisoned? Why don't you bring the person here? I can talk to the master." "Senior brother, do you think your medical skills are better than mine?" Hearing this, the man's face stiffened and turned pale. The old man immediately shouted loudly after hearing this, "How can you talk to your senior brother like that? Do you know that for the past 3 years, Bai Chao Hall has been managed entirely by others? Isn't that what you wanted?" Li Yi's face also turned cold. "At first you didn't want to pass Bai Chao Hall to me because I am a girl. You said that girls can't be good doctors. You also taught all the medical skills of the Liu family to Brother Fong. Managing Bai Chao Hall was originally his responsibility." Liu Yuanqing immediately shouted angrily, "Is that how you talk to your father? Is that how I taught you?" Li Yi sneered, "Dad, you forgot that none of this was taught by you. Get out. I don't want a daughter like you." Li Yi didn't leave but looked at the old man's flushed face and said, "If you give me the Chulang Dan, I will marry Brother Fong, stay at home, and never mention practicing medicine again." Liu Yuanqing looked at Li Yi in disbelief. Really? Li Yi left home because Liu Yuanqing insisted she marry Fong Junxing at that time. "Just tell me if you agree or not. If you don't agree, I will leave right now." Seeing that Liu Yuanqing still didn't respond, Li Yi clenched her teeth and turned to leave. She looked back at Liu Yuanqing. Liu Yuanqing slowly said, "The 5th day of next month is an auspicious day.
The wedding will be on that day.
After the marriage, I will give you the Chu Lang Dan." Li Yi frowned and asked, "Are you serious?" Liu Yuanqing snorted coldly, "Of course I am serious." Li Yi looked conflicted, then sighed, "Fine, I agree. But I need to see the Chu Lang Dan first. If I marry Brother Fong and you don't have the Chu Lang Dan, what should I do?" Liu Yuanqing was so angry, he gasped heavily. "Rebellious girl. Junsheng, go get the Chu Lang Dan for her to see." Fong Junsheng couldn't believe it. His sister, who had run away from home for 3 years, was coming back to marry him. He stood there, smiling foolishly. Junsheng. Junsheng. It took a while before Fong Junsheng heard his master calling him. "What are you standing there for? Go get the Chu Lang Dan for her, so she doesn't say I, her father, am fooling around." Fong Junsheng hurriedly ran to the medicine pavilion. Soon he returned with a small box. "Junior sister, here you go." Li Yi opened the box and saw a dark-colored pill inside. There was no medicine smell, only a strong, strange fragrance. It was really Chu Lang Dan.
Qin Jinji was saved.
As long as she took this pill, Qin Jinji could live at least 3 more years. 3 years. She believed she could find an antidote and discover the orchid grass. Li Yi quickly threw herself into Liu Yuanqing's arms. "Father." "Thank you." Seeing Li Yi soften her attitude, Liu Yuanqing's temper eased. "Father is doing this for your good. Just stay at home and prepare for your marriage. Later, you and Junsheng can live happily. Once you marry Junsheng, you will also inherit Baichao Hall. If you really want to treat people, you can set up a clinic in the inner room. I won't stop you." Liu Yuanqing was also frightened by Li Yi's strong personality and finally softened. In the past, he would never have agreed to let Li Yi see patients. But Li Yi had been away for 3 years with no news, and he didn't know if she was alive or dead. He only had this daughter, and he couldn't help but miss her. "I understand, father." Li Yi held Liu Yuanqing's wrist and gave a sweet smile. Watching Fong Junsheng take back the Chu Lang Dan from the medicine cabinet, Li Yi's smile gradually disappeared. "Qin Jinji, this time you owe me a big favor. You must live well." Zhao Wuji looked into Li Yi's eyes. Miss Lu, I heard what you and your father said today. Is this really okay? Li Yi's voice was low. There's nothing wrong with it, but speak softer. If you wake my father and my senior brother, how can I steal medicine? Zhao Wuji was standing outside the window on the third floor of the medicine pavilion, holding Li Yi. Lu Yidi whispered urgently, Hurry, take me inside. Zhao Wuji was a bit speechless. He was a high-ranking official of the Dali Temple, and he was used to sneaking around. He gently pried open the lock on the window. Pushing the window open, he quickly jumped inside with Li Yi. As soon as Li Yi landed, she took out a fire stick and lit a small oil lamp. Then she pulled out a tiny porcelain bottle from her sleeve. Opening the bottle stopper, a small flying insect flew out. Zhao Wuji was a bit curious. Miss Lu, what are you doing? Lu Yi, holding a lantern, said while following a small flying insect, I'm applying some fragrant powder on Chu Langdan's box. This insect only eats that powder. As long as Chu Langdan is in this room, I can find him. Zhao Wuji was surprised. There really is such a thing. So, you're stealing medicine? Lu Yi clicked her tongue. This is my home. How can I be stealing my own family's things? My father only has me as his daughter. His belongings are also mine. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji chuckled softly. But this afternoon, you said your father plans to pass the 100 Herbs Hall to your senior brother. So, that medicine would belong to your senior brother. My father only plans to pass the clinic to him, not all the family property. My father isn't stupid. The small insect hovered around a wooden box repeatedly. Lu Yi's face lit up with joy. I found it. She ran over quickly and opened the wooden box. Sure enough, it was Chu Langdan. Zhao Wuji watched Lu Yi sneakily put something into her sleeve and laughed. Miss Lu, you're quite different from the other women I've met. I thought you might trade this medicine for marriage. If she really tried to exchange the medicine for marriage, Qin Jinji might directly stab her with a sword, killing her and herself, leaving no one alive. Lu Yi didn't know how much Qin Jinji knew about Zhao Wuji, so she didn't mention the poison of Biluo. I'm determined to become the world's greatest divine doctor. No way I'm getting married. But since ancient times, parents' wishes and matchmakers' words have always decided marriage, Lu Yi looked at Zhao Wuji. Sir Zhao, you're so young, yet still so stubborn. Zhao Wuji touched his nose. Deep love from parents can sometimes be strict, but it's all for the child's good. Lu Yi made a gesture to stop him. Qin Jinji once told me a saying, anyone who claims to do something for your good just to deceive you. I think she's right. I know what's best for me. I don't need others to tell me. Zhao Wuji looked at Lu Yi's determined expression and found it amusing. The princess always speaks wisely. She's not here now. Even if you flatter her, she won't hear you. Come on, let's go quickly before my father finds out. Zhao Wuji carried Lu Yi and flew away from the 100 Herbs Hall. Excitedly, Lu Yi exclaimed, Lord Zhao, I owe you a favor. In the future, whether going up mountains or crossing seas. Well, never mind. If you get sick, just come to me for free treatment. I really can't handle going up mountains or crossing seas. Zhao Wuji smiled and said, It's a deal then. The best doctor in the world must charge a lot, so I think I've gained something. I didn't expect that the famous folk healer Lu Yuanqing, Dr. Lu, is actually your father. No wonder your family is so skilled in medicine. Lu Yi proudly replied, My medical skills have nothing to do with my father. I learned everything on my own. Zhao Wuji looked surprised. Really? Why? Lu Yi waved her hand. Oh, it's the old story. Tradition says sons can learn medicine, but daughters can't. So, my father passed all his skills to my senior brother. Zhao Wuji didn't come for her, but instead looked at her with admiration. Miss Lu, you are amazing. You taught yourself and reached such a high level. Lu Yi shook her head. That's what I call talent. Zhao Wuji asked worriedly. This medicine is so precious. If you took it secretly, can your father handle it? Lu Yi replied confidently. I secretly checked his pulse today. He's as strong as an ox. This small matter won't harm him. Zhao Wuji nodded, feeling reassured. They had now arrived outside the Prince of Jinbei's residence. Miss Liu, we've reached the Prince of Jinbei's house. I'll take my leave now. Lu Yi bowed. Thank you very much today, Lord Zhao. I will repay you another time. Without Zhao Wuji, she couldn't climb up the tower. Zhao Wuji nodded and suddenly disappeared into the air. Lu Yi hurriedly ran to Qin Jinji's courtyard. Qin Jinji was still awake and looked a bit puzzled. Aren't you supposed to stay away today? Why are you coming so late? Lu Yi proudly took out a small box.
Tashda, look.
What do you think this is? Qin Jinji chuckled. Excuse me, Dr. Lu, what is this? Lu Yi opened the box. This is Chu Langdan, an ancient sacred medicine from the border regions. No matter what poison you have, just take this pill, and it will suppress the toxin and extend your life by 3 years. Qin Jinji wondered why Lu Yi hurriedly left earlier. Where did you get this? Lu Yi replied, From my father. Are you not determined to be the best in the world and refuse to go home? It's because Lan Ji Chao is too hard to find, and your poison acts up too quickly. Without Chu Langdan, I would only have about 2 months to live. Did your father just give you that? Li Yi touched her nose. I said I would give him Chu Langdan, and then I would marry my senior brother. Qin Jinji's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of danger. Li Yi quickly said, Of course I was lying. I asked Lord Zhao to help me steal it. It's my family stuff. What's wrong with trying it first? Hurry and eat this. Qin Jinji kept staring at her. Li Yi solemnly repeated, I really stole it. You should eat it quickly. If not, tomorrow you can send some silver to Baichao Hall. Consider it our purchase. Only then did Qin Jinji pick up the Chu Langdan and put it in her mouth. Lu Yi grinned and said, This is worth a house with 3 entrances and exits. Qin Jinji swallowed the Chu Langdan, then raised her eyebrows. Tomorrow I will send some silver to Baichao Hall. Isn't that like I bought it myself? Li Yi jumped in anger. You scoundrel. Bad stuff. However, this Chu Langdan is truly a secret medicine from beyond the border. As soon as Qin Jinji ate it, she seemed to smell a faint exotic fragrance. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of black blood and blacked out. Qin Jinji fainted. When Qin Jinji woke up, she only felt a strong smell of blood in her mouth. She frowned and opened her eyes. A strong aroma of food hit her face. Qin Jinji turned her head aside. She saw Lu Yi and Yunjin holding fans, fanning the fragrant dishes on the table toward her. They looked at her with strange expressions. Lu Yi gestured in front of her nose. Did you smell anything? Qin Jinji sat up. Yungo immediately came over to help her put on her shoes. Did the small kitchen make soy sauce 8 treasure rice? Li Yi's eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled her to the table. Try these dishes. Qin Jinji raised her eyebrows. Her sense of smell had returned. Had her other senses also come back? She sat at the table, picked up a piece of roasted mountain chicken, and put it in her mouth. Then she tried all the dishes on the table one by one. Lu Yi looked a bit nervous. Why was Qin Jinji not reacting? Could it be that my sense of taste has finally returned? Qin Jinji put down her chopsticks. This is too salty, this is too sweet, this is too sour, and what is this strange taste in the soup? Change the kitchen staff. Yunjin quickly hugged Qin Jinji. Princess, your taste has come back. That's wonderful. Everyone else in the room finally relaxed. Lu Yi sank onto a stool. It's finally okay. I was so scared. Yesterday, Qin Jinji coughed up blood and fainted. Yun Kei almost hurt her badly. If it weren't for her calmness in the crisis, her bravery and honesty. Well, if Yun Jin and the others hadn't stopped her, Yun Kei might have hurt her badly. Qin Jinji smiled and patted Yun Jin. Send 10,000 taels of silver to Mr. Liu at Baichao Hall. If anyone asks, say it's for Lu Yi. Lu Yi immediately held up 10 fingers. 10,000 taels. All right, I'm going home now to take over the family business. Qin Jinji looked relaxed. This silver is for you. Remember, you owe me 10,000 taels. Lu Yi looked at Qin Jinji as if she saw a ghost. Do you have a conscience? Did that medicine go into a dog's stomach? Qin Jinji looked at Lu Yi with a mischievous smile. The first day you met me, conscience? When did I ever have one? Louis took a deep breath and pressed her finger to her middle of her forehead. Can someone please strike this dog down with lightning? At that moment, a servant's voice came from the door. Princess, today is the family banquet. General Li, Commander Dian, and Commander Fu have arrived with their families. The prince asked me to come and invite you. Yunjin rolled her eyes when she heard families. Those annoying people are here again. Qin Jinji stood up. Then let's go. She led Yun Kei and the others toward the front hall. Before they reached the hall, a loud, arrogant voice was heard. I don't like these flowers, move them away. A young servant said, Miss Li, these were planted by our princess's guest. We need to ask the princess first. Qin Jinji approached. A tall figure dressed in black appeared in her sight. The woman sneered and stepped forward, stomping on a nearby mandrake plant with force. Don't you understand what I'm saying? The servant hurriedly said, Miss Li, what are you doing? If the princess finds out, we won't be able to handle it. He quickly went to pick up the crushed mandala flower after speaking. The woman saw this and directly stepped on the young man's hand. It seems you don't want that hand anymore, Yunjin said to the three people nearby. Don't you think her way of speaking is very much like someone we know? The three nodded in unison, then all looked at Qin Jinji together. Isn't this just how the princess usually behaves? The young man who was stepped on felt a sharp pain in his hand. But Li Liao's father is the adopted son of the prince. Li Liao even calls the prince her grandfather, so how could he offend her? At this moment, a pair of black boots suddenly appeared in front of him. Greetings, princess. Many young men and maids around immediately bowed when they saw Qin Jinji. The woman quickly turned around upon hearing this, only to see Qin Jinji with Yunk and the others behind her, looking at her coldly. Qin Jinji, when did you arrive? Qin Jinji ignored the woman and looked down at the young man. Are you new here? The young man covered his hand and said, Yes, your highness. I've been in the mansion for a month. Li Liao quickly said, This young man is very rude. I'll teach him a lesson. Yunk and the others looked at Li Liao's clothes and then at Qin Jinji. She is just copying the princess. Not only her manners, but also her clothes. All of Qin Jinji's clothes were made by the mansion's embroidery ladies, unique in style, and impossible to buy outside. But she was dressed exactly like the princess. The woman was also stunned when she saw Qin Jinji. In past family banquets, Qin Jinji never attended. She didn't expect to meet her today. And they even matched outfits. Just as she was about to explain, Qin Jinji said to the young man, Follow me. The young man was confused but was told by the elders in the mansion that he must never anger the princess, no matter what, and he shouldn't ask where she was going. So he simply followed Qin Jinji. The woman saw Qin Jinji ignoring her and felt a bit annoyed, but since Qin Jinji showed no intention of settling scores with her, she felt quite proud. Her father, Li Mu, is the primary adopted son of the King of the North. In the future, the one most qualified to inherit the North Army is her father. The Prince of Jinbei's residence would also be inherited by her father. Qin Jinji was surely afraid of offending her, which would make her future life difficult. Thinking of this, she didn't mind Qin Jinji's rudeness. She lifted her foot and followed Qin Jinji to the front hall. When they reached the courtyard of the reception room, Qin Jinji did not go inside. Yunjin, however, went into the reception room, moved a chair, and placed it in the middle of the courtyard. Qinya entered and asked, What are you doing? Yunjin smiled happily and said, Prince, I moved a chair for the princess to sit. Qinya looked confused and asked, Why is she sitting outside? Everyone in the house was also puzzled. Li Liao came in from outside. Her mother quickly asked, Is the princess outside? Li Liao nodded. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Qin Jinji sitting in the middle, pretending to rest. She wasn't sure what she was planning. At that moment, all 8 sliding doors of the reception room were pushed open. Everyone inside could clearly see the courtyard. Suddenly, the courtyard was filled with a crowd of young servants. Xue Huai stood beside Qin Jinji and said, Princess, all the young servants on duty in the house are here. More than 100 young servants stood neatly in the middle of the courtyard. Qin Jinji opened her eyes, her voice cold. Miss Li said that the young servants of the Jinbei prince's residence have no manners. She is willing to teach them. Why not ask Miss Li to give some instructions? Xue Huai immediately understood what was happening. Li Liao, who was in his house, glanced at her and felt frustrated. He had already warned his older brother, but he still hadn't learned to behave. The Jinbei prince's residence was entirely under Qin Jinji's control. As soon as she spoke, all the young servants loudly responded, "Please, Miss Li, give instructions." Li Liao's face instantly turned pale. She was so angry and humiliated that she left the room in tears many times. But she noticed that all the noble ladies in the palace disliked Qin Jinji, yet no one dared to look down on her. Nor did anyone dare to mock or insult her. She saw with her own eyes Qin Jinji step on a 3-rank official's son's hand until it broke, and the angry man's face turned red, but he could only say, "Young lady, please calm down." Qin Jinji wore, carried, and used items that were even more precious than those of princes and princesses. Was it just because she was the granddaughter of the king of Jinbei? Then why couldn't she? She was also the granddaughter of the king of Jinbei. So she started to imitate Qin Jinji intentionally or unintentionally. Her behavior, manners, and dress, she wanted to learn everything. Moreover, her father was the heir to the next commander of the Jinbei army. But she didn't expect Qin Jinji to embarrass her so openly in front of everyone. Seeing Li Liao's face turn pale and she stand frozen, Yun Jin immediately said, "Miss Li didn't hear clearly? Speak louder." More than 100 strong young servants shouted loudly. "Please, Miss Li, give her a warning." Li Muli's face darkened. Although he was slow to realize, he knew his daughter had offended Qin Jinji. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Jinji, what's going on? Did Liao upset you? Uncle will have her apologize to you right now." Li Muli turned around and glared at Li Liao, saying, "What's the matter? Come over and apologize to Jinji." Li Liao's face was blank as she whispered, "Father, I didn't upset her." Li Muli scolded sharply, "Is it not you? Or is Jinji being unreasonable? Come over now." Li Liao clenched her fists and slowly walked over. Li Muli immediately said, "No matter the reason, let Liao apologize to you. Consider it giving uncle some face, and this matter will be over. What do you say?" He turned around with a cold face and said, "Hurry up and apologize." Li Liao felt as if her face was on fire. Her father asking her to apologize made her feel like the scene of her bullying earlier was now a slap in her face. She bit her lip tightly and didn't move. Qin Jinji didn't look at Li Liao but took out Xue Huai's sword and handed it to Li Muli. Li Muli was momentarily confused about what Qin Jinji was about to do.
Qin Jinji did not speak.
Xue Huai immediately stepped forward quietly and said, "Brother, the princess ordered you not to ask too many questions." He kept making eye contact with Qin Jinji behind his back. Li Muli felt uncomfortable inside but understood that Xue Huai was doing this to protect him. He frowned and took the sword. Qin Jinji stood up and said, "Raise it." Li Muli forced himself to hold back his anger and raised the sword. Qin Jinji slowly walked to Li Muli and pinched the tip of the sword with her index and middle fingers. Suddenly, she pointed the sword at her own heart. "Stab it." Even Li Muli, who had faced many dangers, was startled and took a step back. "Jinji, don't joke like that." But Qin Jinji did not loosen her grip on the sword. She approached with a smile and said, "If you stab it, the Qin family will have no heirs. Everything you want can be achieved. Generally, isn't that what you've always wanted?" Her words sounded like a tempting spell, making Li Muli break out in cold sweat. His face changed immediately. "Jinji, such jokes are not to be said lightly." Qin Jinji suddenly stepped forward, startling Li Muli so much that he threw the sword to the ground. She had a faint smile on her face. "Why don't you stab it? If I die, the old man will come with me. Haven't you always wanted to be the master of the Jinbei prince's mansion? If you dare to stab, I will decide. The Jinbei prince's mansion will be yours." Zhang Yu was looking for a hiding place behind them. He knew he had to die too. Li Liao was so frightened by Qin Jinji's scene that she couldn't move. Li Muli's face also turned serious. Jinji, I absolutely did not mean that. Having such thoughts was one thing, but being exposed openly was another. Even though Qin Jinji was notorious in the capital, if he dared to hurt even a hair of Qin Jinji, he would never be able to command respect in the Jinbei army again. Li Muli knew Qin Jinji was unpredictable, but he never thought she would be so crazy. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. So, uncle doesn't mean that. I thought your daughter came to my mansion to take charge because she thought we, the grandparents and I, were living too long and couldn't wait anymore. Li Muli immediately knelt on the ground. I absolutely did not mean that. Everyone in the Jinbei army knew that Qin Jinji, as the only child of the Qin family, had been targeted by assassins since childhood. It could be said that surviving to age 18 was a blessing from the heavens. This statement is basically saying that their Li family is cursing Qin Jinji to die. He owes his success today to the recognition and promotion from his adoptive father. If people find out that he cursed the only heir of the Jinbei prince's mansion to die, how can he lead soldiers in the future? His career might be over. Maybe others don't see it as so serious. But for Li Muli and Qin Jinji, it is a big deal. He turned around and angrily scolded Li Liao. Kneel and admit your mistake to the princess. Li Liao's face turned pale, and she knelt down immediately. Princess, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my father. I was too arrogant. Before she finished, Qin Jinji interrupted her with a displeased look. If you're willing to pretend to be my impostor, then you should know that I, Qin Jinji, never beg for mercy. Your behavior makes me very unhappy. Li Liao felt regretful and thought, why did she come to the Jinbei prince's mansion to show off? Qin Jinji is just a crazy person. Why did she provoke her? Qin Jinji sat back in her chair, supporting her chin with one hand, watching the father and daughter kneeling on the ground. People say dogs have no shame, but I think that doesn't quite fit the Li family. Your family's courage is so big that it can't even fit in the Jinbei prince's mansion. Li Muli, usually proud of being the next successor of the Jinbei army, was so proud he forgot that all his honor came from the mansion. Even if Qin Jinji calls him a dog now, he can't argue back. In the room, Dian Fengyang and Fu Yuanzhong wanted to rush over when they saw their elder brother being insulted, but they were stopped by Xue Huai's gaze. Qin Jinji crossed her legs, using her toes to lift Li Liao's chin. She smiled softly, stunningly beautiful, but it made Li Liao's hair stand on end. The flower you stepped on was planted by my friend herself. She is a doctor. Li Liao's mind went blank, not understanding what Qin Jinji meant. The flowers she planted are for people to eat. Since others can't eat them, then only you can, Qin Jinji said. The cloth bag was torn open, revealing crushed mandrakes and flower mud stained with petals. Li Muli quickly said, Princess, it was my fault. I am willing to compensate your friend, any amount of silver you want. Otherwise, I will personally apologize to your friend. Qin Jinji smiled confidently. All right. As long as she forgives you, I will forget about this. Yunjin, go call Lu Yi. Li Muli hurriedly said, Thank you, princess. Qin Jinji raised a finger to her lips. Not so fast, it's not over yet. She looked at the young servant whose hand was stepped on by Li Liao and said, Show your hand to General Li. The servant quickly fainted from the shock of Qin Jinji's commanding presence. Hearing her words, he immediately stepped forward and held out his hand. His hand was swollen and red, with dirt and shoe prints clearly visible, evidence of being stepped on heavily. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Did General Li see clearly? Li Muli glared at Li Liao and quickly said, I will find a doctor for this young brother and also compensate with some silver, princess. Would that be okay? Qin Jinji looked amused. Do you think I need silver? Li Muli's face also darkened. The treasury was empty, and most supplies came from the North King's estate. Who in the world could lack silver? Qin Jinji could not be short of it. Li Muli didn't know why Qin Jinji suddenly acted up today, but he knew if this wasn't settled, it would be hard to get past. He clasped his hands and asked, What do you think, princess? Qin Jinji leaned forward, resting her arms on her legs. If she damages someone's hand, she should pay with her own.
How about that?
I think it's fair. Li Muli looked up sharply. She actually wanted Li Liao to lose a hand. Qin Jinji looked at the young servant. Break her hand. The servant looked hesitant, glancing nervously at Qin Jinji. Li Liao was the daughter of General Li. The prince also loved her dearly. How could he allow her to lose her hand? He trembled and said, "Princess, maybe we should forget it. The young lady's hand doesn't hurt anymore. I can just apply some medicine when I get back." Li Liao heard this and let out a sigh of relief. Since she stood up for the servant, and the servant said so, Qin Jinji probably wouldn't trouble her further. Qin Jinji heard his words, slowly leaned back on the chair and frowned. "Does it not hurt anymore?" Suddenly, Yun Kei picked up the sword from the ground and quickly moved to the young servant's side. With a swift motion, he swung the sword, accompanied by a loud scream. One of the young servant's arms was cut off and fell to the ground. Ah! Blood splattered directly onto Li Muli's face and his daughter's. Qin Jinji smiled brightly. "It should hurt now, right?" Li Muli, who had fought in many battles, was full of a fierce aura. No one had ever made him feel truly scared before. As a soldier, he naturally stayed alert in dangerous situations. He was sure he was right about his feelings. But now, he felt a dangerous aura from a young girl with yellow hair who was barely out of childhood. "Who crushed my mandrake?" Louis hadn't seen the person, but she heard the voice and could tell how angry they were. When she entered the yard, she saw the young servant rolling on the ground. Seeing his bleeding arm, she looked at Qin Jinji with some disgust. "Should I use a cloth?" Qin Jinji raised her chin. "Stop the bleeding." Louis took out a small acupuncture kit from her sleeve. She inserted 13 gold needles, and the young servant's bleeding stopped. She stood up and turned around, just in time to see the crushed mandrake on the ground. The person immediately broke down. "My mandrake. Who did this?" Li Muli quickly recovered and said, "Honored guest, do not be angry. My young lady is mischievous and unaware of the consequences. She accidentally crushed your flower. I am willing to pay 10 times the silver to compensate. No amount of silver can fix this. This is a Western mandrake. It was used to make pain relief pills for old Master Wang." Li Yao was about to faint. This was even the medicine given to Qin's grandfather. Li Muli didn't expect a mere healer girl to dare embarrass him like this. Did she not know his status? "Miss, I am General Zhongwu Li Muli. If you do not want silver, I will send someone tomorrow to find an identical mandrake for you. Please kindly forgive my young lady. An identical one? I grew this from seeds I brought back from the West. How can you find another exactly the same? Are you blind? My mandrake is this big, and you crushed it into pieces. Was it on purpose? Why should I forgive her?" Qin Jinji chuckled softly. "Generally, it seems there's nothing I can do now." "She said she won't forgive your daughter," Li Muli hurriedly said. "Miss, as long as you can help my young lady plead, I will definitely thank you greatly. My young lady is weak and frail, and I fear she cannot handle eating that filthy thing. Besides, I'm sure you don't want our Northern King's family to fall into discord over such a small matter." He was partly begging and partly threatening. Louis looked sadly at the mandala flower on the ground. When she heard him, she turned around and sneered, looking down at him. "From what you say, it seems the princess wants your daughter to eat this crushed mandala flower to apologize to me." Li Muli was silent for a moment. "Exactly. The princess said as long as you forgive my young lady, she won't pursue this matter. If you help my young lady plead, I will thank you sincerely." Louis scoffed and crossed her arms, looking at him. "The princess is standing up for me. Why should I embarrass her?" The young servant on the ground trembled suddenly after hearing this. He immediately understood why the princess was acting this way. The host family was defending him, but he had directly insulted the host family. Isn't that treason? The princess would consider even an arm a light punishment. Li Muli's eyes widened in shock. This woman was so unfeeling. Louis knelt in front of Li Luoyao. "Will you eat it yourself, or should I feed you?" Dian Fengyang couldn't hold back anymore and rushed over, shouting, "How dare you? Who are you to speak to Miss of the loyal and martial general's family like that?" Xue Huai immediately closed his eyes. How could his second brother be so impatient? He hadn't even understood the look he just gave him. The princess just wanted to teach the older brother a lesson. The older brother didn't even ask his adoptive father for help. Besides the unconditional love from their adoptive father for the young princess, he probably also understood what was going on. Louis didn't care who Dian Fengyang was. This is the Northern King's residence. I am a guest invited by Princess Jinji. What right do you have to scold me? The host hadn't spoken, yet you jumped out, trying to take over. Dian Fengyang was shocked that Louis was so arrogant. He turned to Qin Jinji and said, Princess, are you just going to watch this girl humiliate our family? Qin Jinji didn't even lift her head. General Dian, do you want to take the blame for her? Qin had been marching for many years and had taken in 4 adopted sons. All of them were skilled fighters and very brave. When young, he was brave and loyal, always moving forward. He was also the first weapon prepared by Qin Yi for Qin Zi. On the battlefield, things are unpredictable. Soldiers are always ready to risk their lives. Maybe one day, he will die in battle. His parents loved him deeply and planned carefully. But unexpectedly, it was a case of an old man sending a young person into darkness. Apart from Qin Yi, the Qin family had no other male heirs. Only Qin Jinji, a baby girl, remained as the sole hope. Qin Yi sent the smartest, Xue Huai, back to the capital to look after Qin Jinji. The other 3 adopted sons were given more important roles, especially the eldest, Li Muli. He had been with Qin Yi the longest, and gradually, his followers no longer called him general. They called him the young master. Now, only a young princess remains in the king of Jinbei's residence. How can a girl lead a 1,000,000-strong army? When the old lord passes away, Li Muli is most likely to take over the Jinbei army. At first, Li Muli hesitated. But as his power grew, and he was called upon more often, his ambition also grew. The Qin family only has a little girl left. Could that pampered young princess really go to war? How can a girl lead such a mighty army? He shared a deep bond with Qin Yi and his son. If he took over the Jinbei army, it would be a kind of inheritance. Over time, Li Muli truly believed he was the next master of the Jinbei palace. Dian Fengyang and Fu Yuanzhong followed their older brother's example. Even Xue Huai recently considered himself the master of the palace. The palace guards only listened to Xue Huai. In the end, it was just about her, the Qin family's future. Dian Fengyang was surprised that Qin Jinji didn't care about their seniority at all. They had followed their adoptive father for many years, their status rising, yet no one had ever treated them with such disrespect. Dian Fengyang's face was full of anger. Jinji, how can you speak to your elders like that? All these years in the capital, have you only learned to disobey your elders? You're just a flower, and my older brother has already said he would compensate this young lady. Why are you so stubborn? Xue Huai's eyes nearly popped out. Why was his second brother getting so worked up? He saw Dian Fengyang's words growing more intense and softly stopped him. Second brother, don't be rude to the princess. He tried to pull him aside, but Dian Fengyang pushed him away. Fourth brother, I see you are also confused. As an elder, you didn't teach her, and you allowed her to bully her older brother. I am very disappointed in you. Xue Huai felt hopeless. Brother, I have tried to help you. Qin Jinji, however, seemed interested and looked sharply at Dian Fengyang, saying, General Dian, are you trying to say that this princess has no mother to raise her, or that the emperor and empress have failed to teach her properly? Dian Fengyang immediately became nervous and said, I absolutely did not mean that. Qin Zi sacrificed himself for the country. If this news got out, what would happen to his reputation in the army? How could he dare say that the emperor and empress failed to teach properly? He would lose his head. Qin Jinji, however, nonchalantly stood up and walked over. But I think you're right, she said. Her tone remained calm, but her foot was already stepping on Li Luyao's hand. Ah! Li Luyao cried out in pain but dared not pull her hand away. She was afraid that Yun Ke, standing nearby, might suddenly cut off her arm. Li Muli quickly said, "Please, princess, spare my daughter. If her hand was ruined, how could she get married in the future?" After some time, he finally understood. This was the princess reminding him not to forget his status. Otherwise, Xue Huai wouldn't have repeatedly warned him. Since the father-in-law hadn't spoken all this time, it was clear he wouldn't interfere. The princess's reputation was bad, and she was the only heir in the Qin family. Moreover, Qin Jinji had the backing of the emperor and empress. Qin Jinji looked at him leisurely. "I told you, she damaged one of my household servants' hands, so she must compensate me with one of hers. The broken flower, my grandfather can't eat it, so she has to eat it. Generally, this is an order, not a discussion." "What makes you think a dog has the right to bargain with its master?" Qin Jinji directly trampled on everyone's dignity in the yard. She even said that Li Muli was just a dog of the Qin family. Li Muli trembled with anger, but felt helpless. Qin Jinji lazily looked at Dian Fengyang, who also looked upset, "But I keep my promises. As for whose hand it is, or who ate the flower, I don't care. If General Dian wants to take responsibility, go ahead. If it were someone else, he would have struck with a sword immediately. But this is the North King's residence. If he attacked Qin's only heir here, he would have no future left." At this moment, Li Liao finally realized how big her mistake was. She tearfully said, "Princess, it's all my fault. I accept the punishment. Please don't blame my father and second uncle. I am willing to give my hand to him." Qin Jinji nodded with satisfaction. "That's the spirit of a brave daughter of a noble family." Commander Xue Huai walked over with his sword, feeling a bit reluctant but saying nothing. Qin Jinji smiled slightly. "Commander Xue, you should call him fourth uncle. He was highly respected in the army, known for his quick sword and many achievements. Let him come. You won't regret it." Li Liao closed her eyes in pain. She knew she couldn't escape this disaster. Xue Huai clenched his fist and raised his sword. Dian Fengyang immediately shouted, "Fourth brother, are you really going to help the villain? Li Liao is your niece." Xue Huai sighed. His second brother was so stubborn.
Just then a voice sounded.
"I am willing to take the blame for my young daughter." Li Muli picked up the sword from the ground and pointed it at his right hand. Qin Jinji was very excited. "Is this what it feels like to have parents' protection? It's wonderful. Generally, let me experience what it's like to be an orphan with no parents to teach me." Everyone present thought the same thing. This person is crazy. The young princess is just a mad girl. Li Liao and Dian Fengyang's voices rang out at the same time. Li Liao grabbed Qin Jinji's ankle with her other hand. Princess, it's all my fault. If you're going to cut my hand. My father still needs to lead troops. His hand can't be hurt.
Please.
Cut my hand." Dian Fengyang couldn't hold back anymore and turned around shouting, "Foster father." But there was no sign of Qin Yi in the living room. Where did foster father go? Qin Jinji became even more excited. "This is so touching. I almost cry. Generally, please do it. I can't wait any longer. No.
No.
Father, don't." Li Muli suddenly stabbed his sword toward his right hand. Just as the sword was about to pierce Li Muli's palm, Qin Jinji suddenly shouted to stop. Everyone thought Qin Jinji was going to let it go and breathe a sigh of relief. Queen Jinji's devilish voice rang out. "Your daughter is right. If you hurt your right hand while leading soldiers, what will you do?"
"Switch to your left hand."
"This shows your filial piety, General Li, and you can't let your daughter down." Everyone's hearts finally eased. Queen Jinji was like a wicked ghost controlling people's minds. She fiercely squeezed everyone's spirits and hearts. Li Muli raised his sword above his head and said, "Please, princess, punish me." Just now, he had figured out one thing. No matter what, the young princess wanted an explanation today. If he hurt his own hand, no one would care. But if Queen Jinji cut his hand, the soldiers would support him more, and his adoptive father would feel guilty and try to make it up to him. Since that was the case, Losing just one hand was a better chance to improve himself. Queen Jinji's laughter echoed like a fierce ghost throughout the courtyard. Generally, you are really interesting. Don't worry, my hand is steady, and you will definitely feel a lot of pain. Queen Jinji didn't hesitate and stabbed her sword into Li Muli's left hand. Li Muli guessed her intentions after a quick thought. Since she was so good at scheming, why not help him? The sword slowly pierced into Li Muli's palm. 4 seasoned soldiers, pain was just a common thing. This small injury was nothing serious for Li Muli, but it was very humiliating. Li Luyao almost burst into tears seeing this. It's all her fault that her father was hurt. Queen Jinji was very satisfied with Li Muli's calmness. This was much quieter than the last time at the Wei residence. Queen Jinji pulled out her sword and threw it aside. She looked down at Li Luyao and said, "The issue with your hand is over, but the issue with the flowers was not." Li Luyao decided that from today on, she would stay far away from this crazy woman, Queen Jinji. What about the king of Northern Town? She would never come back. Without hesitation, Li Luyao grabbed a wilted flower from the ground and stuffed it into her mouth. She didn't care if there was dirt on it. She was truly terrified. At this moment, Lu Yi said, "This young servant is the one who planted flowers for me. He can't do anything now. If you plant flowers for a month, we'll be even." If it had been a quarter of an hour earlier, Li Luyao would never have agreed. Now she no longer wants to anger the king of. "Thank you, young lady." After saying this, Lu Yi left the yard. Qin Jinji smiled and reached out to wipe the mud from her lips. "Did you learn? This is what it means to bully others with power. Her power, given by Qin Jinji, is much more useful than her father's." Then she seemed to realize something and said, "Oh, I stepped on your hand and didn't tell you. Let's go. This isn't a family banquet, and grandfather must be waiting anxiously." She walked toward the hall with a smiling face. Xue Huai immediately said, "Serve the dishes." Inside the house, Li Liao's mother almost cried when she saw her husband and daughter being insulted and mistreated. But she was firmly held back by Fu Yuanzhong. He is about the same age as Xue Huai and is also his closest friend. Since Xue Huai gave a hint, there must be a reason. If the lady of the house were to go out, the scene could become very chaotic. He had little contact with Qin Jinji, but from what he observed just now, although the princess was arrogant, she was not a spoiled fool. Her dangerous aura was even not bothering to hide. Just as Qin Jinji stepped into the reception hall, Qin Yi came out of the inner room. He looked just woke up, saying, "Why are you all standing here? This old man is too tired to hold on. I just took a quick nap inside." Everyone in the room looked speechless. The courtyard was already noisy, and he was still sleeping. Seeing Qin Jinji, Qin Yi immediately said, "Good grandson has arrived. Sit quickly. Today's family feast, no need to be formal." Li Muli's wife saw Qin Yi and immediately cried, "Father-in-law." Qin Yi looked concerned and asked, "Why is your wife crying? Did the eldest bully you?" "Tell father-in-law. I'll teach him a lesson." Everyone present knew that no matter what Qin Jinji did, Qin Yi would always support her. Li Muli tore a piece of cloth from his clothes to bandage his hand simply. Blood was seeping out, but he acted as if nothing was wrong, grabbing his wife's arm to stop her from complaining. "Father-in-law, this woman has shallow tears. Don't worry about it." Qin Yi looked at Li Muli's hand and then smiled. "It's good that you're fine. You must treat your wife well, or I'll deal with you. Now, eat." Li Muli obediently pulled his wife to sit down. Mrs. Li held her daughter, who was pale with fear, in her arms, comforting her constantly. The dishes were served one after another. Just as Qin Yi was about to pick up his chopsticks, Qin Jinjue said, "If both you and I die, will the Northern Army still be called Qin?" Qin Yi shrugged, thinking, "Why does he have to die?" "I don't know if I'm dead," he replied. Just as he was about to pick some food, Qin Jinjue added, "Guess then, will the Northern Army be called Li, Dian, or Fu in the future?" Suddenly, the table fell silent. The three of them immediately knelt on the ground after hearing Qin Jinjue's words. Qin Yi looked calm and composed. In the army, the capable ones will lead. But I favor Huai because he is smarter than these three. Shui Huai looked sharply at Qin Yi. Father-in-law, please don't involve me in this. He also knelt down obediently. Qin Jinjue's expression grew colder. The mother and daughter embracing each other were really annoying. I guess it will be called Shao, she said. Her words hit everyone like a heavy. Li Muli's face turned paler than ever. Currently, the military power still resided in the hands of the Prince of Jinbei because the person holding the military power was Qin Yi. If all the Qin family members died, how could the royal family not take back the military power? A million-strong army in the hands of outsiders. No emperor from any dynasty would do such a thing. If the Qin family was gone, even the soldiers wouldn't know where to go. He had always believed that everything he achieved was through his own efforts, fighting with sword and shield. But that was only possible because of the protection of the Qin family. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to go to the battlefield, let alone hold such a position. Over the years, his ambition had blinded him, and he hadn't thought about this problem. No, he had thought about it. Many others had thought about it too. But their thoughts were drowned by the growing power. Li Muli could sense that Qin Jinjue didn't like the four of them before. Even her younger brother, who had been caring for her in the house for 18 years, was not close to her. At first, he thought she was spoiled and willful. But today, Qin Jinjue seemed to suddenly stop pretending with them. If the Qin family was gone, there would be no inheritance of the estate, no control of the army. From then on, the million-strong army would only be called Shao. Li Muli looked at Qin Jinji with some disbelief. Could this princess really be a spoiled, reckless girl? No, everything was wrong. How could such a talented and outstanding person like Qin Zi have a daughter who is ignorant and arrogant? Suddenly, he felt that Qin Jinji's earlier scolding was too gentle. If it were him, what would he do? Qin Jinji looked at Madame Li and her daughter, who were still crying, with a look of annoyance. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Qin Jinji threw her bowl and chopsticks onto the table. Qin Yi immediately felt heartbroken. He had been hungry all morning and hadn't eaten a single bite. Qin Jinji looked at Madame Li and her daughter with a cold expression. If Madame Li likes to cry so much, then live a few more years. When I die, come and mourn me. Qin Jinji sat in the carriage, flipping through a book. Louis sat beside her, studying a medical book. At this moment, Cui Ziyu entered the carriage. Greetings, princess. Cui Ziyu's voice was a little weak, but he still bowed respectfully. Qin Jinji kept turning the pages without looking up. I hear your voice is so weak. Are you suffering from cold poison? That day, after Cui Ziyu left the house where Yao Miaoyin was imprisoned, he took the Bailuo poison in the carriage. This was his punishment. Cui Ziyu lowered his eyes and said softly, Please don't worry, princess. I have already taken the medicine. The Cui family had a deep heritage with many ancient books. They possessed the long-lost king of all poisons, Bailuo poison, and also a life-saving pill that could suppress any toxin. Originally, Qin Jinji and Yao Miaoyin survived because Cui Ziyu gave them the life-saving pill.
Later, Qin Yinji met Liu Ai.
After studying the pill, Liu Yi improved it, which greatly reduced the pain from the poison attacks. Qin Jinji knocked on the table, and Yun Kei handed her a cup of tea. Cui Ziyu was confused but still took the tea in his hand. Drink it. Cui Ziyu hesitated but drank the tea. It's best to obey Qin Jinji's words. Almost immediately after drinking, Cui Ziyu's pupils dilated. A terrible feeling of intestines being torn apart and countless ants gnawing at his heart suddenly flooded over him. His 7 orifices started bleeding, and his eyes turned bright red. The veins on his neck bulged. He was in so much pain he couldn't make a sound. Then he fell onto the car seat, convulsing in agony. But the others in the car didn't react much. Louis approached, placing her hand on his pulse, frowning for a moment. Then she shook her head. These herbs are all wrong. They clash with the poison of Biluo and even cause us to lose. We'll go back and try a different formula. Louis and Qin Jinji are not the type to sit and wait. For the past 3 years, Louis has been working on an antidote for Biluo poison. After all, the Lanji grass has been lost for a long time. If they can't find it, she can't just watch Qin Jinji die. Recently, they made some progress with the formula, but the medicine needs someone to test it. Only someone who has been poisoned by Biluo can try. The testing process is very dangerous. If anything goes wrong, it could trigger a cold poison attack. Qin Jinji must stay safe. There are two others left. Yao Miaoyin and Yun Quebec. Yao Miaoyin's body is too fragile to test poison on. If not for her precious health, she would have died long ago. Yun Ke is willing, but Qin Jinji doesn't want her to. Another important thing is that Qin Jinji's poisoning must not be exposed. If it gets out, the Northern Army will definitely react. Right now, it's a chaotic time, and Qin Jinji can't let anything disrupt her plans. But when she met Cui Ziyu in the capital, she saw a perfect candidate. The person most afraid of others knowing Qin Jinji was poisoned is this Cui official. If her poisoning is exposed, Cui's family will face great trouble. He is willing to serve Qin Jinji, partly because of Yao Miaoyin and partly to protect Cui's family through negotiations with her. Louis then shoved a pill into Cui Ziyu's mouth. After about half an incense stick's time, his painful symptoms disappeared, but his face was as pale as a ghost. Louis wrote and drew on a piece of paper, then said, "All right, I think I understand the medicine's effect. What do we do with this person?" Qin Jinji finally put down her military book. "From now on, the 15th of each month is your testing day, Cui Ziyu. You need to be brave and stay alive. Otherwise, your Ain will be buried with you." After saying that, she looked at Yun Quebec. "Throw him down." The carriage stopped at the back gate of Cui's residence, and the sparrow directly threw the person at the door. When returning to Prince North's residence, Qin Jinji did not go back to rest. She went up to the roof and lay down there. The moon was big and round, but without stars to accompany it, it looked a little lonely. At this moment, 4 people of the sparrow flew onto the roof together. Each of them carried a food box. The sparrow even carried a small table. As the 4 of them neatly arranged the food from the boxes onto the table, a ladder suddenly appeared at the edge of the roof. Louis, sweating heavily, climbed up. She pointed at the 4 people and said, "No loyalty. All 4 of you can fly. Can't you take me along? Evil rich people. Why is this roof built so high? Climbing a ladder makes my acrophobia worse." Yunjin chuckled happily, saying, "Are you saying that the roast goose won't have a share if you stay quiet?" Louis huffed. Was that how threatening she was? If she didn't say anything, so what? Could she lose a piece of meat? It was Yun Shan and Yun Go who couldn't stand it and pulled her up. Yunjin held a delicate small plate and said, "Princess, this is honey fruit made by Yun Go after spending an afternoon. Try it." Qin Jinji reached out and took one, putting it in her mouth. Having taste buds is really good. She hadn't clearly tasted any flavor for a long time. The honey fruit was a special recipe Yunge had begged from a master to cheer up young Qin Jinji. The process was very complicated. When Qin Jinji was unhappy as a child, Yunge would make this. It's been many years since she last made it. Louis, imitating Qin Jinji, lay down beside her. The 4 of the sparrows sat quietly nearby. After a long while, Louis finally spoke. "Old Lord Wang is quite wise. Why did he take in these adopted sons? These people are like this?" Qin Jinji's face showed no expression, very calm, and said, "Aside from everything else, they do have the ability to lead troops and fight." Louis still couldn't understand. There are many capable people, but having these few around, aren't they like raising tigers? As expected, getting older makes people burdened by family ties. Qin Jinji smiled and said, "Listening to you, my grandfather has become a kind and caring old man." Louis raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Just look at how indulgent he is with his adopted sons." Thinking about how Qin Jinji had just suppressed the poison but was still angry, she hadn't eaten anything all day. If the cold toxin were to flare up again, she would definitely throw some poison powder at them. Qin Jinji's life was a hard one, and she had protected it with great effort. Anyone who caused trouble for her, she would fight to the end. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Qin Jinji felt quite happy. If he truly cared about these adopted sons, he wouldn't have kept Xue Huai trapped in the palace. After all, he's the most capable among the four. Lu Yi sat up.
Why?
Shouldn't the most capable people stay on the battlefield? That way, our chances of winning would be higher, because the Northern Army must stay disciplined. But Xue Huai has the ability to cause chaos. It is said that to defend against external enemies, one must first secure internal stability. But the noble families have roots that go back hundreds of years. They control large amounts of wealth, soldiers, and land, giving them the ability to protect themselves in times of chaos. Their mutual support makes them a united front. Using harsh measures is not impossible, but it would only bring disaster to the common people of Jin. Noble families hoard land, relying on many tenant farmers and peasants for their livelihood. And if internal strife occurs, Chu could take the opportunity to invade. That would surely lead to widespread death and destruction. There are dangers both outside, like tigers and leopards, and inside, like wolves and jackals. So, the Northern Army must stay united and firm. No mistakes are allowed. If any mistake happens, Jin's situation could fall apart instantly. People say that the Northern Army only recognizes Qin, not Xiao. And they're not wrong. Only by doing so can they fight external enemies and control the court. The Prince of the Northern Army is completely tied to the royal family. The noble families understand the royal family's weaknesses, and the royal family knows theirs. If Jin truly falls into chaos, the situation will be unavoidable. The Northern Army of 1,000,000 soldiers could easily crush the noble families. When Qin Jinji was young, she made a list of noble families, planning to go from house to house and eliminate them one by one. With everyone dead, they wouldn't be able to fight back. But that would also mean losing the country entirely. Qin Ye's 4 adopted sons, with Li Muli being the bravest, but Xue Huai's skills in both military strategy and tactics surpassed the other 3 combined. After Qin Zi died in battle, Xue Huai quickly gathered the soldiers' loyalty around the 4 of them. At that time, Qin Ye's 2nd and 3rd sons did not die in battle. So, Xue Huai was sent back to the capital. He has been obedient all these years because, when Qin Yi gave the order, he knew he would never have that position again. Qin Jinji seemed interested and asked, "Do you know why Xue Huai never calls his grandfather or adoptive father in front of outsiders, even though he seems to be the most favored?" Lu Yi had a feeling she was about to hear a family secret. She looked guarded and asked, "Are you going to tell me and then silence me?" Qin Jinji ignored her and said to herself, "Because he understands that the 4 of them exist only for my father. They are capable generals, loyal soldiers, pawns, and sometimes even sacrificial tools." Lu Yi's mind spun wildly. "Then why does the old lord still let him come back to take care of you? Isn't he worried he might hold a grudge and do you harm?" Qin Jinji smiled and said, "Hold a grudge? Grandfather saved his life. As long as he stays in the palace, he may have no future, but he will enjoy wealth and comfort. Unlike his 3 brothers, who will all die for the Qin family someday." Lu Yi remembered Qin Ye's kind expression and suddenly shivered. She had doubted where Qin Jinji's sudden change to a scheming, ruthless person came from. Unexpectedly, it was inherited. After all, the renowned king of Jinbei, a founding hero of Jin state, how could he be cruel and merciless? She thought, people who play tricks are all dark-hearted. Yun Ke, worried, gestured and asked, "The princess usually doesn't pay attention to them. Why is she suddenly breaking with them today?" Qin Jinji looked at the moon and said, "Because I don't like dogs that wag their tails too high. Their proud and arrogant look annoys me." The moon in the sky was very bright, but upon closer look, tiny stars began to appear around it. Not many, but enough to chase away loneliness. Qin Jinji returned to her usual lazy attitude and said, "Shunce's injury should be healed." Lu Yi said, "Then I will prepare some medicinal powder for Yun Ke tomorrow to add to his water. It should be effective in about 7 days." Qin Jinji nodded and said, 7 days. Pei Jinyan should be back by then. Pei Jinyan returned to the capital riding 5 exhausted horses. The situation was urgent, and many assassins were chasing him. The guards sent by the Pei family and the imperial army sent by His Majesty had suffered heavy losses. Several times, he almost lost his life, but was saved by Qin Jinji's people. Since childhood, he had never faced such dangerous situations. It was truly unprecedented and embarrassing. However, once he arrived in Jiangnan, he quickly understood why his eldest uncle, from a noble family, wanted to cut off the influence of powerful clans. Floodwaters raged, floating corpses everywhere, and everywhere was filled with wails of suffering. The first place he visited was the residence of Jiangnan military governor, Shen Chongqing. But he didn't even see anyone. The officials below kept passing the blame, and no one seemed to notice the severity of the disaster. Pei Jinyan ordered the granaries to be opened to help the victims, but all requests were refused. Either there was no grain in the warehouses, or orders from the military governor were needed to open them. He watched helplessly as many victims starved to death on the roadside. The officials closed their doors and turned a blind eye. He used his official title, the peace envoy personally appointed by the emperor, but for the first time, he truly felt how distant the emperor was out of reach, and that imperial orders could not be enforced abroad. In Jiangnan, Shen family held all the power. Without Shen Chongqing's approval, he couldn't command any officials or help the victims. Suddenly, he understood Qin Jinji's purpose in targeting these noble families, to see human lives as insignificant as ants. They only cared about their own interests. If it meant advancing their family, even if all the people in the 16 states died, it was just a small matter to them. So, he killed for the first time, killed a local official who refused to open the granaries for relief. When his sword pierced the official's heart, blood splattered on his face. He almost vomited. Because of this, he nearly lost his life in Jiangnan. Realizing that further resistance was pointless, Pei Jinyan immediately decided to return to the capital and report the true situation of Jiangnan's disaster. When his horse entered the city, he felt like he had survived a catastrophe. He sent a report to the palace and then went to the Prince of Zhenbei's residence. He didn't even have time to change his clothes because he had already messed everything up. He failed to help the victims and almost lost his life in Jiangnan. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow when she saw him. "Who is this beggar?" Pei Jinyan looked a bit nervous and said, "Princess, I have let you down. I couldn't do anything during the Jiangnan trip. I messed up." He looked sad and lowered his head. Not long ago, he was confident and ready to step into the court, but everything turned out differently than he expected. At that moment, Qin Jinji said, "It's good that you came back." Pei Jinyan looked at Qin Jinji with some surprise. He thought she would scold him. Just as he was about to feel touched, Qin Jinji suddenly punched him in the eye. He immediately had a black eye. Pei Jinyan covered his eye and almost cried. She didn't scold him. She hit him. But Qin Jinji said, "As long as you appear before His Majesty like this, your mission is considered complete." Pei Jinyan suddenly understood. That was Qin Jinji's real goal. The fact that the envoy sent to comfort the south was chased and attacked already showed the problem. He was about to be happy when he heard Qin Jinji say, "It still looks too pitiful." One more punch here. Pei Jinyan was covered in blood, his clothes torn and ragged. Most importantly, the wounds on his face were so bad that Pei Qing almost couldn't recognize his grandson. The emperor saw Pei Jinyan's disheveled state and frowned. "This is too tragic." "Pei Jinyan, what is this about?" Pei Jinyan knelt in the main hall, struggling to open his eyes, and said with a strained smile, "Your Majesty, the flood in Jiangnan is true. The victims are displaced, starving, and suffering terribly. Not a single official in the 16 provinces of Jiangnan provided relief or food aid. The officials colluded and shifted blame. The Jiangnan military governor, Shen Chongqing, claimed to be ill and stayed behind closed doors. The officials in the 16 provinces ignored the imperial orders and only followed Shen Chongqing. Out of anger, I killed the Wenzhou prefect and forcibly opened the granary to release grain. Because of this, I was hunted down. My guards almost all died, and I nearly lost my life on the way back to the capital. The emperor was furious. This is unbelievable. Truly, the emperor is far away. Shen Chongqing has become a local tyrant in Jiangnan. Not listening to the imperial orders, he's probably trying to carve out his own territory and become a warlord. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. All the officials immediately knelt down. This Shen family is incredibly bold. Everyone sent by His Majesty acts the same way. How arrogant they are in Jiangnan. Only then did Pei Jinyan understand why the emperor wanted him to go to Jiangnan. If it were other officials, they would either communicate with the Shen family or be tricked back to the capital by them. But as long as he went, the Shen family would ignore him. Qin Jinji was just sent to hit a wall, but he couldn't do anything about it. The power given to him by the emperor was seen by the Shen family as just a way to support Qin Jinji's husband. A young, inexperienced official who has never entered the court. Shen family doesn't even bother to fool him. Even though Pei Jinyan's backing is the Pei family, the current Pei family no longer holds the same status as the Shen family.
Prime Minister Kui.
As the Prime Minister, you have failed so badly. Chui's ban from official duties had been lifted. As soon as it was lifted, he began investigating the flood. This investigation turned out to be very important. Luckily, he had lifted the ban early. If he had waited longer, the Chui family would have suffered a big loss. Your Majesty, the flood incident happened while I was under house arrest, and Minister Du was acting on my behalf. Just as Du Zhong was about to speak, Chui said again, although it was not my intention to neglect duty, I immediately investigated once I was free. I found out that the memorial about the flood was intercepted as soon as it reached the capital. The official responsible for intercepting it was the Chancellor, Li Quan. An official behind him immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this is false. I never intercepted any memorial. The emperor was so angry, he almost laughed. Are you saying Prime Minister Chui is lying?
Li Quan tremblat.
This was such a secret matter. When did Chui start investigating? Chui directly handed over a report. Your Majesty, this is the list of officials involved in intercepting the memorial and their testimonies. All evidence points to Lord Li.
Please review it.
Hong Dequan took the report and handed it to the emperor. Chui, as the head of officials, acted quickly and decisively. In just a few days, he had prepared all the evidence and testimonies without alerting anyone. Du Zhong's eyes also showed a hint of meaning. Chui's response was so fast. Did he hear some news? Every time the emperor read a testimony, his anger grew. He closed the report and picked up the inkstone from his dragon desk, smashing it directly on Li Quan's head. Li Quan immediately bled heavily, but only begged for mercy. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I had no idea. The emperor refused to listen to his explanation. Every piece of evidence clearly states that it was under your command, Chancellor Li Quan.
Li Quan.
I think your power might be greater than mine. You even dared to block reports about the disaster.
Speak.
Are you colluding with the Shen family? Hiding the truth about the disaster, the Chancellor looked nervously at Du Zhong. All of this was done under Du Shangshu's orders. But Du Zhong didn't give him any look or sign of support. Your Majesty, I am truly innocent. All of this was done by my subordinates. I would never hide the truth or collude with the Shen family. Convincing evidence, and you still dare to deny it. So many innocent people are suffering, and your conscience is clear? Hong Dequan, issue the order. The flooding in the south is severe. Li Quan intercepted the reports and kept quiet. He is guilty of a terrible crime. His entire family will be executed. Li Quan immediately fell to the ground. Executing his whole family? His young son and daughter are only 5 years old. He looked at Du Zhong and said, Your Majesty, it was all Du Shangshu's orders. He told me to do it. He colluded with the Shen family and hid the truth about the disaster. Your Majesty, I was just following orders. Please show mercy. If he was thinking just moments ago about whether he could escape this, now he knew he might not survive. If he revealed Du Zhong's involvement, many people in the Li family could face revenge from the Du family. But the emperor had ordered the entire Li family to be executed. He, the only one left, wouldn't survive, so what was the point of hiding anything from Du Zhong? Du Zhong hadn't expected the emperor to be so furious that he would order the entire Li family to be executed. Your Majesty, do not listen to his lies. I have dedicated my life to the country and Jin's state. I would never do such a heinous thing. Li Quan, hiding the truth about the disaster is a terrible crime. Now he dares to accuse me. How shameless. Li Quan was furious.
Du Zhong.
You old fool. You ordered me to hide the disaster, and now that something has happened, you blame me? Dream on. He crawled forward a bit. Your Majesty, I have a secret letter from Du Zhong. It proves he ordered me to block the reports about the disaster. Du Zhong's eyes darkened. Li Quan had left such important evidence. Your Majesty, do not believe his words. He is trying to frame me. The emperor looked at the two of them, his anger growing. Then investigate thoroughly. Search everything. Li Quan, imprison him in the prison. If he tries to frame Du Shongshu, he will be punished even more. Prime Minister Cui, I leave this matter to you. Du Shongshu, cooperate with Prime Minister Cui's investigation during these days. Your servant obeys. Du Zhong's eyes showed deeper meaning. Prime Minister Cui, are you siding with the emperor? Could it be that the emperor secretly asked him to investigate? Is the house arrest just a cover? Has the emperor already noticed something? Otherwise, why was Prime Minister Cui confined, and why did he handle all official duties? Why did he prepare all the evidence as soon as he left the house? Is the emperor investigating, or is the Cui family showing loyalty to the emperor? Hong Dequan, the prince of Jinbei, is summoned to the palace. I want the Jinbei army to march south to help with disaster relief. Pei Jinyan was surprised. It turns out that the one truly capable of doing this was from the Qin family. He gave the Qin family and the emperor a proper reason to send troops south. Natural disasters and man-made troubles have caused the Shin family to lose the people's trust. The Shin family is facing a big crisis. Pei Jinyan, brave in life and death, has made great efforts in investigating the disaster. He is promoted to Deputy Minister of Agriculture and assists with disaster relief in Jiangnan. The Deputy Minister of Agriculture manages the country's storage and reserves, a sixth-rank official. He has suddenly entered the court? Was all this part of Qin Jinji's plan? Pei Qin gave Pei Jinyan a look. He immediately said, Your servant. Pei Jinyan, I accept the decree and thank the emperor. After the court session, Pei Qing took Pei Jinyan out of the palace. Because Pei Jinyan's eyes were now swollen shut. The old tutor, usually so resolute, was almost in tears. Pei Jinyan was raised in comfort since childhood. This trip to Jiangnan was truly a great hardship. The Shun family is so ruthless, they even hurt you like this. Quickly return to the house so the doctors can examine your injuries. Hearing his grandfather's urgent tone, Pei Jinyan quickly comforted him. Grandfather, don't worry. The injuries are minor and I will recover in a few days. Minor injuries? Your eyes are almost blind. Pei Jinyan smirked. Grandfather, are there others around us? Pei Qing looked confused but then checked and said, No one else is here. Only then did Pei Jinyan say, Grandfather, you don't know. The injury to my eyes was caused by the princess. The princess did this. Pei Qing's voice rose sharply. He looked around, cleared his throat, and asked, What did you do to anger the princess? Is she dissatisfied with your trip to Jiangnan? It can't be. The emperor's rewards have already been given, so how could she be dissatisfied? Pei Jinyan felt a bit embarrassed and said, The princess said I don't look pitiful enough. Ah. TSK.
Ah.
Princess, it's okay now. Let's hurry back to the mansion. I must say, these two dark circles under his eyes made Pei Jinyan look very miserable. On the carriage, Pei Jinyan still asked his grandfather his doubts. Grandfather, I have a question. Are you wondering why I agreed to let the princess send you to Jiangnan? Pei Jinyan nodded. Even he knew that the journey to Jiangnan was very dangerous. Pei's family had nurtured him for many years and invested a lot in him. He knew this well. Even if Qin Jinji was not an ordinary person, his grandfather wouldn't risk his life for an uncertain future of the Pei family. Pei Qing stroked his beard and said, because the main reason for this trip to Jiangnan isn't just the princess. Pei Jinyan hesitated for a moment and asked, are you talking about His Majesty? Since the final goal of the trip to Jiangnan is the Shin family, you, as bait, must not get into trouble. Even if you go alone, you must return alive to the capital. So, the token Qin Jinji gave him, and those secret guards were actually people loyal to His Majesty. Pei Qing's face was serious as he said, Jinyan, because of your eldest uncle's death, I have always protected you. But I am very pleased with your trip to Jiangnan this time. He admired the young man's bravery, like Pei Yunxiao of the past. However, Pei Jinyan's expression was very serious. So, His Majesty is targeting the noble families. If the Pei family isn't chosen, then they will be the first to be attacked. Since a few years ago, when Qin Jinji suddenly took a liking to him, she had been preparing. Back then, he was only about 15? 14? No, even earlier. She had woven a huge, shocking trap. At that time, he was still proud of writing a policy paper that his grandfather praised. Qin Jinji had already begun preparing to deal with the noble families with His Majesty. The more Pei Jinyan saw Qin Jinji clearly, the colder he felt inside. If the Pei family was to be punished, could he help them escape? The so-called Kirin of Hudong was just a useless person in front of Qin Jinji. This was the first time in his 20 years that he felt so defeated. Pei Qing saw his expression and understood what he was thinking. But to grow, one must accept it. After that, the Pei family followed Qin Jinji's orders. Such setbacks often caused Pei Jinyan to appear. But only in desperate situations can one find new life. If Pei Jinyan were a raw gem, being around someone like Qin Jinji would help him shine his brightest. Qin Jinji was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Yungu approached and said, Princess, I have news. The Chu envoy will arrive in the capital in half a month. I heard that Chu added a condition to the surrender letter. They want to marry a princess from our Jin royal family. Qin Jinji sneered, a defeated nation still has the right to make demands? Yungu agreed but asked, should we tell His Majesty? Qin Jinji put away her sword. It's up to them. We probably won't agree anyway. Yungu looked worried. But if the officials in court find out, they will definitely agree. Sacrificing a princess for peace is too tempting for them. Marriage between two countries has always existed, but princesses who marry into foreign lands often end up with sad fates. In a foreign land, dying quietly is considered decent. But if war breaks out, the princess involved in the marriage could be used as a symbol in battle. Even though the princess's images are not very good, Yungu still feels it's unfair for them. Qin Jinji's eyes turned cold. Our northern army has fought off enemies for decades. We returned victorious, not to send another princess to Chu. At that moment, a servant came to report, Princess, His Majesty has summoned the Prince of Xian. The prince asked me to see if you want to go with him. Qin Jinji had no intention of going. I have other matters. You can tell my grandfather to bring Lu Yi into the palace. She needs to see her grandmother. After the servant left, Qin Jinji blew a whistle. 18 Long Yu guards appeared in the courtyard. Long Yi asked, Princess, what are your instructions? Qin Jinji looked at the 18 men. Do you know the sword techniques from Jiangnan? Long Yi nodded. We are familiar with the main styles of Jianghu swordsmanship. If I asked you to assassinate someone using Jiangnan sword techniques, do you think you could get away safely? Long Yi hesitated. About 50% chance. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. And what if I asked you to do it just like an assassination, as if it were a play, an assassination of a princess? That would just be acting. If the assassination was just a performance, with no real intent to harm, they could all escape without consequences. Qin Jinji looked at everyone's expressions and nodded. Then go back and prepare. Tomorrow, you will carry out the assassination of His Majesty. Long Yi smiled. Princess, what are you talking about? Are you annoyed that our heads are too comfortably resting on our necks? We can die directly. No need to make things complicated. But Long Yue will absolutely obey, he replied firmly. Yes. Qin Jinji patted Long Yi. Don't worry. When the time comes, just make sure to scare them away. Long Yi didn't understand and only followed orders. Also, tonight you can practice your skills. That night, news of Princess Shen's assassination attempt spread throughout the palace. The emperor was in Weiyang Palace, comforting everyone. Princess Shen looked pale with fear. The palace maid on duty that night lost her life on the spot. Princess Shen's eyes were full of hatred. Today, His Majesty was furious, and she knew the Shen family was in trouble. A few days ago, she received a letter from the Shen family in Jiangnan. They asked her to help with the flood disaster there. Thinking about her son still being unconscious, Princess Shen felt a deep hatred. When they thought she was a troublemaker, they never imagined she would seek revenge someday. She refused their request, intending to cool down the Shen family and teach them a lesson. After all, palace consorts still need support from their families. But today, the guards said that the people trying to assassinate her were from Jiangnan. The Shen family wanted her dead. If that's the case, she wouldn't hold back her ruthlessness. Qin Jinji looked at Yunjin's delicate face and shook her head. You're too beautiful. It's not scary enough. Yunjin held back a smile, lifted her chin, and pretended to be serious. Being pretty is also a kind of fault. Qin Jinji smiled. The officials saw that only Qin Jinji, the younger person, was accompanying them, and they looked more concerned. Usually, only princes and princesses are taken to sacrifices. But the emperor and empress only brought Qin Jinji. Such special favor was truly unprecedented. Today, Qin Jinji was dressed very extravagantly and richly. She turned around and saw Pei Jinyan, whose eyes were swollen and looked like a frog. Was her swelling that bad? It looked really disgusting. Pei Jinyan was about to respond to Qin Jinji's gaze, but saw her turn her head away with a look of disgust. Did Qin Jinji dislike someone around her just now? Pei Jinyan's eyes darted around nervously. He wished he could read her every move like a story. Just after the sacrifice was over and everyone was preparing to return to the palace, suddenly, from the mountain below, a loud shout was heard. Protect the emperor! Bandits are coming! Everyone was immediately panicked and confused. There had always been bandits on the mountain outside the city. They robbed and committed all kinds of crimes, even daring to attack the emperor. When the crowd saw the number of bandits on the mountain, they couldn't believe it. They thought there were at most 300 or 500, and the imperial guards could easily capture them. But these bandits looked like over 1,000, and even the guards couldn't stop them. With so many bandits, the officials maintaining order in the city hadn't even asked for help to fight them. Just as everyone was panicking and surrounded by the bandits, suddenly, 18 people in black appeared again, pointing directly at the emperor. Someone come. Save the emperor. There are assassins. Hong Dequan was trembling with fear, but still stood in front of the emperor and empress. The imperial guards fought hard to hold them off. Qin Jinji slowly drew her sword from her waist, then leapt forward to stand behind the emperor and empress. She fought the black-clad attackers with her sword.
Quick!
Go help Jinji. Hurry! The emperor protected the empress behind him, his eyes cold. He had been attacked as soon as he left the capital, and now there were bandits below. The officials in the city were really not doing their job. The black-clad attackers took turns fighting Qin Jinji. After a few moves, she struck one down with a palm. Such great martial skills. We are no match. Hurry and run. Qin Jinji's mouth twitched. Her acting was really bad, big brother. Long Yue suddenly disappeared. Qin Jinji held her sword, protecting the emperor and empress in front of her. Grandpa Hong was so excited he almost cried. The young princess is amazing. The officials were also surprised. Usually Qin Jinji always brought maids when she went out. They didn't expect her martial skills to be so good. But thinking about it, with her status, if she didn't know some self-defense martial arts, that would be a real problem. Just as the bandits were about to attack the mountain, a special horn sound from the North Army suddenly rang out. The North Army is a real, battle-hardened, disciplined force that has fought on the front lines. Even these vicious bandits didn't dare to fight them. The bandits who faced the North Army were almost instantly defeated. Among the bandits, a tall, broad figure riding a big horse appeared. He was masked, holding 2 axes, with a long scar over his right eye. Even without seeing his face, his fierce look was obvious. He suddenly looked at the emperor in the middle and shouted angrily, "Old emperor, you raise taxes, ignore natural disasters, and neglect the people. One day, I will take your life." Then he swung his left axe down hard. The axe almost struck the emperor's face. Qin Jinji quickly cut it down with her sword. The man shouted loudly, "Brothers, retreat!" The bandits were nearly overwhelmed, and the North Army quickly cleared the battlefield. Someone from the crowd hurried up the mountain. "Your servant, loyal General Li Mu, greets your majesty." The emperor stepped forward calmly and said, "So, it's General Li. How did you come to be here?" Li Mu immediately replied, "Your majesty, today our young princess said there were bandits outside the city. Fearing to disturb you and the empress, she asked us to patrol outside. I didn't expect to really encounter bandits." He then looked at Qin Jinji with a flattering expression. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. This was a sign of friendliness. It seemed she wanted to understand some things when she returned. Otherwise, such a small patrol wouldn't require a high-ranking general like Li Mu to come personally. The empress stepped forward and looked at Qin Jinji carefully. "Are you hurt?" Qin Jinji shook her head and put away her sword. The emperor said to Li Mu, "Thanks to the North Army today, I will record this merit for you." Li Mu hurriedly said, "It is our princess who cares about your majesty and the empress. I dare not take credit. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." The emperor nodded. Then his face darkened as he asked, "Commander of the Foot Army, City Patrol Inspector, where are they?" 2 officials hurried over and knelt down. "I am here." Hong Dequan stepped forward and said, "Wei Shui from the Kyoto office is still locked in the heavenly prison." The emperor let out a heavy sigh. Wei Shui is exiled 3,000 miles away. His family property confiscated. Commander of the Foot Army and City Patrol Inspector. Neglect of duty. 100 lashes each. Detained at the Dali court and dismissed from their posts. Both officials immediately bowed their heads to the ground. "Your Majesty, have mercy." They treat the lives of the emperor and the people as a joke, and yet they still have the nerve to ask for mercy. There are over 1,000 bandits causing trouble, and the common people are suffering. Have you considered sending troops to fight the bandits? I haven't even seen a report on fighting the bandits. How dare you ask me to show mercy? Take them away, execute immediately. As long as the officials in the capital can hide the news, they won't seek trouble for themselves. Even if there are bandits, they are only around the city. In their eyes, these are just lowly commoners. These ants are not worth their effort to report. If it weren't for the emperor being in danger today, those bandits might have grown into a proper army in a few days. The emperor looked at the ministers below and asked, "Minister of Revenue, Zheng Wenba, where is he?" A middle-aged man in a red official robe, with triangular eyes and a small beard on his chin, stepped forward. The emperor's voice rang out clearly. "In recent years, I have already abolished taxes. Where is this talk of increasing taxes coming from?" Zheng Wenba knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, I have been reducing taxes according to your orders these years. I do not understand what the bandit means by increasing taxes." The emperor snorted coldly. "Then investigate. If I find anyone deceiving or hiding the truth, I will punish them." Sweat beaded on Zheng Wenba's forehead. "Yes, Your Majesty." For a moment, all officials in the court felt uneasy. That night, Qin Jinji sat in the courtyard, with dishes and a bottle of wine on the table. Long Yi and others returned to report, "Princess, we are back." Long Yue circled around the outskirts of the capital before returning. Qin Jinji nodded. "Go back and rest. You did a good job completing the task." As Long Yue's group was about to leave, Qin Jinji said, "Next time, let someone else say the lines." Long's expression looked very sad. "Is my acting not good enough?" "It's full of emotion and clear layers." Yun Jin laughed loudly after hearing this. At that moment, Long Yue and the other 3 suddenly looked serious. Someone has entered the house. They have been undercover guards for many years and are very sensitive to blood and danger. The intruder is not friendly. Suddenly, a tall figure jumped out from the roof. "You are the little princess close to the emperor. I will kill you. The emperor will be heartbroken. He said this and then lunged down. Long Yue immediately wanted to step forward, but Qin Jinji said, "You all go back and rest. They can handle this." She calmly took a bite of food and put it in her mouth. Qin Jinji always follows rules. She wouldn't say this if she wasn't confident. Plus, there was only one person, and Yun Jin and the others are skilled fighters, not ordinary people. If anything happens, just the whistle, princess. Then everyone disappeared. Actually, they didn't really leave. They hid on the beams above. They finally returned to their master's side and couldn't let Qin Jinji be in danger. The man only had an axe left but still fought fiercely. For a moment, the four of them were evenly matched. But soon, the man's stamina was exhausted by the four. Yun Kei pointed his finger like a sword and stabbed at the man's throat. Surrender. Surrender. Yun Kei's finger was only half an inch from the man's throat. Qin Jinji smiled and said, "I told you, you can't beat them." Yun Kei looked at Qin Jinji in surprise. "Her name is Hui Man. She insists on sparring with you four." The tall figure pulled down her scarf. Although her skin was dark, it was obvious she was a woman. Yun Jin stepped forward in shock. "How can you be so big? Teach me." She wondered why the princess would let Long Yue try to assassinate the emperor. If they weren't careful, Long Yue wouldn't escape. It turned out the bandits outside the city were actually the princess's people. Hui Man was quite casual. "Sure, when I have time I'll teach you my body training method." Then she confidently walked over to the table and tore off the cloth covering the wine jar. "These days I've had a tough time." She poured 2 large bowls of wine. She pushed one bowl toward Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji pushed it back. "I'm weak and the doctor said I shouldn't drink." Hui Man looked surprised. "My axe weighs 60 jin, and even a regular general would struggle to handle it." "You're weak? Not drinking is better. This is all mine." She finished speaking, laughed loudly, and took the wine to her side, then drank it all in one go. Hui Man looked at everyone with a broad smile. "Old Qin has nothing to do with the bandits outside the city. I recruited them all. The only one connected to Old Qin is me." After a while, the bandits outside the city had split into different groups, each too small to be powerful. Such small groups weren't taken seriously. Qin Jinji asked Hui Man to gather all the bandits outside the city. They were just waiting for the right moment to make a big fuss. Today, the plan was working well. Qin Jinji took a sip of tea. "How many bandits are left outside the city now?" Hui Man tore off a chicken leg. "There are still 1,351 left. Even after many were killed or injured today, there were still so many." It made some officials feel guilty about their positions. "In 3 days, I will personally request to wipe out the bandits. Be prepared." Hui Man, stuffing her mouth with meat, said, "In the next few days, I'll rob a few families. You don't know, those rich landowners are rolling in wealth. If I don't rob them, I'd feel guilty. Later, I'll throw everything into the caves behind the mountain. You can go find it." Qin Jinji chuckled softly. "These bandits are truly villains. They can't be left alive. But you're quite secure in your position as the third boss." Hui Man swallowed her meat. "If you had contacted me later, I might have already killed those 2 above me." Qin Jinji pretended to bow. My apologies, my apologies." Hui Man responded with a nod. "No need to apologize." Qin Jinji tapped her teacup against her wine bowl. "When we fight the bandits, take the chance to slip away. The route and the money are at room 1 of Yun Lion. Go to Tsangzhou and bring A Jiao and the others to the capital." Hui Man put down her chicken leg, looking surprised. "Did the thing with 1,000 birds guard work out?" Qin Jinji kicked a large box at her feet. "Your Majesty almost got hit in the face today. If we don't set up a special guard to protect him, who will be responsible if something like today happens again, with wolves in front and tigers behind?" Hui Man opened the box, revealing the axe she threw in front of the emperor today. She tucked the axe into her waist and said excitedly, "Finally, I can make a difference. But women officials and protecting the emperor, do you think the officials in the court will agree?" Qin Jinji looked mysteriously and said, "To deal with those old officials, I will use some secret tools." Hui Man laughed loudly. It's settled then, although she didn't know what Qin Jinji's secret tools were. but she always followed Qin Jinji's lead. All three of them felt like their minds had been expanded by Qin Jinji. If she said it was okay, then it definitely was. After eating and drinking, Huaman disappeared into the night. Yunjin watched her leave and then looked at the dishes on the table, all eaten up. She turned to Yunk and asked, "If I eat this much every day, do you think I could be like her? That strong build and fierce look. Enemies would be scared just by seeing her." Yunk rolled her eyes and turned to preparing for Qin Jinji. A serious matter like establishing the Thousand Birds Guard couldn't be discussed by her, a troublemaker. She had to wait for someone. The next morning, as soon as Qin Jinji got up, Yunk came in. Li Jin had returned. The half-month deadline was almost here, and he had arrived just in time. When Qin Jinji saw him, she almost didn't recognize him. Li Jin looked much thinner. As soon as he saw Qin Jinji, he threw himself at her feet and started crying. Yunjin quickly asked, "What are you doing?" "Let go of the princess." Qin Jinji touched her nose, feeling a bit guilty. Then she heard Li Jin crying loudly, "Princess." Old Wei cursed so badly, it was terrible. Qin Jinji looked at Li Jin crying and asked, "Where is he?" Li Jin pointed to the front hall while still crying. Qin Jinji nodded with satisfaction. "Yunj, go to the accounting office and give them 100 taels of silver." Li Jin immediately knelt straight and then threw himself to the ground, shouting, "Thank you, princess." He can also expect to be scolded by Old Wei for half a month. When Qin Jinji arrived in the front hall, she saw an old man dressed in rough cloth pulling a young boy and criticizing him. "Grandson, did you see that? That's called a big family of dogs. When we go home later, we'll move these vases out." Qin Jinji chuckled. "Old Wei likes it, so I'll give it to you." Wei Cha frowned when he saw Qin Jinji pouting. "Tell me, what do you want me to do, girl?" Qin Jinji sat next to Wei Cha, smiling happily. "Old Wei, since we're already here, there's no point in pretending."
Wei Cha so not subti.
"You send a young servant to my house every day to stay, and I don't know what you're really after." Qin Jinji looked regretful. "So, Old Wei, you didn't mean it that way. The official robes are ready, and the imperial decree from the emperor's grandfather is almost here. Since that's the case, I might as well go to the palace and apologize." At this moment, Yun Jin came in carrying a tray. "Princess, I brought the official robes you ordered." Qin Jinji looked disappointed. "Take them away. No one will wear them anyway." Wei Cha suddenly stood up. "Luer, go get them for grandfather." The young boy, hearing this, ran over to Yun Jin with short steps. "Big sister." Yun Jin smiled warmly and handed over the tray. Wei Cha picked up the official robe handed to him by his grandson and shook it out. "It looks a good fit. I'll try it on." Just as Wei Cha put on the robe, someone outside came to report. "Princess, Gong Gong Hong has arrived." Qin Jinji stood up, supporting Wei Cha. "Let's go, Old Wei." Wei Cha still looked a bit unhappy and awkward. Qin Jinji clicked her tongue. "Old man, if you keep fussing, go back to your Qing Shui alley. Never come out again, and let your ambitions go with you to the coffin." Wei Cha was so angry his beard almost stood up. "It wasn't you who invited me. I've known your grandfather for many years. You're going to make me so mad." Qin Jinji rolled her eyes and snapped. "You already knew I was a troublemaker. If I really wanted to make you mad, I'd go to Qing Shui alley myself. Count to 3. If you don't come, I'll send Gong Gong Hong away." Qin Jinji stepped forward to leave, and Wei Cha hurried to catch up. When they saw Gong Gong Hong, Wei Cha, panting, said, "Little rascal, you really didn't wait for me, huh?" When Lord Hong saw Qin Jinji, he immediately said, "Princess, I am here to deliver the imperial decree." Qin Jinji responded with a hum and glanced at Wei Cha. Wei Cha was so angry, he was breathing heavily. He stepped forward and knelt in front of Lord Hong, looking upset. Lord Hong quickly unfurled the imperial decree. By the emperor's command, Wei Cha is appointed as a grand advisor. He is to attend court tomorrow. So it is decreed. Wei Cha looked at Qin Jinji, who was relaxing nearby, and felt very annoyed. Qin Jinji looked at Wei Cha and asked, "Don't want to accept it, Lord Hong." He disobeyed the order. Go ask the emperor's grandfather whether he will be executed or sent to prison. Wei Cha suddenly snatched the decree and said, I didn't disobey the order. Qin Jinji immediately threw a gold ingot to Lord Hong and smiled. Go back and report. Tell the emperor's grandfather that Wei Duren will be at court tomorrow on time. Lord Hong took the gold and smiled. I will take my leave now. He pretended to look casually at Wei Cha, who was still upset. He looked utterly surprised. As expected, only the princess has such power. Wei Duren was one of the important officials who helped the emperor ascend the throne. But after the emperor took the throne and opened the harem widely, Wei Cha publicly scolded the emperor in the main hall for being greedy and lustful, then resigned in anger after his wife's death. He disappeared after that. He had always thought this legendary figure had been executed by the emperor, because insulting the emperor was a serious crime. He was a bit surprised when the princess asked him to deliver the decree. He didn't expect her to really bring him back. Qin Jinji looked at Wei Cha, who was glaring at the decree, and said, If you don't want to resign from your official position, remember, you are now a nobleman of at least the 3rd rank. Right now, you can only be a small 5th rank official. How does that feel? Back when the emperor was fighting battles across the land, Wei Cha was the one who debated and convinced many factions to cooperate and surrender. Without him, the emperor wouldn't have had enough military strength to reach the capital. But at that time, Wei Cha was quite eccentric. After the emperor opened the harem and Wei Cha's efforts to stop it failed, he cursed the emperor and resigned.
Wei Cha sợ not Gôn Li.
If you want me to come back and serve, I have conditions. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow, I will have someone send your grandson to Master Pei for his education. Is that enough? Wei cleared his throat and said, Send those vases to my house. Qin Jinji clapped her hands and Yungo came in, also holding a tray. The deed for the house at number 15 Nanja Street, the contracts for 20 maids and servants, and 10,000 taels of silver. Once you settle everything, I will send over a few guards to protect you. Oh, and those vases will also be sent to your house. Wei was not polite at all. These are owed to me by your great-grandfather. Consider this your way of showing filial piety. He reached out to take the tray. But Qin Jinji pressed down on the tray, smiling happily. Let your son come and work with me. The next day, during the officials' morning court, everyone noticed Wei among the crowd. Wei had resigned over 20 years ago. The new officials didn't recognize him, and even the older officials had forgotten him. But his official robes were very luxurious. He wore a 5-rank official robe made entirely of gold thread. With his grumpy face, he looked very proud and important. Most importantly, he was holding a stack of memorials. How many issues did he have to report? Soon, everyone understood what those memorials were for. After the officials entered the main hall to pay their respects as usual, Gong Gong Hong's voice rang out. Present your memorials. No memorials, no audience. A voice came from the back of the officials. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. The emperor was momentarily stunned when he heard this voice. More than 20 years had passed, and that voice sounded rougher. Gong Gong Hong immediately said, Step forward and present your memorial. Wei carried a stack of memorials and walked in front of the officials. A few old ministers squinted, their eyes suddenly widened in surprise. This was Wei. The emperor also saw Wei clearly, a faint smile appearing on his face, as if recalling the days when they fought side by side for a common goal. They had all become old. Wei declared loudly, I, Wei, am here to participate in the sacrifice ceremony with all the officials. It's been over 20 years, yet Wei Cha still looks the same. All the officials were unhappy with this Wei Cha, whom they had never seen before. What is going on? While everyone was confused, Wei Cha threw his memorial onto the ground and rolled up his sleeves. Chancellor Cui twitched his brow. This feeling was strangely familiar. Wei Cha calmly turned around and said, A bunch of lazy good-for-nothings. Chancellor Cui closed his eyes. Just like before, he knew what was coming next. Living off the king's favor and worrying about nothing, you bunch of slackers. When the emperor and empress were attacked at Kangmang Mountain, not a single official in the court noticed. If the northern army hadn't passed by, The city of Jin would now be a city without a ruler. And outside the city, over 1,000 bandits. Are your eyes blind? Or are you all in league with those bandits? The officials immediately knelt and said, "Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding." They could accept other issues, but the bandit attack was directly brought to the emperor's attention. For a moment, no one dared to speak. One official said, "This gentleman is talking nonsense." Wei Cha immediately walked over to him. "You dare to talk? Have you not heard about the bandits outside the city?" The official's face turned red. "You're talking nonsense and rude. This is the court, and you can't behave so recklessly. Shut your mouth. Have you heard of the bandits or not? Why are you talking about other things? Even if I have heard, so what? I don't command the Imperial Guards. What can I do? Can't you report it? What? Your hands are so calloused you can't hold a brush." The official was so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened, but he couldn't argue back. He hadn't reported it, and none of the officials had either. Why should he interfere? Wei Cha spat in his face.
Pa.
"Filthy, rotten-hearted scoundrel. You don't deserve to be an official. Look at you, if those bandits came near, you'd probably soil yourself in fear. Your mother's legs. Why don't you go talk to those bandits yourself, you barbarian?" Chancellor Cui felt a headache coming on. How could Wei Cha always be like this, even after all these years?
Duzong stepped forward.
"Old Wei, it's been a long time. Don't be so angry." Du Zhong nearly choked on his food, almost unable to breathe. The real reason Wei Chaisai resigned from his official position was because Du Zhong wanted the emperor to accept his daughter into the palace. The Du family was the first noble family to support the emperor at that time, and this was understood by everyone as a kind of exchange. However, at that time, the Empress Dowager's old injury flared up, and she was in a life-threatening condition. The court was unstable just after the emperor's accession, so he could only agree to Du Zhong's request. Wei Chaisai saw Du Zhong approaching and immediately said, "Minister Du, as the Minister of Rights, you oversee important affairs in the capital. How come you know nothing about the bandit problem? Your old eyes are failing, so you should step aside and let the young ones handle it. You hold a high position but do nothing practical. If you're worried about losing your office and not having enough money to live on, I can ask the emperor to give you a pension. Go home quickly and enjoy your grandchildren." Du Zhong was so angry he shouted, "Wei Chaisai, don't be so shameless." Wei Chaisai's presence here was definitely at the emperor's command. But Wei Chaisai's temper was even worse than before. Wei Chaisai sneered and said, "Can't compare to you. Your wife is seriously ill and bedridden, yet you're rushing to send your daughter to be a concubine. And what about the Du family, the noble status?
Pa.
You're the most shameless. If I were you, I'd hang myself with my own belt and be done with it." Du Zhong clutched his chest, gasping for breath. No one had dared speak to him like this in many years. "Your Majesty, Wei Chaisai is a mad dog. He's slandering officials in the court without reason." Just as the emperor was about to speak, Wei Chaisai said, "What's that? Can't argue, so you go complain? Why don't you go home and complain to your mother? Oh, your mother has passed away, so if you want to complain, you can only die." Du Zhong staggered from the anger, and the officials nearby hurriedly helped him. Wei Chaisai stood in the middle of the hall and declared, "Today, I will ask all officials, what is the true meaning of being an official? Centralized power? Profiting from it? Enjoying pleasures? Have you ever done anything for the people? Bandits run rampant under the emperor's rule. In places you don't know, what kind of life do the common people lead? You parasites, bloodsuckers of the Jin dynasty. How dare you call yourselves officials? The emperor and empress are attacked because of your negligence. That's disloyalty. Knowing about it and not reporting is treachery. Disloyalty and treachery, worse than pigs and dogs." Wei Chaisai looked directly at the emperor and said, "I request that all officials above the 3rd rank be demoted by 1 level and find their salary for 1 year. Below the 3rd rank, officials are demoted by 3 levels, and their salary is cut for half a year as a warning." Before the emperor could speak, Prime Minister Cui said, "Minister Wei's words are wise. I agree. Seeing Prime Minister Cui speak, the other officials dared not say anything. Finally, the emperor was able to speak. Minister Wei's words are true. I am pleased. I will follow what you said. Wei Cha walked to the pile of memorials on the ground, placing the top one aside. Then he picked up the second memorial. Since this matter is settled, I have a second issue to report. The officials in the court were almost in disbelief. They had just been scolded harshly, demoted, and had their salaries cut. Everyone in the court thought, this is only the first issue, and they are already being punished so severely. Are they going to blame that unlucky person again? Wei Cha looked around and asked, who is the Minister of Revenue? Zheng Wenba felt hopeless. He was that unlucky person. He had never met Wei Cha, but he had heard of his deeds. He had insulted the emperor and then resigned peacefully. This man's position in the emperor's mind was clear. Now that he was standing in the court, it must have been at the emperor's order. Wei Cha approached Zheng Wenba. Since the founding of the empire, seeing the common people suffering from war, the emperor has been concerned and has reduced taxes, but the treasury is empty. However, I know that in many counties, taxes are still heavy and none of the money has entered the treasury. Minister Zheng, are you not afraid that all this money will cause your children to be born without a bottom? Zheng Wenba immediately replied, Your Majesty, I have managed the Ministry of Revenue diligently over the years and have never embezzled a single coin. I don't understand why some counties are still collecting taxes. It must be corrupt officials hiding the truth. I will investigate thoroughly. He was prepared, but not fully ready. How could anyone be so rude? Wei Cha then asked, I put a fox in a henhouse, and the next day, all the chickens are gone. The fox said he didn't know why the chickens disappeared. Minister Zheng, did you have a childhood illness that was not properly treated? The emperor now felt more and more that his little daughter was very caring. Finally, the days of pretending to be a foolish ruler and playing tricks with the ministers were over. Wei Cha's words were harsh, but it was good. Your Majesty, I request to report that the Minister of Revenue is suspected of corruption. He should be detained and a special anti-corruption team should be formed to investigate whether any officials in various counties have been deceiving the court. We should also find out where the silver that has not entered the treasury has gone. Once the truth is uncovered, strict punishment must be applied. After Wei Cha finished speaking, Zheng Wenba was shocked. Others were just demoted, but he was directly taken into custody. Your Majesty, I have never committed corruption. Please see for yourself. Du Zhong, seeing this, took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, although Minister Zheng may have been careless, there is no solid proof of corruption. Is it appropriate to imprison him immediately? Wei Cha snorted coldly. Minister Zheng hasn't said anything, but you, old man, are jumping out and making a fuss. Is it because his silver has been given to you? Are you afraid he will reveal your secrets? Du Zhong sternly replied. Stop talking nonsense. I have always been honest and upright, never forming factions or private alliances. You are slandering me. Wei Cha immediately said, Slandering? Why don't you tell the court about the woman you sent to be your concubine? You can't say it's slander. It's the truth. Just as Du Zhong was about to become angry, Wei Cha suddenly looked at Zheng Wenba. If you haven't committed corruption, the emperor will clear your name. But if you are guilty, don't even think about taking your own life. If you commit suicide out of fear of punishment, I will immediately report to the emperor and demand your family's destruction, corruption of treasury silver, and the punishment of destroying 9 generations. These are severe penalties. The officials present couldn't help but look at Zheng Wenba with some panic. If Zheng Wenba really colluded with others to embezzle silver, he could only betray those he conspired with. Because if these people found out the truth couldn't be hidden, even if Zheng Wenba committed suicide to escape punishment, they would secretly kill him to protect themselves. Zheng Wenba's face darkened. Wei Cha had cut off all his escape routes. No wonder this politician had been able to serve the emperor in battles for so many years. The emperor then said, According to Wei Qing's words, Minister Zheng, if you are innocent, I will not let you suffer injustice. If you are guilty, then prepare to die. Zheng Wenba was taken away by the imperial guards. Wei Cha then placed the second memorial aside. He picked up the third memorial. The officials in the hall cursed inwardly. Was this old man bringing the Book of Life and Death to court? How many people does he intend to investigate? Wei Cha calmly opened the document. Third, I must report that Governor Shen Chongqing of Jiangnan has hidden the disaster situation, causing the people to suffer greatly. He has also repeatedly obstructed officials from investigating the disaster. This person is worse than a pig or a dog. Your Majesty should issue an order to bring him back to the capital for trial. Shen's family officials are also guilty. The emperor replied, whether Shen Chongqing is hiding the disaster details still needs investigation. However, Wei Qing's point is valid. Bring Shen back to the capital for trial. If there is any secret, I will clear his name. We will follow Wei's advice. Wei Cha picked up a memorial, or rather a report. Fourth, I request your Majesty to establish a personal guard to protect your safety. The recent assassination attempt was very dangerous. If there is a next time, who will ensure your Majesty's safety? Hearing Wei Cha's words, the officials finally relaxed. They thought, at least it's not a matter of life or death. The emperor nodded. Wei is right. It was so good that this old man was back. He only needed to agree with a nod. Wei Cha then said, I have already chosen a leader for the personal guard. The emperor pretended to be curious. Oh, Wei Qing has a preferred candidate. I wonder who it is. Princess Jin Ji of the Northern Army. There was a flurry of discussion in the court. This was not the first time Qin Jinji's name appeared in court. But it was the first time it was not because officials had complained. A personal guard? A princess? Qin Jinji? How could these be connected? Your Majesty. Absolutely not. Everyone knows Princess Jinji is stubborn. How can she hold such an important position? Wei is playing with your safety. Finally, one official dared to oppose Wei Cha. Wei Cha shot him a glance. Stubborn? Even if she is stubborn, she still risked her life to save the emperor. You all are so noble, yet no one stepped forward to shield the emperor. I heard that at that time. Only the princess and an old servant were with the emperor. That old servant was willing to sacrifice himself for the emperor. Why didn't you go? Are you afraid of death, or are you deliberately avoiding it? Hong Dequan almost clapped for Wei Cha, unconsciously lifting his chin. The official stammered, That's because we were too far from the emperor. If I had been near him, I would have protected him. Wei Cha directly threw the report onto the official's head. The official couldn't believe it. Wei Cha dared to make a move in the main hall. You, Wei Cha looked at him with disdain and said, You can't even hide a memorial, yet you want to protect the emperor? You won't even die on the right path. Du Zhong finally recovered and stepped forward again. Your Majesty, this matter is very serious. We can't take it lightly. If we really want to establish a personal guard, we need to discuss it further. Wei Cha asked, If your Majesty is assassinated tomorrow, who will discuss it with you? What is your true intention? Luckily, you can't have children, or your evil plans might even harm the child. Now Du Zhong just wanted to fight Wei Cha. He held his chest and gasped heavily. Wei Cha took a step forward. I told you to go home and rest, but you keep causing trouble here in the hall. Old and still alive, that's like a thief. That's your punishment for being an old thief. Du Zhong was so angry he fainted. Other officials took a deep breath in shock. Wei Cha's words were so sharp they seemed to poison himself just by speaking. Hong Dequan quickly ordered the imperial guards to take Du Zhong to the imperial hospital. Wei Cha looked around. In terms of martial skills and loyalty, I believe the princess is the best choice. Because I know, even if the princess has a lively temper, she would give her life to protect the emperor and the empress. I only bring this up once. If any other nobleman objects, I will have to submit a formal report. Everyone looked at the pile of remaining 10 or so memorials, feeling choked with anger. This was a clear threat. If they disagreed, Wei Cha would immediately open the Book of Life and Death. They couldn't argue or reason with him. Even Minister Du Shang was ignored and fainted from anger. Anyway, it was about protecting the emperor, and the emperor was willing. Why bother themselves? But in the hall, many people were lost in thought. Once the personal guard was established, it might be more than just protecting the emperor. The emperor's personal guard could do many things. But the candidate was a spoiled brat, and no one had any ideas. They decided to take it one step at a time. Who knew who else was in Wei Cha's remaining memorials? Sir Wei. Wait a moment. Wei Cha turned his head, and Hong Gong Gong was running toward him. Finally reaching Wei Cha, Hong Gong Gong hurriedly said, Sir Wei, His Majesty requests your presence, but Wei Cha turned and walked away. Tell His Majesty I am busy at home and cannot see him now. Hong Gong Gong broke out in a cold sweat. His Majesty was right after all. He quickly added, Empress Dowager has been waiting for a long time. She asked me to invite Sir Wei over. Wei Cha stood still and sighed. I'm just giving the Empress Dowager face. Hong Gong Gong finally relaxed, thinking His Majesty understands Sir Wei well. As long as they mention the Empress Dowager, Sir Wei won't refuse. Sir Wei, please come this way. In the Imperial Garden, the Emperor and Empress had set up a banquet. As soon as Wei Cha arrived, the Empress stood up to greet him. Old Wei, it's been 20 years. How have you been? Wei Cha quickly said, Please, Your Majesty, sit down. I am just an old man with a weak body, but my spirit is strong. The Empress looked at Wei Cha with happiness, just like in old days. Sit quickly. I prepared all these myself. These are the dishes we loved most when we were in Yongzhou. Wei Cha couldn't help but feel tears welling up. But as soon as they sat down and saw the Emperor, the two old men snorted coldly and turned their heads away, not looking at each other. The Emperor puffed out his chest. That old man, so petty, back in the Grand Hall, he had scolded him harshly, but he didn't punish him. Now that old man had just quit and resigned from his post. Over the years, he had asked 3, 4, 5, 6 times for him to come back. But that old man just wouldn't return. The Empress saw their expressions and chuckled. Enough, Sir Wei is back. You two should have a drink. Let's put the past behind us. Hearing the Empress, the Emperor looked at Wei Cha, then turned his head away again when he saw he didn't move. Wei Cha looked at the Empress, sighed heavily, then raised his glass. The Emperor, noticing this, puffed out his chest and pretended to be grand. I am the Emperor. My heart is as vast as the sea. Since you, old man, have lowered your head, I won't argue with you. Wei Cha immediately snorted. If it weren't for that troublemaker from the old Qin family bothering me so much, I wouldn't want to come back. The Emperor immediately pounded the table. What old Qin family? That's my troublemaker. No, wait. What a troublemaker. I think you are just jealous that I have such a well-behaved grandson. Wei Cha looked disgusted. That little rascal? Jealous of me? What nonsense. That little rascal could make him angry in just 3 days. The Emperor widened his eyes and boasted proudly, My precious granddaughter, beautiful as a fairy, talented in both arts and martial skills, caring and filial. If you ask around the whole city, who can raise such an excellent granddaughter? Everyone envies me. Wei Cha looked into the Emperor's eyes. Are you out of your mind? That little rascal's reputation could stop a child's crying at night. Where does he get the nerve to say such things? The Emperor looked at Wei Cha. Your house, your money, your maidservants. Hasn't my precious granddaughter prepared all of them for you? How can you say she isn't caring or filial? Wei Cha didn't realize he was being ungrateful. I've known her grandfather for decades. She respects and cares for me. What's wrong with that? And besides, he even put his son in the mix. The Emperor was amused by Wei Cha's shameless attitude. Hey, you old rascal. Wei Cha didn't back down. And you old fool. Neither knew who laughed first, but at that moment, decades of misunderstanding finally eased. When Wei Cha left the palace, a carriage was waiting at the gate. Li Jin hurried over. Old Wei, the princess said she asked me to take you home. Wei Cha looked at Li Jin, who was glowing with happiness, and thought he looked at him with admiration. Li Jin had often been treated poorly at his house, but he was unaffected. Hearing this, Li Jin's eyes widened. This was the first time Wei Cha spoke to him so kindly without scolding. He was almost overwhelmed with joy. At the new residence, Wei Cha got out of the carriage, but Li Jin didn't leave immediately. Wei Cha was curious. Does that rascal have something for me? Li Jin hesitated, then realized the rascal was talking about the princess. He shook his head and smiled. The princess asked me to bring Wei Gongzi over. Wei Cha snorted. He guessed that this rascal was just being overly polite, probably up to no good. Inside the house, after a while, a young man with an almost immortal aura came out and got into the carriage. Li Jin thought very highly of Wei Gongzi. Gentle and refined, like a spring breeze. Unlike Wei Lao's sharp tongue. Li Jin returned to the palace and took someone to Qin Jinji's courtyard. The princess, I have brought Wei Gongzi here. Qin Jinji came out of the room and saw a modest gentleman carrying a bundle standing in the courtyard. Commoner Wei Lin, greetings to the princess. Qin Jinji walked to the table and said, sit down. Wei Lin was not polite and sat across from her. The Chu envoy team will soon arrive in the capital. I want to send you to the Exiled Temple. Do you have any thoughts? Wei Lin smiled slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyebrows. The Exiled Temple is responsible for receiving envoys and handling foreign guests. My father should be more familiar with these tasks. I don't understand why the princess favors me. The arrival of the Chu envoy team and the signing of a peace treaty will surely be complicated. Wei Cha would be better suited for negotiations. After all, Wei Cha once used his words to persuade the emperor to accept various armies. Qin Jinji smiled. Old Wei, your words are too harsh. If I send him, it might spark a war between the two countries. My grandfather is old. Let's spare him this trouble. Wei Lin chuckled. The princess is straightforward. Since that's the case, I will listen to you. He thought that Qin Jinji meant that working for her was only for her sake. But he didn't realize it was for official government service. However, you must first prove you have the ability. Wei Lin's smile remained. How does the princess suggest I prove myself? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. In 3 days, there will be a literary debate at Yong'an Tower. The best scholars in the capital will participate. You need to defeat everyone in this debate. May I ask, what is the theme of the debate, princess? Qin Jinji smiled. Qin Jinji. Wei Cha's proposal to establish a special guard to protect the emperor was a good idea. But the leader of this organization was Qin Jinji, a young lady from the capital known for her reckless ways. How could such a spoiled girl protect the emperor? This debate was actually about whether Qin Jinji was qualified to hold such an important position. It was originally just a criticism meeting, but surprisingly some people supported Qin Jinji. They even left their names and invited scholars from the capital to come and debate. Name registered. Wei Lin. The proposal to establish the emperor's personal guard was made during today's court session. The debate was scheduled for the afternoon. Who would believe there was no prior preparation? Wei Lin's smile mask had some cracks. So, the princess planned this early? What if I didn't come to the palace to see you and didn't attend the debate? How would you handle that situation? Qin Jinji shrugged. It's not me who would be scolded for backing down if you didn't join the debate. The name she left wasn't Qin Jinji. Wei Lin's smile faltered. It seemed she was right. This young princess really doesn't follow normal rules. No wonder her father warned him before leaving to be careful of her tricks. No, this isn't just a small trick. It's a trap. Before even sitting down, someone sold him out. Qin Jinji smiled warmly. Young Master Wei, do you have any other doubts? Wei Lin shook his head. I will prepare well. Then I look forward to good news from you. When Wei Lin left, he almost turned back a few times to say something to Qin Jinji. This young princess is the first to make him swallow his pride. Qin Jinji went straight to Chui's residence. When Chui got on the carriage, she saw Qin Jinji reading a storybook again. She looked annoyed. Can you stop showing me storybooks about the Peach Blossom heroine? God knows, she almost cried when she found out she had peach blossom rashes. All these years of red spots were wasted. Qin Jinji shook her head. This is the second part. Very well written. Don't you want to read it? Chui turned her head away. What do you want with me? Qin Jinji waved the storybook. I'm interested in Mr. Mulan. I want to get to know him. Chui looked like she saw a ghost. Are you free? Didn't you say you wanted to establish the Thousand Birds Guard? Why do you want to meet Mr. Mulan? Qin Jinji looked back at the storybook. To establish the Thousand Birds Guard, we need capable people. It's just you and me. Chuang stared at Qin Jinji fiercely. Are you joking? You want to establish the Thousand Birds Guard without any subordinates? I can't believe you. Qin Jinji smiled.
No rules.
We're just looking for someone, Chuang sarcastically said. Looking for Mr. Mulan? Let her write a storybook for the criminals when she catches them, so they can't resist reading it. Then we can catch them easily. Or tell the criminals, come to our big prison. Our prison has the most popular storybooks. Qin Jinji burst into laughter. The carriage arrived at a study. Chuang lifted the car curtain. Why are we here? Qin Jinji leaned against the window, waiting for someone. Soon, a young servant came out of a study. Qin Jinji said to the sparrow, follow her and see whose maid she is. Chuang was not surprised. In the capital, the maids and servants of wealthy families are carefully chosen. Although the maid was dressed as a servant, her height, posture, and walk clearly showed she was a woman. Her servant clothes were made of finer fabric than many others. Chuang was a bit shocked. Mr. Mulan, which noble family's young lady or wife is she? Qin Jinji chuckled. No need to be surprised. The most noble lady in the capital is still a secret hero in the night. Chuang looked speechless. If you keep talking, I might just faint myself. Soon, the sparrow returned. That maid was the servant of Miss Zheng Hongwen, the seventh young lady of the Imperial College. Qin Jinji looked at Chuang. Did you hear that?
Miss Zheng, Kuing blinked.
So, are we going to Zheng's house? Of course. The carriage stopped after about an incense stick's time. Qin Jinji got out.
Kuing hurriedly followed.
We don't know anyone there. We didn't even send a formal invitation, and now we're just showing up? That's very rude. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Weren't you studying at the Imperial College? The sparrow stepped forward and handed Chuang an invitation. This is an invitation. You invite that seventh young lady to come to your flower viewing event tomorrow. Huh?
Ha. Ha.
Chuang pointed at herself. Me? When did I say I was holding a flower viewing event? And all my flowers were stolen by you. Thinking about how her carefully cultivated ghostly flowers were stolen by Qin Jinji made her furious. Qin Jinji winked at her. Don't worry. I've prepared everything. You just need to attend tomorrow. Your only task is to invite Miss Zheng. Chuang asked, just invite her to the flower viewing? Why not just invite her for tea directly? The sparrow stepped forward again and handed her a list. These are the young ladies you usually socialize with, the noble daughters you often meet. I've invited all of them for you. Chuang looked confused. Why am I the one hosting the flower viewing? Qin Jinji shrugged. I don't have many friends. She held a flower viewing event, but who would dare to come? Chuang felt like she had fallen into a trap, but she wasn't sure. Qin Jinji pushed her gently. Go quickly. I'll wait here for you. Chuang looked confused. You're not going? Qin Jinji said confidently. A daughter of a small winemaker? Do you think the princess would invite her personally? She sat on the carriage seat and raised an eyebrow. Deputy Chuang, this is your first task. Chuang rolled her eyes angrily, then straightened up and walked toward the Zheng residence with a dignified look. Lark was a bit confused. Princess, why does Miss Cui have to invite Miss Jingqi? Just send an invitation letter. Isn't that enough? Breaking into someone's house without notice would be very rude in the capital. Qin Jinji smiled mischievously. Chuang is a noble young lady and cares about her reputation. Once she joins the Thousand Birds Guard, she'll face more embarrassing situations. She can't handle that, no matter how smart she is. She already knew that Mr. Mulan was Miss Zheng's family, but she wanted Lady Peach Blossom to visit in person. After half an hour, Chuang finally came out, looking tired. Seeing Qin Jinji, she almost wanted to scold her. Next time, can you tell me in advance? I was so embarrassed at the Zheng house. Qin Jinji asked, did Miss Jingqi agree to come to the flower viewing? Chuang looked worried. I haven't even seen Miss Jingqi. Qin Jinji frowned. You haven't? Her ladyship, Mrs. Zheng, said Miss Jingqi was bedridden and very ill, so she couldn't meet guests. They looked at each other. Now, claiming she was seriously ill and bedridden didn't seem very believable. especially since there was someone nearby who had recently been bedridden. How could she write so many scripts while being so sick? Qin Jinji turned and went back to the carriage. Chuang hurried after her. What should we do now? Qin Jinji looked at her script for Lady Peach Blossom and pointed to a page with a table of contents. It clearly read. Chuang sighed for the 10th time and looked at Qin Jinji. I think we look like thieves now. Why are we sneaking onto someone else's roof? Qin Jinji looked at her and asked, should I just break in like last time at the Wei residence? I think our current plan is good. Keep your voice down so we don't get noticed. She laughed, remembering how scared she was last time, almost losing her composure. She preferred not to see such bloody scenes again. The group took many twists and turns and arrived at a courtyard. Yun Kei pointed to it, explaining that the maid she followed during the day had entered this courtyard. Suddenly, loud screams and wails echoed from inside. In an instant, the courtyard was brightly lit. They saw a disheveled woman chasing after a young maid. The woman was trembling all over, with a wild look on her face, very frightening. Quick, tie up the young lady. A middle-aged couple hurried into the courtyard from outside. Chuang pointed at them and said, this is Zheng Jishui and his wife. The person was probably Miss Zheng Qi. Yun Kei pointed to the crying maid calling Miss nearby. This was the maid from the study. Chu Xian, return my life, Miss Zheng Qi shouted hoarsely. The young maid, trembling with fear, turned to Zheng Hongwen and said, Master, that's not Mrs. voice. It's Lady Lu's voice. Master, you must stand up for Lua. My child was harmed by Chu Xian. Everyone present looked shocked. Madame Zheng immediately said, Miss Qi is having a fit, talking nonsense. Quickly, shut her mouth, Miss Zheng Qi shouted loudly, Master, stand up for Lua. Then she suddenly convulsed and fainted. The young maid, full of fear, said, Miss is possessed by Lady Lu. Lady Lu has come back for revenge. Ghosts. Ghosts. Madame Zheng stepped forward and slapped her, saying, Nonsense. Lady Lu? Send Miss Qi back to her room. She turned and said, Master, Miss Qi is just having a fit. Don't take it seriously. Zheng Hongwen's face darkened. Send Seer to get a doctor. Come with me to the study. Madame Zheng's face stiffened, and she followed Zheng Hongwen out. The people in the courtyard seemed used to this scene, tidying up as if it had happened many times before. Chuang glanced at Qin Jinji, scratching her head. Miss Zheng Qi's acting is pretty good. Qin Jinji smiled, recalling the mischievous smile on Zheng Qi's face when she was sent back to her room earlier. Is Miss Zheng Qi pretending to be possessed by a ghost? Once the courtyard was quiet, Yun Kei threw some fragrant powder into the servant's room. Then she stood at the door, keeping watch over the two. While Chuang was still pushing the window open, Qin Jinji directly pushed the door and entered. She lowered her voice anxiously and said, What are you doing? Qin Jinji sat down at the table inside the room. Chuang quickly followed, sneaking in quietly. Under the moonlight, Chuang gestured to Qin Jinji, indicating what to do next. Qin Jinji signaled Chuang to sit down. Chuang sat beside her, confused. Both of them were skilled fighters, and soon they realized the person on the bed was awake. There is a big difference between the breath of someone sleeping and someone awake. Chuang stared at her, worried about what to do now. Qin Jinji directly said, Miss Zheng Qi, pretending to faint is no longer interesting. Or perhaps it would be better to call you Mr. Mulan? The person on the bed paused noticeably. After a moment, the person on the bed spoke. Who are you? If you want money, you can take the jewelry from the dressing table. Qin Jinji tapped lightly on the table with her finger. Are you pretending to be a ghost to get revenge? The private matters in the back courtyard are many and dirty. Qin Jinji had heard about such things many times. Zheng Qi was silent for a moment. I don't understand what you're talking about. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. Relax, I'm not interested in your family affairs. I came to ask you to write a story. The person on the bed was surprised. A story? What kind of story would make you break into someone's room in the middle of the night? Peach Blossom heroine, hearing this, Zheng Qi suddenly pulled back the quilt and got off the bed. Are you crazy? You're asking for a story and breaking into someone's private room. Her story was very popular, with many readers. The owner of the bookstore had mentioned several times that there were many enthusiastic fans. Zheng Qi thought Qin Jinji and Cui Ying were those avid readers. She angrily lit the oil lamp, and when the light shone on Qin Jinji's face, she immediately knelt down. Lady of the county, Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Do you know me? Can anyone tell her that Princess Jinzhong actually likes her storybooks to this extent? On the day you returned to the city, I saw you on the street. She deliberately went there because she wanted to write a new story. She heard that the princess's life was very interesting, but she didn't expect to see her knocking out a prince's tooth on the street. That would damage the royal reputation, so she didn't dare to write about it. But she couldn't forget that face. Princess Qin Jinzhong was quite calm. Your storybooks are popular among common people, but they lack excitement. I want you to rewrite a version where the peach blossom heroine becomes a hero in the people's hearts, ideally able to rally support. Zheng Qi looked uncomfortable. She was a huge fan. She could refuse others, but she didn't dare to refuse the princess. Cui Ying frowned and said, Are you really here to rush the story? Qin Jinzhong took the oil lamp and looked at Cui Ying. Afraid you won't write well, so I brought the peach blossom heroine for you. When Zheng Qi looked over, she doubted whether her eyes were really being deceived. Isn't this Cui Ying from the Prime Minister's household? Zheng Qi felt her head about to explode. Wait. Princess Jinzhong, bringing the peach blossom heroine, to ask her to write a new storybook. The peach blossom heroine is the daughter of the Prime Minister's family, Cui Ying? Is she dreaming? And 3 years ago they caused quite a stir. Why are they together? Weren't they enemies? Why are they together, appearing in her room late at night? Why do they know she is Mr. Milan? Qin Jinzhong looked at Zheng Qi, who was completely stunned, and said, I only give you 3 days. If you can't write it, I will tell your father and stepmother that you're pretending to be a ghost. Cui Ying rolled her eyes. How do you know she's my stepmother? Qin Jinzhong didn't look at her and said to Zheng Qi on the ground, But if you write well, I will grant you a favor. Zheng Qi was stunned and immediately asked, Where can I find the princess? Qin Jinzhong's eyes lit up with a smile. In 3 days, I will come to find you when I see the new storybook. After speaking, she stood up and left. Cui Ying hurried to follow. You just want someone to write a storybook and took me to sneak into Zheng's house at night. If someone finds out, my father will definitely beat me to death. 2 people left the residence. Qin Jinji looked at the angry Cui Ying and said, Heroine, it's your turn to do good deeds. Cui Ying sat in Yong'an Tower, looking at the various rare and beautiful flowers in front of her. Even she was amazed for a long time. Almost every flower here takes decades of care to bloom. Each plant is worth hundreds or thousands of gold. Young ladies in the capital love to grow exotic flowers and plants. Everyone knows that noble daughters are polite, kind, and virtuous. Growing flowers shows a woman's patience best. Calmness is a quality every lady of the house should have. Flowers also symbolize good fortune. People believe that women with more blessings can nurture more beautiful flowers. Over time, this became a popular tradition. If a young lady grows a flower, she will hold a flower viewing banquet. This greatly boosts her reputation. Today, Yong'an Tower was entirely taken over by Qin Jinji. Inside, it was filled with stunning and colorful flowers. Cui Ying looked at Qin Jinji with some disbelief. Are these all your arrangements? Qin Jinji clapped her hands. 2 identical women stepped out from behind a screen. Flower Man Lu, Flower Manchi, greetings Miss Cui. Qin Jinji raised her chin. The Flower Sisters, all the flowers here in Yong'an Tower are their work. Cui Ying's eyes immediately showed admiration. The 2 young ladies are very skilled. I just looked at all these flowers, and many are very difficult to grow. I respect you. After the flower viewing, she definitely wanted to learn more. Before she could speak, the Flower Sisters pulled Cui Ying into a private room. What are you doing? Qin Jinji, are you robbing me? Cui Ying was pulled inside, and the 2 sisters quickly took off her hair accessories. Qin Jinji leaned on the railing. The Flower Sisters are not only excellent at growing flowers but also superb at makeup. Your outfit is too plain and doesn't match my flowers. Chuang was about to argue as they started applying powder to her face. All the hair accessories on her head are decorated with fresh flowers. Two small pearls near her mouth complement each other beautifully. Chuang holds a bronze mirror and covers her mouth. Qin Jinji, what if I go as the flower goddess next flower festival? She looks so stunning. Beautiful, even with a touch of purity. Qin Jinji circles around her and then looks at her dress with a slight disapproval. Go change into a different outfit, flower goddess. Chuang, seeing her own unmatched beauty, doesn't mind. When Chuang comes out, her eyes meet Qin Jinji's, as if they are close sisters. Her colorful flower dress matches the flowers on her head. With every step she takes, faint starlight seems to shimmer on her dress. Even the path she walks on appears to be sprinkled with starlight. While she is lost in her beauty and elegant dress, another woman steps out of the inner room. She carries a small bowl with a tiny brush on top. She walks over to Chuang, dips the brush into the bowl, and then dusts some of the contents onto Chuang's dress. The starry effect on her dress immediately becomes more vivid. She looks at it with curiosity and asks, "What is this?" The woman replies, "Miss Chuang, this is a mixture of gold powder and South pearl powder. Dusting it on your dress creates a starry effect." Chuang is stunned. "You mean they grind gold and South pearls into powder just to dust on my dress?" No wonder she felt like there were stars on the ground she walked on. Gold powder is obvious, but South pearls with such shine cost at least 100 taels each. That's incredibly luxurious. Qin Jinji takes the flower sisters back to the inner room on the second floor. This is Manager Lan of Rongxiu Zhuang. The dress you're wearing was made by her. Don't forget to introduce her later. Qin Jinji begins inviting the women who are asked to come. Everyone is amazed when they enter Yong'an Tower. The precious flowers are dazzling. Chuang, who organized the flower viewing, looks stunning. The entire flower appreciation event is delightful. Miss Chui generously introduces the dressmaker, Manager Lan, to everyone. Her 100-flower starry dress is simply mesmerizing. This talented embroidery girl, Miss Chui, didn't keep her skills to herself. She is beautiful and kind-hearted, truly a model of noble ladies in the capital. While everyone was admiring flowers and drinking tea, for scrolls were lowered from all sides of the second floor. There are 16 in total. They are poems written by Chuang. Each poem corresponds to a different flower. A maid stepped forward and said, "Starting today, my young lady will hold a flower appreciation event regularly. All the young ladies are talented. Next time you attend, please feel free to share your calligraphy and paintings. We will select 16 pieces to be displayed, and they will be hung in Yong'an Tower until new works are chosen for the next event." This time, the young lady wanted to surprise everyone and didn't announce it in advance, so she used her own poems as a placeholder. Please don't mind. Everyone was eager to participate, creating poetry inspired by flowers, elegant and refined. Yong'an Tower is a gathering place for scholars, which greatly benefits their reputation. Moreover, Chuang's poems are truly wonderful. They already knew Chuang was talented, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. Her reputation among the ladies in the capital rose even higher. After the flower appreciation event, Chuang's reputation, which had faded during her 3-year illness, was revived. Seeing everyone's reactions, Chuang took a sip of tea. If she couldn't guess Qin Jinji's intentions, she wouldn't be able to bear the title of the capital's top talented woman. Qin Jinji was helping her build her reputation. After the event, when Chuang went upstairs, Lanting was reporting to Qin Jinji. "Princess, today Rong Embroidery Workshop received an order for 300 pieces, with an average price of 1,000 taels each." Chuang immediately walked over, holding her skirt. "Why did you specifically tell me to introduce Manager Lan? Turns out, Rong Embroidery Workshop is yours." Her stunning dress dazzled everyone, and Chuang introduced Manager Lan to the crowd again. With such craftsmanship, how could they miss out? 300 pieces at 1,000 taels each means Qin Jinji earned 300,000 taels from just one flower event. Qin Jinji lazily said, "Rong Embroidery Workshop belongs to Manager Lan. She's just kind-hearted and willing to share some of her earnings with me. Chuang rolled her eyes and looked back at Manager Lan. Can I get a share too? Manager Lan patted her head. Oh dear, what's wrong with this order? She ran off without looking back. Chuang was speechless. She turned to Qin Jinji and said, Do I look like a donkey working for you day and night? During the day, she organized flower shows, and at night, she had to act heroically and do good deeds loudly. She only slept for 2 hours yesterday. Qin Jinji smiled and said, Don't say that about yourself. Your face isn't that long. Hearing this, Chuang almost wanted to strangle her. You asked me to hold the flower show to boost my reputation. Having Miss Zheng write stories is to promote the reputation of the Peach Blossom heroine. If you want so much fame, are you trying to use me to strengthen the Thousand Birds Guard? Qin Jinji blinked. I just like your cleverness. Chuang took a deep breath. As Chuang, she has a great influence among noble young women. As the Peach Blossom heroine, she is seen as a hero by the common people. To establish the Thousand Birds Guard, Qin Jinji needs to recruit all kinds of talented people. When 2 influential images appear in the guard, one from noble circles and one from the hero image, it makes it easier for Qin Jinji to face fewer obstacles. Similarly, Wei Lin's debate is also like this. Chuang was a bit surprised. Are you planning to recruit those noble young women into the Thousand Birds Guard? Qin Jinji threw a grape into her mouth. Why not? The talented women in the capital are not just you, Peach Blossom heroine. She never believed that women should only stay at home. Many things men can do, women can do too, and often better. It's just a matter of whether they dare to challenge the rules of this world. Chuang is a useful sword. Her ideas and her status saved Qin Jinji a lot of effort in planning. She was the first noblewoman to come to her side, but definitely not the last. Hearing her teasing again, Chuang pinched her neck and said, If you say that again, I'll make you lose both people and money. Qin Jinji chuckled. Don't forget to go out and bring peace tonight, heroine. At this moment, Yunge suddenly appeared at Yong'an Tower. Usually, Qin Jinji only takes Yun Ke and Yun Jin when she travels. Yun Go and Yun Shan are guarding the palace. Qin Jinji asked, What happened? Yun Shan whispered, The princess. The 7th prince has sent troops to suppress the bandits. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. The 7th prince? Xiao Yin? Hu Amon swung his axe and nearly broke his arm for months. What is a prince trying to get involved in? Did the emperor grandfather agree? Yun Shan shook his head. Qin Jinji understood. The bandits outside the city are not very strong, but they are real outlaws. They don't care if you're a prince. If a prince dares to lead troops to fight them, they would still cut off your head. These princes have always lived in the capital. Although riding and archery are required skills, they live a pampered life and have never been to the military camp. If something really happens, it will be too late. Du Zhong is quite sharp-minded. Now that Wei Lao has returned, Chui's family's attitude is unclear, and there are problems with the Xin family. The 7th prince's mother, consort Du, is Du Zhong's youngest daughter. The Du family shares both honor and disgrace with the 7th prince. If something happens to the Du family, the 7th prince will lose his chance to be involved. Forget about the past. As long as the bandits are defeated, it's a great achievement. If the Du family is really investigated, the 7th prince can use this to ease the emperor's attitude. Du Zhong probably won't really send the 7th prince to fight the bandits. The prince's request mainly shows the Du family's stance. This task will likely fall to Du Chong, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Recently, Du Chong failed in his duties, angering the emperor. But after the bandit fight, the previous issues won't be considered. It's a win-win situation. Yun Shan asked, Will this disrupt Princess's plans? Qin Jinji said, Get paper and pen. Yun Jin brought the paper and pen, and Qin Jinji quickly wrote a few large characters with a flourish. Then she said to Yun Jin, Go to Chihuang Mountain and deliver this letter to Amon. Yun Jin took the letter, pushed open the window, and flew away. The order was issued that day. Du Chong was captured that night. Huamon looked at Du Chong, like a dead pig, with shining eyes. The subordinate stepped forward. Third boss, Do you think this can exchange for 10,000 taels? Is it real? Hu Amon squatted beside Du Chong, this deputy commander of the Imperial Guards from the Du family. Do you think it's possible? That subordinate's eyes immediately lit up with the same excitement as Hu Amon. Noble families are the richest. Today, they received Qin Jinji's letter. The text contains no explicit content. Here is the corrected and simplified version. There are only 7 words above. Plan pause, capture the ransom. She was wondering who to capture when she heard someone report below. The government was coming to fight the bandits. Seeing Du Chong, who looked weak like a soft shrimp, Hu Aman smiled. It seemed Qin Jinji was trying to make some money before she left. Hu Aman walked to the other side of Du Chong, where a soldier was lying unconscious. Hu Aman slapped his face. Wake up. The soldier's eyes fluttered open briefly, then closed again. A young follower nearby quickly said, "Third leader, you're too strong. You knocked him out." "No, you woke him up and then knocked him out again." Hu Aman scratched her head. "Why does everyone seem so weak?" She changed to another soldier and splashed water on his face. When the man opened his eyes, he saw Hu Aman glaring at him fiercely. With a scar on his face and a fierce look, he almost fainted. Hu Aman lowered her voice and said, "If you dare to faint again, I will twist your head off and kick it like a ball." The soldier stared at her with wide eyes. Seeing this, Hu Aman laughed loudly. "Go back and tell the Du family, bring 10,000 taels of silver tomorrow at noon to buy him back. If you're late, I will cut off one of his hands." She turned to her follower. "Throw him down the mountain." News of Du Chong's capture reached the palace. The emperor was furious. Just a band of 1,000 thieves. Du Chong led 3,000 imperial guards. Not only did they fail to catch the bandits, but they were captured and made into ransom. He is the deputy commander of the imperial guards. What does this say about the emperor's authority? Du Zhong's face turned pale. The bandits on Chihuang Mountain were so bold. They actually tied people up and made them into ransom. This is in the capital. They are so arrogant. Du Chong was also useless. He led 3,000 guards and still got captured. He had a good achievement, but now the emperor wouldn't punish him, which was already a kind of mercy. The emperor looked at Du Zhong. "Hong Dequan, prepare a decree. Remove Du Chong from his position as deputy commander of the imperial guards and summon Prince Jinbei to the palace." Du Zhong's face darkened. It would have been better if Du Chong had just died on Chihuang Mountain. Then the emperor might forgive the Du family for this mistake. But this person still had to be saved. The next day, the Du family brought a group of guards to deliver the ransom. The 3,000 elite soldiers failed to defeat the bandits, so the Du family wouldn't be foolish enough to bring people to rescue someone. Even if it cost 10,000 taels, the Du family could afford it. They saw Du Chong with his mouth gagged, hanging from a large tree, still unconscious. A servant from the Du family placed a box containing silver notes on the ground. "We have brought the silver notes you asked for. Please release our young master." The bandits surrounding the tree took the box, checked the notes, and then said to the tree, "Third boss, exactly 10,000 taels." At this moment, the Du family realized Hu Aman was lying on the tree trunk. Hu Aman sat up and whistled. Suddenly, many bandits appeared from all directions, surrounding the area tightly. "What are you doing? We've already brought the ransom. You can't go back on your word and break your promise." Hu Aman's rough voice rang out. "You expect us to trust bandits?" The bandits around jeered at the Du family. "Go back and tell your master 10,000 taels was the price yesterday. Today I want 20,000 taels. Tomorrow at the same time. If you're late, I'll cut him into pieces and feed him to the dogs." The Du family's kidnapping for 30,000 taels spread throughout the capital overnight. Du Zhong slammed a fine inkstone in his study. "These scoundrels. They're just too shameless. They dare to extort my family." The housekeeper stepped forward and said, "Master, calm down. The emperor has ordered King Jinbei to send troops tomorrow to fight the bandits. We will definitely rescue young Master Du." Suddenly, a servant's anxious voice came from outside. "Master, something's wrong." The housekeeper's face darkened immediately. "What's wrong?" "Nonsense. The servant pointed to the front hall. Princess Jinji has come. Du Zhong frowned and asked, "Who?" The servant hurriedly explained, "Princess Jinji from King Jinbei's residence." "Why is she here?" The housekeeper was also confused. The Du family and King Jinbei's residence had no recent contact. The servant panted and said, "Princess Jinji wants to see you in the front hall." Du Zhong's face darkened. This Qin Jinji was always arrogant and unruly. Recently, she even stabbed Du Chong's face. At the polo match, she also ruined his plan to silence someone. He hadn't gone to King Jinbei's residence to cause trouble, but now this spoiled girl had come to him. "Let's go. I want to see what she wants to talk to me about." When Du Zhong arrived in the front hall, he saw Qin Jinji examining a vase. Hearing footsteps, she didn't look up and said, "Minister Du, this vase is made of blue and white porcelain. It's beautiful. I will take it later." The vase in her front hall had been taken by Old Wei, and she was worried about replacing it. This blue and white porcelain is much more valuable than the one Old Wei took.
Du Zhong's face darkened.
This scoundrel really seems to bring bad luck to anyone around. Is she discussing this with him? I'm glad the princess likes it. Qin Jinji placed the vase in Yun Kei's hands. "I told you, among all of Beijing, only Minister Du is so generous." Du Zhong kept calm and asked, "Why is the princess here? What do you want?" Qin Jinji sat directly in the main seat, making Du Zhong's eyes black out with anger. "I heard your son Du Chong was captured by bandits and used as a hostage? He's useless. Why did you send him to fight bandits?" Du Zhong held back his urge to stand up and point at Qin Jinji, shouting, and asked, "What is the princess really here for?" Qin Jinji smiled happily and said, "Of course, to help you rescue Du Chong."
Du Zhong looked confused.
"What do you mean, princess?" Qin Jinji crossed her legs and said, "I asked the emperor for permission. Tomorrow I will lead the army to fight the bandits." "What?" Du Zhong couldn't believe his ears. "Is this serious?" Qin Jinji waved her hand as if calling a dog. "Minister Du, why are you so excited? The emperor sent the northern army to fight the bandits. Do you think my grandfather is leading the troops? If the bandits near the capital could only be defeated by the king of the north, then the city would be doomed. Normally, a good general with 3,000 soldiers could easily handle bandits. But Du Chong is a fool, and the commander of the Imperial Guards was just lucky to get the position." Even Qin Jinji didn't expect Du Zhong to quickly arrange for the Du family to join the Imperial Guards. They have no real combat experience or military talent. They would probably be scared out of their wits if they faced dangerous bandits. Du Zhong knew it wouldn't be the king of the north leading the troops. But with so many soldiers under his command, he wouldn't let Qin Jinji go to fight the bandits. He frowned and said, "Princess, stop joking with me. You are of noble birth. If you get hurt, His Majesty and the Empress will be worried." Qin Jinji smiled and said, "Why would I joke about something so fun?" Du Zhong muttered to himself, could the emperor really be this indulgent? He promised to let her lead the troops to fight the bandits, so he wasn't worried about the mission failing. Once the Northern Army took action, Qin Jinji wouldn't be needed. Qin Jinji looked at Du Zhong and asked, "I heard that the Du family paid 100,000 silver coins to ransom Du Chong?"
Du Zhong's face darkened.
Not only had they paid, but they were also extorted for another 200,000 taels? Why does this scoundrel seem to come just to mock him? Qin Jinji immediately pounded the table and said, "These bandits are too much. They want to get something for nothing." Du Zhong was stunned by Qin Jinji's sudden sense of justice. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Jinji said, "I'm different. I took 100,000 taels, all earned through hard work." Du Zhong felt his head spinning. What does she mean? Qin Jinji's face was kind and friendly. "Minister Du, I am not like those bandits. When I say 100,000 taels, I mean 100,000 taels, no regrets. Their northern army worked very hard to fight the bandits." Du Zhong suddenly slammed the table and stood up. "You scoundrel!" It was the first time he saw someone barging and demanding money. He pointed at Qin Jinji and said, "I respect your grandfather as a hero of Jin. I won't argue with you, but now leave my house." Qin Jinji was not angry. "Du Chong, you don't want to save him?" The emperor has already issued an order to fight the bandits tomorrow. Naturally, the Northern Army will rescue Du Chong. Qin Jinji smiled happily. Then I'll wait until Du Chong is torn apart before I come back. What is this scoundrel talking about? Qin Jinji grinned provocatively. Minister Du, guess what? Will the Northern Army listen to me? Du Zhong felt the dizziness from Wei Cha's anger yesterday returning. How can there be such a wicked, spoiled brat in this world? Is human life just a game in her words? Qin Jinji pointed at the table. It seems Minister Du doesn't want to pay this hard-earned fee. Fine. I just find Du Chong's face annoying. It's better if he's dead. She stood up to leave. Du Zhong pressed his chest and shouted, "Get her the money." If there's only one person in this world who disregards the law without fear, it must be Qin Jinji. 3 years ago, Prime Minister Chui's legitimate daughter nearly drowned because of her. He still remembered Qin Jinji's calm and relaxed attitude in the Imperial Garden at that time. She said she could do it, and she really did. Scoundrel. Shameless. He was so angry, he almost fainted. After a while, the butler returned with a silver note. Qin Jinji happily took the silver note. Minister Du, don't worry. I will definitely bring back Du Chong in one piece, and Yun Kei will return to the mansion. But just 2 steps away, she stopped and pointed at a vase on the right window shelf, saying, "This one is good too." Yun Kei walked over and took the vase in her hand. Qin Jinji left happily, walking with big steps. No need to send Minister Du off. This princess will visit again next time. Visit? Who are you kidding? Thief. Bandit. Shameless scoundrel. It took Du Zhong a while to recover and say, "Send a message to the palace. I want to see Consort Shu." Ever since Qin Jinji returned, she had been hurting the Du family and ruining his plans. Now she even dares to come in and steal money. Consort Shu is one of the 4 main consorts and has 2 princes under her care. Her position is secure, and she has a very good relationship with His Majesty. Now is the time to persuade the emperor to take back the military power of Prince Jinbei. Yun Kei was holding 2 large vases and couldn't speak to the princess at the moment. Seeing this, Qin Jinji took one vase and asked, "What do you want to say?" Yun Kei immediately gestured. Why did the princess want to anger Du Zhong? He was not like the wasteful Shen family. It would be troublesome to complain to the emperor. Qin Jinji smiled. Old foxes like Du Zhong wouldn't bother to complain to the emperor over such small matters. He wouldn't take me seriously. Then, why did she come to the Du residence? Qin Jinji's face showed a mischievous smile. He doesn't take me seriously, but he does take our grandfather seriously. I guess that old man won't sleep tonight, thinking about how to deal with our grandfather. This time, Yun Kei didn't need to gesture. Qin Jinji clearly understood her expression. Qin Jinji smiled and said, "As long as the military power of the Jinbei army is in our grandfather's hands, it will always be a problem. All the noble families are wary, but this military power can only be kept in our Qin family to ensure stability. However, the noble families won't allow such a big threat to be outside. So, it's better to split it up and secretly insert some of the Jinbei soldiers into the capital. Dispersing military power reduces threats, so they naturally won't focus on grandfather's tiger tally." Lark was confused. Even if some military authority was handed over to the capital, it still belonged to the Northern Army. How could the noble families allow the prince to mix the Northern Army into the city? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. So, the Northern Army will be passively divided. Lark nodded in understanding. No wonder the princess has been causing trouble at the Du residence lately. Qin Jinji's eyes flashed with a deeper meaning. This level of effort is still far from enough. The next day, the Northern Army gathered outside the city. Qin Jinji rode past Yong'an Tower. The sound of hooves echoed as Wei Lin watched Qin Jinji's figure from the gate of Yong'an Tower. Qin Jinji's clothes fluttered in the wind. When Wei Lin entered Yong'an Tower, many students were already seated inside. He walked calmly to the main seat. One student stepped forward. "Are you Wei Lin?" "Yes, I am." Wei Lin looked gentle and refined. From his appearance, it was hard to believe he was connected to Qin Jinji. "Are you the one who invited us to debate at Yong'an Tower?" Wei Lin smiled slightly. Yes, that's correct. What could he say? Should he admit that the princess asked them to come? The student immediately looked disdainful. You're a scholar, yet you collude with such petty troublemakers. How shameless. Wei Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, smiling. Today's debate at Yeoman Tower was not prepared with any special food. Please forgive us. The student was stunned, then blushed with anger. He called Wei Lin a dog. Huang Yi. Wei Lin said he hadn't prepared dog food, so he called him a dog. The student pointed at Wei Lin, trembling with rage. Wei Lin smiled and said, Brother, are you feeling unwell? Why not sit down and rest? The student couldn't retort. Wei Lin hadn't named him directly, so if he responded, he would admit he was a dog. He turned and sat back down. Another student stood up. Brother Wei, your words are clever and sharp. Wei Lin accepted the compliment happily, feeling no discomfort. If his father were here, he would say he's just calling him a dog. But the jealous students love to seek fame and praise. Being called a dog almost made him faint with anger. Wei Lin stood up. Since everyone has arrived, let's begin. All the students looked at him with strange eyes. Since everyone disagrees with Princess Jinji taking over the Imperial Guard, could you please explain why? One person stood up. Forget everything else for now. As a woman, how can Qin Jinji hold such an important position? The safety of the emperor concerns the people. Giving it to a woman would mean the fall of Great Jin. Wei Lin looked calmly at the passionate students in front of him and stood up to face them. Do you have no mother? The student was stunned. Then Wei Lin changed his tone and asked again, Do you have no mother? Everyone was angry. How can you be so rude? Wei Lin questioned them about their mothers. You have no mother? You have no mother at all. We all were born from women. Why do you look down on women so much? Creatures have the power to pass on life. Women give birth to the next generation and carry on the family line. Men can do what women do too. All of you here are scholars. Why do you only think with old-fashioned rules? Could it be that your wise books only teach you such boring old stories? The student immediately said, Protecting the emperor is such an important task. Qin Jinji, a pampered young lady, how can she stop danger from threatening the emperor? Wei Lin turned to him. On the day of the sacrifice, when the emperor and empress were attacked and bandits raided the mountain, Princess Jinji used her own body to protect the emperor and empress. Such bravery. How can you say she can't defend the emperor? At that time, the Imperial Guards surrounded the mountain and the Northern Army came to help. She was just a delicate young lady. Wei Lin calmly replied, Bandits threw axes, each weighing a stone. Princess Jinji cut one down with her sword. Can you lift a one-stone axe? A scholar, weak and untrained, said she only knew fancy moves. Since ancient times, women have never been allowed to hold official positions. Wei Lin smiled slightly. Our Great Jin has been established for 30 years. There has never been a ban on women holding office. Do you know which dynasty's old rules you are following? The student's face changed. Was he implying that she was a leftover from the previous dynasty? Qin Jinji is arrogant and reckless, treating people's lives like dirt. She relies on her noble status to act arrogantly. If such a person becomes an official, the common people will be in danger. Wei Lin asked, Has any common person come to complain that Princess Jinji abuses her power or bullies others? There was no such case. Qin Jinji never harmed the common people. The ones she bullied were only the children of officials and nobles. She never shirks responsibility and dares to hit people directly in front of their families. When Wei Lin asked, everyone suddenly thought Qin Jinji was a good person. Suddenly, a student said, 3 years ago, because Miss Cui had a marriage agreement with young Master Pei, she almost drowned Miss Cui. Miss Cui is kind and virtuous, never offending others, but she was unjustly harmed. Such a malicious person cannot be an official. Wei Lin asked, a while ago at the polo club, Princess Jinji, Miss Cui, and young Master Pei played polo together. This shows there must be some misunderstanding. Otherwise, why would the victim and the attacker go together? Maybe they are afraid of the power of the North King's residence. Wei Lin sneered. Since you said that, Princess Jinji has enormous influence behind her. If she really wanted to do something, she wouldn't need to be an official. Now, if Princess Jinji kills you, does she need to be an official? Everyone looked at this squint-eyed man, who was calmly speaking such frightening words. Anyway, she is meddlesome and unreasonable. Others are 100 times more capable than Qin Jinji. Waylin asked, "Are you talking about yourself?" The student puffed out his chest. "If I could command the Emperor's personal guard, I would be 100 times better than her. What does a spoiled princess know?" Waylin smiled slightly. "Why not reflect on yourself?" Qin Jinji arrived outside the city, where Li Muli had been waiting for a long time. "Greetings, princess." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and smiled at the thought. "General Li is now quite worried about my safety." Li Muli looked a bit embarrassed. Since the last family banquet, when Qin Jinji suddenly pulled back the veil, he had been increasingly worried. He thought more about it after returning home. Over the years, Qin Jinji had often been targeted. Besides enemies wanting her dead to influence Qin Yi, the noble families in Jin State also wished her harm. Now the war was over. According to his younger brother, officials in the court had already begun to petition to hand over military power to the emperor's relatives. If her father lives to 100 and Qin Jinji really gets into trouble, where would they, the soldiers, go? When he heard Qin Jinji was leading troops to fight bandits, he immediately followed. Qin Jinji ignored his inner thoughts and said, "Let's go." When the northern army reached Chihuang Mountain, suddenly, a shout came from the mountain. "Stop. If you dare take another step forward, this military leader's life will be in danger." Du Chong was hanging on a steep cliff of Chihuang Mountain. He saw the army below and shouted loudly, "Stop. Don't move. If anything happens to me, the Du family won't forgive you." The cliff wasn't a huge drop, but if he fell, he would either die or be seriously injured. The army didn't move. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a small white horse slowly carried a figure dressed in shiny silver armor forward.
Stop.
Did you hear what I said? This figure looked a bit familiar. "Listen up, bandits on the mount. Surrender your weapons and give up, and I will spare your lives. If you resist stubbornly, I will crush you into pieces." Hearing Qin Jinji's words, who a man from the mountain couldn't help but grit her teeth. If she really were a bandit, hearing this, she wouldn't be able to forgive not cutting off her head to vent her anger. Du Chong couldn't believe it. This figure was actually Qin Jinji. He shouted angrily, "Qin Jinji, do you want me to die? If something happens to me, even the northern army won't be able to escape blame." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Is my intention so obvious?" Du Chong was stunned. "What?" Qin Jinji's smile spread wider. "To let you die." The bandits on the mountain also shouted loudly, "If you step forward again, I will cut his ropes." Qin Jinji tilted her head. Did these bandits not have ears or brains? Didn't they hear her say she wanted Du Chong dead? Cut the ropes? What does that have to do with her? Qin Jinji looked proud and defiant. "Northern Army, obey orders.
Attack the mountain.
All bandits will be strangled. None will be left." Du Chong shouted desperately. "Qin Jinji, you won't have a good death." The northern army quickly attacked Chihuang Mountain. The bandits didn't expect the people below to ignore Du Chong's life at all. They immediately, angrily, cut the ropes. Du Chong fell straight down the cliff. A man saw this and shouted loudly, "Brothers, follow me to break through with blood." The bandits poured down the mountain. They officially engaged in battle with the northern army. Qin Jinji waited calmly at the foot of the mountain. It looked like the battlefield ahead was just a market. At this moment, the bandits on the mountain saw Qin Jinji behind them. "That woman is their leader. Catch her." Li Muli immediately stepped in front of Qin Jinji to protect her. "Today, no one is allowed to harm the princess even a little." Qin Jinji smiled and said, "Generally, don't be so nervous. These are just a bunch of ragtag bandits." Li Muli thought about her words and realized they made sense. His recent thoughts had made him tense whenever he was around Qin Jinji. Sure enough, within half an hour, almost all the bandits on the mountain had been killed. The bandit leader and second-in-command were captured alive and brought down the mountain. Qin Jinji looked at the two kneeling by the horse. "Why did you go up the mountain to become bandits?" The leader snorted coldly. "The emperor is unkind. We had no way out, so we turned to banditry. If you want to kill us, just do it. No more talking. Qin Jinji nodded. I see. If I give you a chance to live, would you be willing to serve under me? The two hesitated. Are you serious? Qin Jinji looked at them with a smile. The two immediately said, We are willing to serve you. Please spare our lives. Then they bowed their heads and knocked on the ground. Qin Jinji suddenly laughed. Of course, that was a joke. The two were stunned.
What?
Qin Jinji's smile was mischievous. They fell off the cliff. I took their money, so I can't trust them. I have to use you two to make up for it. Cut off their heads. You're playing us. You wicked woman. Before she finished speaking, the Northern Army had already cut off their heads. Qin Jinji looked at the blood spraying everywhere and frowned. Drain the blood from their heads and wrap it up. Don't dirty my Luyun. Luyun snorted and stomped his foot. Qin Jinji suddenly seemed to remember something. Go to the bottom of the cliff and find Du Chong. Don't forget anyone with broken hands or legs. When Du Chong was carried over, he was still breathing, staring fixedly in Qin Jinji's direction, coughing up blood heavily. His limbs hadn't been torn off, but he was limp and lying to the side. Qin Jinji looked at Du Zhong and then turned to Li Muli. Do you think, with his condition, he's also a complete person? Li Muli thought for a moment. Probably, since he's missing no parts. Qin Jinji nodded with satisfaction. Back to the city, she looked back at Chihuang Mountain, which had been bloodied by the Northern Army. Her face was smiling, but her eyes were cold. A group of unruly people, the officials in the court, none of them had a strong will. Of course, bugs don't have spines. The messenger had already returned to the city ahead of time. Good news! Princess Jinji has achieved a great victory in suppressing the bandits. The bandits have been completely wiped out. Good news! Princess Jinji has achieved a great victory in suppressing the bandits. The bandits have been completely wiped out. Good news! Princess Jinji has achieved a great victory in suppressing the bandits. The bandits have been completely wiped out. When the good news reached Yong'an Tower, Wei Lin opened the window to hear it. The debate at Yong'an Tower lasted for 2 hours. Everyone present looked very pale. Wei Lin, who was used to killing easily, felt like countless needles stabbing his heart with every word. He didn't want you to die quickly. Instead, he tortured you little by little, like slow death. He didn't even blush during the entire 2 hours. Finally, when the last student said that Qin Jinji was useless, Wei Lin was too lazy to reply. He just opened the window, smiled, and looked at him. Everyone, is there anything else to say? No one knew how to respond. Wei Lin bowed slightly. Since everyone has nothing more to say, can we consider this debate a victory for me? The others were unwilling. If they admitted Wei Lin had won, it would mean acknowledging Qin Jinji's qualifications. Seeing this, Wei Lin smiled. Actually, whether I win or lose doesn't matter. Your opinions are also not important. Whether the princess is qualified to do her job is up to His Majesty to decide. Everyone was stunned. Then why did you invite us to debate? Wei Lin brushed his sleeve. Just passing the time. I wanted to see how many people in the capital are clueless. Surprisingly, even a swarm of mosquitoes can form a thunderstorm. He smiled slightly, then got up and left. After a while, everyone present was blushing, grinding their teeth in anger. So, he just spent his time insulting their ancestors. This guy said that all students are petty-minded and meddlesome, like dogs chasing mice. Go and invite Minister Du to come out and see me. The young servant at the door saw the army behind Qin Jinji and hurried into the residence. He had heard that if this person was in a bad mood, she would directly break down the door. Soon after, Du Zhong, with a grim face, came out. Why does the princess want to see me, old man? Du Zhong felt a chest ache every time he saw Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji waved her hand, and 4 soldiers behind her carried Du Chong to the gate of the Du residence and set him down. Du Zhong's face immediately changed. How did he get hurt like this?
Quick!
Call the family doctor. Du Chong was his nephew's grandson. Although not very clever, he had been obedient since childhood and was raised by him. Seeing Du Chong like this, he felt very anxious. Du Chong's eyes stared fixedly at Qin Jinji, and he said in broken words, "Uncle, ancestor, avenge me, avenge me." Then he seemed to use his last bit of strength to say, "Qin Jinji, I curse you. May you have a bad death and never be reborn." After saying this, he completely lost his breath. Qin Jinji looked calm. "Then you can wait for me in." Du Chong's eyes remained open, unwilling to close. Du Zhong shouted angrily, "What is going on? Didn't you say you would save him whole and unharmed?" Qin Jinji replied sincerely, "Yes, he was saved whole. No part of him was missing." Du Zhong roared, "Qin Jinji, what exactly did you do?" Qin Jinji innocently said, "Of course I saved him. It's just that those bandits were so untrustworthy. When I stepped forward, they cut the ropes. I thought I couldn't take a step, so I took two, and unexpectedly, they cut the ropes." Du Zhong choked on his breath. "Is this woman speaking human words?" Qin Jinji looked at Du Zhong's furious expression and playfully waved her hand. "But since I took your money, I should give you some explanation, right?" She then threw two severed heads hanging on her horse's saddle. One of them hit Du Zhong right in the chest. He almost fell to the ground. Qin Jinji chuckled and said, "Open it and see, you'll like it." The young servant at the door pulled apart the cloth covering the heads.
Ah!
Human heads. The servant was so frightened he collapsed to the ground. Du Zhong looked at the two heads. He had never wanted anyone to die so badly. Bandits on the mountain could only be wiped out by the North Army. If she wanted to save Du Chong wouldn't even be hurt by a single hair. Qin Jinji was doing this on purpose. It was her. She was the one who caused Du Chong's death. Qin Jinji blinked her eyes. "Minister Du, no need to thank me." Then she pulled on the reins and said, "Let's go back to the palace." "General Li, what do you think His Majesty will reward me with this time?" Li Muley didn't expect the princess to be so bold in the capital. She dared to behave this way even in front of the Minister of Works. Although it wasn't proper, he felt very happy inside. The high officials in the capital had never looked down on these military generals. Seeing Du Zhong suffer such a setback, Li Muley felt more refreshed than ever before. "Your Majesty has always loved the princess. I believe whatever she wants, Your Majesty will agree." Du Zhong looked at Qin Jinji's departing figure, his eyes turning red. At the palace gate, a guard approached with a smile. "Congratulations, princess. I heard about your great victory against the bandits. You are truly brave and unbeatable. I offer my congratulations." This guard often worked with Li Jin, and now he looked just like a second Li Jin. Qin Jinji was in a good mood and nodded slightly. The guard immediately said, "I'll have someone bring the sedan chair." "Please wait a moment, princess." Li Muley didn't expect the princess to hold such an important position in the palace. She could even summon the sedan chair at will. They arrived at the imperial study, where Hong was already waiting at the door. "Your servant greets the princess. Congratulations on your victory over the bandits. His Majesty is very pleased and has been waiting in the study for some time." Qin Jinji smiled but didn't reveal her thoughts. Even if His Majesty was very happy facing those bandits, it was a slow death for them compared to the military expenses she had spent over the years. She leaned toward Hong. "Do you think it's too much to ask His Majesty to open his private treasury and reward me?" "Dream on." Suddenly, the Emperor's voice came from inside the study. Qin Jinji heard it as soon as she reached the door. She wasn't happy for long before she heard that little rascal trying to get into his private funds again. "Hurry up and come in." Qin Jinji shrugged. "I knew he was stingy, and he still won't admit it." Li Muley silently wiped his cold sweat behind her. Was this how the princess usually interacted with the emperor? Qin Jinji led Li Muley into the imperial study. Li Muley, following her signal, said, "Your Majesty, the bandits have been completely defeated, and their leader has been executed." The emperor calmly said, "Good job. Starting today, send a team of soldiers outside the city to patrol. We must prevent bandit activities from happening again." After Li Mu left, the emperor immediately changed his expression. "Stop thinking about my private treasury," Qin Jinji snorted. "Just say you're stingy. As the great emperor of Jin, you keep your private treasury so tightly guarded. By the way, Is it really your decision to control it? The Empress's words caused the Emperor's private treasury to open wide. The Emperor glared at her. Did the bandits cause any injuries? When Qin Jinji entered, he saw blood on the silver armor. I didn't have to fight myself. How could I be hurt? Qin Jinji looked at the bloodstains on his armor. Oh, this is the blood of those 2 bandit leaders. The Emperor finally relaxed. Qin Jinji looked at the Emperor and suddenly smiled. Tomorrow's court might have a lot of petitions. Be prepared. He was just passing the time, teasing the old man a bit. The Emperor took a deep breath. He shouldn't feel sorry for this troublemaker. Qin Jinji cheerfully picked up a peach and sat at his feet. By the way, Shun Chongqing should be on his way back to the capital now. The Shun family has been powerful in Jiangnan for a long time. A flood like this can't be solved by ordinary officials. The Emperor picked up a nearby memorial and started reading. Do you have someone in mind? Qin Jinji, biting into the peach, asked. Do you think Shen Mingdang is willing to use the Shen family to help his brother's future? The Emperor chuckled softly. I knew you had that idea. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Grandfather, now is the time for your charm. Don't worry, I won't tell Grandma. The Emperor threw down the memorial and then grabbed the Qilin staff. You little brat, I see your grandmother isn't here today. Who can save you now? Qin Jinji ran away quickly. What's wrong with you, old man? How can you treat the hero who fought the bandits like this? The Emperor chased after her, pretending to hit her. Fake hero. You haven't even ridden a horse, Qin Jinji confidently said. So what? If I haven't ridden a horse, does that mean I can't be a hero? In the end, the Emperor didn't hit her. Qin Jinji ran straight to the Empress's palace. At night, at the entrance of Weiyang Palace, the Emperor awkwardly touched his nose. Shen Mingtang came out happily to greet the Emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Emperor gently helped her up. There are no outsiders in the palace, beloved consort. You don't need to act like this. Shen Mingtang sweetly said, Your Majesty, I personally cooked soup for you. Look, my hands are red from the burns. The Emperor just wanted his Empress to wash his hands and cook for him, and she could do that too. He put his arm around her shoulders. Then I must taste it carefully. They walked hand in hand into the sleeping quarters. At the dining table, the Emperor praised Shen Mingtang's soup repeatedly. Grandpa Hung quickly said, Your Majesty, the Empress has already used quite a bit of this soup. The Emperor's meals are limited, and if others find out what he likes, there is a risk of poisoning. But the Emperor's attitude made Shen Mingtang smile happily. She immediately said wisely, Your Majesty, your health is the most important. The Emperor chuckled. It's because you care about me. In a few days, I will take you to the palace for a tour. You love the hot springs there. Shen Mingtang looked a little sad. Your Majesty, I can't go to the palace with you right now. The Emperor asked, Why? Are you feeling unwell? Grandpa Hong kindly explained, Your Majesty, only the Empress and consorts above the rank of noble lady can go to the palace. Since the Empress is now a noble lady, she cannot go. The Emperor pretended to be a little annoyed. When did such a rule come about? Issue an order immediately to restore Mingtang's noble lady rank. Grandpa Hung quickly said, No, Your Majesty. The court is already unhappy with your favoritism towards the Empress. Her family was recently punished, and restoring her rank now would put her in a difficult position. Shen Mingtang was about to be happy when she heard the Emperor's words, but Grandpa Hong's reasoning made sense. Now she had a falling out with the Shen family. Restoring her rank at this time would put her in the spotlight, and without family support, it would only cause trouble for the Emperor. The Emperor loved her very much. Restoring her rank was only a matter of time, but she needed a proper reason. The Emperor rubbed his forehead. Grandpa Hong immediately said, Your Majesty, you seem to have a headache again. Should I send the doctor to see you? Shen Mingtang immediately became nervous. Your Majesty, why do you often have headaches? Grandpa Hong, are you not taking good care of him? If anything happens to Your Majesty, I will hold you responsible. This unsteady thing still vividly reminds her of the day the decree was issued. Now that she has regained favor, she feels like a dog wagging its tail at her master. Hong quickly said, Your Majesty, you don't know the full story. There was a flood in the south. and the Shin family is suspected of hiding the truth. General Shun has been summoned to the capital. Because of this, many officials are criticizing the court, and ministers are unhappy with your Majesty's favoritism toward you. Some aggressive ministers even want to send you to a cold palace. You know how your Majesty feels about you. It's very tiring, and this headache is like falling ill. A cold look flashed in Shin Mingtong's eyes. The people who want to send her to the cold palace are probably from other consorts' families in the palace. She is constantly favored, but now they see her as sick and want her dead. She stood up and went to the emperor's side, gently pressing his forehead. It's all my fault, your Majesty, making you suffer so much because of me. The emperor gently patted her hand and said, "Don't worry, my love. I will protect you. The flood in the south isn't settled yet, and there's no suitable official to send there. Rest assured, once the matter is resolved, I will find a way to restore your position." Shun Guifei's eyes flickered with a deep meaning. The flood in the south is a big issue. If the Shun family really falls, even if the emperor wants to restore her status, the palace's scheming women won't agree. The court and the harem are deeply involved. Although she has torn apart her relationship with the Shin family, they are still her family in name. Without their support, she would be eaten alive in the palace. The emperor gently pulled her closer. "Why aren't you speaking? Are you worried?" Shun Mingtang, looking delicate and weak, sat beside the emperor. "Your Majesty, if the Shin family really has problems, will you still love me so much?" The emperor embraced her. "You are you, and they are them. I know how much you mean to me. Otherwise, why would I favor you among thousands of beauties? Rest assured, even if the Shun family falls, I will protect you." But then, she would never be able to reach the position she desires again. Shun Mingtang softly said, "I knew that your Majesty cares for me the most. Please have some food. You just had a few sips of soup. If I get hungry, I'll be upset." The emperor smiled and said, "Still, you care for me." Shin Mingtang helped him serve some dishes. "Your Majesty, how does it taste?" The emperor nodded and said, "Yes, very tender." Shin Mingtang smiled and said, "This is a young bear paw that Shin Che specially hunted. He sent someone to deliver it to the palace before returning home, saying that when your Majesty visits my palace, I will prepare it for a change of taste." The emperor casually asked, "Is Shin Che's injury healed?" Shin Mingtang smiled. "Shin Che is strong and healthy. Your Majesty cares for him and didn't really hurt him, so he's already fine." The emperor nodded and said, "That's good. In a few days, let him return to his post. The duke's residence no longer has a title. Later, I will find a chance to let Shin Che earn some merit and grant him a noble title. It won't be high, but it can support you. Earning merit is the best chance right now. The Shun family can't be trusted. Even more so, Shun's family is useless. She worked hard to raise her father's favorite son and grandson, knowing that after her father died, no one would compete with Shin Che for the title. But these fools ended up ruining the duke's residence. Even if Shin Che regains his position, he will only be a military commander. Without her family's support, how can she reach that position? Since ancient times, sacrificing family for righteousness has been praised. The Shun family was wrong first, so she shouldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Shun Mingtang sat up straight and said, "If that's the case, why not let Shin Che go south on behalf of the emperor?" The emperor thought for a moment and said, "Shin Che is still from the Shin family. If the Shin family in Jiangnan truly has problems, it might harm your reputation." Shin Mingtang looked aggrieved and said, "Your Majesty, you don't trust me or Shin Che. Do you think Shin Che would be biased?" The emperor quickly replied, "My dear, how could I not trust you?" Shin Mingtang immediately said, "Since your Majesty trusts me, this matter should be handled by Shin Che. He's from the Shin family. When he goes to Jiangnan, the Shin family won't cause trouble. If they really have issues, Shin Che has always been loyal to you and will surely act for righteousness." The emperor hesitated and said, "But the Shin family might resent your children, and Jiangnan is too dangerous. If Shin Che has an accident, how can I explain to you?" Shin Mingtang said, "I and Shin Che are both devoted to your Majesty. Since you love me so much, Even if I take some blame, what does it matter? Blame? As long as she can regain her high position, what are a few insults from history? The emperor was very moved. I truly haven't neglected my beloved consort. However, this matter is very important. Tomorrow, I will ask Xin Cha to come to the palace for a detailed discussion before making a decision. Xin Mingtang smiled and said, Your Majesty, I listen to you. Due to busy government affairs, the emperor did not stay overnight in Weiyang Palace. While walking with Hong Dequan along the palace path, the emperor spoke with a somewhat wistful tone. In a few days, it will be a Yao's Memorial Day. The next day at court, several officials jointly submitted a report asking the emperor to revoke Qin Ye's military authority. Your Majesty, now that the country is peaceful and there are no wars, Qin Yi still refuses to give up his military power. If this continues, he may have other intentions. Please think carefully. The emperor waved his hand and said, You are overthinking. I have known the Prince of North Town since childhood. We fought in many battles over 20 years. He protected me from 13 arrows and saved me many times. I have raised him like a son from a young age. I do not believe he has any bad intentions. The grace of saving a life, with his granddaughter as a pledge. Since Qin Jinji entered the palace, everyone in the court knew this well. Previously, they relied on Qin Yi fighting against Chu State, but now the war is over. No one knew whether Qin Yi had any second thoughts about the emperor. But they knew that as long as Qin Yi held military power, their noble families would be restrained every day. Your Majesty, the border people recognize Qin, not Shao. The North Town army, with 1 million soldiers, only obey Qin Ye's orders. If the military power is not taken back, it will lead to disaster. The emperor frowned slightly. The Prince of North Town has fought on the border for decades, saving the people from Chu's slaughter. That is natural. Now that the war is over, the people will not suffer like that anymore. Your Majesty, the North Town army has 1 million soldiers. Even though the war is over, they still guard the border and key strategic locations. The Prince of North Town even led 100,000 troops to the capital and stationed outside the city. If he has any bad intentions, he only needs to raise his arm, and the capital will fall instantly. The emperor's face also turned a bit grim. I trust the Prince of North Town. I will think carefully about the military power issue. Let me consider it further. Wei Cha suddenly cleared his throat. The ministers who were still calling him, Your Majesty, were startled. The last time he presented a report in the court like a judge calling the roll, many officials kept their distance from Wei Cha. During court, they were afraid he might suddenly produce another memorial out of nowhere. Seeing that Wei Cha made no move, the ministers spoke again. Wei Cha turned around and asked, Have you got chicken feathers in your ears? The minister was stunned. Then his face turned red. Rude. Wei Cha raised an eyebrow and looked at him sideways. Didn't you hear His Majesty say to discuss this later? Which word don't you understand? Or should His Majesty come down and let you sit in that spot? The minister immediately knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I have no such intention. Doesn't this mean he's planning rebellion? Wei Cha pressed on. What do you mean then? Speak clearly now, or I will report this in a letter. Wei Cha then took out a blank memorial from his sleeve and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, may I borrow a pen? The other ministers widened their eyes in surprise. What's going on? The minister was interrupted by Wei Cha and didn't dare to mention military power anymore. Your Majesty, I swear with heaven and earth, I have no such thoughts as Lord Wei suggested. Wei Cha looked at him sideways. What do I mean? The minister hesitated and didn't dare to speak. He was afraid to speak, but Wei Cha dared to write. This person disrespected the court. I request to report it. 10 lashes. Wei Cha's words earlier implied that if the emperor didn't punish him, it would damage the dignity of the royal family. The minister wanted to defend himself, but 10 lashes were too light compared to the thought of rebellion. I accept the punishment and thank Your Majesty. Seeing this, Wei Cha asked, Is there anyone else who wants to speak for the emperor? The memorials on the dragon desk, requesting to withdraw military power, were stacked up. Everyone in the hall looked at each other. Since the emperor agreed to discuss again, They couldn't push too hard. And who dares to provoke this, king of? Wei Cha, seeing this, folded his arms and returned to his seat. The officials behind him instinctively took a few steps back to keep their distance. After the court session, the ministers avoided Wei Cha even more. But these officials didn't realize that Wei Cha wasn't really a devil. Qin Jinji was. Once the message was sent out, Qin Jinji immediately went to the door. Help! Someone's killing. Is there no law under the emperor's rule? As a princess, you act so arrogantly. I will report you to the Prince of Jinbei. Qin Jinji sat on the street, facing Zhang Chang's residence. That was the same residence of the minister, who was scolded for disrespecting the court today. He was lying on his bed recovering when suddenly a group of people stormed in, dragged him out, and hung him in front of his house. He looked up and saw Qin Jinji sitting in the open space in front of her residence. Before he could understand what was happening, Qin Jinji spoke. Yunk, attack. Yunk drew the whip from her waist and swung it forward. Qin Jinji, what are you doing? Zhang Chang had already been injured from before, and with Yunk's few strikes, he was badly wounded and bleeding. Qin Jinji sipped her tea and said coldly, Did you bow before His Majesty and plead for my grandfather? Zhang Chang was stunned. So, what if I did? Qin Jinji nodded. Then I didn't hit you wrongly. Yunk, leave him with some hope. Zhang Chang was beaten and screamed loudly. Passers-by gathered around. Soon, Zhang Chang fainted from the beating. Qin Jinji saw this and stood up to leave. Next house. In one day, all officials who requested to revoke military power were hung at their own doors and beaten until they were barely alive. Qin Jinji's arrogant actions instantly sparked outrage in the capital. The Prince of Jinbei's residence allowed the guards to be kept, and this princess led her troops to attack one household after another. Qin Jinji listened to the gossip in the streets while playing chess. This fire should be enough now. Yunjin came in and said, Princess, Miss Cui is looking for you. Qin Jinji was a bit surprised. So late? Why is she out? When Shuang entered, she looked like she had seen a ghost. Princess, what exactly are you doing? How can you cause such a big trouble? Do you know that more than 10 ministers have already gone to the palace to complain? Qin Jinji held a black piece and said confidently, I beat them half to death. If they still don't complain, they must be too kind-hearted. Are you doing this on purpose? Qin Jinji dropped a white piece. What else would I do? Shuang sat across from her, looking incredulous. Can you tell me what you really want to do? Do you still want to establish the Thousand Birds Guard? Now that the ministers have united to complain, I don't think the Thousand Birds Guard can be established anymore. Qin Jinji picked up another white piece. Do you know how my grandfather has been calming these people when I caused trouble in the capital all these years? Shuang was speechless. Various rewards, right? The emperor wouldn't punish you. Just give more gold and silver to keep these people happy. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Yes, but also no. Gold and silver objects are not the most important. What matters is the meaning they convey. Shuang pouted. Isn't it just your majesty expressing regret to these people on behalf of the king of the north in the capital? Qin Jinji smiled. Regret? Rain and dew are all blessings from the emperor. Where does the emperor's regret come from? Shuang frowned. Then what else could it be? Qin Jinji dropped her white piece, and the situation on the chessboard instantly became tense. What they want is for the emperor to compromise in exchange for what they desire. Cui Ying's eyes clearly showed her suspicion. Are you crazy? I heard from my father that many officials in the court today requested the emperor to revoke the military power of the king of the north. Once that power is taken away, the fate of the king of the north's residence is uncertain. The emperor keeps silent, but if you go knocking on his door, you're just giving him a handle. A clever fox dies, and the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. A general who has achieved great success and lost his military power will not have a good ending. Qin Jinji looked at the chessboard. If we don't let the emperor be forced to take away our Qin family's military power, it shows that the emperor and ministers are no longer united. For many years, the noble families in the capital hoped that the Qin family and the Shao family would not be united. Just like she is dividing the noble families, they are also dividing themselves. In this game of chess, no one can be safe and isolated. Cui Ying's expression gradually became serious. "Aren't you afraid I will tell my father about your plans?" The emperor is restrained by the noble families in court, and the noble families are also restrained by the Northern Army behind the emperor. Everyone knows that if the military power of the King of the North is taken away, the alliance between the emperor and his ministers will break. But Qin Jinji was clearly telling her that all of this was just a show by the emperor and Qin family. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. "Hitting Cui family first is also a good choice." Cui pouted. "You're a devil." She naturally wouldn't tell her father. Now that she stands with Qin Jinji, she is essentially on the emperor's side. If she exposes the emperor's plans, Cui family will be the first to be dealt with. Cui was a bit confused. But once the military power is taken away and scattered, it will be hard to get it back. Qin Jinji picked up a black piece. Who says scattering military power means giving up the army? Cui felt that as long as she was with Qin Jinji, her head would hurt from thinking. What is the point of dispersing the army if you don't hand over the troops? Qin Jinji seemed to be thinking about her next move. Of course, we must hand over the troops, but how and to whom depends on what these elders want. Cui was shocked. Are you saying we should give the army to the emperor? Even if we do, the million-strong army will eventually be divided, so it's the same. The black stones were placed, and Qin Jinji's voice sounded again. The Northern Army, with 90,000 soldiers, is on the frontier. I am here as a hostage in the capital. The officials in the court are not afraid of me. They only fear the 10,000 soldiers outside the city. That 10,000 soldiers are like a sword hanging over their heads. Cui had never seen anyone speak so casually about being a hostage. At first, she planned to set Qin Jinji up to fall into trouble, thinking it was because of this. Back then, she didn't know Qin Jinji's true nature, although she wasn't exactly a good person. But she knew that as long as the Northern King was on the frontier, Qin Jinji would be safe. But would those ministers agree? Qin Jinji picked up a white stone. Since it's an exchange, it's not just one side getting what they want. The ministers want the emperor to take back the military power. If the emperor compromises, it would mean abandoning brotherly bonds, saving grace, and might even earn a reputation for narrow-minded suspicion. Such a serious crime. Without exchanging for something the emperor is satisfied with, how could these people get what they want? She placed a white stone, and the black stones were immediately surrounded, as if about to be devoured.
Cui suddenly understood.
So, they want the emperor to disperse your grandfather's military power. But that dispersed power can only be used by the emperor. What about the 10,000 soldiers outside the city? How do they plan to settle them? Qin Jinji picked up a black stone. A few days ago, when the emperor and empress were attacked, the military commander, the city patrol inspector, and the governor of the capital all failed in their duties. The 3,000 imperial guards were defeated, and the deputy commander was captured alive. The ones who came to rescue and suppress the bandits were all from the Northern Army. The black stones were placed, and the white stones instantly collapsed. Every move was part of Qin Jinji's plan. What could be more formidable than the Northern Army? The duty to protect the emperor. Who else could do it better than the Northern Army? The emperor wants the army to protect the capital and ensure his safety, and the ministers have nothing to say. With the Northern Army, even their own safety can be guaranteed. After all, they still vividly remembered the ferocity of the bandits from last time. This pleased the officials and allowed the emperor to keep control of the army. Since the emperor is old, when future princes support the throne, these military forces will be the strongest guarantee of royal power. But you caused such a big problem. How can the officials agree to you controlling the 1,000 birds guard? There have been many disputes before. Qin Jinji stood up and stretched. The emperor's military power is divided. We need to give the Qin family some benefits to silence the people. A spoiled brat who only shows off won't threaten them, and it also shows the emperor's favor. Compared to handing over military power, this deal is very worthwhile. In the end, the officials had to personally agree to Qin Jinji leading the 1,000 birds guard. Maybe one day, when they regret their decision for hurting themselves, it will be too late. Cui looked at the chessboard. The black pieces were like hidden snakes in the dark. A bite from them could be deadly. But just when you think you see the whole picture, you realize it's not a snake, but a giant python swallowing the sky. Poison isn't meant to relax people, but to tease the prey with a huge creature. On her way home, Chuang couldn't help but think. If she had insisted on marrying Pei Jinyan, would Qin Jinji have just thrown her into the water, or would she have taken her life? Chuang was glad that she was on the same side as Qin Jinji. If they were enemies, she wouldn't stand a chance against Qin Jinji. That night, the emperor and empress had a fierce argument. They had never fought so intensely before. The emperor stormed out of the palace, staying overnight at Weiyang Palace. The next day, Sun Cha was appointed as inspector and sent south to investigate the floods in Jiangnan. Outside the city, 50,000 soldiers from the Northern Army were incorporated into the Imperial Guard. They participated in guarding the palace, city defenses, and government offices. Their mission was to protect the safety of the capital and maintain order. The Thousand Birds Guard was established to ensure the emperor's safety. Princess Qin Jinji was appointed as the commander of the Thousand Birds Guard. Cui Qingxiang's daughter, Chuang, was made deputy commander. All matters of the Thousand Birds Guard were under Princess Qin Jinji's full control. The Thousand Birds Guard reports directly to the emperor and follows his orders. Everyone got what they wanted. For a while, some envied the emperor's favor toward Qin Jinji. Others pitted Qin Jinji's family for losing their power. Even Cui Ying's sudden appointment as deputy commander of the Thousand Birds Guard caused no suspicion. 3 years ago, the Cui family and the Qin family were almost mortal enemies. The emperor wanted to ease their relationship. At the polo match, Cui Ying and Qin Jinji played polo together, which was the best proof of this. Moreover, Qin Jinji, who was spoiled and raised in luxury, was not suitable to manage the Thousand Birds Guard. On the other hand, Cui Ying, daughter of Prime Minister Cui, was famous for her talent in Jing City. With her there, someone could handle the affairs of the Thousand Birds Guard. This was also a kind of compensation for Cui Ying. When Cui Ying received the imperial decree appointing her as vice commander, she couldn't believe it. The commander was a third-rank official. The vice commander was a fourth-rank official. Honestly, now her father would have to call her Your Excellency when he saw her. But soon, Cui Ying frowned. Since Qin Jinji was fully responsible for the Thousand Birds Guard, where could she find recruits? They all walked with a confident and lively air. Cui Ying looked at the 4 people and felt even more hopeless. Are you saying it's just these 4? Yunjin pouted. What's wrong with us 4? In the capital, not many can beat us. Cui Ying sighed with despair. It's good to have you 4, but it can't be only you 4. At that moment, lively voices came from the door. This is the place. I'm exhausted. Are you sure we didn't go the wrong way? It's so big here. Old Qin gave us this address, no mistake. Yunjin raised an eyebrow. That rough voice sounded a bit familiar. Old Qin. Are you there? Qin Jinji looked at Cui Ying. They're here. Cui Ying sat up and looked toward the yard. She saw a group of strong-looking women. Yes, women. Walking in happily. Yunjin immediately ran over happily. A man was delighted and hugged Yunjin. Qin Jinji stood up and went to the yard. You all walk so fast. I thought it would take at least 3 days to reach the capital. A man laughed. Old Qin, let me introduce someone. We got here so quickly thanks to her. The people who entered then dispersed, and Qin Jinji noticed among them a delicate young girl who looked a bit fragile. This is Wei Sweki. Sweki's mother is Wei Long, the leader of the Tsangzhou Waterway Guild. We owe a lot to them this time. The guild, it turns out, traveled by water. Wei Sweki saw Qin Jinji and shyly said, Greetings, Miss Qin. A man was exaggerating. It was just a small help. A man smiled and said, Not Miss Qin, but the princess. This is Princess Jean of the Jinbei Palace. Wei Sweki immediately stepped back involuntarily behind a man. The legendary Princess Jean, known for her ruthlessness and fierce reputation in the capital. A man saw Wei Sweki's nervous look and laughed even louder. Don't be afraid. Although old Qin isn't a good person, don't judge her by others' words. Wei Sweki nodded, but her body still instinctively pressed closer to Hue Man. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. The Transport Guild manages water routes, and each state's guild is connected like a network. They come and go, wielding swords and iron, embodying both heroism and roughness, part gang, part hero group. A woman able to lead such a guild must be extraordinary in skill and courage. The dragon, the king of water, calls herself the Dragon Mother. Wei Shui's ambition is not simple. How could a daughter of such a person be so timid? Qin Jinji didn't mind her fear. You help my people, and I can reward you. Wei Shuai kept refusing. No need, no need. My mother said if Ah Man and the others hadn't helped us find the goods, we might have faced great trouble. Plus, I came to the capital to find family, and Ah Man protected me all the way. Goods that could cause trouble for the Transport Guild? Qin Jinji said, that's your matter. My words are final. Think it over and tell Ah Man. Wei Shuai looked a little scared, her eyes moist like a deer's. She nodded, somewhat confused. At that moment, a woman who looked quite similar to Hue Man stepped out from the crowd. She had slightly darker skin and a lively expression, but her build was more robust than Hue Man's. Princess, long time no see. Qin Jinji smiled. Long time no see, a Jiao. Yunjin immediately said, Ah Man. Is she your sister? She seems to have trained her body skills even better than you. Hue Jiao smiled and said, I am Ah Man's older sister. But you're right. Ah Man can punch with 100 gene of strength, and I can punch with 200 gene. Yunjin's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Aman. Aman.
Teach me your body training skills. Despite her delicate appearance, Yunjin was eager for strength. With such a body, next time she fought someone, she could smash their head directly. Hue Jiao was surprised at Yunjin's words, then burst into hearty laughter. Princess's people are truly extraordinary. On their way, everyone they met looked at them with disdain and dislike. They ate a lot, made a lot of noise, had dark skin, and were broad and strong. Today's women are all delicate and graceful, like willows in the wind. People judged them as neither masculine nor feminine. This was the first time they saw expressions of admiration from outsiders. Qin Jinji turned to Chueying and said, Deputy Chui, the first group of 1,000 Birds Guards is in position. Chueying was very surprised. Where did Qin Jinji find these people? A punch weighing 200 gene. Getting hit by her punch would be disrespectful, even if it only hurt a little. Qin Jinji addressed everyone. This is Chueying, the daughter of Prime Minister Chui. Now she is the deputy of our 1,000 Birds Guards. Please all come and meet Deputy Chui. Everyone responded together, Greetings, Deputy Chui. Chueying was surprised but kept her composure. No need for formalities. From now on, we are colleagues. Then she quietly asked, Are the assessments about to start? Qin Jinji showed a confident smile. Do you know what the greatest charm of power is? Qin Jinji snapped her fingers. The greatest charm of power is being able to set the rules. Her own people naturally didn't need to follow these rules. Chueying was speechless, feeling she had been played. Hue Man helped Wei Shuai onto the carriage and then returned to the 1,000 Birds Temple. Qin Jinji looked at Hue Man. You've been eager to spar with the Skylark. Today everyone is here, so why not have a match? Hue Man's eyes lit up with excitement. I've been waiting for this. Everyone immediately cleared a space. They didn't get enough last time, so the two of them decided to have a proper match. Hue Man threw her twin axes onto the ground. She stood firm, her right foot stepping back. She spread her fists and suddenly attacked like a fierce tiger toward the Skylark. The Skylark also threw her sword aside. Neither of them used weapons. They fought with their fists and speed. The Skylark moved like a ghost, while Hue Man fought fiercely. It was a passionate contest of speed and strength. Chueying couldn't help but admire. Recruiting for the 1,000 Birds Guards required both civil and martial skills. If everything Qin Jinji said was true, then martial arts skill was the minimum standard. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves in danger. The 4 martial arts experts among the Skylark were deep and mysterious. Hue Man could keep up with her, fully capable of serving in the 1,000 Birds Guards. Chui Ying suddenly found it amusing. Perhaps recently, Qin Jinji had been smiling more often. She had almost forgotten what Qin Jinji's true face looked like. People without real skills cannot stay by her side. In the end, the sparring was very close, with Yang holding a knife near a man's throat. A man laughed loudly. As old Qin said, "I can't beat you now. I'll train for a while and then have another match with you." Yang wiped the sweat from her face, her eyes full of admiration. She smiled and nodded. At that moment, there was a knocking at the door. Yunjin opened the door and saw a thin, weak girl wearing rough clothes with patches standing outside. "Excuse me, is this the Qidiao agency?" Yunjin nodded. "Yes. What do you need?" The girl took out a notice from her pocket. "I'm here to try out for the Qidiao guards." Yunjin immediately opened the door wider. "Come in, princess. Someone is here to try out for the Qidiao guards." Chui Ying's eyes lit up, but her expression quickly turned disappointed when she saw who it was. It wasn't because of her clothes. It was because the girl looked too fragile. No flesh on her face, and her clothes looked worn out. "What skills do you have? Are you applying for a civilian or a martial position?" The girl respectfully stepped forward, looking hesitant. "I'm not sure if a forensic examiner is considered a civilian or a martial position." Chui Ying's eyes widened. "You're a forensic examiner?" Forensic examiners often perform autopsies, and very few men do this work. Most forensic examiners come from family traditions, and I've never heard of a female forensic examiner. The girl nodded, and seeing Chui Ying's disappointed expression, she looked a bit discouraged. Maybe the Qidiao guards wouldn't accept a female forensic examiner. Suddenly, a voice spoke. "Why do you want to be a forensic examiner?" The girl looked at the speaker calmly. "No particular reason. It's a family trade." Qin Jinji stepped forward, looking at her fragile face, and suddenly smiled. "I'll personally supervise your exam, but the test won't be here. Someone will notify you later." In this world, some women do things that are usually done by men. They often have a very noble reason. But who says only men can do those things? And who says women need a noble reason to do them? Women can do anything they want. If they want it, they just do it. There are no many reasons needed. The girl's eyes lit up with surprise. She never expected she could actually take the test. The person in front of me is dressed in a dark flying bird outfit that cannot hide her noble aura. Moreover, she speaks in a way that no one dares to contradict. "Is she the princess?" "Your humble servant, Bai Huan," greets the princess. Qin Jinji looks at Bai Huan kneeling on the ground and smiles. "Yunjin, take her to eat." "Let her eat more." Bai Huan looks pale and thin, with a few patches of skin peeling at the corners of her mouth. She clearly looks like someone who has been starving for a long time. Bai Huan didn't expect Qin Jinji to be so kind. The first thing she said was to take her to eat. Yunjin takes her to the kitchen. Chui Ying says with some disbelief, "This is the first time I've seen a female corpse examiner. She actually dares to touch the bodies." "That's so brave," Qin Jinji teases. "You don't dare?" Chui Ying exaggerates. "Of course I don't dare. That's a corpse. Just looking at it gives me nightmares." Qin Jinji smirks slightly. "Then you can come with me tonight." Chui Ying is puzzled. "Go where?" Qin Jinji smiles sweetly. "To touch a corpse with you." After saying that, she turns and walks into the house. Chui Ying's hair stands on end.
What is she talking about?
Chui Ying glares at Qin Jinji, who looks relaxed and says, "Including a man and the others, there are only about 20 people. Aren't you worried at all?" Qin Jinji sips her tea. "Why should I worry? The influence of a city's top noble lady hasn't even started yet. Soon, the threshold of the Thousand Birds office will be broken." Chui Ying doesn't want to believe it, but Qin Jinji really seems to have everything under control. If it weren't for Qin Jinji's plans, she wouldn't have been able to smoothly wear this fourth-rank official's robe. Since Qin Jinji said so, she can only wait. That night, after Qin Jinji finished her shift, Chui Ying hurried home. Qin Jinji said she could do it, but Chui Ying was afraid she would really take her to touch a corpse. Until nightfall, Chui Ying prepares to sleep. She lets out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she hears 3 knocks on the window. While puzzled, the window lattice is pushed open from outside. Yunjin and Yoonjae are crouched at the window, grinning at her. Is it still possible to pretend to be faint now? The two quietly jump in and directly lift Chwang up. After a gust of wind, the three disappear. They arrive at a forest outside the city. You see Qin Jinji standing in front of a grave with Bai Huanhuan. Yunjin and Yunk put Chwang aside, then pick up a shovel and start digging into the grave. Chwang looks pale and says, "Isn't it wrong for us to dig up someone else's grave?" She speaks while looking around, feeling a creepy sensation behind her. Qin Jinji turns to Bai Huanhuan and says, "Today's meal was quite tasty." Bai Huanhuan smiles and replies, "I've never eaten so full before. Miss Yunjin gave me several helpings today. My stomach is still round and full. The princess is really a kind person. Most people can't accept a female coroner. So, she rarely gets work doing autopsies. Her life is often uncertain. Today, she ate the fullest meal she's ever had. If she can join the Qidiao Guard, she will serve the princess well." Qin Jinji looks pleased when she hears Bai Huanhuan ate a lot. The corpse has been decaying for a long time, and most people can't smell this smell. Plus, the state of this corpse makes it even more obvious. Yunk and Yunjin kick open the coffin. Chui Ying's eyes involuntarily look inside. In that moment, she wishes she could slap herself 10 times. She quickly runs to the side and vomits. The air is filled with the smell of rotting flesh. Qin Jinji frowns slightly, and Yunk immediately offers a silk handkerchief. The three step back and cover their noses. Bai Huanhuan shows no special reaction, instead asking, "Princess, can I move the corpse out?" "I find it hard to do inside the coffin." Qin Jinji nods. Yunk and Yunjin try to help, but Bai Huanhuan waves her hand. "Please step back a bit, two young ladies. The corpse has been decaying for some time, and there might be fluids leaking out. Don't get your clothes dirty." She then wipes some dirt on her hand and directly lifts the corpse out of the coffin. Chwang turns her head and sees Bai Huanhuan holding only the body. The eyes are two dark holes. "You." At this moment, she wants to apologize for her prejudice earlier in the day. Qin Jinji speaks, "This is your test." White Huanhuan's eyes lit up as she took out the broken limbs from the coffin and laid them on the bamboo mat she brought. Then, she carefully took out a crowbar, a silver needle, a feather, and a skull-opening tool from her cloth bag. She noticed signs on the body that indicated it had been examined before, but only roughly. She guessed it was done by the previous examiner. If she could find more details, she would definitely be hired. Qin Jinji pulled over Chueying, who had her eyes tightly closed. "Better open your eyes, or this body might end up in your backyard." Chueying suddenly opened her eyes wide. She felt like she was facing a demon. A real demon. She thought to herself, how could Qin Jinji be anything but kind? By the time she opened her eyes, White Huanhuan had already cut open the corpse. Chueying clenched her hands tightly. She knew that if she truly wanted to make a difference, these were experiences she had to go through. Being high up and not even seeing a body, what kind of success was that? Yunjin looked at Chueying's pale face and handed her a silk handkerchief. Chueying took it, covering her nose and mouth. She wanted to be strong, but she still trembled and leaned close to Qin Jinji. After about half an hour, White Huanhuan stood up. "Princess, this person died from internal bleeding in the brain. It seems they were first hit at the temple, causing unconsciousness and a fall. Then someone struck the back of the head until death. Also, before dying, they probably took a powder called Juyang-san." Qin Jinji and the others raised their eyebrows.
Juyang-san?
Chueying looked at their amused expressions and hurriedly asked, "What is Juyang-san?" White Huanhuan scratched her head, looking a bit shy, then said, "Juyang-san is a powder used by men who prefer male companionship to spice things up." Chueying stared wide-eyed at the corpse and pointed. "You mean he liked men?" White Huanhuan looked a bit embarrassed, as in this era, having a preference for men was considered very rebellious. Qin Jinji's eyes showed a mysterious smile. "Go on." White Huanhuan pointed at the body and explained, "Juyang-san damages the body. Long-term use causes red spots in the tongue and on the male, and the eyes turn pink. Unfortunately, All 3 organs are gone now, or I could tell how long he had been taking it. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. What was there to vent? It turns out they destroyed the evidence. Li Chao's son, Li Mi, was known to be romantically inclined towards men. Before his death, he was with the murderer. There was probably a fight, and Li Mi was killed by the murderer. His eyes, tongue, and private parts were cut off because if discovered, it would prove Li Mi's orientation. The killer was afraid of being caught. Qin Jinji asked, did the same person cut off the limbs and remove these organs? Bai Huanhuan nodded. Based on the knife wounds and blood clotting times, it was likely the same person. But not entirely. The initial wound on the left arm suggests someone else was involved. Considering the condition of the body, it was probably a man with less strength. Qin Jinji turned to Yunjin and said, have the people investigate who Li Mi was close to. So, was Li Chao afraid of this? If people found out his son was romantically inclined towards men, the Li family's reputation would be at risk. Even his position as Minister of Justice might be in danger. And what role did Wei Ziming play in all this? If all the wounds were made by one person, then the attacker was likely acting on orders. The person who could command Wei Ziming, besides his family, must be someone powerful and influential. Li Chao's illegitimate daughter grew up outside the city. His son was known to be romantically inclined towards men. Li Chao's mental strength was quite strong. No wonder he had been Minister of Justice for so many years. Qin Jinji felt that once she uncovered this mystery, she would find a sweet reward. Since that's the case, she might as well ask the person involved directly. Qin Jinji looked at Bai Huanhuan and said, tomorrow, you will join the 1,000 Birds Guard. If you have any questions, ask Deputy Cui. Bai Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then knelt with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Princess. Yunjin and Yun Ke buried the soil back into the ground. Yunjin, take Bai Huanhuan and Chuang back. Afterward, she took Yun Ke and went outside the city to the house where Li Chao's illegitimate daughter was kept. When Qin Jinji entered the woman's room, all the servants inside had fainted. She sat at the table in the room, and Yun Ke lit a candle. On the bed, the woman was tied with silk, her hands bound, and a chain was fastened around her ankles. A cloth was stuffed into her mouth and tied. Her eyes stared fiercely at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji looked at the person on the bed and asked with some confusion, your father seems to care a lot about you. He's so afraid you'll die that he even keeps your pregnancy, which is against the rules. The woman glared fiercely at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji showed no particular expression. Yunk pulled the cloth out of her mouth. Don't think about biting your tongue to commit suicide. That's a lie. You won't die, but you'll just feel pain. Yunk pulled the cloth from the woman's mouth, and she looked at Qin Jinji with suspicion. Who are you? Qin Jinji crossed her legs and looked at her, her belly growing larger. Who is the father of the baby in your belly? The woman closed her eyes and stopped looking at her. This woman had tried to die before, and the panic of her servant showed that it wasn't the first time she attempted. She didn't love the baby inside her, or she wouldn't have tried to die multiple times. But despite all the fuss, Li Chao still ordered someone to save her baby. This didn't seem right, did it? Qin Jinji took the dagger from her boot and threw it on the ground. The dagger made a clear sound when it hit the floor. Answer me. I give you a chance to die. When the woman heard Qin Jinji's words, she opened her eyes and looked at the dagger on the ground. She spoke again. Who are you really? Qin Jinji smiled. Someone who can destroy the Li family. Hearing this, the woman's eyes filled with intense hatred. Destroy the Li family? That's truly heaven's blessing. Qin Jinji still stared at her belly. Who is the father of the baby inside you? The woman clearly hated Li Chao. She then laughed wildly, almost crazily. Do you dare to listen to what I say? Qin Jinji rested her chin on her hand and watched her quietly. There's nothing in this world I, Qin Jinji, am afraid to do. The woman's brows furrowed. Qin Jinji? Qin Jinji. The infamous young lady of the North Town King's residence. Her disgusting father offended the North Town King's residence. Ha ha ha. Heaven has eyes, she exclaimed excitedly. Destroy the Li family. I'll tell you once I do it. Qin Jinji nodded. As you wish. It wasn't just for her, but for all the noble families she planned to purge. The woman crazily said, "I am carrying the child of the second prince." Qin Jinji laughed out loud. No wonder Li Chao had been protecting her belly all along. It turns out there was a royal heir inside. Li Chao was using his own daughter to connect with the second prince. This second uncle really is not simple. In the emperor's harem, besides the empress, the most powerful are the 4 consorts. Once, Consort Shen, mother of the 6th prince, was very favored. Yang Xianfei, mother of the 7th prince, and Du Shufei, mother of the 2nd prince, were also influential. These 4 noble families were strong, and their daughters were beautiful. When they first entered the palace, they fought fiercely for power. Although Consort Shen was favored, she held the power over the 6 palaces. The Du family, during the empress's near-death experience, teamed up with other clans to pressure the emperor to accept the current Shufei into the palace. It was the empress who announced on her sickbed that the emperor should expand his harem and hold a grand selection. The Du family was also accused of using favors to repay kindness, which is why they stayed low profile for so many years. After expanding the harem, the first child to be born to the emperor was from Shufei. In this ruthless palace, the second prince was born safely, which shows Shufei's skill. However, this second uncle has always been very calm since childhood. He enjoys traveling and leisure, even marrying a daughter of a minor official as his main wife. He is very friendly with the crown prince, and everyone can see that he has no interest in that position. Even the emperor's grandparents look at him differently because of this. Now, it seems that this second uncle is also eyeing that position. Li Chao, as the Minister of Justice, comes from the Li family of Zhao County. But the Li family in the harem only has one lady, Li Jiaoyi, the top among the 9 consorts, but she has only 2 daughters. No matter who takes that position in the future, the Li family won't benefit much. The best way is to support a prince. It is said that this second uncle is very loving with his main wife, but they have had difficulty having children for many years. Now that Li Chao's daughter is pregnant, he naturally wants to protect this ladder to success. If the second prince ascends the throne, Li Chao's status will rise even more. After all, his grandson is the eldest son. Qin Jinji lightly tapped her finger. Indeed, the people in this city are all excellent actors. There is no need to worry about freedom and happiness in marriage. Li Chao formed an alliance with the second prince. Only the legitimate son has real value. The second prince's good reputation among common people mainly comes from his wife. If her reputation falls apart and people in the capital start to doubt him, all his plans over the years will be for nothing. But if this child wants to become the legitimate heir, the original wife must be gone, so Li Chao's daughter can marry into the second prince's household properly. At the celebration banquet, she saw the second prince's wife. She looked healthy and rosy, not at all like someone close to death. What kind of situation would cause someone to suddenly pass away? Now it seems that having difficulty with children might be a trick used by the second uncle to hide his true intentions. After all, a prince without heirs has no right to fight for power. A daughter of a minor official and a noble woman backed by a powerful family. What a funny contrast. Qin Jinji smiled happily. Lark, give her the dagger. Lark used the dagger to cut the silk from the woman's hands, then threw the dagger into her lap. The woman picked up the dagger, her eyes bloodshot. I will become a vengeful ghost, cursing the Li family every day. I curse all Li clan members. May they meet a bad end and be forever trapped in the underworld. Then she decisively stabbed herself in the stomach. As if afraid she wouldn't die, she pulled out the dagger and stabbed her heart again. Blood flowed everywhere, covering the entire bed in a shocking pool of blood. The woman stared fixedly at Qin Jinji, opened her mouth, and spat out blood. Destroy the Li family. She died with her eyes wide open. The lights flickered, and Qin Jinji's face was half hidden in the shadows. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. As you wish. Now that her bargaining chip was gone, could the Li family and the second prince still be allies? As they left, a big fire broke out in the house. Qin Jinji told Lark, arrange for someone to visit the second prince's wife. Lark nodded and they both flew away. After Cui Ying returned home, She couldn't sleep all night. The next day, she appeared at Xianyao office with a pale face. As soon as she arrived at Xianyao Guard, she heard someone asking to see her. Who would come to Xianyao office to find her at this time? When the person entered, Chuang was a bit stunned. They were all women she usually interacted with frequently. One woman dressed in a light blue dress stepped forward and said, "Miss Cui." Chuang stood up to greet her. "Everyone, why are you here? Do you have something to ask me?" The women looked at each other and then spoke. "Miss Cui, we saw the notice. We heard that both men and women can take the assessment for the Qijiao Guard. If we pass, we can become officials. Is that true?" Chuang was surprised. Could it really be that noble ladies are interested in the Qijiao Guard? But she kept her calm and said politely, "Yes, it's true. As you can see, I am honored to hold a fourth-rank official position, thanks to the Emperor's favor." Another woman quickly asked, "Miss Cui, does the assessment distinguish between noble and commoner?" A woman beside her also asked, "Miss Cui, once you have an official position and marriage, can you decide your own future?" Chuang was momentarily stunned, then smiled gently. "Ladies, the Qijiao Guard's assessment focuses only on talent, not background. As long as you pass, the lowest official rank is 9th. If you become an official, you can decide your own marriage. So, it was just a show, a promise. Women in this world are often powerless. Behind the scenes, there are constant schemes, and marriage is often a second dangerous hurdle." The only reason these women dared to come to the Qijiao Guard was not because of Chuaying's reputation. It was because Qin Jinji gave them the power to control their own fate. 18 women came to take the assessment. They thought it would be like a usual poetry contest, with Chuang setting the questions and selecting the best. But after they sat down, Chuang announced something shocking. The civil service exam for the Qijiao Guard. The topics included classics, calligraphy, poetry, current affairs, and philosophy. These are the same subjects as the men's exams. Although not as many as the 8 tests, it showed how important this assessment was. Seeing these subjects, some women felt regret, some were angry, but others were excited. They could show their talent and share their views on national affairs, just like men. This kind of exam meant their talents wouldn't be hidden because they were women. Chuang looked at the women sitting confidently and said, "Ladies, let's begin." Meanwhile, the military assessment was overseen by 4 people from the young group. Most of the people participating in the martial skills test are men. They come because of their official positions and salaries in the Thousand Birds Guard. When they see that the examiners are 4 women, most of them look dismissive. Yunjin steps forward and says, "Please stand in your designated waiting areas for your examiners. Those who can pass 20 moves under my 4 companions are considered qualified." If everyone is ready, the test begins. Hearing Yunjin, everyone's faces show more excitement. The 4 women, Yun Xiao and her friends, are tall and slender. Compared to these men who know some martial arts, they look much more capable. Even normal men might struggle to defeat them. Seeing everyone ready to fight, Yunjin raises her hand and says, "Go." The 4 women start their test at the same time. The 4 men look confident and a little arrogant. One man says, "Miss, if I hit too hard and hurt you, please forgive me." He rushes toward Yunjin, and the other 3 men also move to attack. Yunjin and her friends don't even move. They stand still, kick their legs in sync, and throw 4 curved moves. They all pull back their legs at the same time, in perfect harmony. They look down from above at the 4 men lying on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Next, everyone's faces change instantly, losing their previous confidence. Only a few pass the test after a whole day. Even the women are not given any special treatment by Yunjin and her friends. That night, Chuaying brings the test papers to Qin Jinji. She looks at the list of women who passed the martial skills test. Then she asks, "Very few women passed this time. Out of 58 women, only 1 succeeded today. Are we being a bit too lenient with women?" After all, Yun Xiao and her friends are highly skilled, and ordinary people are no match for them. Qin Jinji sits at her desk, reading the essays of the women who took the test, without looking up. She says, "I don't keep weak people around me." Chuang hesitates and says, "But it's really hard for women in this world." Qin Jinji puts the passing papers aside. This world won't let them off just because they are women. If they want to earn a place here, they have to fight and compete like men. If you show them mercy, the world will find other ways to swallow them. Chuang doesn't argue back. You're right. Among these 18 women, only 2 passed the test. Qin Jinji picked up her exam paper and was about to leave. Chuang hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Qin Jinji waved her paper and said, "To add some good words for you, Deputy Minister Cui." Chuang looked over the exam papers and noticed that 2 she liked were taken by Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji took the papers and went into the palace. When she arrived at the imperial study, she was told the emperor had already gone to the Jiao room. Qin Jinji looked at the time. The Jiao room should be having dinner now. Her great-grandfather was in good health, but when she arrived at the Jiao room, she found it very lively today. Servants from 4 palaces were all outside the Jiao room. A young palace girl saw Qin Jinji and happily said, "Princess, you're just in time. Dinner has just been served. I'll go add some more bowls and chopsticks for you." Hearing Qin Jinji, Fian ran out of the room and said, "Princess." Qin Jinji smiled and asked, "What's going on?" "Why is everyone here?" Fian whispered. "Next month is the Empress's birthday." In previous years, because the Empress was often unwell, His Majesty kept the celebrations simple to avoid tiring her. Now that the Empress is feeling much better, His Majesty wants to hold a grand celebration. All 4 consorts want to help prepare for the birthday. Qin Jinji sneered. The Emperor and Empress's birthday celebrations were a chance for those involved to profit and to secretly put people in the palace under the guise of planning. It was a win-win situation. Shun Mingtang urgently needed some attention to restore her authority in the palace. Consort Da had influence over the 6 palaces. Even concubine Xu and noble consort Xian got involved. Everyone's minds were becoming active. Qin Jinji stepped inside. "What's so special about today that it's so lively?" When the Empress heard Qin Jinji's voice, she immediately smiled happily. "You came just in time." As Qin Jinji entered, she saw 4 women sitting around the Empress and the Emperor. Consort Da sat next to the Empress. When she saw Qin Jinji, she said, "Princess, come sit with me. The Empress is next to you, and it will make the meal more enjoyable." The Empress smiled even more and said, "Consort Da is right. Now, only this little monkey can make me feel happy." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. This consort Da knew how to get along with others. "No need. I'll sit between my great-grandfather and great-grandmother, so no one gets jealous." The Emperor let out a sharp sound but quickly added, "Put a stool between me and the Empress." When Qin Jinji arrived, the lively debate among the others suddenly quieted down. Shen Mingtang saw Qin Jinji and felt very annoyed. But since she wanted the Empress to agree to her preparing for the birthday celebration, she still had to flatter her. After all, if this little troublemaker told the Empress something, she would be in trouble. Recently, she had been lowering herself to the Empress, not to let this troublemaker cause trouble. Qin Jinji saw the Emperor secretly eating crystal-style pork ribs while everyone was distracted. The Emperor had just placed a rib onto a jade plate. Qin Jinji then poured the rib from his jade plate into her own bowl. "You're already eating quite a bit of this. Lord Hong, please don't serve this dish to the grandfather for the next month." Lord Hong nodded in agreement. The Emperor was so angry, he wanted to throw his chopsticks. He had only managed to sneak a piece. If there weren't so many people, he would have slapped her. Qin Jinji picked up the crystal rib and, giving the Emperor a mischievous smile, said, "I don't mind you. I'll help you eat it." While speaking, she placed the rib on her side of the table. For a moment, the expressions of the 4 people at the table were all different. Such closeness was something their children had never experienced. Qin Jinji casually added, "The ladies just now were talking quite lively with the Emperor's grandparents at the door. I overheard it from outside. It was very lively." Everyone at the table knew clearly that the Empress favored Qin Jinji. At this moment, if Qin Jinji could say a few good words for someone, the planning of the birthday celebration would naturally fall into that person's hands. De Fei used her chopsticks to serve Qin Jinji some food, then smiled calmly and said, Next month is the Empress's birthday. I was thinking of preparing a celebration for her. Who knew that my 3 sisters also share the same idea? Now, it's up to the Empress to decide. Xian Fei placed a plate of candied lotus root in front of Qin Jinji and said, "Princess, I heard you like sweets. This candied lotus root is very well made. Please try it." Then she casually added, "I think that Sister De Fei is often busy managing the 6 palaces, which is quite tiring. I wanted to help her out. Besides, for the Empress's birthday, I also want to contribute my part." The concubine Shu did not speak. In the entire palace, the 2 most disliked consorts of Qin Jinji were Shen Mingdang and concubine Shu. The Du family forced the emperor to take concubine Shu into the palace when the empress was gravely ill. Their intentions were obvious. If the empress passed away, concubine Shu's position would rise significantly. The edict issued by the empress on her sickbed, appointing a selection of new consorts, also shattered the Du family's initial plans. No one expected such a fierce woman to make such a decision herself. Therefore, even though concubine Shu had never challenged the empress directly, Qin Jinji still disliked her. If it weren't for the Du family, the Empress Dowager's health wouldn't have been so severely affected. When Qin Jinji was young, she once placed a snake in Shen Mingtang's palace, and concubine Shu's Tongli palace would surely have appeared out of nowhere. Shen Mingtang saw Qin Jinji's gaze fall on her and smiled politely. But before she could speak, Qin Jinji turned her head away. Preparing for the birthday celebration isn't the duty of the 4 consorts. What is Shen Guifei doing here? Qin Jinji's words almost made Shen Mingtang break her chopsticks. Shen Mingtang looked distressed and tugged at the emperor's sleeve. "Your Majesty, look at the princess." The emperor patted her hand. "Jinji is right. You haven't regained your rank yet. If you handle this, the officials will think I am neglecting the empress." Shen Mingtang gritted her teeth in frustration. This Qin Jinji always ruined her plans. Qin Jinji took a piece of candied lotus root and then spat it out. "It's too sweet, not tasty." The noble consort was surprised that Qin Jinji was so rude. Not only was she impolite at the table, but she also showed no respect for her. The empress only smiled gently. "Growing up and starting to be picky about food, huh? Come, take away this candied lotus root." The emperor looked at the lotus root, but he hadn't even eaten a piece. Qin Jinji glared at the emperor. "The imperial doctor won't let you eat sweets. Eat some vegetables instead." She then scooped a large portion of greens onto his plate. These vegetables were really plain. Suddenly, Qin Jinji looked at Virtuous Consort. "Virtuous Consort, are you too tired from managing the 6 palaces?" Before Virtuous Consort could speak, Qin Jinji turned to the empress. "If Virtuous Consort is tired, then change someone else. If she gets sick from overwork, people will say you're oppressing the consorts." As soon as she said this, the 4 people present all changed their expressions. Consort De quickly said, "Empress, it is my honor to assist with the 6 palaces. I do not feel tired at all. Thank you for your kindness." This statement almost took away her authority to manage the 6 palaces. Qin Jinji raised her chin and pointed at the noble consort. "Didn't the noble consort just say you are tired from managing the 6 palaces? If you're tired, just hand over the authority to her." I see that the noble consort is quite willing to help share the burden. The noble consort's face changed. Qin Jinji's words clearly implied she wanted the power to manage the 6 palaces. Everyone in the palace wanted that power, but wanting it and actually getting it are 2 different things. The noble consort quickly said, "Misunderstand me, Your Highness. I only want to share sisterly friendship, and I have no other improper intentions." At this moment, the emperor spoke. "Stop teasing the ladies. All 4 consorts are kind and considerate, understanding the empress's hard work. Their hearts are good." Qin Jinji suddenly turned around with a bright, smiling face. The emperor was alarmed. "Oh no, this troublemaker is up to something again." Qin Jinji blinked and asked, "Great-grandfather, how about this? Among your 4 consorts, who do you love the most? Let her prepare for great-grandmother's birthday. The emperor immediately looked around the room for something handy. 3 days without a fight, the roof would be torn off. All 4 consorts looked at the emperor. The empress said nothing, but her silence meant Qin Jinji's words could truly influence her decision. They also wanted to know who the emperor valued more. Qin Jinji looked at the empress with a mischievous smile. "Great-grandmother, I want to add rice." The empress smiled and said to Fian, "Add rice for your princess." The emperor was so angry, he almost exploded. She was showing off a bowl of rice beside him. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Qin Jinji chuckled. "What are you all thinking?" "Of course, my great-grandfather loves my great-grandmother the most." The 4 women were stunned, then their faces darkened. This little brat was playing tricks on them. The emperor immediately sighed in relief and shot Qin Jinji a stern look. "Next time, don't let her say such offending words." At the dinner table, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks, except Qin Jinji, who was eating happily. The empress occasionally refilled her plate. Qin Jinji looked up at the 4 women and swallowed her food. "Just joking, ladies. Surely you won't take it seriously?" Princess Da shows a fake smile. "Duchess, don't worry. You've been raised by His Majesty and the Empress since childhood, just like our royal princesses. We're all young ladies of the family. It's just a joke, nothing serious." "Nothing serious?" There's still a difference. Being raised by the emperor and empress doesn't mean true royal blood. Princess Da wants Qin Jinji to remember her place. But how can a spoiled girl understand such deep words? Qin Jinji's smile grows wider. "I'm glad her ladyship isn't angry. Truly, the older people get, the broader their mind becomes." Princess Da's smile fades. Her charm diminishes, and her love turns to dislike. This is the biggest taboo in the palace. They are no longer young, and the emperor's favor is often for their families, not just for them. This false pride is ruthlessly crushed by Qin Jinji. But Qin Jinji doesn't hold back. "Grandmother, the ladies are all older now. Their birthday celebrations are always the same. After so many years, this is the first time you've held such a grand birthday. Why not try something new?" The empress smiles and asks, "You clever girl, what ideas do you have?" Qin Jinji raises an eyebrow. "Why not let your daughters-in-law also organize the celebration? Everyone present has a prince, except Xiao Chuan, who is married to Xin Mingtang. Since the princes are already performing on the stage in the capital, the princesses-in-law should also participate." Qin Jinji's words make everyone silent. All the princes must call the Empress Dowager mother. Naturally, all the princesses-in-law are daughters-in-law of the empress. If the princesses-in-law take charge of organizing the birthday, whoever wins the right to plan it will be doing the same as them. Moreover, involving the princesses-in-law early in court affairs can greatly help their own sons. This also means that whoever competes for the chance to organize the birthday shows which princess-in-law supports which prince. Although Qin Jinji already has a rough idea of who that might be, she wonders if these ladies will surprise her. The emperor immediately says, "Good idea. Let the young ones handle it." It's also a way for them to show filial piety. This way, no one is offended, and no one will tear each other apart. The empress spoke. "Since that's the case, each of you recommend one person to come to the palace tomorrow to discuss with Jinji." The others responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." The empress's meaning was that the person chosen for the birthday celebration would be decided by Qin Jinji. She truly loved her children without limit. Qin Jinji disliked all 3 of them equally and would not show favoritism. All 3 could accept this. Only Xin Mingtang was so angry her face darkened. Qin Jinji never intended to take her along. Her son Chuan was still seriously injured and hadn't married. All her efforts to humble herself these days had been in vain. What is this called? Not worrying about having few children, but about unfairness. After the 3 left, Qin Jinji was so exhausted, she kept hiccuping. She took out 2 exam papers from her and placed them in front of the emperor and empress. The emperor was still angry and turned his head away. The empress immediately said, "If you don't want to stay in the pepper room, just go back to the imperial study." "Stop giving me that look." When there were no outsiders, the empress was never lenient with the emperor. The emperor glared at Qin Jinji, who was nestled in the Empress's arms, but thought, "He's the son of heaven, with the broadest mind." Soon, the Emperor's expression softened considerably, even showing some admiration. "Who wrote this essay?" Qin Jinji lazily replied, "The girl participating in the assessment at Qianyao Temple. Look at her talent. Much better than those who rely on family connections to get minor official positions." Hearing it was a woman, the Emperor's admiration grew even more. Our Jin kingdom is full of talented people. Even the young women raised in noble families have such ambitions. Why worry about our Jin kingdom not thriving and prospering? The Empress nodded in satisfaction. Honestly, the rules for women in this world are too strict. She, as Empress, had fought on the battlefield, but in the capital, some noble families saw women fighting and showing themselves as a violation of tradition, unacceptable in society. The powerful families in the capital looked down on generals and their families, even though the stability of Jin was achieved through the sacrifices of these soldiers. It couldn't erase the centuries of superiority and rigidity these families held. But surprisingly, some women were willing to break these old rules and traditions. Seeing the Emperor's pleased expression, Qin Jinji said, "This essay is worth a 7th rank official position, right?" The Emperor stroked his beard and said, "I told you, little troublemaker. Why did you come to the palace?" "So, you came to ask for favor from your Qianyao office." Qin Jinji giggled and replied, "Let Lord Hong go personally." Actually, these two women were not truly talented enough to reach the position of 7th grade officials, but 8th and 9th grades were still well within reach. However, the people in the capital are very clever. Without bait, how can they be caught? No matter why these women came to the Qianyao office for assessment, this was the first group, and she was willing to give them some face. The Emperor sighed helplessly and chuckled. "Hong Dequan, didn't you hear what this troublemaker said? Draft the imperial decree." Hong Dequan smiled and asked, "May I ask the princess, what official position should be given to these two?" By the Emperor's decree, it is announced that the second daughter of the Shi family, Shi Yunhui, who excelled in the Qianyao Temple assessment, is appointed as the director of the Qianyao office, 7th rank. She will report tomorrow at the Qianyao office. By the Emperor's decree, it is announced that the 13th daughter of the Gua family, Guananjin, who also excelled in the assessment, is appointed as the assistant of the Qianyao office, 7th rank. She will report tomorrow at the Qianyao office. Both the Shi family and the Gua family were stunned by this sudden imperial edict. Daughters raised in the boudoir being appointed officials. Especially the Gua family. Guananjin's father had only obtained his position through family connections, and his daughter was now at the 7th rank. Actually, both should be at the 7th rank, but filial piety weighs heavily, and since Guananjin was a girl, her rank was lowered to the 7th rank. The women who failed the assessment were also shocked. Their exam papers had somehow caught the Emperor's attention. Chuang was well respected in the capital, and this move made many young ladies admire her even more. She was completely open and generous. Being recognized by the Emperor was such a great honor. The two families whose daughters passed the assessment were personally summoned by Lord Hong to deliver the imperial edict. This made all the women in the capital start to think. These two edicts were like two heavy stones, crashing into the turbulent pond of the capital. Ripples surged, and the disturbance lasted a long time. However, the next day, by noon, neither of the women had come to report. Chuang frowned and asked, "Why haven't they come to report yet? Could it be that their families are not letting them go?" Women in official positions are very rare and hard to find. Their families might not agree with this. This is also what Chuang worries about. Qin Jinji looked at the time, smiled slightly, and took a whip as she headed to the door. Chuang quickly followed and asked, "Where are you going?" Chuang looked at Qin Jinji in surprise. If the families of these two women really objected, Qin Jinji fighting to take them would be unfair. Thinking about Qin Jinji's personality, Chuang hurried to follow her. Qin Jinji mounted her horse, and the small cloud-like horse trotted forward, shaking its head. She then noticed that the horse's mane was styled into small braids. It looked very beautiful. This little rough horse also liked to show off a bit. Chuang looked at the horse beside her and asked, "Can I ride too? Or do you want to walk?" Chuang then mounted a red horse nearby. She had never ridden a horse on the streets of the capital before. A man and 20 others were ready to set out. They wore neat bird-pattern clothes, making them look more impressive and eye-catching. Chuang frowned and asked, "Are you planning to them from the start?" A man and her group didn't seem to be acting on impulse, but had prepared to leave at any moment. Hiss. Sure, Yun Hui and Guananjin are your chosen ones. These 18 women, being the first to take a risk, showed they had some talent and insight. Some others were comparable to these two, but Qin Jinji only chose these two. So Qin Jinji had planned this from the beginning. She knew there would be resistance from their families. The emperor personally appointed officials, and Qin Jinji was here to take people. Such a grand show. Everything was telling the people in the capital, if you have the ability, dare to fight, dare to compete. Dare to break the constraints of this world. Qin Jinji would become your greatest support. Qin Jinji and her group went straight to Gua's residence. Gua Nanjun was a concubine's daughter, often mistreated by her stepmother. Despite that, she continued to study without giving up. This showed her strong will and intelligence. Since her status was a restriction, Qin Jinji would give her a new identity. An identity that would no longer hold her back. Chuang closed her eyes as she watched the grand gate of the Guo family collapse. Hello, the door-breaking hero. Qin Jinji didn't even dismount. She simply rode her horse straight into the Guo residence. The young servant of the Guo family had never seen such a scene. He immediately asked, "Who are you? How dare you break in?" "I will report this to the authorities." Chuang took a deep breath and then said, "Princess Jinji is visiting. You should quickly inform your master to receive her." Sometimes, a bad reputation works well. The young servant was stunned for a moment, then ran into the courtyard immediately. Princess Jinji, the little overlord of the capital. When did the Guo family offend this noble lady? Guo Nanjun's father, Guo Shuda, looked very worried when he arrived with his family. This princess was notorious in the capital. Offending her could mean serious trouble, possibly even death. What wind brought her here? I am Guo Shuda, the official in charge. My wife, Chao Xiuqin, greets the princess. Flo Yun was gnawing on a rare green plant, and both husband and wife looked pained just watching. Qin Jinji didn't look at them. She simply lowered the green plant so Flo Yun could reach it. Where is Guananjin? The couple was stunned. Chao Xiuqin then spoke. Our daughter suddenly fell seriously ill today and is bedridden. She cannot see the princess. We wonder if our daughter has offended you. Rest assured, once she recovers, we will bring her to apologize in person. Qin Jinji sneered. Sudden illness and bedridden? I've heard that excuse so many times. People in the capital never have any new ideas. It's always the same excuse. The Guo couple looked at each other, appearing troubled. Princess, our daughter truly fell ill. The family doctor said it was contagious, and she shouldn't see anyone. We worry it might harm your health. Please forgive us. Qin Jinji looked down at them coldly, her arms resting on the saddle. The person I want to see, even if dead, must be laid out for me. Do I need to rely on you two dogs to do my bidding? The couple's faces turned red. Although the Guo family wasn't a noble clan, they were well known in the capital. Now, Princess Jinji was calling them dogs, trampling on their dignity. Moreover, they couldn't let Guananjin see Qin Jinji. Princess, please don't make things difficult for us. Our daughter really shouldn't see anyone today. Qin Jinji withdrew her smile and looked coldly at the couple. Search, a man and others immediately went to the inner courtyard of the Guo residence. Guo Shuda suddenly became a little panicked. Princess, what are you doing? Even if you are of noble birth, you can't force your way into Guo's house. I am an official, and if you do this, I can report you to the censorate. Qin Jinji laughed loudly upon hearing this. All right, now either one of you can survive. The one who lives can report me to the censorate. Now tell me, who will die and who will live? She pulled Lu Yun along and approached the Guo couple, slowly drawing her sword from her waist. The Guo couple looked terrified. People said Qin Jinji was a vengeful spirit causing trouble. She was smiling, but the sword in her hand showed she was serious. The sword's tip pointed at them, only a few inches away. Despite her smiling face, the Gua couple felt a cold shiver down their spines. What she said next made their hearts race with fear. After 3 counts, if you can't choose, then both of you will die. Their fear made them tremble uncontrollably. Qin Jinji was truly lawless, breaking into an official's house and threatening lives at will. In that moment of shock, they heard her shout, 3. Wasn't it just 3 counts? I choose her to die. I choose him to die. The Gua couple immediately pointed at each other, their eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Qin Jinji's smile grew even wider. Husband and wife are like birds in the same forest. When danger comes, they fly apart. Couples like you are the perfect match. Such a match made in heaven. How can I bear to split you up? Why not go to the underworld together as ghostly spouses? How does that sound? Princess, spare us. Spare us. They no longer cared about anything else and could only kneel and beg for mercy. At this moment, Hui Man's voice rang out. Princess. We've found the person. A woman with slightly messy hair and red eyes hurried over behind Hui Man. Princess, these scoundrels tied this girl up with ropes on the bed. It's not some sudden illness. Qin Jinji squinted and asked Guananjin, you didn't come to Qianyao office today. Was it because they stopped you? Guananjin had never met Qin Jinji before, but everyone in the capital knew that the Qianyao office was now under her control. She immediately knelt on the ground and said, Lady Guananjin reports. Today, I planned to go to the Thousand Birds office, but my stepmother unjustly tied me up and wouldn't let me go. Guananjin was raised by Chao Xiuxin, who planned to use her as a bride for her foolish nephew. In the backyard, women's marriages were decided by the stepmother. The Thousand Birds office was her last hope. Unexpectedly, she passed the test and was granted an official position by the emperor. With this official status, she could decide her own marriage and no longer suffer her stepmother's control. However, her father, upon hearing about her appointment, showed no happiness. In his eyes, there was resentment and hatred. A young woman of the same rank as him, and soon everyone in the city would mock him, Guaxioda, as inferior to his daughter. Therefore, Chao Xiuxin's actions in tying her up were approved by Guaxioda. Qin Jinji looked at her with amusement. Madame Gua, you have quite a bold spirit. Chao Xiuxin quickly said, Please, your highness, spare me. It's not my fault. It was my husband's idea. He told me to keep Nanjun at home. He said that if Nanjun doesn't appear today, even if she goes to the Thousand Birds office later, her position will be revoked due to neglect. Guaxioda immediately slapped her across the face. Vile woman! How dare you lie? Your highness, everything was this wicked woman's idea. She's afraid that once her daughter has an official position, she won't be able to control her anymore, so she tied her up to prevent her from taking the office. Chao Xiuxin, having enjoyed a life of comfort for many years, was struck for the first time. She immediately lunged forward, tearing at Guaxioda. Guaxioda, are you even human? It's obviously your jealousy of your own daughter. Guananjin watched with a mocking expression. They say the methods behind the scenes are secretive. But her father's heart was as clear as a mirror. He was just pretending not to see. Qin Jinji looked at Guananjin. Guadusher, how do you think these two should be dealt with? Guananjin's head hit the ground, then she straightened her back. Guaxioda, Chao Xiuxin, according to the law, you should be whipped 30 times for obstructing official duties. As for Guaxioda, who gave his daughter blood and sweat, I am willing to take 10 lashes on his behalf. Please, your highness, decide. Qin Jinji nodded. Fair enough. Approved. The Thousand Birds guards immediately dragged the couple to the main street. Hu Amon's loud voice suddenly rang out in front of the Gua residence. Guaxioda, jealous that his own daughter became an official, teamed up with the Chao family to hold her captive at home. Fortunately, Princess Jinji arrived just in time to rescue her. Gua and his wife were punished with 30 strokes for obstructing official duties. Guadusher, grateful for his parents' kindness, offered to share 10 strokes himself and was immediately punished to serve as a warning to others. Chuang whispered to Qin Jinji beside her. A man's voice is really clear. Everyone around gathered to watch. The common people didn't understand. Having someone in the family become an official was a great honor. Yet, Guo out of jealousy, kept his daughter at home. Some people of status didn't support women becoming officials, but they also looked down on such jealous behavior. After all, it took great incompetence to envy a woman. However, some onlookers praised Guo's daughter for voluntarily sharing her punishment with her father. After all, a heavy punishment was tough for a woman. Qin Jinji was uninterested in the gossip around her. Forgiving those who hurt you is a virtue. Doing so earns others praise. When will such foolish ideas ever disappear? Guo's couple cried out loudly as they were beaten. Guo Nanjun clenched her fists, waiting for her turn, but she only felt a few light strikes. A man looked at her puzzled and smiled. The punishment is over. Get up. Guo Nanjun's eyes reddened as she looked at Qin Jinji. After Guo's family finished their punishment, Qin Jinji coldly said, "Today is Guo Dusher's first day working at the Qianyao office. I will celebrate her and spare your lives. But remember, I always protect my own. If there is a next time, I will let you go, let you become a pair of ghosts." Qin Jinji pulled the reins and told Hua Man, "Send someone to Shifu's house and tell Lord Shi everything about the Guo family. In half an hour, I will personally go to pick up Lord Shi." Chuang followed behind Qin Jinji and suddenly laughed. This punishment made everyone who was worried about coming to the Qianyao office feel at ease. As long as you have the ability to stand by her side, she will protect you. She believed that all difficulties could be solved by Qin Jinji. Madness and genius are just a moment apart. And when those two combine, the result could be earth-shattering. She suddenly looked forward to the future. Qin Jinji slowly led her people toward the Shi residence. When they arrived, the Shi family members were already waiting at the door to greet Qin Jinji. Master Shi, ranked 5th in official position, had the honor of attending a palace banquet. At the banquet, the emperor and empress showed great favor to Princess Jinji, and her boldness was clearly proportional to their affection. Daring to secretly criticize Consort Shen as a concubine during the banquet, probably few in Jin's state would dare to do so. Just now, a member of the Thousand Birds Guard came to their door and told Master Shi everything that had happened to the Guo family. Even so, Master Shi was sweating coldly from shock. He wasn't jealous, but he had indeed kept his daughter at home. If he didn't release his daughter soon, the Guo couple would face serious consequences. Shi Yunhui couldn't hide her excitement. Half an hour ago, she thought she would be trapped forever in the back courtyard. Suddenly, the Thousand Birds Guard appeared. She had seen him at the Thousand Birds office before. Qin Jinji rode her horse to the front of the Shi residence, and everyone there knelt down to pay their respects. Master Shi, come with my family to see the princess." Qin Jinji ignored him and looked at Shi Yunhui. "Shi Dusher, arriving late on your first day, you are fined half a month's salary." Shi Yunhui felt no anger. Instead, her heart was screaming with happiness. "I accept the punishment." Qin Jinji pulled on the reins. "From now on, you two are officials under the Thousand Birds office. When you meet your superiors, you must call yourself subordinates." Shi Yunhui immediately replied, "Understood." Chuang smiled and said, "Follow along." Shi Yunhui stood up and followed the team of the Thousand Birds Guard. She was the second daughter of the family and wouldn't be mistreated. Her eldest sister was already married, and her joining the Thousand Birds office wouldn't interfere with her own marriage. The Shi family was only 5th rank, and she wasn't particularly beautiful. She didn't have to bear heavy family responsibilities. She simply didn't want to marry a man she had never even seen. She was her own person, not a farm animal or a commodity. She just didn't want to marry blindly and without choice. Qin Jinji, protecting her own, came to take her away, and the news spread quickly through the capital. Some criticized her for being domineering, others praised the power she wielded. But Cui Ying only saw a woman gradually shaping her own destiny. Qin Jinji said she only kept strong people around her. Because there are countless women in this world, even if the sun rises high, it still cannot reach every dark corner. The more strong people around her, the wider the sunlight will shine. It's not just about women. This path gives more people a way to live. The future of this path begins the moment Chuang takes her shift on the second day and opens the door to the Thousand Birds Society. It is the women gathering in front of the society, turning their heads repeatedly when they hear the door open. It is the ripple in Cui Ying's heart that cannot settle for a long time. When Qin Jinji saw Cui Ying excited and passionate, she knew Cui Ying was imagining divine glory in her mind again. After Cui Ying completed all the assessments for the Thousand Birds Society, she entered the palace. The princes and princesses should already be waiting inside. Qin Jinji arrived at the palace gate and asked the guard, "Can the prince's family members enter the palace today?" The guard thought for a moment and replied, "Miss, today only 3 princesses and princes are entering. The prince's family is not among them." Qin Jinji's expression darkened. Is it realistic for the emperor's grandparents to have another child now? She decided to ask Lu Yi later. When Qin Jinji reached the queen's bedroom, the 3 princesses and their sons' princesses had been waiting for a long time. Sure enough, noble consort Xian brought the 6th princess. Concubine Shu brought the 7th princess. Concubine De brought the 2nd princess. "Miss has arrived, please sit down. Empress has prepared sweet soup for us, perfect for cooling off." Qin Jinji sat down casually. Fian handed her a damp silk handkerchief to clean her hands. Qin Jinji didn't bother with formalities and took a sip of the sweet soup, then asked, "Tell me your thoughts." The 6th princess spoke first. "Why not hold a celebration of longevity with the heavens, to wish the empress everlasting life?" Qin Jinji's mouth twitched. Her great-grandmother-in-law is becoming quite ambitious. The 7th princess quickly added, "I think we should hold 100 birds paying respect to the phoenix ceremony, which better shows the empress's noble status and the people's loyalty." Qin Jinji almost burst out laughing. "Loyalty? Your mother's family behind your back was the first to refuse to submit. Don't talk about the empress. You're even daring to pressure the emperor." The 2nd prince's consort tentatively spoke. "Since it's the empress's birthday, we should make her happy. How about inviting some performers and acrobats? I heard the empress loves watching plays when she's in her chambers." "What do you think, princess?" When the 2nd prince's consort spoke, others immediately showed expressions of disdain. Even noble consort De's eyes flashed with anger. After all, she's just the daughter of a minor official. She doesn't quite fit in. The 2nd prince's consort saw their reactions and knew they looked down on her. Among all the princesses, only she isn't from a noble family. Her father is just a 5th-rank minor official. But she didn't look embarrassed. She just smiled at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji touched her nose, noting that the 2nd prince's consort was truly attentive to her great-grandmother's preferences. She looked at her and said, "That's interesting. But is the entire birthday celebration just performances and acrobatics? A few shows might be fun to pass the time, but if the whole celebration is just that, it would diminish the empress's dignity." The 2nd prince's consort replied calmly, "Of course not. I prepared something special for the empress. The phoenix comes to the roost. The phoenix comes to the roost, a symbol of harmony and good fortune. It also represents the empress's dignity and authority." Qin Jinji looked at her with some respect. Noble consort De watched her with satisfaction and also glanced at her daughter-in-law. She thought, "She's quite shrewd." Qin Jinji finished her sweet soup and said, "Then let the 2nd prince's consort handle the birthday arrangements." The consort smiled gracefully. "Thank you, princess." Noble consort Shu and noble consort Xian looked at each other, expecting a long discussion, but Qin Jinji simply made the decision. After exchanging a few polite words, they left with their respective princesses. At this moment, the empress was helped out by Lu Yi. "Why are only noble consort Da and the 2nd prince's consort here?" Qin Jinji stood up and held her other hand. "They didn't get chosen, so they're upset." Noble consort Da smiled and said, "You're joking, princess. But this young lady looks unfamiliar." The empress, hearing this, said openly, "This little monkey is worried about my old illness. She specially found a doctor to treat me. I must say, my old ailment has improved quite a bit." Lu Yi stepped forward politely. Lu Yi greets noble consort Da. The concubine Da looked surprised, as the Empress and His Majesty had fought for many years, and even the imperial hospital couldn't treat her old and stubborn illnesses. Yet this young woman seemed to have such skill. She observed the Empress's rosy complexion and noticed her speech and energy had improved quite a bit. It seemed this young woman truly had some ability. Concubine Da had thought that His Majesty's mention of the Empress's recovery was just an excuse. But unexpectedly, it was true. A hint of meaning flashed in her eyes. When the second prince's wife heard that Lu Yi's medical skills were so excellent, her eyes also showed a different expression. Concubine stood up and said, "Congratulations to the Empress. I am happy to see that your Majesty is healthy and strong. It is truly a blessing from heaven." The Empress had been in a good mood these days and was willing to smile at Concubine Da. "Having the second prince's wife organize my birthday celebration is very kind of her. Afterward, I will ask His Majesty to reward her properly." Concubine smiled and said, "Your Majesty, it's nothing. It's what the younger generation should do." As noon approached, the Empress invited Concubine and the second prince's wife to have lunch. The Empress and Concubine talked inside the room, while the second prince's wife was sent to find Qin Jinji to play. Qin Jinji was playing shuttlecock with Fian Lu Yi and some palace maids. Fian threw the shuttlecock with force, and it flew directly in front of the second prince's wife. She instinctively kicked the shuttlecock back. Fian exclaimed, "Wow, the second prince's wife can play shuttlecock." The second prince's wife realized she might have been a bit rude and quickly stepped forward. "My apologies, princess. Please forgive me." Qin Jinji didn't show much emotion. "My great-grandmother's courtyard isn't so strict. Would you like to play together?" The second prince's wife was a bit surprised. She had never met this princess alone, but she had seen her at some palace banquets. She thought of her as bold, arrogant, unruly, and rude. Most of the time she was defending the Empress. But she was indeed too arrogant, so people only remembered her bad side. However, after close contact today, Qin Jinji's personality was quite different from what she had imagined. Seeing the second prince's wife standing there stunned, Fian ran over and said, "Second prince's wife, come play with us. Don't worry, no one will say anything to you in the Empress's palace. Royal daughters-in-law are expected to be graceful, composed, and calm." Since she married the second prince, any disagreements with them were not allowed. Today, for some reason, even though she knew it was wrong, she really joined them when Fian came to pull her. Qin Jinji looked very different inside the Empress's palace compared to outside. She looked just like other young women her age. The only difference was that she was very beautiful. Her eyes no longer had anger, but were bright and shining, and her smile was very sweet. After playing for a while, everyone sat in a pavilion to rest. Lu Yi and Fian were arguing over who could put more food into their mouths, smiling happily. The second prince's wife saw this and also covered her mouth to laugh. She hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. But as the second prince's wife kept looking at Lu Yi finally noticed her gaze. She awkwardly touched her face and asked Fian, "Did I smear my lipstick?" Fian looked at her seriously and examined her face. "Not really, but your eyebrows are a bit thick today." Lu Yi widened her eyes and immediately looked at Qin Jinji. "Really? I spent a long time drawing my eyebrows." Qin Jinji playfully lifted her chin to signal her to look at Fian. When Lu Yi turned her head, Fian had just stuffed all the other concubines' smiles into her mouth. Seeing her turn around, Fian giggled and covered her mouth. Fian was very clever when it came to food. Lu Yi snorted and looked back at the second prince's wife. "Is it wrong that the second prince's wife is looking at me like that?" The second prince's wife glanced at Qin Jinji, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Princess, I just heard that Lu is very skilled in medicine. I wonder if I could ask her to check my pulse." If it hadn't been for what happened earlier, she wouldn't have dared to ask. But she could sense that Qin Jinji was not a truly rude or stubborn person. This Lu girl was brought into the palace by Qin Jinji, so if she wanted her to check her pulse, she needed Qin Jinji's permission. Qin Jinji casually looked at Fian. Find a quiet room and take the second prince's wife and Liu Yi there. The second prince's wife immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you, princess. As a princess, she felt comfortable asking someone she didn't know well for help, probably because she had been troubled by hidden illnesses for many years. Qin Jinji did not pry into privacy and also considered her feelings of being kept secret. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. After the second prince's wife and Liu Yi went to the side room, Fian ran back quickly. She looked mischievous and asked, Princess, how did you know the second prince's wife would ask Miss Liu to check her pulse? Qin Jinji pinched Fian's small face. She asked, What do you think is the most important thing for a royal wife? Fian crossed her arms and held up her thumb and index finger to her chin. She squinted her eyes and said, I know. It's background. Qin Jinji looked surprised and smiled. How come you've learned so much after just a few days? Fian looked proud and waited for Qin Jinji to praise her. Qin Jinji put her arm around Fian's shoulder and said, But that only matters if you haven't married into the royal family. Once you're married, the most important thing is of course the heir. Fian suddenly understood. Oh. The second prince's wife and the second prince have been married for many years without a child, so she wants Yi to give her a baby. Qin Jinji let out a small gasp. That didn't sound quite right, but it wasn't entirely wrong either. Fian turned around and asked, Then why doesn't the princess just have Yi check the second prince's wife's pulse directly? That way, the second prince's wife would owe you a favor. Qin Jinji laughed softly. My Fian has really grown up and learned to ask for favors. But I just like it when others come to me for help. Fian's eyes sparkled as she said, Princess is mighty. Having children, whether commoners or nobles, is the most important thing for a family. Otherwise, there's that saying, filial piety threefold, but no heirs is the greatest failure. Having children is difficult, and women often face criticism and disdain in their husband's family. But childbirth is clearly a matter for two people. It's strange that this burden is always placed on women. However, Qin Jinji found out that the second prince and his wife had no children after many years of marriage. Unlike other mothers-in-law, Empress De did not seek famous doctors for her daughter-in-law. She simply disliked her because of her background. The second prince had already started preparing for the throne, and having no children was a major issue. But both of them reacted calmly to this matter. The only possibility was that Empress De also knew the truth about the second prince's wife not having children. As long as Liu Yi checked the second prince's wife's pulse, everything would be revealed. Today, the second prince consort's proactive request for a medical checkup was expected by Qin Jinji. This world is very strange. Good people do many kind deeds, but just one bad act can label them as villains. Conversely, villains do many evil things, but if they do one good deed, people praise them as reformed. The saying, lay down the sword and become a Buddha, is nonsense. But Qin Jinji liked such old-fashioned ideas because they helped her easily achieve her goals. In the eyes of others, she is seen as a complete villain. Just by showing a smile, others automatically defend her in their hearts.
See?
She is actually a good person. It's absurd and interesting. Later, the Empress summoned the kitchen staff to serve the meal. Liu Yi and the second prince consort came out from the side room. The second prince consort still looked pale, with slightly red eyes and unsteady steps showing her nervousness. Qin Jinji was lying on the swing in the yard, smiling softly with her eyes closed. During the meal, the second prince consort returned to her normal state. She stood nearby, helping the Empress and noble consort to serve the dishes. Noble consort De was still respectful to her and satisfied. This kind of obedience is something other noble daughters can enjoy. The Empress didn't tell the second prince consort to rest. She didn't interfere in the affairs between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Instead, Qin Jinji was happily eating her small rice bowl. After lunch, noble consort De and the second prince consort took their leave. Liu Yi pulled Qin Jinji aside and whispered excitedly, Guess what I found out today when I checked the pulse of that second prince consort? A shocking secret. Qin Jinji turned her head to look at her. Did she get poisoned with a contraceptive drug? Liu Yi immediately hid her smile. How do you know? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, why would I ask you to check her pulse? Do I look that kind-hearted? Louis turned her head away, knowing she was caught. Qin Jinji was unusually easy to talk to today. She thought she had changed her attitude. Sure enough, when something is unusual, there must be a reason. But Louis still said, I have to say, whoever gave her the drug is quite ruthless. That contraceptive drug severely damages a woman's health. It can't be detected through pulse diagnosis, but it not only prevents pregnancy, it also shortens lifespan. I just checked her pulse, and if it weren't for me, she would have died silently within a year. After hearing this, Qin Jinji's face was full of sarcasm. The second prince really is clever in his plans. Everything happened just right. Can it be cured? Louis shook her head. If she had met me 2 years earlier, there might still be hope, but her health is already very weak. I can only extend her life by at most a year. Qin Jinji nodded, feeling that this was enough. Is there no way to cure Young's voice? Louis looked a bit regretful. We don't know who researched this Biluo poison. I've tried many times, but Young's voice shows no sign of improvement. Qin Jinji patted her shoulder. This Biluo poison has been around for over 100 years. Don't worry, take your time. Louis nodded. Don't worry, I will do my best to cure Young's voice. Once Young's voice is cured, it won't be long before the Biluo poison on Qin Jinji's body is also gone. Qin Jinji left the palace and returned to her residence. Over the next 3 days, the Thousand Birds Temple was crowded with people, all there for assessments. However, when Qin Jinji arrived at the Thousand Birds Temple that day, she saw a figure peeking inside from the gate. The person turned around at the sound of hooves, and upon recognizing Qin Jinji, a bright smile appeared. Qin Jinji looked at the young woman and felt she seemed familiar. After a moment, she spoke. Zheng Qi quickly nodded, like a chick pecking at rice. That evening, when she went to Zheng's house, Zheng Qi was dressed like a ghost, which was very different from the bright young girl in front of her. Zheng Qi hesitated, looking at Qin Jinji. Princess Jinji is unpredictable. She wasn't sure if coming here would anger her. But she had to do this, so she took a chance. She had waited 3 days to see Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji dismounted from her horse. I've been meaning to find you these days. Come with me. Zheng Qi's face lit up. The princess said she would see her soon. So, her new storybook must have been seen by the princess. This meant all the princess's kindness. Zheng Qi hurried to follow Qin Jinji. Inside the Thousand Birds office, there were many people, but no one paid attention to Zheng Qi's arrival. They went to Qin Jinji's study. Zheng Qi asked carefully, Princess, are you satisfied with my new storybook? Qin Jinji nodded. Very good. Zheng Qi was quite talented, with excellent writing skills. The rewritten story caused a sensation in the capital, making the Peach Blossom heroine's reputation famous. Zheng Qi felt much more at ease and then carefully asked, What do you mean by kindness, princess? Qin Jinji looked at her. I keep my promises. Tell me, what do you want? Zheng Qi knelt on the ground and bowed her head. Please, princess, 3 days from now, you will help me bury Zheng Qi. When Qin Jinji heard Zheng Qi's words, she was a bit surprised. She knew that Miss Zheng Qi was not a kind person. In the inner court, talking about ghosts and spirits could lead to being expelled or even punished by fire. But Zheng Qi still chose this path, showing she was not afraid of death. Even if it meant risking her life, Zheng's family seemed to be very powerful. Qin Jinji looked at her with a playful smile. All right, I agree. 3 days from now, I will personally go to Zheng's house to help you bury her. Zheng Qi looked very grateful. Thank you, princess. She didn't say more, and Qin Jinji didn't ask. They both knew the answer would be clear in 3 days. When Zheng Qi left, Chuang was about to find Qin Jinji. Is this Miss Zheng Qi? Qin Jinji nodded. Your eyes are good. I almost didn't recognize her at the door. Chuang looked curious. What is she here for? To ask for special treatment. Recently, many people had come for the assessment, but everyone understood the importance of the Thousand Birds office. Zheng Qi's writing was impressive, and her words carried deep meaning. It was clear she was part of the Thousand Birds office. She asked me to help her bury Zhengqi in 3 days. Cui Ying's eyes widened.
What?
Bury her? Does that mean she will die in 3 days? Qin Jinji nodded. Cui Ying looked confused. Why doesn't she ask you to save her? Maybe she has something more important than her life. Did you agree? Qin Jinji smiled. I promised her kindness, so I will keep my word. Cui Ying was starting to understand Qin Jinji's way of thinking. She nodded. Then take me along.
I'm curious. Qin Jinji smiled.
She liked Cui Ying's lack of mercy. No matter how much a ruler claims to care for the people, after being in power for a long time, kindness often gets lost in the process. Perhaps there are still some, but very few. After the assessment that day, a notice was posted on the bulletin board outside Chidori office. From then on, Chidori office was officially established. The assessment for Chidori office became once a year. Those who failed can try again next year. Back at the Duke of Northern Town, Yunge brought some news. Princess, the Chu Kingdom delegation will arrive in the capital tomorrow. Along with the delegation, there are also the 14th prince and the 7th princess of Chu. Qin Jinji recalled these two people. The 14th prince of Chu, although not a full sibling of Huangfu Nanfeng, shares a close bond with him. It's not an exaggeration to call him Huangfu Nanfeng's loyal follower. The 7th princess is also a full sibling of him and is a little assistant to Huangfu Nanfeng. It's clear they're going to bring Huangfu Nanfeng back. Qin Jinji entered the secret room, where Huangfu Nanfeng was sitting in a cage, combing his hair. Besides the jade fragrance powder, Qin Jinji hadn't mistreated him. The room was well stocked. After all, he was still useful. If he went crazy, where else could she find such a good chess piece? You're here. I've recently simplified some of the meals. Do you like this new look? Huangfu Nanfeng turned to look at Qin Jinji. A prince acting so coquettishly was quite surprising. He seemed like a devoted lover willing to endure hunger and hardship just to win back his beloved. Qin Jinji stood by the cage. The Chu delegation will arrive in the capital tomorrow. Your 14th brother and 7th sister are also coming. Do you miss your little followers? Huangfu Nanfeng smiled charmingly, even more alluring than a cunning fox. Later, you'll be their royal sister-in-law. If they hear you say that, they might get upset. Qin Jinji also smiled. If you dare to throw a tantrum, I've already been gentle with you. In Chu, she almost killed these two followers. But she was too injured, and didn't have the strength. Huangfu Nanfeng slowly stood up and approached the cage. Why did you come today? I thought you wouldn't appear before the delegation entered the capital. Do you miss me? He reached out his hand, trying to touch Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji squinted. This Huangfu Nanfeng seemed like some kind of monster. He had added so many herbs to the jade fragrance powder, yet he could still stand. Qin Jinji didn't hide but instead moved closer to Huangfu Nanfeng. She stared at him for a moment, then took out a pill from her waist. This is a poison. Do you dare to eat it? Huangfu Nanfeng leaned against the cage, with a smile. As long as it's you feeding me. Qin Jinji smiled faintly. All right. She lifted her hand and brought the pill to Huangfu Nanfeng's lips. He looked straight into her eyes and used his tongue to take the pill into his mouth. After seeing him swallow it, Qin Jinji stepped forward, held his face, and made him open his mouth. Nothing was left inside. He had really swallowed it. Qin Jinji suddenly laughed. Did you think I was lying to you? That was a deadly poison. In an hour, your body will fail, and you'll die in pain. Huangfu Nanfeng, knowing Qin Jinji well, looked into her eyes. She wasn't lying. His smile faded. The Chu delegation will soon arrive in the capital. If I die, aren't you afraid war will break out again? You know my third brother is just a. Even without me, he can't hold his position. My death would give Chu the perfect excuse to attack. Qin Jinji laughed softly. I thought you weren't afraid of death. Huangfu Nanfeng was silent for a moment.
What do you want?
Her eyes curved with amusement. You're clever. Write down the list of Chu's secret agents. Both countries had spies hidden in each other's lands, and they had played key roles in the wars. If those spies were exposed, it would give a huge advantage even if war broke out again. Imagine your side has spies, but the enemy doesn't. The odds would be in your favor. Huangfu Nanfeng smiled again. So that's what you want. What if I refuse? Qin Jinji laughed carelessly. Then you'll die. He stared at her. You could really watch me die? Her smile grew brighter. Huangfu Nanfeng, you're like a venomous snake. You know it, and so do I. If I let you return to Chu, you'd only start another war. Since fighting is inevitable, I might as well gain something from it. Whether you right or not doesn't matter to me. But since you like me so much, I'll make sure I'm the last person you see before you die. The smile on his face turned cold. He understood if he refused, she would simply stand there and watch him die. Suddenly, a sharp pain spread through his stomach. Qin Jinji smiled even more happily. Huafu Nanfeng, they're just some spies. Using them to take your life is worth it. Aren't you pretending to be a saint now? Haha. Huafu Nanfeng's eyes darkened as he listened to her mocking laughter. Bring me paper and pen. Qin Jinji smiled and leaned in to pat his face. That's more like it. After being locked away from Huafu Nanfeng for so long, Qin Jinji had been waiting for this moment. People can feel hopeless just when hope is closest. Huafu Nanfeng was just one step away from returning to Chu. Even if he wasn't afraid of death, he would still feel unwilling. He wouldn't want to die the night before he was about to escape. Moreover, someone who would burn villages just to find her wouldn't sacrifice their life for spies. So tonight, Qin Jinji would get what she wanted. Huafu Nanfeng wrote a page quickly and handed it to Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji took the list and glanced at it. The number of people is wrong. Huafu Nanfeng was surprised. He calmed down and wrote another page, and the number of people increased quite a bit. Qin Jinji looked again and said, "The number is still wrong." Huafu Nanfeng frowned for the first time and said, "Everything I know is on this list." Qin Jinji lazily stared at him. Huafu Nanfeng was silent for a moment and finally wrote down a name. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow as she took it. There really is someone. The mask on Huafu Nanfeng's face couldn't hold on any longer. "You're tricking me." Qin Jinji shrugged and looked at him provocatively. "So what?" This person, even if clever, would panic when facing life and death. If she really knew the number of people, why would she bother asking him? She turned to leave, and Huafu Nanfeng shouted, "Antidote. It's just ordinary laxative pills. The pain lasts for an hour, and then you'll be fine." Huafu Nanfeng was so angry he laughed. "Qin Jinji, I will make you mine." Qin Jinji stopped and looked back at him. "Huafu Nanfeng, I advise you not to waste effort on me. You deserve better." Huafu Nanfeng was surprised and about to say something, but he saw Qin Jinji raise her eyebrows. "But not someone like me, the best. Sleep early, and you'll dream of everything." Qin Jinji left laughing loudly, and Huafu Nanfeng was so angry for the first time that his liver hurt. He actually felt that Qin Jinji wouldn't really let him die. But he didn't dare to bet because Qin Jinji was just as crazy as he was. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a prisoner now. Soon, he would be able to return to Chu. When he took back everything that was his, Qin Jinji and Jin would both be his. The next day, the newly formed Thousand Birds Guard did something shocking in the court. They captured a spy from Chu who had been hiding in Jin for a long time. All the Thousand Birds Guard soldiers went out in full force. They caught the spy just as a diplomatic team was entering the city. Prince Yuan of Chu, riding a horse at the front, led the team. The team's arrival with mounted messengers was a sign of contempt for the enemy city. It meant that their iron cavalry would eventually break through the city walls. The people were angry and talked among themselves. The Chu envoys looked proud and haughty. As the team entered the city, Qin Jinji rode her cloud-like horse slowly in front of them. The Chu envoy shouted loudly, "Who dares block the way of the envoy team?" When Qin Jinji heard it was Prince Yuan, she guessed he would try to show his power. She slowly raised her whip and pointed at Yuan, saying, "Get off your horse." Yuan immediately felt that the person in front of him looked very familiar. But this woman was stunning, and if he had seen her before, he would never forget her. He sneered and said, "Jin is so weak, they send a woman to block the way. But I am not one to show mercy. Move aside, or I'll whip your face." Qin Jinji didn't step back, but moved forward. She drew her sword from her waist and stabbed it into Yuan's horse's heart. The horse neighed loudly and reared up, kicking the other horse away.
Ah!
Yuan was thrown off his horse and almost crushed by the frantic horse. You dare to hurt a prince of Chu? Do you want to rekindle the war? He didn't expect this woman to act so directly. Qin Jinji looked at him, covered in dirt and dust, and laughed happily. Do you think you're worthy? Your status and position mean nothing if Chu's emperor would send troops just because you got into trouble in Jin. Huangfu Nanaying was furious beyond control. Before she could speak, Qin Jinji said, all Chu people must dismount immediately, or this will be your fate. As soon as she finished, Huaman and others appeared instantly behind Qin Jinji. Their neat flying bird uniforms looked sacred in the eyes of the Jin people. The Chu envoy shouted loudly, are you Jin people breaking the treaty? If they dismounted, where would Chu's dignity be? Qin Jinji looked at the envoy and said firmly, 3 counts. There are still Chu people who haven't dismounted. I will execute all the members of the envoy on the spot. I am waiting for your emperor to send troops. Her words were like a heavy stone falling into a pond, causing the entire envoy to panic. In a war between 2 countries, not killing envoys is unheard of. This woman was about to kill the entire envoy group just by opening her mouth. Huangfu Nanaying was furious.
How dare you?
If it weren't for your Jin sneaky tricks, Chu wouldn't have signed the surrender letter. If war breaks out again, can your Jin army even fight? If it weren't for the kidnapping of Brother Nine, they wouldn't have signed the surrender. Such a despicable person. Qin Jinji smiled and looked at him. Suddenly, the 1,000 Birds Guard drew their swords from behind. Huangfu Nanaying didn't expect Qin Jinji to be so bold and reckless. Does your Jin emperor know you're acting like this? Aren't you afraid he'll punish you? The 1,000 Birds Guard surrounded the envoy group that had already entered the city. The Chu envoys also panicked. Chu soldiers drew their weapons and faced off against the 1,000 Birds Guard. Huangfu Nanaying stared at Qin Jinji. Who was this woman? How could she be so willful and reckless? If a fight really broke out, his guards could protect him, but then Brother Nine would be lost forever. He saw Qin Jinji's smile deepen in her eyes and took a deep breath. Huangfu Nanaying gave an order, and all the envoys sitting on horseback dismounted. Qin Jinji looked at them with mockery. Introduce yourself. My name is Qin Jinji. Don't forget my name when you report this. Huangfu Nanfeng was still in her hands, and Chu dared not cause trouble with Jin at this moment. Huangfu Nanaying was about to say that he would definitely complain to the Jin emperor and have her punished severely. But her arrogant attitude seemed completely fearless. Ah, Chu people. Those are also your Chu people. She suddenly pointed at the group escorting the Chu spies. She pulled on the reins, and her harsh voice rang out again. All criminals from Chu state, crawl back to the 1,000 Birds office. Rebels, no mercy. Is she trying to show strength? Does Chu state still like this kind of display of power? Some of the team escorting the spies resisted, while others obeyed. The resistors were stabbed to death in the street, and those who obeyed crawled before Lord Huangfu Nanaying, like dogs. Huangfu Nanaying, with bloodshot eyes, said, You in Jin State also have prisoners of war in the envoy's hands. Aren't you afraid that I, the prince, will kill them all? Qin Jinji didn't turn around. Do as you like. If they die, I will avenge them. As prisoners of war, they still sacrificed for the country. Their death is worth it. At that moment, the watching crowd cheered loudly. Princess is mighty. Princess is mighty. During the morning court, the emperor's face was almost beaming with happiness. Commander Qin is truly a genius. Just after establishing the 1,000 Birds office, she managed to wipe out all the spies from Chu state. Truly blessed be our Jin empire. Many officials in the court were also confused. How did a spoiled young lady like Qin Jinji accidentally catch the enemy spies? Capturing spies was a great achievement. Many in the court had their own plans. Du Zhong stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the princess, Commander Qin leading the 1,000 Birds Guard to catch the Chu spies is indeed a great achievement. But the interrogation of the spies is a serious matter. Since the Thousand Birds office was just established, its main duty is to ensure Your Majesty's safety. Interrogation should be handled by specialists. I also have an opinion. Capturing the spies was one thing, but interrogating them was another. As long as they could get information from the spies, the credit should go to whoever managed to get it. I think this is not appropriate, Du Zhong said, turning around. It was Cui, the Prime Minister, who stepped forward. Your Majesty, since the spies were captured by Commander Qin and the Thousand Birds Guard, the interrogation should naturally be done by the same unit. If the prisoners are handed over elsewhere, the people might think the officials in court are too petty. The Thousand Birds office seems to be a reward for Qin's family, but who knows if Your Majesty is using this as an excuse to do other things. Having served the Emperor for many years, Cui knew that the Emperor's mind was not simple. Besides, the people who captured the spies would want to claim the credit immediately. And his daughter was also in the Thousand Birds office. No matter what, it was a great achievement. No one could let the Du family take the credit. Du Zhong sneered. Chancellor Cui, do you think your daughter's achievements will be overlooked? Interrogating enemy spies is such an important task. How can a group of women handle it? Officials, don't let personal feelings cause the country to suffer. Chancellor Cui was about to reply, but saw Wei Cha start rolling up his sleeves. His eyes suddenly turned playful, and he took a step back. Seeing Cui not speak, Du Zhong was about to continue. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Wei Cha looked at him sideways. A rat is fur, but no manners. A person without manners. What's the point of living? A rat has teeth, but no limits. A person without limits. What's the point of living? A rat has a body, but no respect. A person without respect. Why not die quickly? Du Zhong was furious. Wei Cha. How dare you be rude? He opened his mouth, speaking nonsense. Wei Cha glanced at the Emperor. Your Majesty, you don't want me to curse, so I use polite words. This old thief still says I'm rude. Since that's the case, forgive me for being impolite. You shameless old man. Always trying to steal credit. If you like to steal so much, what kind of official are you? Go be a bandit and steal from whoever you want. You can't stand seeing others succeed. If it's so important, why don't you go catch the spies yourself? Don't want to catch them? What about women? Are they your daughters? You say women cause trouble for the country, yet you take concubines. You say women cause trouble, but you let your daughter be a concubine. Do you want to cause trouble for our great Jin country? Du Zhong clutched his chest, pounding hard. You're so. If you don't stop, I'll ask the Emperor to punish you. Wei Cha stepped forward again. You want the Emperor to punish me? How many faces do you have? Still dreaming of being a noble. If you dare to bully others, I won't let you get away with it. Du Zhong was so angry he started panting heavily. Wei Cha saw this and didn't hold back, stepping even closer. What? Can't argue? Now you're pretending to be sick? You're dead. You die right now, and I'll burn paper for you. Then he flicked his sleeve. What's with you? Both kids' achievements are being stolen. Chancellor Cui closed his eyes, feeling pleased. The Emperor saw Wei Cha ready to give up and finally spoke. Two officials. Don't ruin the harmony. Let's speak calmly. Wei Cha's words made many people uncomfortable. But the temptation of claiming credit for interrogating enemy spies was just too great. There are still many officials making suggestions. One of them is Li Chao. Your Majesty, this matter is very serious and should not be taken lightly. It is best to leave it to the Ministry of Justice, as they are responsible for interrogations. Minister Li, your words are not correct. This involves enemy spies, and they are not ordinary criminals. It should be handled by the Court of Justice. This person is Yuan Zhengfeng, the recently reinstated head of the Court of Justice. Two officials, since the spy was caught inside the capital, it should be handed over to our city patrol.
Du Zhong glanced at Wei Cha.
They also took the credit. Why don't you scold them? Wei Cha closed his eyes, almost writing, I just want to scold you, on the back of his head. The Emperor looked very troubled and said, Everyone has good points, but the spy was captured by the Thousand Birds Division. I can't just them of the right to interrogate, so if anyone wants to interrogate, go talk to Commander Qin. As long as she agrees to hand over the person, I have no objection. Everyone looked at each other. Well, that's fine. A group of young girls, just a few words, and they'll hand over the person. I obey the order. The emperor's eyes smiled warmly. He agreed to go get the person. If you can't get him, it's no big deal for our easygoing emperor. Sigh, after so many years, let you all taste the power of this mischievous little devil. All the officials wished you good luck. Wei Cha looked at the emperor's expression and secretly felt pleased. Finally, he was no longer the only one suffering from that little rascal. The 1,000 Birds guards cheered loudly. Everyone was celebrating. Their first major achievement was catching an enemy spy. Many initially saw this place just as a refuge.
But it turned out they really did something.
That feeling of pride was beyond words. Chuang looked at the list of spies and kept shaking her head. I say, why did you use pure iron to build the entire prison? The first batch of prisoners to come in are so important. Qin Jinji lightly tapped the table with her finger. The spies from Chu State can't all be just these people. You only need to interrogate one key person. If others don't talk, just kill them. Chuang pointed at herself. Am I supposed to interrogate? Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. Do you think the deputy is just here to drink tea and read documents? Chuang pouted. I'm just inexperienced and afraid of messing things up. Qin Jinji stood up. If you can't handle the interrogation, what's the point? Just stab him a few times in the limbs. He'll feel pain but won't die. If that doesn't work, cut off some parts. He'll talk then. Chuang nodded and gave a thumbs up. Got it. I'll go now. She was about to leave when her subordinate suddenly reported at the door. Commander, it's bad. Someone is causing trouble at the entrance of the 1,000 Birds office. Chuang looked surprised. Really? Someone dares to cause trouble in Princess Qin's territory. Qin Jinji's face was cold. If you can't handle small problems like this, what are you good for? The subordinate looked a bit worried. I'm sorry. I am not capable enough. The person is special, so I dare not act rashly. Chuang quickly asked, who is it? Princess Dai of the Chu Kingdom, Huangfu Dai. I warn you. Quickly release our people from Chu, or don't blame this princess for destroying your place. Huangfu Dai waved her whip and was about to rush forward. The guards at the door, though on alert, dared not truly hurt her. Currently, Chu and Jin kingdoms are considering a marriage alliance. The princess came with the envoy, possibly as a bride. The princess can show her face because of her high status and the support of the emperor. But they are different. If something serious happens, they will have a hard time explaining. Seeing the guards only defending, Huangfu Dai sneered. Eugene people are all cowardly and shameless. If you don't release them, don't blame me for being rude. She swung her whip and lashed out. The guards scattered, and a sword sheath was thrown over. The whip wrapped around the sheath, but before Huangfu Dai could pull it back, a foot stepped on it. The whip stretched tight, and Qin Jinji kicked it sharply. Huangfu Dai was pulled forward by the momentum. Qin Jinji spun around and kicked Huangfu Dai in the stomach. She immediately spat blood and fell to the ground. Stop! How dare you hurt our Princess Dai? Are you trying to get killed? Huangfu Dai's guards rushed over. Qin Jinji coldly watched as Huangfu Dai struggled to get up. Quiet. Kill them all. Suddenly, a tall figure burst out behind her. Huaman swung her double axes into the guards of Huangfu Dai, cutting through them like slicing vegetables. More than 10 guards were instantly beheaded by Huaman. Huangfu Dai couldn't believe that the people of Jin really dared to kill the envoy. No. Stop. I am Princess Huangfu Dai of Chu. Do you want to make Chu break through your Jin city gates? Qin Jinji stepped on her chest. She looked at the watching crowd and said, anyone causing trouble in front of the Qianyao division, no mercy. Qin Jinji then looked at the nearby Qianyao guards and said, if you can't handle this small matter, all on-duty Qianyao guards will be fined half a month's pay. The fine guards immediately responded, understood, we accept the punishment. Some felt disappointed, but others understood Qin Jinji's meaning. Even if the sky falls, the princess will stand firm. They just need to do their duty. Today's punishment was because they failed to protect the reputation of the Qianyao division. Huangfu Dai wanted to move Qin Jinji's foot away, but didn't move at all. Qin Jinji looked at her as if she were trash and said, "A defeated country dares to boast." Huang Fudai's eyes filled with hatred as she said, "If you dare hurt this princess, I will tear you to pieces." Qin Jinji's smile spread, but she pressed her foot harder. "Speak louder. I can't hear you." Huang Fudai shouted angrily, "I will peel your skin and break your bones, and you will die a horrible death." As her words finished, Huang Fudai spat out a large mouthful of blood. Qin Jinji had broken one of her ribs. Qin Jinji chuckled, "Good girl. Bring this obedient princess and lock her up with those Chu spies. Send these bodies back to the envoy and tell them they can buy back their princess with money." Huaman immediately said, "I knew that left eye kept twitching." "Commander, you took the ransom to exchange for the stone lion. That's impressive." Then someone grabbed Huang Fudai and lifted her up. The crowd around them discussed the bloody scene. They said this young princess was arrogant and reckless, treating lives like grass. But it was also very satisfying. A princess from a rival country dared to act so boldly in Jin. She deserved to be punished. Chuang thought about Qin Jinji's attitude earlier and went to the prison. A man was tied to the execution rack, badly beaten and covered in wounds. Seeing Chuang suddenly appear and still be able to smile was surprising. This Jin country still has such a beautiful girl. "Where do you live? Do you have a marriage match?" Chuang looked thoughtful, but didn't speak. She walked to a table with torture tools, picked up a knife, and gestured in the air a few times before turning to the man. "Girl, are all the men in Jin country dead? And you let women come out?" Before the man finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He looked down and saw Chuang slowly stabbing the knife into his arm. Yes, slowly. He clearly felt every inch of the pain. After a while, the knife reached the other side of his skin. Chuang was not very strong. She twisted several times before the knife pierced through. Her eyes lit up. In the past, she fought for justice, and her sword was just for self-defense. Now she understood what it felt like when a knife cuts through flesh. Chuang pulled out the knife and aimed at the man's other arm. The knife slowly went through his other arm as well. But this time, she seemed a bit more experienced. Chuang pulled out the knife and then looked at the man's thigh. The man shouted, "Big sister, what do you want to ask? Just ask. Why are you stabbing me like this? Are you a pervert?" Chuang was startled. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" She awkwardly touched her nose, remembering that Qin Jinji told her to focus on stabbing limbs. "What's your name?" The man, in pain and angry, said. "I didn't shout." Chuang angrily said, "I asked your name." The man took a deep breath. "Nan Lin." Chuang took out a list from her pocket, nodded, and asked all at once. "How many spies does Chu have in Jin? What is your mission? Who is your contact person? Which senior of Chu ordered you?" Nan Lin, panting heavily, asked, "Is this your first time questioning a prisoner? Why are you asking so many questions? Should I answer that first?" Chuang looked a bit embarrassed. "How do you know?" Then she glared at him angrily. "Don't you want to talk?" Her eyes immediately fell on the man's leg. The person closed their eyes and said, "I don't know how many spies Chu State has in Jin State. Our task is to steal the military defense map. My contact was killed during the recent arrest. I'm just a minor messenger, and I don't even know which superior ordered me." Chuang asked again, "Besides the capital, how do the spies in other places stay in touch with you?" "They communicate through contacts. The people below don't know who the other spies are." Chuang looked at him with some sympathy. "It's not easy for you to leave your home like this. Do you miss your family?" Seeing her sympathetic expression, Nan Lin's eyes flashed with a smile. "Of course I do. But people like us don't have much choice." Chuang put her knife aside and sat at his feet. "Yes, no one really has a choice. People can't always control their fate." She sighed as she looked at the girl at her feet, her small face full of sadness. Nan Lin asked, "Miss, you stabbed me twice, but I haven't reacted like that. It seems I might have been bullying you." Chuang pouted and asked innocently, "What is Chu State like? Is it fun?" Nan Lin was cautious. "Chu State is definitely fun. It's more prosperous than Jin State. Even the city walls are taller than yours." Chuang covered her mouth and giggled. Nan Lin frowned. What are you laughing at? I'm telling the truth. Chuang grinned and said, What's the use of being tall? The envoy from Chu State to surrender has already entered the capital. Nan Lin turned his head away in anger. Chuang spoke, as if chatting casually. An elder in my family likes to travel. He brought back a jar of wine for me. It's smooth and has a faint pear aroma. I like it, but I probably won't get to drink it anymore. Nan Lin looked at her.
Why? Queen shrugged.
Our family has many rules. Only that elder is more relaxed. A year ago, well, I won't say more. Let it be a regret. Nan Lin smiled and said, You're probably talking about pear blossom falling. Actually, Chu State has a wine even better than that called Snow Step, Seek Plum. When the envoy comes to Jean, they should bring this as a gift. Your family seems well off. It shouldn't be hard to get a jar. Chuang immediately smiled charmingly and stood up with her knife. She jumped in front of him and pressed a knife against his face. You are in Chu State, so your status should be high, right? I thought you were just a secret agent in the capital. Now it seems you can control all the secret agents in Jean State. Nan Lin looked at the woman who suddenly changed her attitude and was surprised. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Chuang raised an eyebrow. Pear blossoms only fall in the capital of Chu State. I only mentioned the taste, and you could name it. That proves you've drunk it. This wine costs 300 taels per jar in Chu. You call yourself a little, but how could you afford this wine? Nan Lin smiled and looked at Chuang. He realized she was just pretending earlier. I can't afford it myself. Others offered me a drink when I was in Chu. Chuang smiled. Oh? Who is it? Nan Lin's smile started to fade. A clever person makes one mistake, and everything falls apart. Chuang threw the knife aside. You should know what I want to ask. I give you one night. Tomorrow, I want an answer. Nan Lin looked into her eyes. What if I don't tell you? Chuang didn't blink and stabbed the knife into Nan Lin's leg. Of course, I will torture you. Nan Lin clenched his teeth. If I die, you won't get any information. Chuang shrugged. That doesn't matter. You guessed one thing right. This is my first time interrogating a prisoner. If you, an important prisoner, are casually handed over to me, is your life really that important? She pulled the knife out and threw it aside. Blood accidentally splattered on her hand.
Queen frowned.
So dirty. Come, stop the bleeding. I finally got a person to myself. If he dies, who will I poke later? Nan Lin looked at her with a pout. It seemed like she was just using him as a tool to pass the time. Chuang threw a silk handkerchief into the nearby fire to dry it, then smiled and said to him, See you tomorrow. She left the cell, took a deep breath, and sighed. Being a crazy person is really exhausting. If Qin Jinji really opened a drama troupe, she could perform on stage. Chuang's hand was still trembling. When the blood splattered on her hand, she almost couldn't hold the knife anymore. When she returned to the study, Qin Jinji looked up at her. Finished the interrogation? Chuang looked as if all her energy had been drained. This person should hold a high position in the state of Chu and can mobilize secret agents, but probably isn't the leader of the spies placed in Jean by Chu. Qin Jinji put down her pen. What do you think? Chuang took a sip of tea. I asked him what kind of country Chu is. He said Chu's city walls are taller than Jin's, which shows he lived in the capital of Chu before coming to Jean. I mentioned wanting to drink pear blossom wine, and he said that snow-trampling plum wine tastes better. He also said that such wine was on the gift list for the diplomatic team. He knows everything on the list, so he can't be just a minor spy. He was easily fooled by me. With such a spy leader, Chu is not far from falling. Qin Jinji chuckled. You took a different approach. Chuang brushed her hair back. His eyes show disdain for women. I just went along with his wishes. Do you think his status allows him to ask Chu for some things? Qin Jinji smiled. Let's see if Deputy Chui can get him to talk. Chuang thought for a moment. I'll change my story tomorrow. Commander, Lord Yuan of the Court of Judicial Review, Lord Wang of the City Patrol, and Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice request to see you. Qin Jinji listened to her subordinate report. It's so lively today. Make them wait. Chuang frowned. Are they here to take someone? These officials shouldn't be so shameless. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. In the face of great achievements, what is a little face worth? Soon, a lark entered and went straight into the inner room. Chuang stared wide-eyed. You're not planning to sleep, are you? Qin Jinji gave a teasing pout. I suggest you go to bed too. Chuang suddenly realized. I'm feeling sleepy now. I should bring Huaner tomorrow. She turned to leave quickly. If these people can't find Qin Jinji, they'll definitely look for her. She has to consider the complicated family relationships behind the scenes. It's not easy. These 3 seasoned officials are not easy to handle. Li Chao and the others waited for about an hour. He looked angry. When will Princess Jinji come to see us? The messenger, the sparrow guard, looked cold. The commander is busy with official duties. Once he's free, he will see you. After the incident with the 7th princess of Chu, the sparrow guard straightened up. Yuan Zhengfeng sneered. What official business could she have? Since she has something to do, we can also ask Miss Chuang. Chuang is the vice envoy at the Thousand Birds office, and she holds the same official rank as Prime Minister Cui. She will likely give us some face. When the Thousand Birds guard heard this, he looked at him and said, Vice Envoy Cui is also busy with official duties. Yuan Zhengfeng snorted coldly. The authority of the Thousand Birds office is quite strong. A small Thousand Birds guard dares to show disrespect to me. The guard immediately replied, Since the gentlemen have no other instructions, I will take my leave. He turned and left. Yuan Zhengfeng was so angry, he slammed the table. This is too unreasonable. It's just like a hen crowing at dawn. The 3 of them were angry and waited for another hour. Master Wang couldn't sit still anymore. This is too much. We have served in the court for many years, and Princess Jinji just leaves us waiting like this. The other 2 also became furious and stood up to leave. At this moment, Qin Jinji stretched lazily, yawned, and walked in from outside. Oh, you're still here. The 3 men almost laughed out of frustration when they saw Qin Jinji's relaxed look. Does she sleep on official duty? Qin Jinji lazily walked to the main seat, took a sip of tea. What are you standing for? Sit down quickly. The 3 took a deep breath. Yuan Zhengfeng spoke directly. Princess, honestly, the matter of the enemy spy is very important. The interrogation should be handled by our Dali court. Li Chao quickly said, Interrogation is always the responsibility of our Ministry of Justice. Please, Princess, hand the person over to us. Master Wang, afraid of being left out, added, This spy was caught in the capital, so it should be our city patrol department's responsibility. Qin Jinji nodded. All right. The 3 were surprised, not expecting Qin Jinji to be so easy to talk to. Qin Jinji slowly raised her leg and asked, How much silver are you planning to give me, gentlemen? What silver? Qin Jinji clapped her hands. Oh, you gentlemen wouldn't be trying to get something for nothing, would you? Yuan Zhengfeng frowned. Please, Princess, don't speak nonsense. Qin Jinji smiled. From now on, call me Commander Qin. As you know, I don't like bullying others. If you call me Princess, you'll need to bow and pay respects. The 3 men were stunned. According to rank, they should bow when they see Qin Jinji. A tight knot of anxiety clenched in my chest, making it hard to breathe. Li Chao had seen Qin Jinji's sharp tongue before, so he spoke up. Commander Qin, please take the responsibility of the survival of Jin State seriously and hand the person over to the Ministry of Justice. Qin Jinji seemed to be thinking for a moment. Jin State survival? If I remember correctly, our Qin family has always guarded the borders of Jin State. The defeated country's envoy just entered the capital today. To take the survival of Jin State as a great duty, my Qin family has been completely wiped out. Only an old widower and a weak woman remain. Are you trying to erase our family's achievements with this statement? Every word Qin Jinji said was hard to refute. Removing the achievements of meritorious officials is a serious accusation. What does the emperor think? What do the common people think? But which lonely old man can punch a bear to death? Which fragile woman can break into a house and cut off someone's hand? Wang Daren looked serious. Commander Qin, the achievements of the Qin family are in the hearts of the people. But constantly mentioning these achievements might suggest arrogance or disrespect for the heavens. Qin Jinji brushed off her clothes. Oh? Then you should ask the emperor what he plans to do about the Qin family's merits. Will he kill our entire family? Why not go to the palace and ask the emperor now? Wang Darren forgot that Qin Jinji's wild temper was originally cultivated by the emperor. Although the emperor had taken back some of Qin Ye's military power, if news of destroying the entire Qin family reached him, for his reputation, he wouldn't have a good outcome. Yuan Jingfeng finally saw how sharp-tongued Qin Jinji was. Commander Qin, interrogating a woman is not appropriate. You don't know that these hidden enemies are very cunning. If we don't use some harsh methods and see some blood, they won't confess. At this moment, a man was dragging someone by the legs slowly. That person was badly injured, his face unrecognizable. Blood was everywhere on the ground. All three of them were shocked. Qin Jinji smiled brightly. What did Lord Yuan just say? I didn't hear clearly. Li Chao clenched his teeth. When it came to words, perhaps the three of them together weren't her match. Commander Qin, what exactly do you want? Are you willing to hand the person over to us? Qin Jinji looked annoyed and said, Lord Li, how is it that your memory gets worse as you get older? Didn't I just ask how much silver you can give me? The three men looked at each other, realizing Qin Jinji was asking them to spend money to buy someone. Seeing that they finally understood her meaning, Qin Jinji smiled even more brightly. Since you can't decide quickly, let me suggest a number. Qin Jinji raised one finger.
Li Chao frowned.
1,000 taels. Not even 100 taels was enough, Qin Jinji replied. Qin Jinji shook her head. Yuan Jingfeng looked displeased. 10,000 taels. Master Wang frowned deeply. Although 10,000 taels was a lot, they could still manage to pay it. After all, the credit from the secret agent was worth much more than 10,000 taels. All right, 10,000 taels. I will give you 10,000 taels if you hand over the person. First, they needed to get the person out. How they divided the person could be discussed later among the three of them. Qin Jinji looked playful and then said cheerfully, 10,000 taels, one person. All three stood up, their faces showing anger. Commander Qin, are you playing us? Qin Jinji chuckled, leaning back slightly. Supporting her chin with one hand, she said, and you think you're worthy. Her words were almost insulting to the dead. Qin Jinji was implying that they didn't even deserve to be played by her. Li Chao looked at Qin Jinji's smiling face and realized she was serious. Commander Qin insists on this? Qin Jinji didn't even change her expression. Gentlemen, go and prepare the money. These secret agents are valuable. You don't think only the three of you want this agent, do you? There were many powerful people in the court who also wanted these agents. Qin Jinji wasn't joking. Li Chao's expression darkened. If that's the case, I will take my leave. Master Wang was still considering whether 10,000 taels was worth buying a secret agent when he saw Li Chao leave. He exchanged glances with Yuan Jingfeng. Commander Qin, please allow us some time to think. Qin Jinji pointed at the door. Wait for good news. After everyone left, Chuang came out from behind. I really overestimated these officials. They have no shame at all. Qin Jinji stood up. Gather all the Thousand Birds Guards. All the members of the Thousand Birds Guard gathered in the training ground. Qin Jinji stood on the high platform in front of everyone. Tonight, someone will try to break into the prison. Anyone who enters the Thousand Birds prison will not be spared. Huaman took out 2 axes and rubbed them together. The sound of metal clashing made everyone present feel tense. Qin Jinji patted Chuang on the shoulder and said, I'll leave it to you tonight. Chuang looked a bit surprised. You're not staying here to watch, Qin Jinji yawned. Just one of us needs to stay. Besides, I have something to do tomorrow. Chuang asked curiously, what is it? Can I come along? Every task Qin Jinji did was exciting. She was starting to enjoy this kind of life where her heart had to stop for a moment every day.
Qin Jinji gently lifted Kuying's chin.
Go to court. The original purpose of the Thousand Birds Guard was to protect the emperor's safety closely. Since the emperor goes to court, he also needs close protection. Starting tomorrow, Qin Jinji could openly walk into the court. When the ministers entered the palace, one figure stood out. Dressed in a dark flying bird outfit, Qin Jinji looked very spirited. Behind her were two crossed swords, giving her a somewhat intimidating presence. Among the crowd, there was also a very formidable figure walking toward the main hall with his hands in his pockets. Qin Jinji quickly approached Wei Cha. "Old man, I heard you've been very impressive in the hall these days." Wei Cha let out a rough sound. "You little rascal, what are you doing here?" Qin Jinji replied confidently, "Going to court. As the commander of the Thousand Birds Guard, responsible for protecting the emperor." "Tsk. Wei Cha looked at her with disdain. "You are the biggest danger to your great-grandfather. You're supposed to be protecting others, yet you're causing trouble." Qin Jinji stepped forward to look at Wei Cha. Wei Cha immediately said, "What are you looking at?" Qin Jinji chuckled. "If your great-grandfather really is in danger, I'll use you, old man, as a weapon to fend off enemies." In the main hall, all the ministers saw Qin Jinji standing beside the emperor and immediately started talking among themselves. "Why is Princess Jinji here? A woman appearing in the court like this is not proper." "Exactly, this is just nonsense. The emperor is too indulgent." Many officials looked unhappy. Qin Jinji glanced at Wei Cha, and the old man immediately turned his head away. The little rascal had just wanted to use him as a weapon and throw him out, so he wouldn't speak up for her. Qin Jinji was speechless. The old man was really petty.
Duzong stepped forward.
"Your Majesty, the main hall is a place for discussing state affairs with officials. How can women be allowed to enter?" Qin Jinji looked at Du Zhong. "May I ask, Minister Du, what was the original purpose of establishing the Thousand Birds Guard?" Du Zhong looked at Qin Jinji's face, feeling a surge of anger. "Of course, it is to protect your Majesty's safety." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "So, Minister Du, are you deliberately provoking trouble? I already told you last time, don't cause trouble. This is an official court meeting. As the commander of the Thousand Birds Guard, her role was to protect the safety of the emperor. She knew this, so why ask?" Du Zhong's heart ached painfully again. Many officials almost couldn't hold back their laughter when they heard Qin Jinji. A few were relieved they hadn't spoken. Du Zhong took a deep breath. Since the princess is here, the matter of handing over the secret agents in Chu should also be settled quickly. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Hand over? To whom?" "To you, Minister Du." Just as Du Zhong was about to speak, he saw Wei Cha's tense expression. He really wanted to fight this old man. Of course, not to the old servant. But this matter of secret agents is very important. The Thousand Birds office is still new, so it should be handled by someone specialized. Qin Jinji looked puzzled. "I don't know, Minister Du. Do you have someone in mind?" Du Zhong's expression became cautious. Why was Qin Jinji so agreeable today? He stepped forward. "I suggest that the Privy Council take over this matter." Qin Jinji's face showed a smile. The Privy Council originally handled official documents, shared military power, and managed military secrets, border defense, and troop movements. Since the founding of the Jin Kingdom, military power had always been in the hands of the Qin family. The emperor had not abolished the Privy Council, but it had become a nominal position. Military power was a core issue that had always been central in a country. Du Zhong was eager to regain Qin family's military authority, which would then be controlled by the Privy Council. Controlling the Privy Council was like controlling the military power of Jin. Du Zhong had planned this early. Qin Jinji smiled and said, "Minister Du's suggestion is very good."
Duzong frowned.
Why is this young princess so easy to talk to? Whenever something seems unusual, there must be a problem. Du Zhong widened his eyes. He knew it. There are too many people trying to secretly place spies. If I hand the people directly to the Privy Council, it wouldn't be fair to the other officials who are negotiating with me. Moreover, I have already promised Lord Yuan from the Dali Court, Lord Wang from the City Patrol, and Lord Li from the Ministry of Justice that I will prioritize these three. It would be better for Minister Du and the three officials to discuss first and decide who should take over these spies. Many ministers looked at Qin Jinji, who was calm and patient, and felt a bit confused. Isn't the young princess quite understanding? However, the three people who were called out looked very unhappy. Last night, they sent people to break into the prison, but no one survived. This morning, Several of their subordinates' bodies were displayed in front of the Thousand Birds office. Qin Jinji saw their unhappy faces and smiled even more. But everyone needs to act quickly. Last night, some accomplices of these spies tried to break into the prison, but they were all killed by the Thousand Birds Guard led by Deputy Commander Cui. The spies in the prison thought someone wanted to silence them and started to confess. If you delay any longer, even if the spies are handed over to you, it will be useless. The officials' faces showed different expressions. Some had already started to confess. If these spies tell everything they know, what was the point of all their efforts to capture them? But whether the prison break was caused by spies from Chu or someone from the court is hard to say. Just as the princess said, as long as someone can handle the princess, she will naturally hand over the spies to that person. Moreover, some people have already begun negotiating with her. Qin Jinji looked at everyone with a bright smile. There was a lot of money involved. The emperor saw this and asked, "Do any of you have other matters to report?" "Your Majesty, I have something to report." An elderly man, very likable, stepped forward from the side. "Your Majesty, the Chu envoy has arrived in the capital. The Honglu Temple has arranged accommodations at the inn, and they are waiting for the envoy to rest before coming to see you tomorrow." This man was Lu Zhao, the head of the Honglu Temple. The emperor nodded. "This matter is under your supervision. Do not let anything go wrong or cause unnecessary trouble." Lu Zhao replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, Wei Cha stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the deputy minister of the Honglu Temple has been vacant for a long time. I would like to recommend someone. The Honglu Temple is responsible for foreign guests and ceremonial affairs. In recent years, Jin has been at war with other countries. Aside from its allies, no major powers have come to Jin. The emperor also waived most taxes, so there has been little extravagance or large ceremonies. Therefore, the Honglu Temple has only one official." The emperor smiled and asked, "You always have good judgment. Who do you plan to recommend?" The ministers in the court began to discuss, wondering who Wei Lin was. They wondered how Wei Lin could be recommended by Wei Cha. Wei Cha was straightforward and said, "My son." Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Wei Cha to openly recommend his own son. "Lord Wei, that might not be appropriate," someone said. Wei Cha asked, "Why not?" "Recommending talented people without bias, letting the capable take the position. Or, do you have someone better in mind?" Lu Zhao's eyes lit up. "Wei Lin, I've heard of him. He once debated with 100 students at Yong'an Tower and held his own. He is responsible for all diplomatic affairs between two countries at the Honglu Temple. But this delegation coming to Jin will involve negotiations. I also heard he is quite learned. Such a person is perfect for the Honglu Temple. Most importantly, he is Wei Cha's son. If it weren't for Wei Cha's sharp tongue, it would be easy to have him serve in the Honglu Temple without risking war between the two countries. I even wanted to ask the emperor to appoint Wei Cha to multiple positions. Inheritance is complicated, but someone who can debate with 100 students without losing shows he has a sharp tongue. Your Majesty, I believe in Wei Cha's integrity. If we miss out on a talented person just because of family ties, it would be a great loss for Jin." Qin Jinji's eyes flashed with a smile. It seemed the wind had blown the news into Lu Zhao's ears. Du Zhong couldn't stand Wei Cha's proud look. Wei Lin is unknown, and yet holds such an important position. The Honglu Temple handles major diplomatic affairs. Please think carefully, Your Majesty. Wei Cha finally looked directly at Du Zhong and asked, "Then I will go." Lu Zhao looked at Du Zhong with fear and worry. "Du Zhong, please don't cause me trouble." With Wei Cha's sharp tongue, he would meet the envoy tomorrow, and the next day, the state of Chu might attack. All the officials in the court had seen how powerful Wei Cha's words could be. Seeing Lu Zhao's nervous expression, everyone knew what he was worried about. Du Zhong's face darkened. He didn't expect Lu Zhao to be so disrespectful to him. The emperor smiled kindly and said, "Since Lu Zhao is the chief of the Honglu Temple and has spoken like this, I have nothing more to say. Hong Dequan, prepare the decree. Wei Lin is appointed as the deputy of the Honglu Temple, and he will start tomorrow." Wei Cha glanced at Du Zhong and made a loud, sharp sound. Lu Zhao happily said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Besides the grandfather and grandson mentioned earlier, it seemed that only Lu Zhao was happy in the entire hall. After the court session, Qin Jinji followed the emperor back to the palace. The emperor saw her turn to leave and asked, "Aren't you here to protect me?" "Why are you going?" Qin Jinji replied naturally, "It's already noon." "Of course, I need to have lunch with my grandmother." "You have no one waiting for you." "But I do." She then made a funny face at the emperor and ran ahead. The emperor quickly grabbed Hong Dequan's dust brush and said, "Little rascal, stop running there." Hong Dequan looked at the emperor, who was chasing after the princess, with a worried face. "Your Majesty, take care of your health." "Your Majesty, your health." As they approached the queen's residence, the emperor, panting, said, "This little rascal can really run." Hong Dequan was about to faint behind him. Qin Jinji was only slightly out of breath. "You should exercise more. Running such a short distance made you so tired." The emperor almost threw his dust brush away. "He's an old man. Just being able to run was good enough." Fian held an umbrella and jogged over to support Qin Jinji's head. Seeing the emperor gasping for breath, she quickly asked, "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" Qin Jinji sniffed and said, "Go hold an umbrella for the emperor." Fian pouted and whispered, "Princess, Your Majesty probably isn't afraid of getting sunburned, right?" If she hadn't been delayed, she would have gone outside the hall to meet the princess. Qin Jinji smiled and patted her head. "Go quickly." Reluctantly, Fian ran over to the emperor. The emperor gasped and said, "You little flyaway, I've been so good to you every day, giving you all the delicious food, but your heart only belongs to that little rascal." Fian chuckled, "Your Majesty, you are so handsome, even if you get a little tan, it doesn't affect your charm. But the princess's skin is so fair, she can't get too dark." Qin Jinji laughed loudly at this. Fian's meaning was that it's okay if the emperor gets a little darker. Fian helped the emperor as they walked toward the queen's palace. Suddenly, she remembered and said, "Oh, by the way, the second prince's wife came to visit the queen. She said she wants to discuss some birthday matters with you, so she's waiting inside the palace." The second prince's wife. She arrived quite quickly. The emperor said, "My second son's wife is always thoughtful. She's different from the other prince's wives." Indeed, she was different, an unlucky person tricked into a trap. Qin Jinji and the emperor entered the main hall. The second prince's wife was talking with the queen. She was neither shy nor overly friendly, very proper. The queen saw them come in and smiled. "My good grandson, how was your first court session today?" The emperor pouted, "No trouble." Qin Jinji smiled. "Now that Wei Daren is here, I won't cause any trouble." Thinking of Wei Cha's sharp tongue, the queen nodded, "That's right." After the three finished talking, the second prince's wife stepped forward. "Father, I humbly greet you." The emperor kindly said, "Sit down. Your mother's birthday celebration was hard work. As long as it's done well, I will reward you. It's my duty," she replied. The emperor nodded happily. The queen said, "The second wife said she wants to discuss some birthday matters with Jinji. Since she's back, you can talk among yourselves. I'll call you when it's time to eat." "Yes, mother." Qin Jinji turned back and said, "Great-grandmother, I want to eat pigeon." The queen smiled and waved her hand. "Got it." The emperor looked speechless. He also wanted to eat. Qin Jinji took the second prince's wife to the side room where she was last examined. "Is there something you want to discuss with me?" Second prince's wife. She looked serious as she stared into Qin Jinji's eyes. "What does the princess want?" Qin Jinji tilted her head, but didn't say anything. The second prince's wife took a deep breath. "Did the princess know early on that I was given the medicine to make me unable to have children?" Qin Jinji's smile gradually appeared on her face. "Yes, I guessed. I only confirmed it after Lu Yi checked your pulse." The second prince's wife's eyes reddened slightly. "So, the princess wanted me to find out about this for her. What does she want?" Qin Jinji crossed her legs and smiled. "You're smarter than I thought. I don't want much. Just find it interesting." Her smile was mischievous, arrogant, and full of contempt. The second prince's wife was stunned. As expected, Everything that day was just a disguise by the princess. Step by step, she secretly led her to discover the truth about the medicine that made her unable to have children. The person in front of her was actually the real Qin Jinji. She seemed like a playful, unruly child, but in reality, she was a master manipulator. I want Miss Liu to treat me. Everything was guided by Qin Jinji. Lui was also obeying Qin Jinji. She could only rely on Qin Jinji for help. If others found out, she didn't know how long she could survive. She also didn't know what her close companion might do next. Qin Jinji nodded. All right, but what can you give me in return? To stay alive, she needed enough bargaining chips. Qin Jinji was never a saint. The second prince's wife seemed to make a firm decision. I know the princess was raised by Empress Dowager since childhood and shares a close bond with her. The crown prince is the only bloodline of His Majesty and the Empress Dowager now, so the Qin family will surely support the crown prince. Qin Jinji signaled her to continue. The second prince's wife's gaze grew more determined. I have discovered that the second prince has ambitions for the throne and has already started to gather allies among the clans and officials. In the future, he will be a major threat to the crown prince. I am willing to gather evidence of the second prince's conspiracy for the princess. Qin Jinji's face was full of a smile. I've heard that your uncle the second prince is very close to you, called the Bird of Wings by the people. Do you really want to send him to? Her eyes were completely red. Bird of Wings? Clothes as gold? It was all just her misplaced love. Her close companion was merely a stepping stone for her. In the capital city, social ranks are very clear. Fortunately, she is quite talented, and many honest officials' families like her. Her mother finally chose a son of a great scholar to look after her. Although he has no official position, his family is pure and honest, so marrying him won't waste her talents. But fate is not on her side. On the way to the Prime Minister's temple, they encountered bandits. Just when her life was at risk, a handsome young man saved her. She didn't have time to thank him before he rode away. From that moment, she secretly fell for him, knowing she might never see him again. The family that was to marry her was very fond of her, and they planned to hold the wedding on the 8th day of the second lunar month next year. She thought of the young man often, but knew she couldn't act on her feelings. Before the wedding, her maternal grandfather fell seriously ill, so she and her parents went back to Yangzhou to visit family. Unexpectedly, she saw the young man again. While praying for her grandfather, she was approached by troublemakers. The young man appeared out of nowhere. Miss, you're so unlucky, but I am lucky and want to share some of my good fortune with you. His cheerful smile touched her heart. From then on, her heart only beat for him. Heaven was kind to her. The young man truly loved her. But she couldn't let her parents be ashamed. She wrote a farewell letter and returned home to prepare for her wedding. However, she received a divorce notice and a royal decree. It turned out her young man was the second prince. He disliked court politics and preferred traveling the world. His first act as a prince was to ask for her hand in marriage. Such great happiness suddenly fell on her. From then on, they lived happily together, loving and trusting each other. Loving and trusting each other, haha. What a clumsy joke. She believed it all these years. Her beloved, upon their marriage, secretly gave her a medicine to prevent her from having children, because a daughter of a minor official was not suitable to produce an heir. But she became his best shield in public. No one suspected that this noble and kind second prince, who loved his wife, had long harbored dark intentions. He was just waiting for the right moment to stir up chaos. He only needed to sacrifice a young woman of low rank, her life. Qin Jinji just looked at her silently. A woman's love is great, and her hatred can be equally fierce. This second prince's wife is very clever, but she can connect all the clues with just one hint. So men, don't underestimate women. Love can make you feel like gold, but if love fades away, the overwhelming hatred that remains, can you handle it? The second prince's wife saw Qin Jinji seeming to consider, and then said, I know the princess's concerns, but I will offer my loyalty. Qin Jinji finally smiled. All right, as long as I am satisfied, I will not only have Louis treat you, but I can also influence your father's official position. The second prince's wife stood up. Please wait for my good news, princess. A young maid came to call them for a meal. At the dining table, the second prince's wife had returned to her usual calm, standing beside the empress and emperor, arranging dishes. After lunch, Qin Jinji left the palace. At the gate of the Thousand Birds office, several Chu state envoys had been waiting for a long time. As soon as they saw Qin Jinji, they rushed over. Princess Jinji. These people had seen her in the city, how she threw the 14th prince off his horse and insulted the Chu prisoners. They were very angry and learned that this princess was the only granddaughter of Qin Yi, who had fought against them for many years. Raised since childhood under the Jin Emperor, no wonder she was so arrogant. But before they could report to the palace, the Jin people directly sent the heads of the 7th princess's guards to the station. This was a warning. If they acted recklessly, she wouldn't show mercy. Others might hesitate, but the Qin men had all died on the battlefield against Chu. Qin Jinji was probably worried about not being able to kill some Chu people to vent her anger. When the 14th prince heard that the 7th princess was captured, he even wanted to pay ransom. He smashed the station to pieces. They had no choice but to let the 14th prince stay at the station. If a conflict really broke out, this princess wouldn't hold back. Princess Jinji, we have brought the ransom. May we take the 7th princess back? Qin Jinji took the 100,000 taels from the Chu envoys. She pointed to the stone lion at the door. Everyone, these stone lions are my favorites. Your princess spat blood on them. Do you think 100,000 taels is enough? Another envoy quickly pulled out another 100,000 taels from his sleeve. Princess, 100,000 taels for one. We've exchanged both. He had heard that this princess was most willing to make quick deals that favored her. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Qin Jinji was very pleased as she took the information. Very clever. If you can't stay in Chu, remember to come to Jin to seek refuge with me. The envoy almost lost his temper and even dug a trap for himself. Qin Jinji turned to the 1,000 Birds guard at the door and said, that 7th princess of Chu has brought someone to redeem her. Soon after, Huang Fudai, clutching her chest, was carried out. Huang Fudai looked at Qin Jinji with resentment and said, you wait and see. Qin Jinji glanced back at her and said, oh, I won't wait. Then she strode into the 1,000 Birds office. Huang Fudai, furious, felt her broken chest bone ache even more. She was determined to tear her apart. Qin Jinji returned to her office, where Cui Ying happily approached her. Did you find out anything? Cui Ying shook her head confidently. This deputy is very clever. How could I not find out? Qin Jinji looked at her with interest. Cui Ying spoke mysteriously. That fool is actually a member of the Chu royal family. Qin Jinji immediately became interested. He is the son of the Chu crown princess, nephew of the Chu emperor, but his biological father is unknown, so he uses his mother's surname. His name is Huangfu Nanlin. Qin Jinji couldn't help but laugh. No wonder he could manipulate the secret agents, but wasn't their leader. Huangfu Nanfeng wanted her to be his sword bearer. No wonder he was so quick to write the list. The Chu crown princess supported the eldest prince of Chu. She was not in the same camp as Huangfu Nanfeng. She had never seen Huangfu Nanlin, but from what she knew, the Chu crown princess only had this one son. Qin Jinji looked at Cui Ying with some surprise. Did you find all this out yourself? Cui Ying looked proud. Of course not. Last night, I sensed something was wrong. He looked like he was raised in comfort, with only faint calluses on his hands, which looked recently formed. I also checked the list of Chu royal relatives and important officials, along with some Chu history texts. There was no one with the surname Nanfeng. So, I pretended to ask about Huangfu Nanlin. He didn't answer, but his eyes betrayed him. Actually, it wasn't just a trick. She gathered a bunch of mice, put them inside a sack right in front of Huangfu Nanlin, and then stuffed his feet into the sack. Qin Jinji was pleased to hear Cui Ying vividly describe how Huangfu Nanlin was so frightened he became stunned. You're quite brave now. Cui Ying flicked her hair and said, maybe I've been influenced by the dark, but Huangfu Nanlin turned out to be an unexpected gain. Qin Jinji guessed that Huangfu Nanlin was sneaking in secretly. No one had seen him, and no one knew who he really was. So, there was no chance for him to be exposed. If it weren't for Huangfu Nanfeng, he probably would have gone back to Chu with the envoy. Huangfu Nanfeng, this crazy man, was quite capable. Even after being imprisoned for so long, he still knew where Huangfu Nanlin was. Was he trying to cut off his aunt's way out, or was he negotiating terms? Let's go see Huangfu Nanlin. Cui Ying's eyes sparkled. Do we need to interrogate him? A few days ago, I gave Lu Yi some blood-boosting pills, and I gave him too. When he fainted, he couldn't ask anything. It seemed that even the king would have to yield to these two. Qin Jinji smiled and strode ahead. As soon as they entered the cell, Huangfu Nanlin's face was still pale. When he saw Cui Ying, he cursed, "Vile woman. Heartless lotus. I thought you were a noble lady, but I spit on you." Cui Ying shrugged and asked the person beside her, "Is that bag of mice still there?" Huangfu Nanlin's eyes froze. Then he roared, "I won't let you go." Qin Jinji sat opposite Huangfu Nanlin. "Huangfu Nanlin, I've met you." Huangfu Nanlin was stunned. Then Qin Jinji said, "It was Huangfu Nanfeng who exposed you." Qin Jinji looked at him with a smile and said, "Do you know that one of the reasons the Chu envoy came to Jin was to get back Huangfu Nanfeng?" Huangfu Nanlin stared at her and asked, "Who are you? How do you know all this?" Qin Jinji stood up and walked in front of him. "Huangfu Nanfeng is in my hands." Huangfu Nanlin looked at her in disbelief. The fact that Huangfu Nanfeng was captured in Chu was a secret. Everyone thought Huangfu Nanfeng was seriously injured and unconscious after the battle. Only a few knew that Huangfu Nanfeng was captured by Jin. Unexpectedly, Huangfu Nanfeng was in this woman's hands. "Who exactly are you?" Qin Jinji looked at Huangfu Nanlin's increasingly serious face and smiled brightly. "My surname is Qin. This surname will be the first flag to break through your Chu country's defenses in the future." Huangfu Nanlin stared hard at Qin Jinji. "You are Qin Ye's granddaughter." Qin Jinji looked at the wound on Huangfu Nanlin's body. Cui Ying was probably not good at interrogation. "I can let you go." Huangfu Nanlin looked at her in disbelief. Qin Jinji slowly said, "Huangfu Nanfeng is the most loved son of your Chu emperor. His talent surpasses all other princes in Chu. Your mother supports the eldest prince, so she leaked news about Huangfu Nanfeng, which led to his capture by me. Huangfu Nanfeng, to cut off your mother's options, gave me his news. So, I seem to be the biggest beneficiary." Huangfu Nanlin felt that the woman in front of him was very dangerous. Huangfu Nanfeng, who is as poisonous as a snake, was actually caught by her. He didn't expect that his mother was involved in this. Qin Jinji waved her hand. "Let him go." Huangfu Nanlin couldn't believe it. "Are you really going to let me go?" Qin Jinji squatted in front of him. "Huangfu Nanfeng returning to Chu is inevitable. I'm afraid your Chu princes can't compete with him. If he returns and takes that position, he will soon face our Jin army. Tell your mother that I am repaying her kindness from before." Huangfu Nanlin looked at Qin Jinji. "You want chaos in Chu?" Qin Jinji smiled boldly. "Why not?" She showed no hidden agenda. A chaos in Chu would give Jin a chance to recover and grow stronger. But she was right. If Huangfu Nanfeng returned, the princes wouldn't be able to compete with him. "Give him a horse." Qin Jinji looked down at Huangfu Nanlin. "Tell your mother to hurry up with the eldest prince. The envoy will enter the palace to pay respects tomorrow." Huangfu Nanlin struggled to stand up, giving her a meaningful look. Then he glared fiercely at Cui Ying. The two watched Huangfu Nanlin ride away.
Cui Ying sighed regretfully.
"Why didn't we change something before he left? I wanted to build another prison." Qin Jinji suddenly showed a strange smile. "Quickly summon all the 1,000 birds guards and surround the northern king's residence." Cui Ying looked incredulous. "You're like a mantis catching a cicada, while the oriole is behind you." Although she didn't fully understand what Qin Jinji had done, her expression showed she was fishing for information. That day, the northern king's residence was attacked on a large scale. Assassins kept coming. Xue Huai was starting to struggle to hold them off. He had sent a distress signal, but reinforcements would take some time to arrive. There were too many assassins. Just then, Qin Jinji led the 1,000 Birds guards to arrive. Hu Aijiao drew twin spears from behind her, and Hu Aiman charged into the crowd of assassins with her axes. Qin Jinji leapt onto Liu Yun's back. She took her Qinquan bow and aimed at a very agile figure among the assassins. The arrow shot out, breaking the sound barrier, hitting the man's calf. Qin Jinji waved her hand. For larks descended from the sky. The man was quite skilled. Even injured, he fought back against the 4 of them. Yun Jin suddenly kicked the man's injured leg. The man leaned forward and quickly stepped back. But Yun Jin had been waiting for this moment. Take my sky-shaking fist. His fist, full of power, smashed directly onto the man's head. The man immediately fell to the ground. The other assassins were also subdued. Qin Jinji said to the Hu sisters, "Take these people back to the 1,000 Birds office." Then she dismounted and walked over to the man who had been knocked out by Yun Jin. His face was covered, but his eyes gradually regained clarity from the dizziness. Qin Jinji's smile was full of mockery. "Huangfu Nanlin, you've been caught again." Chuang stepped out from the corner. "He's so skilled in martial arts. He's deliberately getting caught." Huangfu Nanlin's face darkened. "You knew all along I would come to the Northern King's residence to steal military maps." Qin Jinji burst out laughing. "With Huangfu Nanfeng here, of course you'd come to the Northern King's residence. You've always been loyal to Huangfu Nanfeng." Huangfu Nanlin was silent for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face. "No wonder Brother Jiu said you have to be careful when dealing with me. You're really clever." Qin Jinji nodded. "But you're a bit slow." Chuang, angry, said beside her, "I knew it. It was so easy to figure out. I knew something was off." Qin Jinji patted her shoulder and said, "Now you can carefully review the case and bring him back to the 1,000 Birds office." After everyone left the Jinbei prince's residence, Qin Jinji said to Xue Huai, "Count the casualties and arrange for the families of the deceased." Then, Qin Jinji went to the secret room where Huangfu Nanfeng was held. Huangfu Nanfeng looked up and saw the person entering, smiling like a mischievous fairy. "Sure enough, I couldn't fool you." Qin Jinji looked at him coldly. "Huangfu Nanlin came to Jin State just to rescue you." "Huangfu Nanfeng, you really are not honest." Huangfu Nanfeng chuckled. "When did you guess?" Qin Jinji sat down on a chair outside the cage. From the moment he was identified as Huangfu Nanlin, "You and his mother are not on the same side. The reason I caught you was because of the message from the Crown Princess of Chu. So, in my eyes, you gave me Huangfu Nanlin's name because you wanted to revenge against your Crown Princess and use me as a tool. You understand that once I know Huangfu Nanlin's identity, I will see through your plan. I will definitely let him go because I hope there will be chaos in Chu. When you return to Chu, you won't be able to take that position. Huangfu Nanlin can then take advantage of the chaos to rescue you. The delegation was just a cover. You won't go with the delegation. You plan to return to Chu when no one is watching, so you can quickly take control of the situation and start a rebellion. It's just a pity that the person you chose is too stupid. Every reaction he has seems to be set up too smooth. So smooth that I couldn't even guess your plan. I must be really stupid." Huangfu Nanfeng laughed even more happily. "As expected, my Jinji knows me best," but Qin Jinji replied coldly, "But you've caused me too much trouble." She walked to the cage and opened it. Huangfu Nanfeng was stunned. Qin Jinji stepped on his ankle. "So, I want to give you a little lesson." Qin Jinji drew her sword from her waist and suddenly slashed at Huangfu Nanfeng's ankle. Huangfu Nanfeng groaned in pain. Qin Jinji cut through the tendons in his left ankle. He knew she was ruthless, completely merciless. Qin Jinji looked at him coldly and called out, "Come in." Li carried a medicine box and entered, saying, "This secret room is so dark, I almost fell to my death." She saw a cage inside, with a man lying inside. She immediately looked excited. Wow! So exciting! Qin Jinji was speechless. "Reconnect his tendons." Li stepped forward to check, and Huangfu Nanfeng suddenly tried to grab her. Sleep now. Li quickly took a powder from her sleeve and threw it at Huangfu Nanfeng's face. Huangfu Nanfeng fainted immediately. Li looked proud and said, "Still underestimate me." Huangfu Nanfeng was probably trying to threaten Qin Jinji by grabbing her. "She's been through tough times, you know." Li Yi went to check the wound and praised, "Your hand is really steady. The wound is neat. I haven't personally sewn a torn tendon like this before." She then opened her medicine box and took out a silver needle. Qin Jinji sat aside. As long as it works, if she didn't need Huangfu Nanfeng, she would have broken all his limbs. Qin Jinji looked at Li Yi working and said, "Tomorrow, come with me to Zheng's house." Li Yi immediately looked cautious. "Zheng's house is dead. She vomited all day after the last autopsy." Qin Jinji saw her reaction and smiled happily. "Don't worry, I found you some help." Li Yi pouted. "Worry? I trust the least." The next day, the envoy entered the palace to pay respects. Huangfu Nanaying followed the envoy into the palace. The envoy bowed in unison, but Huangfu Nanaying stood proudly to the side. He looked at the Jin Kingdom Emperor and suddenly saw Qin Jinji beside him. Huangfu Nanaying angrily pointed at Qin Jinji and said, "This person stopped my Chu envoy publicly and threatened to kill all of them. Shouldn't your majesty give us an explanation? Is Jin not interested in signing a friendly alliance with Chu?" The emperor chuckled. "That's my grandson. I spoil him, so he's a bit stubborn. Don't mind him, 14th prince." Huangfu Nanaying didn't expect the emperor to say that. "You say he's stubborn because he wants to kill the entire envoy?" Qin Jinji's gaze lazily fell on Huangfu Nanaying's face, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "What does your majesty mean by that? Are you looking down on our Chu state?" Huangfu Nanaying was indeed angered by Qin Jinji's smile. The Jin state minister immediately said, "What do you mean by your Chu envoy not dismounting when entering the city?" Although Princess Jinji was arrogant, she was truly defending Jin's dignity. If the Chu envoy rode straight into the city, where would Jin's authority be? Other countries would see how Jin responds. Huangfu Nanaying snorted coldly. "So what? The prince, also ride freely in the capital of Chu. We don't have such strict rules as Jin." He linked riding into the enemy city to his own habits. The Chu envoy quickly said, "Your Majesty, we do not know Jin's rules and mean no disrespect. We are here to sign a friendly alliance and to bring back our 9th prince. This is our gift list. Since they're in an enemy country, it's better to avoid complications. Returning the 9th prince quickly and going back to Chu is the best plan." He didn't expect the princess to be so highly respected, standing in Jin's grand hall as a woman. However, the officials in court started to discuss loudly. What 9th prince? The 9th prince of Chu was seriously injured and unconscious after being hurt by the king of Jinbei. Chu has already signed a surrender document this time. Qin Jinji didn't send Hong Dequan down but walked to the envoy herself and took the gift list. She looked down and examined the list, saying, "This is not a friendly alliance." The envoy was stunned and saw Qin Jinji smiling as she said, "It's a surrender document." The Chu envoy's face immediately darkened. She didn't care about Chu's dignity at all. Huangfu Nanaying immediately said, "What despicable tricks did Jin use to win this battle? How dare you insult Chu? Are all Jin people so shameless?" Qin Jinji frowned. In the shock of everyone, she kicked Huangfu Nanaying to the ground, making him kneel. The Chu envoy was furious. "What are you doing?" She was about to rush over. Qin Jinji drew her sword and placed it on Huangfu Nanaying's neck. "I hate noisy people the most. Also, when you see our emperor, you must kneel." Qin Jinji threw the gift list into the face of the foremost envoy. "If Chu can only produce this much, then I will kill him. You dare. If you hurt my 9th brother, our Chu army will crush Jin." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do you think I dare?" She smiled, but the sword in her hand was already pressing against Prince Nanying's neck. The Chu delegation didn't expect the princess to be so bold. They looked grim, and the hall was so noisy that even the emperor of Jin didn't speak. Who would believe it wasn't his idea? One of the envoys, who had offered Qin Jinji a silver note, said, If your country is not satisfied with the gift list, we will discuss it again when we return. We will definitely give a satisfactory answer. But may I ask to see our ninth prince? Qin Jinji looked at the envoy and asked, "What is your name?" The envoy was surprised. "I am Qi Tianqing." Qin Jinji smiled at him. "Then wait until you discuss with the Honglu Temple. I will make sure you see the person." Prince Nan Ying's face turned pale. This crazy woman really dared to kill him. At this moment, the emperor smiled and said, "Since Chu wants to renegotiate, I will give you some time. After you finish discussing with the Honglu Temple, I will host a banquet in the palace to entertain you." Jinji, put away your sword and don't hurt the 14th prince. Prince Nan Ying really wanted to curse out loud. "Can't you see my neck is already bleeding?" Qin Jinji retracted her sword and returned to the emperor's side. The ministers below had different expressions in an instant. Some thought, "A spoiled princess, but she's not so bad." It was really a display of national power. But many also noticed that Qin Jinji, this spoiled young princess, seemed to be more than she appeared. Even their enemies, the ninth prince of the opposing country they didn't know about, she knew. Is this the emperor's intention, or is it Qin family strategy? The Chu delegation withdrew, with Prince Nan Ying. Prince Nan Ying covered his neck and cast a gloomy look back at Qin Jinji. This crazy woman really feels familiar. He was sure he had seen her before. After court, Wei Lin, who had just taken office today, waited for Qin Jinji to come out. As soon as he saw her, he hurried over. "Princess." Qin Jinji looked at Wei Cha, who was looking back repeatedly, and asked, "What did your father do wrong?" Wei Lin smiled. "Princess, please don't mock my father. I came to ask what result you want from the negotiations with Chu." Qin Jinji smiled and said, "If your father hears about this, he will definitely punish you." Wei Lin laughed even more. "Then please, princess, protect me." Qin Jinji withdrew her smile. "I want to go to Fonglao Pass. Fonglao Pass is easy to defend but hard to attack, and it is an important border crossing between the two countries." It was because Chu occupied Fonglao Pass that Jin struggled to conquer it for a long time. Wei Lin nodded. "I understand." After speaking, he left. Wei Jia saw Wei Lin approaching, glanced at Qin Jinji, and finally asked him, "What did that little troublemaker say to you?" Wei Lin chuckled and said, "The princess asked me to ask Chu for more things." Wei Jia looked as expected. "That's just a little money grubber. Even so, don't let her down. The war between Chu and our country has lasted so long. It's costing a lot. Some blood, some tears. It's only fair." Wei Lin agreed. Qin Jinji did not go to the harem but returned to the prince of Zhenbei's residence. She changed into extremely luxurious clothes. Her gold hairpin and hair ornaments looked very noble. Qin Jinji spun around and asked, "Is this enough to show off?" Yunjin circled around Qin Jinji and said, "Not only showy, but also extravagant. If it weren't for your face, princess, I'd think you're a nouveau riche." The other three also rarely agreed. Not only Qin Jinji, but even Yunjin and the others dressed very elegantly. If someone didn't know she was Qin Jinji's maid, they might think she was a young lady from a wealthy family. Qin Jinji added a few more gold bracelets to her wrist. "Go prepare a carriage for me, and bring the palace guards. We're going to Zheng's residence. Since Zheng Qi could get her to settle her affairs, she must not want to die quietly." Qin Jinji's status and reputation in the capital would surely cause a stir if she died. Although she didn't know what Zheng Qi was planning, she would do as she wished. Lu Yi's eyes lit up when she saw Qin Jinji. She thought, this is a walking money tree, especially those gold bracelets on her arms. Looked heavy and valuable. Lu Yi grinned and said, "All right, if you still want to do the autopsy today, you have to give me one of those bracelets." Qin Jinji looked at her greedy expression and laughed, then took off 2 bracelets and threw them into her arms. Lu Yi was very happy, put the bracelets near her mouth and bit them. She thought, "I've struck it rich. Solid gold." When I got into the carriage, I noticed a slightly thin young woman was also inside. Bai Huanhuan was riding in such a fancy carriage for the first time, and she felt very nervous while waiting inside. As soon as she saw Qin Jinji, she immediately relaxed and said, "Princess." Qin Jinji introduced her to Lu Yi. This is my forensic doctor from Qianyao Division. Lu Yi's eyes lit up immediately. A female forensic doctor. This is my first time seeing one. Please give me your guidance. Bai Huanhuan looked a bit shy as she looked at her fair, tender hands. Her hands had been working with corpses for years, always showing a bluish-gray color from death. Lu Yi quickly grabbed her hand. This is probably caused by long contact with corpses. I will make a special ointment for you. After applying it for a month, your hands will be as good as new. Qin Jinji leaned her head gently against the carriage wall, feeling a little heavy. She looked at Lu Yi and smiled, saying, "In the future, the #1 divine doctor in the world, Lu Yi." Lu Yi pretended modestly. "Oh, what are you saying? I get so shy." Yunjin let out a shiver. "You gave me goosebumps." Lu Yi snorted at her. The Zheng family's gate was indeed closed, refusing visitors. Outside, a young servant held a huge bronze gong in front of the Zheng residence. Bang! Princess Jinji has arrived. Everyone, quickly come to greet her. The display was ridiculously grand. After shouting 3 times, the young servant calmly took a step back. Just as the guards from the king of Jinbei's residence were about to break down the door with a battering ram, the gates of the Zheng residence opened. Zheng Hongwen hurried out with his family. Your servant, Zheng Hongwen, greets the princess. Zheng Hongwen, as the chief scholar of the Imperial College, was well respected across the court. Most officials respected him, but only Princess Jinji. She was too reckless. Who knew what strange wind had blown her here today? Luckily she came out, or the gates might not have held. Qin Jinji pushed open the carriage and stepped out to face everyone. Zheng Jisher, no need for formalities. I am friends with your daughter, Zheng Qi. I heard she's seriously ill, so I came to visit today. Zheng Hongwen was stunned. When did Zheng Qi become friends with this old thing? Why had she never mentioned it at home? Madame Zheng also looked very upset, but still wore a worried expression. Thank you for your concern, princess. Unfortunately, Zheng Qi suddenly fell ill and has already passed away. Qin Jinji immediately looked angry. What happened? How could she suddenly have a serious illness at such a young age? Zheng Hongwen quickly said, It's true. My daughter has been sick for several days. We thought she would get better with some rest, but unexpectedly, she passed away. He looked sad, but there was no real sorrow in his eyes. Qin Jinji listened and said, In that case, I will send her off. Where is the morning hall? I will offer her a prayer. Zheng and his wife both said at the same time. Mrs. Zheng hurriedly explained, the family doctor said Xiao Qi had tuberculosis, which is contagious. As the daughter of a noble family, if she caught tuberculosis, it would be a big mistake for Zheng's family. At this moment, Lu Yi got off the carriage. Tuberculosis isn't contagious, and people with it usually have a slow illness. No one suddenly dies from it. Mrs. Zheng calmly said, This young lady might not know how serious tuberculosis is. I am only thinking of the princess. Lu Yi sneered, I have been practicing medicine for many years. I have cured more than 80 out of 100 patients with tuberculosis. Do you think I don't know how dangerous it is? The couple looked suspicious, making up this lie to cover up the truth. Mrs. Zheng's face turned pale. She didn't expect Lu Yi to be a doctor. Qin Jinji looked down at them coldly. Are you lying to me? Mrs. Zheng quickly said, I would never dare. I am truly thinking of the princess. Qin Jinji simply said coldly, Step aside. The guards from the Prince of Jinbei's residence immediately stepped forward, frightening Mrs. Zheng so much she almost fell. Zheng Hongwen helped her up. The princess cares deeply for Xiao Qi. Since that's the case, please follow me. Mrs. Zheng was about to speak, but was stopped by Zheng Hongwen, who gave her a look. Then he led the way for Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji and her group arrived at a small morning hall. Zheng Hongwen explained, Today was sudden. We didn't have time to prepare a proper morning hall for Xiao Qi, so we set up a simple one. The entire hall had no incense burners. No fire pits for burning paper money. It was just a courtyard covered with white cloth. Zheng Hongwen brought over an incense burner. Qin Jinji circled around the hall. Mrs. Zheng looked at Qin Jinji nervously. Qin Jinji looked coldly at the coffin. Open the coffin. What is the princess doing? Madame Zheng's voice became a little sharp. Qin Jinji looked at Madame Zheng. Since I have come, I want to see seventh sister one last time. Why are you so upset, Madame Zheng? Madame Zheng quickly said, the deceased has passed away. If the princess opens the coffin now, it will disturb seventh sister's rest. The cold look in Qin Jinji's eyes made Madame Zheng shiver involuntarily. Are you trying to stop me? Madame Zheng cursed inwardly. This hateful girl just won't stay quiet even after death. She has caused such a big trouble even after dying. Zheng Hongwen pressed Madame Zheng's hand. If the princess wants to see seventh sister one last time, we shouldn't stop her. Lark stepped forward and kicked open the coffin lid. Qin Jinji went to the side of the coffin. The body should have been prepared properly. The face looked almost the same as when Qin Jinji saw it 3 days ago. The body was tightly wrapped. Madame Zheng looked at Qin Jinji nervously. Zheng Hongwen stood more normally, not as tense as Madame Zheng. Louis walked to the coffin, frowned, and thought that tuberculosis was a wasting disease. People who died from it usually exhausted their vital energy and blood. But this seventh Miss Zheng didn't look like a tuberculosis patient at all. Her face looked more like she died from blood loss. Louis reached out towards seventh Zheng's body inside the coffin. Madame Zheng shouted, "What are you doing?" Zheng Hongwen was also a bit panicked. He didn't expect this girl to dare touch the body. He didn't stop Qin Jinji from opening the coffin because he was confident they wouldn't investigate the body closely. What is the princess doing? You said you are my daughter's friend and want to mourn her. But once you come in, you open the coffin and disturb my daughter's remains. If the princess is insincere, please leave quickly. Our family also has some connections with the palace. If the princess wants to do anything to my daughter's body, I will risk my life and go to the palace to ask His Majesty for justice. Qin Jinji sneered and looked at Zheng Hongwen. Why is the Marquise so nervous? Do you have something to hide? I'm very familiar with reporting to the Emperor, so there's no need to risk your life. Soon I can take you into the palace. But now, I suspect there is something suspicious about 7th Zheng's death. Bring out 7th Zheng's body, Madame Zheng screamed and rushed forward. No. Lark kicked her aside with a swift move. Zheng Hongwen was furious. You really are lawless. I want to see the Emperor. Qin Jinji looked at the couple with a strange smile. Today, no one will leave Zheng Mansion. She turned to the guards of the king of Jinbei's residence and said, surround Zheng Mansion. Zheng Hongwen pointed at Qin Jinji and shouted, do you know what you're doing? Qin Jinji impatiently clicked her tongue. Stop arguing. Lark stepped forward and kicked Zheng Hongwen to the ground, covering his mouth. The guards carried Jing Qi's body out and wrapped the area with white cloth. Bai Huan and Lu Yi entered. But as soon as they started, Lu Yi ran out with tears in her eyes. What did you do to her? Qin Jinji watched Lu Yi, who was nearly breaking down, and went inside. Bai Huan also saw such a corpse for the first time. She wiped her tears from her face. The two of them removed Zheng Qi's clothes. Zheng Qi was covered in shocking bruises, whip marks, and fresh wounds layered over old ones. Most importantly, these weren't injuries from punishment, but wounds caused by abuse in private moments. The injuries on Zheng Qi showed she had been suffering this abuse for a long time. And these wounds only appeared where her clothes didn't cover. There were many bright bite marks on her chest and waist, which looked recent. Many girls rescued from the Xianglo had similar scars. How could a young girl like Zheng Qi have such injuries? Qin Jinji's eyes grew, filled with intense anger. Examine her. I want to know how she died. Bai Huan and Lu Yi, with tears in their eyes, began examining the body. Qin Jinji looked at Zheng Qi's pale face. Zheng Qi was not afraid of death, nor of dying due to ghost stories. Today, if her cause of death was revealed, the entire Zheng Mansion's reputation would be ruined. She came to ask Qin Jinji to handle her body, but it was to destroy Zheng Mansion. What could be so terrible that her death would ruin the Zheng family? The reactions of Zheng's husband and wife showed they knew the real cause of Zheng Qi's death. Qin Jinji stepped out and looked at Zheng's trembling wife and the angry Zheng Hongwen. Go, call everyone in Zheng Mansion. Soon, everyone from the Zheng family was gathered together. Zheng Hongwen had a good reputation, but no one expected that the number of concubines in the household was actually in the dozens. Each one was very beautiful. The young ladies and young masters of the Zheng family were also very handsome and charming. Qin Jinji's voice was cold. Women, go inside. Men, stay outside. The people of the Zheng household watched the guards draw their swords, trembling with fear. The master and madam were forced to kneel on the ground, and they dared not resist. After a while, Lu Yi, with red eyes, quietly approached Qin Jinji and whispered to her. Qin Jinji's voice was filled with anger. Everyone, take off your clothes. There was a rumor in the capital that many powerful people liked to keep young boys for pleasure. However, since the founding of the Great Jin, such practices had been officially banned. Anyone caught doing so would be severely punished. So, openly, this kind of behavior was no longer seen. Qin Jinji first saw a young boy being kept by Shen Luiying's younger brother. He was a very handsome boy. Shen Luiying's father sent her brother to various influential men who liked young boys to exchange for resources. Moreover, Shen Luiying's young lady was also kept in this way, raised in the Shen family's backyard, with different men visiting her every day. If Shen Luiying hadn't been chosen to enter the palace, she might not have escaped misfortune. According to Shen Luiying's young lady, her father had more than one such young boy. When Qin Jinji saw the young masters and ladies of the Zheng family with similar scars as Zheng Qi, she couldn't help but laugh wildly. Her laughter was crazy, like a vengeful ghost approaching. Qin Jinji drew a guard sword and stepped in front of Zheng Hongwen. Who would have thought that the Zheng family, a scholarly family and home to great scholars, would actually be a den of vice? Qin Jinji raised her sword. How dare you call yourself a person? She stabbed the sword into Zheng Hongwen's lower body. Zheng Hongwen's eyes widened in pain. It was then that she realized Zheng Qi's true purpose. She used her own death to bring disgrace to the Zheng family. She used her death to save everyone trapped in this evil place. Qin Jinji fiercely twisted her sword inside Zheng Hongwen. Does it hurt? Zheng Qi probably felt this way when she died, but don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. She pulled out the sword and walked over to Madame Zheng, dragging the sword along the ground, her voice hoarse. Madame Zheng was so frightened that she knelt down and begged, Duchess, please spare me. Please spare me. Qin Jinji looked down at her and whispered like a demon, I guess your children are not yours. So, where are your children? Madame Zheng was even more scared. Duchess, please forgive me. They are innocent. They don't know anything about this. Qin Jinji slowly stabbed her palm with her sword. I'm asking you, where are they? Madame Zheng almost fainted from the pain but only managed to say, Please, Duchess, forgive me. Qin Jinji looked at her with a mocking face. See, your children know how to cherish, so why do you treat others so badly? Take everyone from the Zheng family back to Qianyao office. Qin Jinji looked at Zheng Hongwen, sweating and full of hatred, lying on the ground. Don't worry, I will make sure everyone knows what you did. I want you and the people behind you to lose everything and be forever trapped in disgrace. Louis looked at the couple on the ground with anger. Animals. Worse than pigs and dogs. Back at Qianyao office, Cui Ying's eyes turned red when she heard about the Zheng family. I respect Lord Zheng so much, but he turned out to be so cruel and heartless. How could he be such a beast? She still remembered Zheng Qi, such a lively person, now facing such a terrible fate. Qin Jinji's face was dark. Investigate. No official who had contact with the Zheng family should be left unchecked. Also, find out where Zheng Hongwen's legitimate son and daughter are now. Cui Ying also looked serious. Understood. Qin Jinji wrote a big character, Zheng, on the paper. She looked up at Cui Ying. What is the relationship between Zheng Hongwen and Empress Da? Cui Ying thought for a moment. They both come from the Zheng family in Xinjiang. In fact, Empress Da is Zheng Hongwen's cousin. Qin Jinji's lips curled into a wicked smile. This second uncle really has big plans. The best way to win over officials is through women and money. Prostitutes are lowly and only good for showing off. The dignified and respectable officials focus on women who are not well-known but talented, because only talented women are worthy of their appearance. But who can have the talent and virtue of a respected master of ceremonies? Zheng Hongwen's connection in the palace is probably with Empress Da. The Minister of Revenue, Zheng Wenba, is suspected of corruption and has been imprisoned. Now, everything is clear. Qin Jinji stood up and left, with a dagger clearly stuck in the character, Zheng, on her back. She went to the cell where the Zheng family members were held. Tomorrow, I will submit the evidence of Zheng Hongwen's crimes. If anyone wants to correct him, come out. The people in the Zheng household looked at each other in silence. As soon as Qin Jinji finished speaking, a young girl led a boy out. I want to go, Zheng Hongwen shouted with hatred. I am your father. The girl's eyes showed even more anger. Did you ever treat us as your children? I was only 10 when you sent us away. Zheng Hongwen roared. I gave birth to you and raised you. Everything I do is for the Zheng family's 100-year legacy. What does that matter? The girl no longer looked at him. Father, you have no humanity left. Seeing the girl step forward, a few others also came out. The rest stayed where they were, not moving. Years of suffering had made them forget how to fight back. Moreover, Zheng Hongwen, as the head of the Imperial Academy, had the support of the Empress. Even if the Emperor knew, he might not punish him. Qin Jinji sneered at the indifferent people. Those willing moved to another cell. The Qidiao guards took the people to a different cell, and Qin Jinji said, kill those who refuse. Everyone in the cell screamed and tried to run. Why are you doing this to us? We are also victims. We haven't done anything wrong. But the Qidiao guards' blades fell without hesitation. Qin Jinji watched as the people on the ground kept falling. Zheng Qi could have lived. She only did it to save you. Since you can't let her wish come true, then go and join her. At this moment, Yunjin entered and said, Princess, I've brought the people you asked for. Qin Jinji looked at the bodies on the ground and said calmly, let them in. Yunjin led the people inside. It was 7 or 8 old eunuchs. Qin Jinji threw a porcelain bottle to one of them. This is for the couple. If they are about to die, feed them a pill. The old eunuch's eyes gleamed with evil. Understood. Qin Jinji's words made them understand immediately. These are the eunuchs from the inner palace. Their methods of torture can make people wish they were dead. Qin Jinji looked at the two with a cold, emotionless smile. I won't let you die, but I won't let you live either. After saying that, she listened to the angry shouts behind her as she left the cell. This clan of corrupt aristocrats, soaked in the mud and swamp, is a deep wound left by centuries of history. She will gradually eliminate them all. Qin Jinji has never thought that having ambition is a bad thing. But such ambition is truly disgusting. Since they want that position so badly, she refuses to let them have their wish. After returning to Prince North's residence, Qin Jinji locked herself in her room. After a long time, she came out holding a memorial tablet. She placed the tablet in a small shrine. It bore only 5 words, Zheng Mingxi's seat. The envoy from Chu State drafted a new gift list the next day and submitted it to the Ministry of Rites. Lu Zhao handed the list to Wei Lin for review. He was very pleased with Wei Lin's elegant and refined appearance. He is cultured and makes people feel refreshed, like a gentle spring breeze. Someone like him is perfect for the Ministry of Rites. Young Master Wei, what do you think of the new gift list from Chu State? Wei Lin modestly stood aside. I've just taken office, and such matters are better handled by the senior. Lu Zhao was satisfied upon hearing this. No problem. I've heard of your achievements, debating with 100 students without losing ground, showing the style of your father. Your father, Lord Wei, was a hero in his time, and we greatly admire him. What are your thoughts on this negotiation? Wei Lin smiled slightly. In that case, I do have some ideas I'd like to share. Lu Zhao nodded with a smile. Chu State and our Jin State have been at war for many years. Our people have suffered, and compensations in gold and silver are only proper. Since they are surrendering, they should also show some sincerity. I believe Chu State should contribute some city defenses to truly demonstrate their sincerity. Lu Zhao thought this made perfect sense. The items on Chu's gift list weren't much different from the annual tributes of smaller allied states. A defeated nation surrendering should naturally contribute some city defenses. Do you have any other ideas? Wei Lin took a list from his, showing the names of more than a dozen cities. Lu Zhao nodded. These 10 or so cities are wealthy areas. Choosing any one of them will be very beneficial for our Jin kingdom. He handed the list to Wei Lin. Since you already have a plan in mind, this negotiation with Chu Kingdom will be led by you. Don't worry, the other officials from the Honglu Temple will support you. Wei Lin squinted and said, I will not let your excellency down. The Chu Kingdom delegation, led by Qi Tianqing, had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, they saw that the Jin Kingdom delegation was sitting in the main seat, led by a young man. He thought the negotiations might go more smoothly this time. After all, the older officials tend to be stubborn, while young people are more flexible and easier to talk to. Wei Lin politely addressed the Chu delegation. Honorable guests, we have discussed your list of gifts, but it is not sincere enough. Lu Zhao nodded with satisfaction. He was elegant and generous. Qi Tianqing, as expected, smiled and said, If so, please tell us what more we should add to the list. Wei Lin squinted and said, Since Lord Qi is so straightforward, I will follow your lead. He then took out a list from his pocket. Qi Tianqing was slightly surprised. Usually, both sides would negotiate back and forth to test each other's limits and protect their own interests. But he wasn't too surprised. Looking at the young man opposite, he guessed that he had never negotiated with other countries before. It's normal not to know much. Wei Lin handed the list to Qi Tianqing. Qi Tianqing spread out the list and saw that it was a list of Chu Kingdom cities. He was about to ask what this meant when Wei Lin spoke in a gentle, warm voice. Our Jin Kingdom wants these 15 cities as a sign of your sincere surrender. Lu Zhao, who was happily drinking tea nearby, spat out his tea in shock, then coughed violently and looked at Wei Lin. Wei Lin kindly handed him a handkerchief. Be careful, Lord Lu. The entire negotiation room fell silent, so quiet that even breathing could be heard clearly. Qi Tianqing felt as if someone had slapped him several times in the head. He couldn't help but ask, Are you all crazy in Jin Kingdom? 15 cities? Chu Kingdom could have just given them those. The Chu envoy group was instantly angered by Qi Tianqing's words. What does your Jin state mean? This is a huge overreach, shameless. 15 cities. Why don't you just take our Chu capital too? Wei Lin listened calmly to the furious words of the Chu envoy. The officials from the Ministry of Rights also looked at each other in surprise. Is this going too far? Wei Lin put down his teacup and smiled at Qi Tianqing. As a defeated nation, this is only fair. Qi Tianqing took a deep breath. Lord Wei, Chu and Jin have fought for many years. Don't you want to avoid reigniting the war? Wei Lin's expression remained unchanged. If you hadn't surrendered, there wouldn't be any war to restart. Our Jin army was already close to your Chu capital. The envoy on the other side slammed the table. How dare you insult Chu? We have millions of cavalry. You think you can just march in whenever you want? Wei Lin sipped his tea. You have surrendered. Chu's borders are heavily guarded. Jin has fought for over 10 years without breaking through. How can you say such things? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? You have surrendered. If it weren't for your treacherous Jin people using our 9th prince as a threat, how could we have signed this surrender letter? Wei Lin's smile grew wider. Not only have you surrendered, but your general was also captured alive. Qi Tianqing's face turned serious. Lord Wei, it seems you have no real intention of negotiating. Wei Lin shook his head. Don't worry, Lord Qi. I truly want these 15 cities. The officials from Jin fell silent after Wei Lin spoke, some struggling to hold back their laughter. His words are so sincere. Well, he's not wrong. Qi Tianqing's face turned cold. Since Lord Wei has no genuine intention to talk, there's nothing more to say. As he spoke, the Chu envoys prepared to leave. Lu Zhao felt anxious. Why did the talk suddenly fall apart? Wei Lin was unbothered. In that case, your 9th prince probably doesn't want to return. A military genius, like him returning to your country, would be a big problem for Jin. Trading 15 cities for the loss of a talented prince, perhaps that's for the best. Lu Zhao's eyes widened with surprise, and his heart beat faster. Why did he think Wei Cha's son would be a good person? Had his brain been kicked by a donkey? Qi Tianqing looked grim. The 9th prince was outstanding, the preferred heir, and a natural military talent. Their trip to Jin was only to secure the 9th prince. But this Wei Lin was shameless. He was asking for 15 cities right away. For the 9th prince, Qi Tianqing held back his anger and was about to sit back down. Suddenly, Wei Lin took back the list. Since you all don't want to talk, we'll discuss it again tomorrow. Wei Lin turned to Lu Zhao. Lord Lu, let's go. A few old men obediently followed Wei Lin quickly, afraid that if they walked too slowly, the envoys from Chu might spit on their faces. Qi Tianqing choked on his breath, watching Wei Lin and the others leave, then kicked over a chair in frustration. Wei Lin returned to the Honglu Temple with a few elders. Seeing their worried faces, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I won't really let Chu give up 15 cities. The 9th prince is still in our hands. That's a very important bargaining chip. I want to get more benefits for Jin. First, I'll say some things that are impossible. Then, the easier negotiations will follow." Lu Zhao listened and finally relaxed. "Young Master Wei, when you just started talking, you really scared me." "We're the same," one of the elders said, wiping sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "I didn't expect young Master Wei to be so experienced at such a young age. It's a blessing for our Honglu Temple." The other elders also wiped their foreheads nervously. Lu Zhao patted Wei Lin's shoulder. "Next time, if you have such matters, tell us in advance so we can help." Wei Lin respectfully replied, "Yes, I didn't think it through this time. I will inform you next time." Lu Zhao looked at Wei Lin, who was perfectly polite, and let out a breath of relief. Luckily, he wasn't as sharp-tongued as his father, or he wouldn't know how to handle it. But inside, the elders were already thinking. Although Wei Lin's demands seemed outrageous, in the end, the envoys would have to sit back down and negotiate again. Usually, the Honglu Temple didn't have many chances to make achievements. If they could help Jin get those cities, it would be a great accomplishment for the Honglu Temple. Wei Lin watched everyone's backs, thinking tomorrow's negotiations would be even more exciting. At the same time, the story of the renowned scholar Zheng Jiao turning his children into companions for powerful officials spread across the country overnight. The 2nd prince's study was a mess. Who exactly spread this news? It was a face very similar to the emperor's. If not for the fierce expression on that face, it might have looked like a young version of the emperor. "Your Highness, I heard that Zheng Hongwen's 7th daughter is friends with Princess Jinji. She visited, but that day, she was played to death." Xiao Yin's advisor also looked worried. Xiao Yin frowned and asked, "Qin Jinji, when did that little troublemaker have friends?" Xiao Yin felt a headache coming on. If it was really that troublemaker who spread this, it would be hard to handle. Qin Jinji was very protective of her people. If her friends were harmed, she wouldn't rest until she caused a big mess. Why did the emperor love this troublemaker so much? If it weren't for the emperor and empress supporting her, Qin Jinji wouldn't dare to be so bold. Xiao Yin told his advisor, "Clean up everything. This matter must not be linked to me." Zheng Wenba was now being investigated in prison, but Wei Cha had sealed all escape routes. If he silenced Zheng Wenba, it would be bad for himself. The advisor asked, "What about Zheng Hongwen and his wife?" The 2nd prince's expression darkened. "This matter must leave no witnesses." Understood. When the advisor left the study, he didn't see the hem of a skirt that hadn't been hidden in the corner. When Qin Jinji received the 2nd prince's consort's message, the assassin sent by him had already arrived on time. She looked at the assassins, all subdued and having bitten poison to end their lives, and sneered. They were too impatient. Qin Jinji told the 1,000 Birds Guard, who was counting the assassins, "Later, bring out all the bodies of the Zheng family and place them next to the assassins." She called Yun Jin and said, "Go invite the officials from the censorate and Elder Wei." When Wei Cha's carriage stopped at the gate of the 1,000 Birds office, the officials from the censorate had already been waiting. Their main interaction with the princess was accusing her of being arrogant and bullying others. Today, they were all called to the 1,000 Birds office.
Why?
They heard the princess also invited Elder Wei, so they all waited at the door. Grand Minister of Justice Zhang Tianqing stepped forward. Lord Wei, do you know why the princess summoned us here? Wei Cha twirled his small beard. How should I know? He frowned and looked around. Are you all too afraid to go in? What courage do you have to enter the justice office? After speaking, he turned and walked away. The officials from the justice office were suddenly scolded and looked displeased as they followed Wei Cha into the Thousand Birds division. Before entering, they thought this place was just a playground for Qin Jinji's whims. But once inside, a strong, serious atmosphere hit them. Everyone in the Thousand Birds division was busy with their own tasks. Qin Jinji's people led these officials to an open area where bodies were laid out. The strong smell of blood made the officials cover their noses.
Wei Cha frowned deeply.
What is going on here? Qin Jinji sat in a chair among the bodies, supporting her face with one hand. She lazily said, on the left are Zheng Hongwen's family members and on the right are the assassins. Everyone in Jin State now knew about Zheng Hongwen. All the scholars were angry and upset. They respected their teachers, but now they saw one as a ruthless monster. Wei Cha's face was serious. Someone is trying to cover this up. Do we know who these assassins are? They are all loyal fighters. When they were subdued, they bit their poison and took their own lives. We don't know their origins or identities. Wei Cha was furious. Under the emperor's rule, people are being murdered and silenced. Tomorrow, I will report this to His Majesty and investigate thoroughly. The officials from the Justice Office agreed. We will also report it tomorrow and investigate these criminals strictly. Qin Jinji's expression remained calm as she stood up and walked past the bodies. Everyone, don't worry. I will show you someone. Confused, everyone followed Qin Jinji to the prison cells of the Thousand Birds division. They saw Zheng Hongwen and his wife, disheveled and with messy hair, looking terrified as they stared at Qin Jinji. Zheng Hongwen's eyes, full of hatred, fixed on Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji, you won't have a good death. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. Animals like you don't count. Seeing Zheng Hongwen's miserable state, no one felt sorry for him. How can a respected scholar from the Imperial Academy do such a cruel thing? Worse than pigs and dogs. Serves him right. It's just retribution. While everyone was arguing, Qin Jinji pointed to another cell. These are the family members of Zheng Hongwen, who is still alive. I have kept them here. What do you all think? There were still living people involved. Zheng Hongwen's secret of raising young boys was deeply connected to many things. The people who ordered the killing must also be involved. Sometimes, keeping someone alive can help identify others. Zhang Tianqing put aside his prejudice against Qin Jinji. Princess, please protect Zheng's family members. We will report this to the emperor tomorrow and make sure to investigate thoroughly. Qin Jinji replied calmly, what I did was only to avenge my close friend. Wei looked at her carefully. After everyone left, Wei approached her. Are you planning to target Zheng's family or the second prince? Qin Jinji's expression was calm. What's the difference? Wei sighed. He is still the emperor's son. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. Old man, you're getting old. Wei stepped forward. I know you have big ambitions, but if you hurt the prince, the emperor will definitely become suspicious of you. For the first time, Qin Jinji didn't act stubbornly when facing Wei. You say I'm old? Well, I am. If you're scared, just resign and go home to retire. She then left directly. Wei, despite his unfulfilled ambitions over the years, had come to understand many things. Back then, he was too straightforward. When the emperor ascended, he was supported by powerful noble families. It was natural for noble women to enter the palace. But he was too young then, and when the empress was gravely ill, he resigned in anger and went home. But wasn't that also a challenge to imperial authority? The noble families and the emperor were in a constant struggle. If the emperor wanted to control the noble families, it was to strengthen his power. A wise person hides in plain sight, a small one hides in the forest. Qin Jinji was like a sword hidden in the bustling city, kept by the emperor. Even if someone loved swords, if it hurt those around him, he would be cautious. Wei was old now. 20 years ago, he only cared about the country. Now, he also began to understand the complicated politics. Today, Qin Jinji called the officials from the censorate to expose all the dirty secrets openly. She wanted to make sure this matter wouldn't be ignored. The second prince had hidden for so many years and wouldn't be as powerless as the crown prince to fight back. If Qin Jinji won, the second prince would definitely not survive. The Sacred Heart was deep like a pool, and he dared not guess how much the emperor's affection for Qin Jinji truly was. The next day, the censorate jointly reported on the Zheng family. The emperor was furious and handed the case over to the Court of Judicial Review, the Ministry of Justice, and the censorate for investigation. Many officials in the court were affected, and everyone felt uneasy. Today, Qin Jinji saw the person behind the scenes at court for the first time in a long while. The emperor looked happily at the second prince. "Second brother, you did well on this salt patrol. I will reward you properly. Father, this is just my duty. I haven't contributed much to the country over the years, wandering around and enjoying myself. I only feel guilty about this patrol, so I dare not ask for a reward." The emperor laughed heartily. "I have many sons, but your personality is the most different from mine. You love traveling and exploring. Your work on the salt patrol was important. Now that you're of age, Hongda has issued an edict to make the second prince, Xiao Yin, the Ming king, and granted him the land of Liangzhou." Xiao Yin's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, father. Liangzhou was a wealthy and prosperous land." The second prince didn't like politics or court affairs. The emperor wanted him to be a wealthy, leisurely prince. No one expected that the second prince would be the first among the princes to be granted a title. Qin Jinji watched the second prince's smile, which didn't quite reach his eyes. Getting a title meant going to his fiefdom. The emperor wanted to protect the second prince. But the second prince didn't seem to agree. Going to his fiefdom meant leaving the capital and not being allowed back in. It also meant losing his chance to compete for the throne. The emperor looked at Ming Wang and said with a smile, "Next month is the empress's birthday. After celebrating her, you can set out for your fiefdom." Ming Wang respectfully replied, "I will follow your arrangements, father." This moment showed filial piety and kindness between father and son. Although Ming Wang didn't want to leave the capital, the current situation was against him. It was better to avoid trouble for now. After the court session, officials congratulated the second prince on his title. Qin Jinji left the main hall directly. Soon after, she heard someone call behind her, "Jinji." She turned around and saw Ming Wang walking quickly toward her. He smiled and said, "Just now in court, Uncle didn't have time to catch up with you. It's been years, and you've grown into a young lady." Queen Jinji put on a smile. "Congratulations on becoming the second prince's king. Liangzhou is a good place. With your carefree personality, you won't need to go to the capital for years to listen to grandfather's nagging." King Ming smiled even more. "Yes, I didn't expect to be the first among brothers to become king. Look, what did second uncle bring you?" He took out a box of pastries. "Plum blossom cakes, your favorite when you were a child. When the baker who made these passed away, you cried a lot. I happened to find some while on patrol, so I brought the baker back to the capital. If you're craving some, just come to second uncle's house." Jinji took the cake and smiled. "Thank you, second uncle." King Ming chuckled. "You've really grown up, no longer as mischievous as when you were a child. Are you going to your mother's palace?" "I plan to visit her too. Would you like to go together?" Jinji smiled. "Please, second uncle." On the way, King Ming kept talking about his experiences. There was always something delicious or fun to see. When they reached the queen's private chamber, King Ming went inside to see the queen. Jinji didn't go in. "Second uncle, go ahead. I'll change my clothes." King Ming smiled and replied, "Go ahead." As he disappeared from sight, Jinji's smile faded. Fian came over happily. "Princess, what delicious treats did you bring me this time?" Jinji handed her the cake. "Throw this away." Fian took the cake. Oh, although she didn't understand why, she always did whatever the princess said. She then threw the cake into the trash. Jinji lay on a swing nearby, hands behind her head, closing her eyes. Fian ran over. "Princess, what's wrong? You don't look very happy today." Jinji sighed softly. It's a bit complicated to deal with someone I want to punish. Fian sat down beside her, massaging her leg. I believe in you, princess. Jinji opened her eyes and smiled. What do you believe in? Fian proudly said. I believe in you. You can definitely succeed. My princess is so clever, there's no one she can't defeat. Jinji chuckled and nodded. You're right, Fian. Suddenly, Fian remembered something. Oh, princess. Shen Luiying sent a message to the palace. She wants to see you. Qin Jinji nodded. In the afternoon, Qin Jinji left the palace and returned to the Thousand Birds office. From afar, she saw two fighting roosters at the door. Chueying looked angry and asked, What are you here for? Pei Jinyan was also very alert. I'm here to see the princess about something. Chueying scoffed. She's not here. Pei Jinyan looked calm. I know. I'll wait here for her. When Qin Jinji's horse arrived at the door, the two people hurried to stand in front of her, as if afraid the other would get ahead. Qin Jinji was a bit surprised to see Pei Jinyan. Why are you here? Chueying immediately seemed to find an ally, standing behind Qin Jinji proudly looking at him.
See?
We are on the same side. Pei Jinyan ignored her and stepped forward. Princess, I will leave for Jiangnan with the relief team tomorrow. Do you have any instructions? Chueying looked speechless. She's not your father. Qin Jinji suddenly remembered something. Come with me. Chueying looked betrayed and grabbed Qin Jinji's arm. Qin Jinji smiled and said, Strictly speaking, I am your rival, not him. Chueying didn't care and stayed close to Qin Jinji. Pei Jinyan, with good manners, couldn't roll his eyes at the woman. What's wrong with this Miss Cui? Pei Jinyan followed Qin Jinji into the office. Chueying stood nearby, staring at Pei Jinyan intently. Qin Jinji found a roster. You've heard about the Zheng family keeping young boys to make friends with powerful people, right? Pei Jinyan's face immediately showed disgust. I didn't expect Minister Zheng to be so heartless. Qin Jinji threw the roster to him. The Shen family in Jiangnan is also involved. Start checking from Shen Yao on the list. Record all the officials involved. Bring it to me when you return to the capital. Pei Jinyan's shock was real. He thought many noble families were just shiny on the outside but rotten inside. In fact, they had already decayed and bred maggots in places unseen. Pei Jinyan said seriously, I understand. The token I gave you last time can summon 10 secret guards. They will follow you to Jiangnan and help you. Pei Jinyan nodded. Got it. Then the three people in the room stared at each other silently. Qin Jinji had to speak up and say, There's nothing urgent. Go back and prepare. Pei Jinyan glanced at Chueying, sighed, and said, Jinyan is leaving now. After Pei Jinyan left, Chueying said sarcastically, Still Jinyan is leaving? Who's so close to him? Qin Jinji found it amusing and asked, What's wrong with you and Pei Jinyan? Chueying looked disgusted and said, Are you really going to marry him? He doesn't deserve you. Qin Jinji shook her head and asked, How is the investigation with Huangfu Nanlin going? How many people are still in Jin's state? Chueying looked defeated and said, I'm so useless. This time, he didn't even pretend to be stupid. He wouldn't tell me anything, not even when I stabbed him a few times. He stayed calm and silent. Qin Jinji stood up and said, Then we won't investigate anymore. Let's trade something with the Chu state. Chueying's eyes lit up and asked, Really? Qin Jinji wrote down detailed information about Huangfu Nanlin on a list. Take this to the Honglu Temple and find Wei Lin. Once he sees it, he'll know what to do. Chueying took the list and said, I'll go this afternoon. Commander, there's someone outside named Li Jin asking to see you. He says he's your servant. Let him in. Li Jin entered with a smile and said, Princess, I've finished the task you gave me. Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow and said, You're quick. Li Jin handed her a list and said, This is the list of the Imperial Guards arriving tomorrow, a total of 300 men. Chueying looked surprised and asked, Really? The Chinese language section of the Thousand Birds division still includes noble daughters from prominent families. But in the military, most are talented commoners. The Thousand Birds division will need to interact with various places, so they need people with connections who recognize faces and understand the complexities of official circles. The Imperial Guards are the best choice. Qin Jinji smiled at Li Jin and asked, I'm curious. How did you manage to persuade all these people in such a short time? Li Jin was clever and good at reading people. The people he brought must be smart and capable. In such a short time, he managed to recruit everyone, which made Qin Jinji quite curious. Li Jin chuckled and said, "It's nothing special. I just took out everything the princess gave me and wore it all. I went to visit old friends and told them about the good treatment I get by serving the princess. After drinking too much, I boasted about how I am now a popular person beside the princess, throwing around a lot of silver. Naturally, many clever people started to choose carefully, and I completed the task the princess gave me." Qin Jinji handed him a list. "Since that's the case, you will arrange for them to report to the Qidiao office tomorrow." Li Jin immediately smiled happily. The princess was giving him face, making sure his bragging wouldn't be empty. Qin Jinji looked at Li Jin. "You can only be a servant beside me. Do you want to go to the Qidiao office?" But Li Jin shook his head. "I still want to be your servant."
Ku Ying looked surprised. Why?
"If you go to the Qidiao office, you'll be an official. That's much better than just being a servant." Li Jin chuckled. "I don't have big ambitions. I just want to stay with the princess." The princess gives him 50 taels of silver each month. She keeps giving him rewards, and in the palace, he enjoys good food and comfort. Who would want to suffer here? Li Jin has always thought he is smarter than others, and it's true. Wherever he is, he can get by. Not to flatter himself, but he always felt the princess is not so simple. Spending days with her, this idea has grown stronger. Once he joins the Qidiao office, he will only be a subordinate. But even as a servant, he is truly part of the princess's team. No matter what great achievements the princess makes in the future, he can share some of her glory. Qin Jinji nodded. "Go back and ask the accountant to give you 100 taels of silver. You've spent quite a bit on hosting dinners these days." Li Jin smiled happily. "Thank you, princess." Qin Jinji gave him a token that allowed free entry and exit from the Qidiao office, then told him to go back to the estate and bring the carriage.
Ku Ying looked confused.
"Are you going out?" Qin Jinji sighed. "Life is too enjoyable. I need to add some trouble for myself." Li Jin drove the carriage from the Prince of Jinbei's estate to the Eastern Palace. "Princess, I'll wait for you at the gate." Qin Jinji nodded and went to the palace gate. The servant at the gate saw she was the princess and immediately said, "Princess, are you here to see the crown prince?" "I will go report now." Qin Jinji shook her head. "I want to see the crown princess." The servant looked at her in surprise, then said, "Princess, please wait in the front hall. I will go report to the crown princess." Qin Jinji was led to the front hall. Soon, the crown princess arrived. "Jinji is here. Why didn't you tell Auntie in advance?" "Auntie could have sent someone to pick you up." Qin Jinji didn't bother with politeness. "A few days ago, all the palaces wanted to celebrate grandmother's birthday. As her proper daughter-in-law, you didn't do anything. Are you trying to embarrass my grandmother?" When the crown princess saw Qin Jinji change her expression, she looked a little scared. Before Qin Jinji was expelled from the capital, she once argued with the empress. When Qin Jinji found out, she caused a big scene in the Eastern Palace, smashing her palace. If people hadn't stopped her, she might have hurt herself with her sword. Her status was one thing, but everyone fears a mad person. In the end, she knelt for 3 hours in the empress's bedroom, and that was the end of it. Since then, the crown princess has avoided Qin Jinji whenever she sees her. Recently, she hasn't disrespected the empress. Why did Qin Jinji suddenly come here today? The crown princess nervously said, "Jinji, you know, the crown prince doesn't like me interfering in the empress's affairs. I wanted to visit and show my respect during her birthday, but the crown prince wouldn't let me go, and even got very angry." Qin Jinji sneered. "Uncle's temper is really fierce." She seemed to remember something. "A few days ago, Uncle took a palace made from grandmother's palace. Does that mean he favors her now?" Hearing this, the crown princess's face lit up with a smile, but she still pretended to be sad. "Of course, he favors her very much. Now, the crown prince is especially fond of Shen Qinghui. Sometimes, even I have to stay out of his way." Qin Jinji saw that the crown princess was upset because the crown prince had insulted the empress's reputation. The empress had raised her well. Anyone who angered her would face serious consequences. Shen Qinghui was the empress's personal maid. When the crown prince wanted to take her away, the empress was furious. I heard Qin Jinji almost beat that maid to death. Now, this lowly girl is favored, and she has become Qin Jinji's target. Qin Jinji stood up. Shen Qinghui was originally from grandmother's palace. Since she has come to the Eastern Palace, she should be visited. The crown princess looked at Qin Jinji's cold face and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Jinji still remembers old feelings. Did Auntie send someone to bring Shen Qinghui here? Qin Jinji looked at the crown princess and said, "No need. Please send someone to take me to Shen Qinghui's residence." The crown princess's smile almost couldn't be contained. All right. Qin Jinji was definitely looking to trouble that unkind person. After some time, she planned to go see the crown prince. Not only to teach that person a lesson, but also to gain the crown prince's favor and to make the palace's relationships more tense. Qin Jinji followed the palace servants to a quiet little courtyard. Inside, there was still laughter and chatting among the palace staff. Qin Jinji kicked open the door. The servants she brought immediately hid to the side. This young lady's arrogance was just like it was years ago. Shen Luiying was sitting on a swing in the courtyard, surrounded by palace staff talking. She was startled by the loud noise. Seeing Qin Jinji, Shen Luiying understood everything. Then she pretended to be weak and stood up. Luiying greets the princess. Many palace staff had seen Qin Jinji before, especially since a few years ago when she caused a big fuss in the Eastern Palace, and even the crown princess kept her distance. Servants, pay respects to the princess. Qin Jinji sneered. The crown prince really treats you well. Shen Luiying stepped forward. It's been a while. Is the princess feeling well? Qin Jinji approached her and kicked over the swing Shen Luiying had just been sitting on. The palace staff on the ground gasped in shock. Shen Luiying instinctively moved to the side to protect her belly. Qin Jinji frowned slightly. Shen Qinghui, why don't you invite me in for a sit? The palace maid kneeling on the ground trembled. The princess was too unpredictable. Shen Luiying looked a bit panicked and stammered, "Please, princess, come inside." When Qin Jinji stepped into the house, a small palace maid immediately ran out of the courtyard. After the door was closed, there was a loud crash of a vase and teacup inside. Shen Luiying whispered to Qin Jinji sitting at the table, "Princess, is that enough?" Then she threw a vase onto the ground. Qin Jinji put down her teacup. "All right, stop provoking your pregnancy." Shen Luiying's eyes lit up. The princess is truly powerful. Qin Jinji didn't expect that the crown prince had 3 young grandsons, but they all tragically died. Now the Eastern Palace had no heirs. She once asked Lu Yi to check the prince's pulse. The prince was in his prime and healthy, which saved Qin Jinji a lot of trouble. Now the situation in the capital is tense. Whether it's the crown princess or the other 2 concubines, pregnancy is a problem. Shen Luiying's pregnancy is promising. She got pregnant shortly after coming to the palace. Qin Jinji lightly tapped the table. "Is that why you called me here?" Shen Luiying stood to the side. "Princess, can I still have this baby?" She knew very well that she was now just a. She couldn't make her own decisions. "In a few days, I will send in 2 martial maids to protect you." Shen Luiying was happy to hear this. It meant her child could be born. Then she whispered, "There's one more thing. I found out someone added cold toad fragrance to the crown princess's incense. My family raises rare, effective herbs, and this cold toad fragrance is subtle and light, but it has the same effect as musk. Long-term use can cause infertility. I noticed it several times when I went to pay respects to the crown princess. It's definitely not a coincidence." Qin Jinji raised an eyebrow. This was interesting. The crown princess was from the Wei family, and her close attendants were all from her maternal family. The lack of children had always been a concern for the crown princess and the Wei family. Now it seemed to be caused by someone drugging her. The palace doctors were very diligent, yet no one noticed. Could it be the work of the other 2 concubines? or someone from a noble family, or perhaps the prince's other younger brother. Whoever it was, it showed that the people in the palace were too mixed. Shen Luiying seemed to see through Qin Jinji's doubt. The effect of this cold toad fragrance isn't as strong as musk. It takes long-term use to work. If the palace doctors checked her pulse, they would only see that the crown princess's body was cold and weak, making pregnancy difficult. Qin Jinji chuckled softly. No wonder Shen Luiying was so eager to see her. The news had already spread in the palace. Even the crown princess was not immune to poison. Without her help, Shen Luiying's child wouldn't be born. Qin Jinji said, "Find a chance to investigate. Also, check if the other two concubines are in the same condition as the crown princess. If you need help, go find a cook named Fong." Shen Luiying nodded. She was right. The princess did have spies in the palace. Suddenly, an anxious voice of a palace maid came from outside. "Your Highness, please save Qinghui." Qin Jinji gave a glance, and Shen Luiying immediately poured some water from the teapot onto herself, then knelt at Qin Jinji's feet. "Qin Jinji, how dare you come to my palace and cause trouble?" The door was kicked open with a bang. The crown prince, holding a sword, looked furious. Shen Luiying knelt pitifully at Qin Jinji's feet. Earlier, the crown princess had come to see him suddenly, saying Qin Jinji had come to the palace and was aggressively looking for Shen Luiying. He guessed that Qin Jinji was here to trouble Luiying. Qin Jinji looked at the crown prince with a relaxed expression. "It's been a few days. How is uncle's health?" The crown prince pulled Shen Luiying up and protected him behind. "Qin Jinji, do you really think I dare not kill you? Now that the military power of the Northern King has been transferred to the Emperor, I wonder how long your Qin family can protect you." He then swung his sword at Qin Jinji. Qin Jinji didn't even stand up. She leaned back, kicked the crown prince's knee, and then kicked his sword-wielding hand. The sword flew into the air instantly, and the crown prince fell to his knees. Qin Jinji grabbed the sword and pressed it against the crown prince's shoulder. "Someone! Protect the emperor!" the palace officials shouted in panic. Shen Luiying immediately shouted, "Shut up!" Then he rushed in front of the crown prince. "It's my fault for angering the princess. Please, your highness, punish me." If people saw the crown prince kneeling and being held hostage, his reputation as heir would be ruined. Qin Jinji looked at the furious face of the crown prince. "Uncle, you are still the same, useless." The crown prince, furious, sneered, "Do you dare to kill me?" Shen Luiying, with tears in his eyes, said, "It's all my fault, princess. Please, spare the crown prince." The mockery on Qin Jinji's face was no longer hidden. "If you weren't the only child of the Empress Dowager, do you think you would still be alive now?" The crown prince glared fiercely at Qin Jinji. "Sooner or later, I will wipe out the entire Qin family." Qin Jinji laughed boldly, threw her sword aside, and Shen Luiying saw her gaze fall on the palace officials, understanding her meaning. "I'll wait." After Qin Jinji left, Shen Luiying immediately threw himself into the crown prince's arms. She cried for a while and whispered in the prince's arms, "Your highness, these palace maids cannot stay." They saw the noble crown prince being insulted by his officials. The prince carried Shen Luiying away and told the approaching guards, "Kill them all." A figure moved in the tree of a small courtyard nearby. Qin Jinji left the Eastern Palace, got into a carriage, and said to Li Jin, "Go find the Hua sisters and check for a scent called Lung Chanxiang." Li Jin replied, "Yes, princess." Qin Jinji always felt something strange about the Eastern Palace, from inside to outside, very odd. Back at the Prince of Jinbei's residence, Li Liao was helping Lu Yi loosen her medicinal herbs. Seeing Qin Jinji, she immediately felt weak and sat on the ground, bowing. "Greetings, princess." Qin Jinji looked at Li Liao's pale face and suddenly asked, "Have you discussed marriage?" Li Liao was stunned. "Yes, I have." Qin Jinji nodded. "Go back and tell your father to cancel the engagement." Li Liao's face lost all color. "What does the princess mean?" Li Mili, hearing Li Liao's words, also frowned. This concerns her daughter's future, so Li Mili decided to meet Qin Jinji. He went to the prince's residence and first found Shui Huai. Fourth brother. What does the princess mean? Since 50,000 troops from Jinbei were incorporated into the Imperial Guard, Li Muli felt the situation was becoming more serious. Suddenly, he understood why someone like his fourth brother would willingly listen to a young girl. Xue Huai also frowned. The princess's thoughts were beyond their understanding. If it's the princess's wish, I advise you to cancel Yellow's marriage as soon as possible. Li Muli hesitated. This involved his daughter's future, after all. I understand. He went outside Qin Jinji's courtyard and asked, Li Muli requests to see the princess. Please inform her. When the maid led him inside, Qin Jinji was sitting in a pavilion playing chess. Li Muli respectfully stood to the side. Greetings, princess. Qin Jinji nodded toward the chessboard. Sit. Uncertain of her meaning, Li Muli sat opposite her. Li Yellow's marriage is with a military officer? Li Muli replied, Yes, he's my leading officer, from a noble family, brave and capable. Qin Jinji put down a white piece. Does he have a noble background? Li Muli was stunned. No, he does not. Qin Jinji had no intention of playing chess against Li Muli. They continued to play black and white stones. Frontline officer, how many years does it take to reach your position? Li Muli frowned as he thought. He had achieved great military success and took over 10 years to reach his current rank. Now that the two countries have stopped fighting, it is almost impossible for a frontline officer to reach his position. Qin Jinji looked into his eyes and asked, Do you want your daughter to go back with him to guard the border, or stay here in the capital and become a powerful person? Li Muli's heart was stirred. After many years of fighting, they just wanted to give their family a good future. But the nobles in the capital looked down on military generals, and no high-ranking family was willing to marry into them. Does the princess mean? She wants Lu Yao to stay in the capital. Seeing Li Muli's expression, Qin Jinji waved her hand and said, Go back and prepare. Li Muli was surprised but nodded. I will go prepare right away. At the last polo event, Qin Jinji and the emperor had chosen noble families to bestow marriage alliances upon. However, the specific family had not yet been decided. These people must be under her control. She didn't care about Li Muli's loyalty. For people like them, fear is the greatest tool of control. If Xue Huai hadn't been unmarried, she would have chosen Xue Huai's daughter. At that moment, a servant's voice came from the door. Princess, Lord Wei requests to see you. Qin Jinji was a bit surprised. Let him in. What is this old man doing here? Soon, Wei Cha was let in. TSK, still claiming not to be a big spender. Wei Cha looked like he hated wealth. Qin Jinji found it amusing and said, You old man, don't stay at your own house and come to someone else's residence to scold people. Wei Cha sat down directly opposite Qin Jinji and said, Bring me a pot of Wanyuan spring tea. Qin Jinji chuckled. Your family doesn't have tea. Wei Cha looked as if it was obvious. Who can afford such expensive tea? Qin Jinji waved her hand in frustration. Just bring this old man a pot of Wanyuan spring. Wei Cha looked happily at Qin Jinji's
chessboard.
Then he asked, I'll ask you just one thing, Ming Wang. Are you really going to act? The emperor's intention to crown Xiao Yin as king was very obvious. He wanted to protect Xiao Yin's life. Qin Jinji dropped her black stone and said, You must act. Honestly, I tell you, he won't survive. Wei looked at Qin Jinji in front of him and sighed. How can Qin Ye's rough and strong stones produce a wolf cub like you? Qin Jinji picked up a white stone. Are you here to persuade me? Wei stroked his small beard. I'm here to say, since you've already made up your mind, don't rush.
Take your time.
What exactly happened? You've been so restless lately. Qin Jinji finally understood what had been bothering her these days. She threw her chess piece into the bowl. The death of Zheng Mingxi disturbed her rhythm. She didn't just want to save Zheng's family, but also everyone affected by this. She could have lived, but only for a possibility. Zheng Mingxi bravely faced death. She used her own death to scheme against Qin Jinji. The greatest pain in this world is not being pure. Both kindness and cruelty are not pure enough. People suffer because of this. Wei was drinking Wan Yen Chun and watching Qin Jinji relax in front of him. He felt uncertain whether coming to Qin's house was right or wrong. He picked up a white stone and placed it on the board. Since you already have a plan in mind, don't rush. Take it slow. Old man me still has a stiff neck and can block for you. Qin Jinji placed a black stone. Even if I have to kill everyone who blocks my way? Wei stared at the board. Everyone has their fate. Winners are kings, losers are villains. If you lose, don't expect me to bury you. He saw a move that would win the game with one more stone. Suddenly, a hand disrupted all the stones on the board. He looked at Qin Jinji angrily. Hey, you little rascal, Qin Jinji smiled brightly. Don't worry, I will die behind you, you old fool. She stood up and looked at Wei. My small kitchen can make fermented wine. Would you like to try? Wei brushed off his clothes. Since you, little rascal, kindly invite me, I will reluctantly give it a try. The tension that had been pressing on Qin Jinji's chest for days finally eased. The next day after court, Qin Jinji didn't return to the Empress's place, but headed straight out of the palace. Old Hong hurriedly called out, Princess, wait for your servant. Qin Jinji looked back at Hong and then continued walking forward. Public official Hong hurriedly ran toward Qin Jinji. Princess. Princess, finally catching up with Qin Jinji, the official, panting, said, Princess, the Emperor wants me to take you to the imperial study. Qin Jinji showed no intention of stopping. I won't go. The official looked troubled. Princess, please don't make it difficult for me. Qin Jinji stopped and looked at him. No, I will go. Then she quickly walked away. The official almost burst into tears. Princess, the Emperor said that no matter what, I must take you. Why did this young princess suddenly become so stubborn? Qin Jinji replied casually, If you follow me, I will cut you. The official was so frightened he knelt on the ground. People usually wouldn't say such things to the official, but the young princess could. The official looked at Qin Jinji's back with a sad face. Back in the imperial study, the Emperor slammed his hand on the table. This little brat, acting like a fool. Send her a royal decree. Bring her to the palace. Hong Dequan, looking miserable, arrived at the Thousand Birds office. He didn't dare to bring the accompanying young inside. He hid the royal decree in his chest and entered alone. Hong Gong went to Qin Jinji's office, closing all the doors of the courtyard and the room. Then he approached Qin Jinji. Princess, the Emperor has summoned you to the palace. Qin Jinji was lying on a soft bed pretending to sleep. When she heard Hong Gong, she turned over and turned her back to him. Princess, let's go to the palace. The Emperor has issued an order. Hong Gong didn't dare to announce the decree when Qin Jinji was moody. He stood carefully beside her resting bed. Qin Jinji remained still. Then tell him that Qin Jinji defies the order. Should I be beheaded or sent to prison? The official looked anxious. Oh, my little princess, the Emperor would never behead you. Don't say such reckless words. Qin Jinji stood up and drew a dagger from her boot, instantly splitting the royal decree in two. Go back and report. Qin Jinji left the Thousand Birds office directly. Hong Gong secretly wiped his tears inside the room. His life was over. The Emperor, seeing the royal decree torn in two, was furious and pointed at Hong Dequan. Find my Qilin staff, prepare the carriage, and go to the Prince of Zhenbei's residence. King Hong Dequan quickly said, Oh no, Your Majesty. This cannot be allowed. The young princess was so angry at the Emperor that she almost came to hit someone. The Emperor stood up in anger and paced around the room. This little brat, his temper is getting worse. He's becoming lawless. Old Hong Gong looked sad and said, Isn't this all because Your Majesty spoiled him? The Emperor looked at the divided imperial decree and said, Take this and go to the palace of the Empress. Old Hong Gong really wanted to say, Your Majesty, aren't you asking for trouble? The Emperor, furious, went to the palace of the Empress, where Lu Yi was preparing medicinal steam for the Empress. Look at your good grandson. His temper is bigger than the sky now. The Emperor threw the divided decree onto the soft couch beside the Empress. Lu Yi glanced at the decree and felt once again how daring Qin Jinji was. She dared to cut the imperial decree. The Empress kept her eyes closed and said, My granddaughter has the same temper as me. If you don't like it, just cut us both. I don't want to see or think about it. The emperor suddenly stood up. What are you talking about? It's all because of you, this wife, spoiling her. I must teach her a good lesson this time, the empress calmly replied. You are the emperor. If you want to teach someone, don't bother telling me. Your poor wife. The emperor, full of anger but afraid to break things in the empress's palace, said angrily, send her a message and tell her to come to the palace. The emperor looked at Fian, who was shrinking to the side. You go. Tell that brat to come to the palace. Fian pouted and walked over to the empress. The empress opened her eyes and glared at him. Stop throwing tantrums in my palace of the empress. Both of you are no good. Get out of here. Don't block my view. She stood up and left with the palace servants. The emperor's hand trembled as he pointed at her back. I'm so angry I could die. No one listened to him. But the emperor wasn't the only one nearly driven to madness. The envoy from the state of Chu was so angry with Wei Lin that he almost spat out foam. Today, the people from Jin State also seemed strange. Yesterday, a few old men were quiet as chickens. Today, they almost stood on the table, pointing at their faces and demanding things. To make matters worse, the eldest princess of Chu's only son was also in Jin's hands. Qi Tianqing panted and looked at Wei Lin. Lord Wei, must Jin State really do this? Wei Lin squinted at him and said, Of course. Qi Tianqing took a deep breath and said, This is very important. We can't make the decision ourselves. We want to see the 9th prince. After meeting him, we can decide. Wei Lin smiled slightly and said, Until the negotiations are settled, you cannot meet the 9th prince. However, Lord Qi can write a letter and I will pass it on. Qi Tianqing stared at Wei Lin and said, No. Minister Qi must see the 9th prince. Wei Lin nodded and said, Then I still want 15 cities for Jin State. Lu Zhao and the others clenched their fists, ready to fight again. Qi Tianqing had never met such a stubborn person. Just one rude word could make him furious. Qi Tianqing took a deep breath and said, Bring paper and pen. The attendant nearby brought ink, paper, and a brush. Qi Tianqing looked at Wei Lin and started writing quickly. Wei Lin smiled and poured tea for Lu Zhao and the others. The old men had never had such an exciting argument before. Although rough, it was very satisfying.